Chapter 95. Lu Xuantong returns. A million spirit stones. The entire clan is shocked. Lu family, council hall. The air grew increasingly dense, the heavy atmosphere rendering it suffocating. Below, dozens of core disciples of the Lu family stood with bowed heads, their faces pale and cold sweat beating at their temples. Above, Lu Xuantong sat firmly in the main seat, his aged countenance marked by deeper wrinkles, his fierce eyes still exuding authority, yet betraying a hint of fatigue. Beside him, the elders remained silent, their fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrests of their chairs, producing a dull sound. Everyone awaited the return of one person. Lu Xuantong. The survival of the Lu family now rested solely upon him. Should he establish a good rapport with that mysterious elder? There might yet be a glimmer of hope for the Lu family, however. If misfortune were to befall him, the wrath of the Taisu's sacred land would surely incinerate the entire Lu family. Patriarch, the third elder, finally could no longer contain himself, his voice trembling as he spoke. My nephew, he wouldn't have been harmed by that elder, would he? Silence. Lu Xuantong slammed his hand on the table, causing the solid wooden surface to crack with several fissures. Should you dare to speak such nonsense again, I shall render you incapable. The third elder recoiled, not daring to utter another word, yet the fear in his eyes remained unmistakable. Today's battle had irrevocably severed ties between the Lu family and the Chui and Lu families. The heavens of the eastern domain were about to change. Yet could the Lu family truly survive this tempest? As the crowd's emotions surged tumultuously, a sudden sound of something piercing through the air echoed. Everyone looked up in unison to see a tall figure striding through the air, his robe billowing and dark hair flying, a figure unmistakably recognizable as Lu Xuantong. Shinner, brother! Nan Yuezi and Lu Xianin were the first to rush forward, their eyes reddened with tears as they tightly grasped Lu Xuantong's arms, fearing he would vanish once more. Mother, little sister, I am fine. Lu Xuantong smiled gently, patting their hands before sweeping his gaze across the assembly, proclaiming loudly, rest assured, esteemed guests, that elder did not trouble me. On the contrary, I have taken him as my master. From this day forth, the Taisu's sacred land will no longer dare to openly target our Lu family. A wave of excitement erupted in the hall. Wonderful! Heaven bless the Lu family. With that elder's backing, what do we have to fear from the Chui family? The gloom on everyone's faces dissipated, replaced by exuberance and exhilaration. Lu Xuantong laughed heartily, striding forward to clap Lu Xuantong on the shoulder with great force. Excellent! Excellent! Truly worthy of being my Lu family son. What is Chui Haoyan compared to my grandson? How dare he be mentioned in the same breath? From now on, let us see who still dares to claim that my Lu family is without talent. As the crowd's exuberance began to temper, Lu Xuantong spoke again, his voice steady and resolute. However, the Chui family will not rest easily. We must rapidly enhance our family strength to face the impending clan battle. Lu Xuantong's expression hardened, replying solemnly, Xuantong is correct. The Chui family possesses deep roots, and with the Lu family's assistance, who knows what other trump cards they may hold. Our Lu family must grow stronger. Though the words were spoken, the notion of becoming stronger was easier said than done. The atmosphere in the hall, which had initially surged with Lu Xuantong's return, quickly fell into silence once more. Resources were limited and talents constrained. For the Lu family to rise in a short span was nearly impossible. The younger disciples lowered their heads how they longed to grow stronger. Yet the harsh reality loomed without sufficient spirit stones, without high-tier techniques, without top-grade elixirs. How could they compete with the prodigies of the Chui and Lu families? Despair hung over each heart like a shadow. Lu Xuantong surveyed the crowd, observing the youthful yet dim faces, his heart heavy. Resources. This term would forever remain the greatest agony for cultivators. Without resources, no matter how high one's talent, it would be buried. Without resources, no matter how strong one's will, reality would wear it down. But the Lu family had no path of retreat left. Convey my orders. Lu Xuantong inhaled deeply, his voice low yet resolute. From this day forth, family resources shall be redistributed. All young disciples shall see their cultivation resources reduced by 70%. The remaining resources will be concentrated solely for the core disciples and elders. Upon these words, the hall fell into a profound silence. What did it mean to cut the resources for the younger disciples? It meant their future paths of cultivation were nearly severed. It meant they might forever remain stagnant, with no possibility of breakthrough. Yet, not a single voice of dissent arose. Not a word of complaint. The young disciples lifted their heads, though their eyes brimmed with reluctance. None faltered. Patriarch, we are willing. When the family's survival is at stake, what is personal gain? As long as we can preserve the Lu family, we willingly abandon our resources. Lu Xuantong's fierce eyes turned slightly red. This is the spirit of the Lu family's sons. Even amidst the encroaching darkness, they were still willing to burn themselves to illuminate a glimmer of hope for their clan. However, just then, an ancient spatial ring was casually tossed onto the table by Lu Xuantong. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Mountains of spirit stones piled high, rare treasures glimmered, and a fragrance of high-tier elixirs wafted through the air. The entire hall was instantly filled with an abundance of spiritual energy. What is this? Lu Xuantong sprang to his feet, his pupils constricting. In his lifetime, he had never witnessed such a terrifying reserve of resources. The contents of this ring were enough to transform the entire Lu family. Lu Xuantong smiled slightly, his tone calm. A welcoming gift from my master. From today onward, these resources will be distributed among the family disciples. In that instant, the entire Lu family erupted into a frenzy. Xuantong, what did you say? Lu Xuantong's voice trembled, almost in disbelief. The third elder rushed forward, embracing Lu Xuantong with tears streaming down his face. My nephew, you have saved the entire Lu family. All the disciples of the Lu family stood in place, their eyes welling with emotion. These resources were meant to be solely enjoyed by Lu Xuantong, yet he had unhesitatingly brought them forth. What magnitude of generosity was this? What courage was this? At this moment, every disciple of the Lu family harbored but one thought. For this life, I vow to follow the Holy Sun to the ends of the earth. Lu Xuantong gazed at the fervent expressions of the crowd, a smile gracing his lips. The Lu family will not fall from this day forth. Initiate the plan to obliterate the Chui family. Chapter 96. Farewell, Yue Fuyao. You enchanting maiden. Today I shall claim you. The members of the Lu family gazed upon the mountain of resources piled upon the table. Their eyes ignited with the flame of hope. With these provisions, they finally possessed the confidence to confront the Chui family. Yet, Lu Xuantong did not cease his endeavors. With a gentle tap of his fingertip, a radiant pill slowly emerged, adorned with dragon-like patterns, its fragrance wafting through the air. The mere hint of its essence caused the onlookers to feel their pores expand, their inner spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. The holy level pill, the transformation breakthrough pill. This elixir could assist the family head in transcending the transformation realm. In an instant, Lu Xuantong trembled with emotion, his hands quivering as he received the pill. The transformation realm. That was a level only the most formidable of Eastern Domain warriors could attain. Should he truly break through, Lu Xuantong would undoubtedly become the foremost figure in the Eastern Domain. His voice choked with emotion. Lu Xuantong suddenly embraced Lu Xuantong, tears streaming down his face. Declaring that his life had been worth it, Lu Xuantong smiled helplessly, gently patting the elderess back. Once Lu Xuantong had regained his composure, he produced a jade vial, within which a blood-red liquid churned, faintly revealing the shadow of a dragon. The blood of the purgatory dragon. This substance could enhance a cultivator's root bone, breaking the shackles of innate talent. Lu Xuantong surveyed the crowd. However, it was only effective for cultivators under the age of 100. Hearing this, core disciples such as Lu Chengqian and Lu Wuchen trembled with excitement. To enhance their root bone meant they had the opportunity to transcend their limits and reach unprecedented heights. The group was flushed with exhilaration, nearly kneeling in gratitude. In that moment, they vowed to follow Lu Xuantong to the ends of the earth. Finally, Lu Xuantong approached his sister, Lu Xianyin, presenting her with an exquisite spatial ring. For you, he said softly. Lu Xianyin accepted it curiously, her consciousness sweeping over it. Instantly, her delicate form shuddered, her beautiful eyes widening, lips parting slightly, as if struck by lightning. Within the ring lay not only a wealth of rare resources, but also a scroll exuding a chaotic aura, the 9 turns of chaos technique. Though it was a fragment, it was still an imperial level technique. Brother, Lu Xianyin's voice trembled with disbelief. Lu Xuantong merely smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Focus on your cultivation. In that moment, the grand hall of the Lu family fell into a profound silence. Everyone witnessed Lu Xianin's astonishment and surmised that the spatial ring concealed unimaginable treasures. Yet, not a single person felt jealousy or discontent, for all understood that Lu Xianin had endured tremendous hardships for her brother over the past 40 years. This was her just reward. With her eyes slightly reddened, Lu Xianin clutched the ring tightly, nodding earnestly. However, at that moment, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Lu Xuantong's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the sign-in location. Kunlun Mountain. Sign-in reward. Exponential insight. Complete version of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Classic. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted, his heart swelling with joy. The complete version of an imperial level technique was undoubtedly superior to its incomplete counterpart. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and then clasped his hands before the crowd. I shall temporarily entrust the matters of the Lu family to all of you. Lu Xuantian laughed heartily, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Fear not. With me here, the Lu family shall not falter. Lu Xuantong nodded, and then turned to his mother and sister. Nan Yuezi tenderly adjusted his collar, softly advising, Xianer, be safe. Lu Xianin playfully shook her fist, smiling cheerfully. Lu Xuantong chuckled, ruffling her hair once more. In the next instant, he transformed into a beam of light, soaring skyward toward Kunlun Mountain. The winds howled, and the clouds churned. The members of the Lu family watched in awe, filled with admiration. Kunlun Mountain, one of the premier secret realms of the Wild Continent, is situated in the southeastern region of the Eastern Domain. This place is teeming with spiritual energy, a vast reservoir of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, yet it is also home to numerous ferocious beasts, fraught with danger. However, the path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens. The more perilous the location, the greater the hidden opportunities. Within a few days, Lu Xuantong had arrived at this majestic divine mountain. The mountain stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, and an overwhelming pressure descended from the summit, causing one's spirit to tremble. He casually sought out a remote peak, patiently awaiting the system's sign-in to unlock the ultimate transformation. Time was of the essence, as the Chui family could strike at any moment. If he did not swiftly enhance his strength, the Lu family would face insurmountable doom. Yet, as he set foot upon Kunlun Mountain, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted, shock surging through him as he nearly exclaimed, Meiji? The woman was none other than the enchanting maiden with whom he had once shared an outrageous dual cultivation in the cave. He had thought they would never meet again. Yet fate had brought them together in this place. In that instant, a wave of resentment surged within him, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Wishing to confront her immediately and unleash his wrath. However, the Meiji before him was not alone. Before her stood several men, the leader clad in white, exuding grace and charm, a mocking smile gracing his lips as his gaze brazenly roamed over Meiji, speaking with a teasing tone. Yue Fuyao, shall we dual cultivate together? Meiji, or rather, Yue Fuyao, flashed a hint of disgust in her eyes. Just as she was about to respond, her heart jolted, and she abruptly turned her head, casting a piercing glare in Lu Xuantong's direction. Who is it? Lu Xuantong's face darkened. Damn, have I been exposed? Chapter 97. Yue Fuyao, the harbinger of disaster. He is my dual cultivation partner. Yue Fuyao, the third princess of the Deqian dynasty, boasts a distinguished lineage, yet faces a tumultuous fate. Burdened by deep-seated enmity and the loss of loved ones, she was compelled to leave her homeland in pursuit of vengeance, traveling to the Taishu Holy Land to become a direct disciple of the immortal Xianxia. Now, she stands at the pinnacle of the Wuxiang realm, a mere step away from the Daogong realm. However, her rapid advancement was not entirely by her own volition. Had it not been for an unfortunate incident, she might not have reached this bottleneck so swiftly. That day, pursued by her enemies and gravely injured, she found herself on the brink of death. Were it not for Lu Xuantong, she likely would have perished, never making it to the Taishu Holy Land. Though that outrageous dual cultivation left her feeling humiliated, she recognized that without it, she could not have restored her strength in such a short time, nor could she have broken through her restraints. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of dissatisfaction remained within her. Dual cultivation is ultimately not the righteous path. Now, in her quest to swiftly enter the Daogong realm, she ventured alone to Kunlun Mountain in search of an opportunity for breakthrough. Once she steps into the Daogong realm, she would ascend to the status of a second-generation disciple. And at that time, the resources of the Taishu Holy Land would significantly tilt in her favor, furthering her path of vengeance. Yet, she never anticipated encountering Zhang Fengyao, a direct disciple from the second peak of the Taishu Holy Land, also at the pinnacle of the Wuxiang realm, but having entered the path 100 years ahead of her. According to the rules of the Taishu Holy Land, the Wuxiang realm corresponds to third-generation disciples, while those in the Daogong realm can ascend to second-generation disciples, and those in the Divine Sovereign realm are first-generation disciples. The resources, techniques, and status one acquires with each advancement differ immensely. It is precisely for this reason that Yue Fuyao is eager to break through. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Fengyao appears, obstructing her path. With a playful smile on his lips and an audacious gaze sweeping over her, he taunts, "Junior sister Yue, why must you exert yourself so? Why not cultivate with me? And I shall assist you in breaking through to the Daogong realm?" A cold light flashed in Yue Fuyao's eyes, filled with utter disdain. What she loathed most was dual cultivation. Despite the rapid advancement of this cultivation method and its lack of side effects, she was acutely aware that once a practitioner became enmeshed in it, they would gradually lose their true self, ultimately becoming a slave to their desires, halting their path to enlightenment. Moreover, Zhang Fengyao had persistently harassed her on numerous occasions. She had made her rejection clear, yet he remained undeterred. Even following her secretly to Kunlun Mountain today, his intentions unmistakably nefarious. "Zhang Shidi, please show some restraint," Yue Fuyao spoke coldly, her expression marred by disdain. Zhang Fengyao chuckled lightly, a flicker of arrogance and contempt dancing in his eyes. "You shimmy, I possess a body of extreme yang, a natural dual cultivation furnace. Many have sought me, yet I remain indifferent." He raised his chin slightly, his tone dripping with condescension. "Now that I offer you this opportunity, do not fail to recognize your fortune." At his words, two of his subordinates immediately echoed him, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Indeed, the women vying for dual cultivation with Zhang Xixiang number more than those from Tai Su Shangdi to Qingzhou. "You shimmy, do not be ungrateful." Precisely. If you were to align with Zhang Xixiang, future cultivation resources, elixirs, and techniques would be at your disposal. One individual lowered his voice, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Zhang Xixiang's elder brother is a first-generation direct disciple, wielding immense power in Tai Su Shangdi. A single word from him could elevate you to greatness or render you powerless. Yue Fuyao's gaze turned icy, a trace of murderous intent surfacing. Had it not been for her wariness of the forces backing Zhang Fengyao, she would have long since dispatched this fool with a single strike. With her current strength, although she could easily defeat Zhang Fengyao, she was no match for his esteemed elder brother in the realm of divine respect. "Endure. Leave," she icily uttered a single word, turning to depart. However, at that very moment, a familiar aura suddenly emanated from afar, causing her heart to tremble. "Who is it?" She swiftly turned her head, peering into the depths of the nearby thicket. Had she been discovered? Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Lu Xuantong's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly. Is this woman a dog? How can her senses be so sharp? Realizing he could no longer hide, he chose to reveal himself, his figure flashing into view before everyone. "Ah, what a lively scene." He drawled lazily, a half-smile playing on his lips. Zhang Fengyao's subordinates were momentarily taken aback. One of them blurted out, "Damn. This guy is even more handsome than Zhang Xixiang." Silence. Zhang Fengyao's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at the subordinate, then narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Xuantong. This individual exuded a repressed aura, yet there was an unfathomable pressure emanating from him, stirring an inexplicable unease within Zhang Fengyao. As for Yue Fuyao, upon seeing Lu Xuantong, her pupils constricted sharply, her delicate form quivering slightly as a complex emotion flickered in her gaze. "It's him, Lu Xuantong." Her heart raced, disbelief washing over her. How could this scoundrel be here? Had he been secretly monitoring her every move? Otherwise, what a coincidence it was for him to appear just as she was being entangled by Zhang Fengyao. An absurd thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be that after their last absurd dual cultivation experience, Lu Xuantong had developed a deep infatuation with her, to the point of being unable to extricate himself? Perhaps he had been longing for her day and night, following her in hopes of an opportunity to see her again? This notion flitted through her mind, leaving her feeling ridiculous. However, when she lifted her gaze to Lu Xuantong, she found him wearing a calm demeanor, his eyes deep and inscrutable, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. How intriguing, she mused, a subtle smile curving her lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Since this scoundrel had presented himself, why not make use of him? Zhang Fengyao, Yue Fuyao suddenly spoke, her voice icy yet laced with a teasing undertone. "Do you know who this person is?" Zhang Fengyao's brows furrowed, his gaze narrowing suspiciously at Lu Xuantong. This man's aura was concealed, making it difficult to gauge his depth. Was there truly something remarkable about him? Just as he was contemplating, Yue Fuyao suddenly chuckled lightly, her red lips forming each word distinctly. "He is, in fact, my dual cultivation partner." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell abruptly silent. Zhang Fengyao's expression turned dark, his previously haughty demeanor fracturing into fury, a snarl creeping into his features. He fixed his gaze on Lu Xuantong, disbelief transforming into a seething rage. The woman he coveted must remain pure, yet Yue Fuyao had openly declared that this man, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, was her partner. Did this imply they had already engaged in dual cultivation? This thought exploded in his mind. Distorting his features into a mask of fury, he slowly turned his head. His chilling gaze bore into Lu Xuantong as if he wished to inflict 1,000 torturous deaths upon him. You, young man, state your name. Lu Xuantong, initially pondering how to respond, was taken aback by Yue Fuyao's cunning maneuver. What a masterful diversion. He inwardly chuckled, maintaining an impassive facade, even deliberately adopting an air of arrogance, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. From the eastern region, the divine respect family, Cui Haoyan. With a steady heart and an unflushed face, he fabricated his lineage effortlessly. Zhang Fengyao's brow arched in surprise, then a mocking smile crept across his lips. The divine respect family? How laughable. What inconsequential clan would dare to aspire to Yue Fuyao's stature? The two subordinates beside him immediately grasped the implication and began to scoff. Cui Haoyan, never heard of it. A mere minor clan from the eastern region dares to covet the Moon Fairy? Truly lacking in self-awareness. The divine respect family. Aren't they just a roadside attraction? Even if their patriarch were to visit, they would kneel and lick Zhang Xixiang's boots. Lu Xuantong remained expressionless. Yet inwardly he reveled in their derision. Well said. Keep it coming. Meanwhile, Yue Fuyao's expression darkened considerably. She had initially intended to use Lu Xuantong as a shield against Zhang Fengyao's advances, but unexpectedly, this man had redirected the hostility towards the Cui family. Is this how it is played? She bit her silver teeth, glaring at Lu Xuantong, her eyes a mix of anger and a complex myriad of emotions. This scoundrel was indeed as shameless as ever. Aware that the young man before him had no substantial backing, Zhang Fengyao felt emboldened. A sneer curled his lips, his gaze condescending, as if he were observing an insignificant insect beneath his heel. Cui Haoyan, he spoke slowly, his voice icy and arrogant, laden with an undeniable command. I order you to immediately sever your partnership with Yue Fairy. She belongs solely to me. Do you understand? As the words fell, an invisible pressure descended abruptly, freezing the air as if the surrounding flora trembled under this force. It was sheer tyranny, a blatant display of dominance. This was the authority of a direct disciple of Tai Su Xingdi. With a single utterance, all beings bowed their heads. However, in the face of such oppression, Lu Xuantong merely smiled lightly, his eyes glinting with amusement. What if I refuse? Refuse? Zhang Fengyao's eyes glinted with cold light, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted. In that moment, the full extent of his late-stage Wuxiang realm cultivation was unleashed, a resplendent golden halo manifesting behind him, radiating an oppressive brilliance akin to a sun in the sky, exuding a suffocating pressure. Each direct disciple of Tai Su Xingdi was a paragon of excellence. To achieve this status, one must fulfill two criteria: possess an imperial bloodline and break through to the Wuxiang realm. Zhang Fengyao was one such individual. He sneered at Lu Xuantong, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Should you disobey, I shall take your life. To slay a mere descendant of a divine family is, for him, simpler than crushing an ant. In the aftermath, the opposing family dared not utter even a single word. This is indeed a world where power reigns supreme. The weak lack even the qualification to express their fury. Yet, in the face of such a threat, Lu Xuantong remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips. His chin slightly raised, his gaze infused with a hint of provocation. If you have the capability, then kill me. Let us see who meets their demise first. Zhang Fengyao, upon hearing this, let out a bitter laugh, ready to strike. However, at that moment, Lu Xuantong stepped forward, his aura suddenly erupting. The same pressure of the Wuxiang realm sweeping forth. Zhang Fengyao was taken aback, then sneered, his contempt deepening. A mere Wuxiang dares to be insolent before me? I possess an imperial bloodline. What do you have to contend with me? In his eyes, a descendant of a divine family could at most possess a sacred bloodline. How could he possibly contend with an imperial one? Yet, just as his words fell, a hum reverberated through the air, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering wildly. Behind Lu Xuantong, two resplendent golden halos slowly emerged. An imperial bloodline. Dual halos. Those halos sparkled more brilliantly and assertively than Zhang Fengyao's, their radiance distorting the very fabric of space, as if even the heavenly Tao would bow to them. A terrifying aura spread like a tidal wave, causing the entire mountain range to tremble slightly. Yue Fuyao's beautiful eyes widened, her lips parted slightly, her entire being frozen as if struck by lightning. He is actually a dual imperial bloodline? In her memory, Lu Xuantong was merely a supreme bone, with a single imperial bloodline. But today, dual imperial bloodlines? How could this be possible? Zhang Fengyao was utterly dumbfounded. His expression froze, a dry voice escaping his throat. What the hell? A descendant of a divine family. Yet he possesses dual imperial bloodlines? What kind of monstrous existence is this? The previously arrogant demeanor was instantly extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming chill. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Xuantong's mouth. If you wish to play, I shall play along. Zhang Fengyao's face turned pale. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, he hastily spoke. Fellow Taoist, it's a misunderstanding. He sought to negotiate, to back down, but it was too late. Lu Xuantong offered him no opportunity at all. The great wilderness prisoning heaven finger. A thunderous roar, like the crack of thunder. Boom. The heavens above shifted dramatically. This finger, like an ancient calamity descending, carried the power to crush all things. Even the heavenly Tao would submit beneath it. No. Zhang Fengyao screamed in terror, desperately channeling all his spiritual energy in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, before this world-destroying finger, his struggles were akin to an ant shaking a tree. As the finger descended, he was reduced to ashes. Zhang Fengyao and his two companions, unable to even utter a cry of despair, were obliterated into nothingness, completely erased from existence. Silence. Atop Kunlun mountain, only the howling wind remained, accompanied by the rapid heartbeat of Yue Fuyao. She stared blankly at the scene before her. Her lips slightly parted, unable to produce a sound. He truly killed Zhang Fengyao. He was a direct disciple of the Taishu sacred land. Moreover, his elder brother was the first-generation direct disciple. She abruptly looked up, incredulity etched on her face as she gazed at Lu Xuantong. You actually killed him? Do you know who he is? Lu Xuantong casually clapped his hands, speaking nonchalantly. Why should I care? Of course, he was aware of Zhang Fengyao's identity. And it was precisely his intention to kill. After all, he was using Cui Haoyan's identity, and after the deed was done, the trouble would fall upon the Cui family. Let this woman take the blame? Huh. Let us see who truly brings forth calamity. Yue Fuyao instantly grasped his intention, her pretty face paling. A surge of regret flooding her heart. It backfired. She had intended to ensnare Lu Xuantong, yet found herself ensnared instead. Zhang Fengyao was a direct disciple of the Taishu sacred land. His death would undoubtedly draw attention, and she would surely be implicated. At this moment, Lu Xuantong began to approach, his gaze dangerous and playful. Just now, you referred to me as your Tao partner? Yue Fuyao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively taking a half-step back, only to be seized by the waist and pulled into his embrace. You. She was about to struggle when she heard the man's deep voice whispering in her ear. His breath warm and laced with a hint of dangerous mockery. I am quite irate at the moment. Let us soothe your husband's temper. In the next instant, he pressed Yue Fuyao's head down. Her pupils trembled, revealing a look of shock. Instinctively, she blurted out, so grand. Then chapter 99, The Ancient Divine Beast. The Hand of the Azure Dragon. Rebirth through Nirvana. Meanwhile, at the Cui family, Cui Haoyan sat alone on a stone platform, his complexion pallid. His right arm was empty, the sleeve hanging limply, the once proud ancient sacred body now incomplete. In this battle, he had nearly lost everything. His beloved perished. His cherished pet met a tragic end. His right arm severed. His dignity obliterated. What he could not endure even more was that he, the illustrious genius of the Cui family, was reduced to fleeing like a frightened dog before all eyes, beaten by Lu Xuantong. Lu Xuantong. Cui Haoyan's eyes turned crimson, roaring in discontent. Hatred. An overwhelming hatred threatened to burst from his chest. He longed to flay Lu Xuantong alive, to grind him to dust. Yet the reality was that, having lost his right arm, his strength had plummeted, rendering him no match for Lu Xuantong. I must become stronger. Cui Haoyan gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with madness. As long as the master grants resources to help him reconstruct his arm, he would have the chance to make a comeback. When that time comes, he would ensure that Lu Xuantong experiences a fate worse than death. However, when the mad servant respectfully presented the resources bestowed by the master, Cui Haoyan eagerly rummaged through, only to find none of the crucial heavenly materials. Damn it. He smashed the jade box to the ground, the elixirs scattering everywhere, his expression twisted in rage. Why is there no 9 revolutions bone renewal grass? Why is there no sacred body source blood? These are the core materials necessary to reconstruct the ancient sacred body's arm. Without them, he would be a cripple for life. Cui Haoyan's vision darkened, nearly fainting from despair. Must he truly live his life in this state of dismemberment? The mad servant, seeing this, quickly knelt to explain, My lord, please calm your anger. Materials suitable for the ancient sacred body are extremely rare. The ancestor is already searching diligently. Please bear with it a little longer. Nonsense. Cui Haoyan roared in fury, kicking the mad servant to the ground. What materials are rare? What diligent search? All mere excuses. They clearly intended to abandon him now that he had become a cripple. A bunch of sycophants. He screamed in madness, resembling a lunatic. Once, he was the most dazzling genius of the Chui family, revered by thousands, with resources at his disposal. But now, he had become a cripple. Even the master had begun to treat him with indifference. Damn it, they all deserved to die. Chui Haotian trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot. The hatred within him nearly consuming him. Lu Xuantong, this is all you're doing. I, Chui Haotian, vow to make you pay in blood. Just as Chui Haotian sank into despair, like a caged beast frantically venting his rage in the secret chamber, a thunderous sound echoed. Two figures entered the chamber one after the other. The foremost was none other than the head of the Chui family, Chui Hong. This usually imposing elder now appeared haggard, his eyes filled with sorrow. Following closely behind him was a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes. The person was entirely enveloped in a loose black cloak, their face concealed behind a featureless black mask, not a hint of skin visible. More strangely, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from this individual. Appearing as ordinary as a commoner, Haotian, Chui Hong hastily stepped forward, and upon witnessing the tragic sight of his beloved grandson's severed arm, this formidable figure who had dominated the eastern domain for many years found his eyes reddened with tears. Lu Jia's young master, Lu Xuantong. Chui Hong gritted his teeth, his voice laced with profound hatred. I swear, I shall make him pay with his blood. But wait, there is still a chance. Suddenly, Chui Hong grasped his grandson's shoulder, an unusual light igniting in his eyes. He stepped aside and solemnly introduced, this is Lord Qinglang. The man in the black robe nodded slightly, his gaze inscrutable beneath the mask. Chui Haotian steeled himself and cautiously bowed. Greetings, senior. Indeed, Lord Qinglang replied in a steady, indifferent tone. Your resolute spirit is precisely the talent we seek. What does this mean? Chui Haotian narrowed his eyes warily. A pale, almost translucent hand emerged from beneath the black robe. A blood-red jade slip floating within its palm. Join us, and you shall attain everything you desire, including the opportunity to reconstruct your sacred body. What? Chui Haotian's body trembled violently, his pupils constricting suddenly. He fixated on the jade slip, his breathing becoming rapid. Reconstruct the sacred body? How can this be possible? Yet in that moment, he resembled a drowning man grasping at a straw of hope, leaving no room for doubt. As long as the senior can aid me in recovery, I am willing to serve you without hesitation. Consumed by hatred and humiliation, Chui Haotian was beyond rational thought at that moment. All he cared for were the means to regain his strength and avenge himself against Lu Xuantong, even if it meant crawling on his knees or sacrificing his dignity. A man must possess a measure of courage. Having lost everything, what else is there to fear? The man in the black robe seemed pleased with his attitude, chuckling softly as he slowly retrieved a golden box from his sleeve. As the box emerged, the entire chamber suddenly darkened, as if an invisible pressure had descended. Chui Haotian's pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at the box. He could sense a terrifying aura emanating from within, ancient and ferocious, yet brimming with vitality. His voice quivered slightly, his heart racing as his blood seemed to boil. Boom. In an instant, a savage dragon's might surged forth, causing Chui Haotian's hair to stand on end, as if he were being targeted by some supreme existence, making even breathing a challenge. Inside the box lay a severed arm. It was, astonishingly, a dragon's claw. The arm was entirely covered in azure scales, its fingers elongated and sharp, with tips that glimmered with a chilling light. Even detached from its body, it emanated an overwhelming pressure, as though it could spring to life at any moment and rend everything before it. Most astonishingly, this claw was not merely a dragon's talon, but a form caught between man and dragon, a limb severed from a dragon's humanoid form. The dragon race, since ancient times, has been the sovereign of the celestial realm, their bloodline so potent that it can crush myriad clans. Even though the dragon race has diversified over the ages, diluting their bloodline, the true pure-blood Qinglong still stands at the pinnacle of all beings. And this dragon's claw before him originated from an ancient divine beast-level Qinglong. Chui Haotian was utterly astonished, his throat dry, his gaze fixed on the dragon's claw, already envisioning the hope of his rebirth. The raspy voice of the man in the black robe resounded slowly. This item was severed from an adult Qinglong and sealed using spatial secret techniques, retaining its vitality to this day. It can not only allow your severed arm to regenerate, but also enable you to merge with the Qinglong bloodline, transforming your physique and exponentially increasing your potential. Furthermore, the man paused, his tone laced with temptation. It can grant you the power of the dragon. Chui Haotian trembled uncontrollably, blood vessels reddening in his eyes, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. The power of the dragon. That was a terrifying strength capable of overwhelming opponents of the same rank, even defeating those above. Should he merge with this item, his ancient sacred body would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, perhaps even beyond his former self. At that time, even facing Lu Xuantong and his dual imperial bloodline. He might not be without the strength to contend. Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Haoyan knelt heavily, his forehead striking the cold ground with a dull thud. I shall never forget the great kindness of the senior. From this day forth, I am willing to face fire and water for you, even unto death. As long as he could grow stronger, as long as he could exact his vengeance, he would gladly offer up anything. Chapter 100. The Annihilation of the Tai Su Sacred Land. The Ambition of the Man in Black. A shocking conspiracy. The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask, his voice deep and playful. Is that truly the case? You are willing to do anything? He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. Even betray the Tai Su Sacred Land? As these words left his lips, the air within the chamber seemed to freeze instantaneously. Even the sound of breathing becoming strikingly clear. Betray the Tai Su Sacred Land? Those 6 words, in the ears of Eastern Domain cultivators, were tantamount to seeking one's own demise. The Tai Su Sacred Land had governed the Eastern Domain for countless years, its foundation immeasurable, with powerful figures beneath its banner, including even ancient families like the Chui clan, which were but vassals in its domain. To dare betray it meant certain death, not only for Cui Haoyan, now rendered powerless, but even if he were still the proud scion of the Chui clan in his prime, he would meet the same fate. Cui Haoyan's pupils dilated, his heart plummeting, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. Yet soon, his expression transformed from fear to ferocity, and then to resolution. The Tai Su Sacred Land? He chuckled bitterly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Isn't my current state precisely their doing? Had they not allowed Lu Xuantong to run rampant, how could I have lost my arm? How could I have become a cripple? If not for that so-called master of his turning a blind eye, how could I have been unable to even procure the materials to restore my arm? Since the Sacred Land shows no mercy, do not blame me, Cui Haoyan, for being unkind. He raised his head sharply, flames of madness igniting in his eyes as he declared resolutely, Rest assured, senior, from this day forth, I, Cui Haoyan, shall be the peace you bury within the Tai Su Sacred Land. At your command, I shall not hesitate to face death 1,000 times. Beside him, the guardian, Kuang-nu, had already turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. What the hell? He roared inwardly. I've diligently served as a guardian for years, and now, just as I am about to be promoted, I must betray the Sacred Land alongside this lunatic? Moreover, this man in black was of unknown origin and unfathomable strength. Mingling with them might lead to a death he could not even comprehend. Kuang-nu swallowed hard, forcing a smile that was more pitiful than tears, and stammered, Master. I suddenly remembered that my grandmother is getting married tomorrow. I hope to be granted a few days of leave. With that, he turned to flee. At that moment, Cui Haoyan's gaze turned icy, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Kuang-nu could not be allowed to leave. But the problem was, he was no match for the god-sovereign level Kuang-nu. Just as Cui Haoyan's expression darkened, caught in a dilemma, a hum rang out. The man in black suddenly raised his hand, the sleeves stirring without wind, an oppressive and terrifying force crashing down. No, senior, spare me. I won't say a word. Kuang-nu pleaded in terror, but before his words could finish, a soft pop echoed. In the next instant, his body shattered like a watermelon crushed by an invisible hand, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Without even the chance to scream, a god-sovereign level expert was thus annihilated. Cui Haoyan and Cui Heng stood frozen, their pupils shaken, their blood almost congealing. What kind of power was this? Kuang-nu was a true god-sovereign level expert, a mainstay in any faction of the Eastern Domain. Yet before this man in black, he was crushed like an ant. Had this individual surpassed the 6th realm of transformation and stepped into the legendary 7th realm? Cui Haoyan's scalp tingled, tumultuous waves surging within his heart. If I kill him, will it be all right? A sudden jolt of realization struck Cui Haoyan, and he hurriedly bowed. No problem. As long as I draw breath, the Tai Su Sheng Di shall remain indifferent to the movements of a guardian. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish in vain. His tone was laced with a hint of amusement, yet it bore an undeniable air of authority. After all, you are a promising candidate possessing the ancient sacred body. To lose you so easily would be a great pity. Upon hearing this, Cui Haoyan's eyes flickered with surprise. He had assumed that the other party merely sought to exploit him, yet he was taken aback to discover that there were expectations placed upon him. The figure in the black robe continued, stating, Our ambitions have never been trivial. What we desire is to supplant the Tai Su Sheng Di, to engulf the entirety of Huangzhou. As these words resonated, an invisible pressure enveloped the space. Cui Haoyan's pupils contracted, and his heart raced like a drum. To replace the Tai Su Sheng Di? To swallow Huangzhou? What audacious aspirations! Yet the black-robed man's tone remained unsettlingly calm, devoid of jest. Moreover, We possess the strength to do so. The black-robed figure let out a cold laugh and began to pace slowly. For nearly a century, the Tai Su Sheng Di has decayed, descending from its pedestal, bearing only the name of a holy land while lacking its essence. They are no longer worthy of the esteemed position of the 32 sacred lands. Thus, they must be replaced. Cui Haoyan exchanged a glance with Cui Heng, both awash with shock and realization. So that is it. Cui Heng's thoughts churned, finally grasping why the black-robed man had sought them out. Overthrowing the Tai Su Sheng Di. If they could indeed succeed, the Cui family would leap from vassals to national founders. At that moment, power, status, and resources would be within their grasp. Merely contemplating this ignited a fervor within them. Then, the black-robed man spoke with a grave tone. Commanding, your first task is to eliminate Lu Xuantong and deliver his corpse to me. Cui Haoyan abruptly raised his head, a surge of murderous intent flooding his eyes. Lu Xuantong. That name had long become the deepest nightmare and most hated enemy in his heart. Now, he finally had the chance to exact vengeance with his own hands. His corpse will be of great use to me, the black-robed man remarked, his tone infused with a barely detectable greed. Without hesitation, Cui Haoyan nodded in agreement. I shall comply with your orders. He was no longer the defeated wretch fleeing in disgrace. What was a mere Lu Xuantong? 1 year. Just 1 year. And he would crush this enemy who had once brought him endless humiliation with overwhelming force. The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Cui Heng, speaking ominously. As for the obliteration of the Lu family, I shall intervene as well. Assistance will arrive in due time. Ensure that no one survives. Cui Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his aged features twisting slightly with exhilaration. What a coveted opportunity. Chapter 101. Let the Holy Sun never return. The pinnacle of the Lu family. For the entirety of the following year, the eastern domain was shrouded in an atmosphere of slaughter and terror. The Lu family, once considered one of the 3 great families alongside the Lu and Cui families, now openly allied with the Cui family to declare war on the Lu family. This news fell like a meteor into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up a tempest that ignited the entire eastern domain's situation. The equilibrium of the tripartite power balance shattered entirely. Once, the Lu family, though not as deeply rooted as the Cui family, still held the dignity and pride of being one of the eastern domain's great families. Yet now, they willingly bowed down, becoming the lapdogs of the Cui family. The reason was simple. The Cui family had become an unstoppable force. To establish a foothold in the eastern domain, the Lu family had no choice but to submit, taking refuge beneath the towering tree of the Cui family. Meanwhile, the Cui family expanded their influence with thunderous momentum. They not only garnered robust support from the 5 great divine families of the southern domain, but also welcomed 3 ancient beast clans into their ranks, augmenting their battle prowess. In a short time, the overall strength of the Cui family reached an unprecedented zenith. 12 divine beings stood guard. 108 Dao Palace realm experts formed the vanguard. Thousands of divine illumination realm cultivators stood ready. Such a formidable array would easily surpass not just the Lu family, but could sweep through an entire domain. In contrast, while the Lu family refused to be cowed, the situation was dire. Rumors suggested that the Cui family had the backing of significant figures from the Tai Su Sheng Di, enabling them to gather such a multitude of strong allies in a brief span. Many of the Lu family's former allies hesitated, fearing entanglement in this inevitable defeat. The Lu family was destined for failure in this battle. Why join in their demise? Ultimately, the Lu family received support from only 2 divine families, barely mustering 5 divine beings and a score of Dao Palace realm cultivators. The disparity in strength was utterly despairing. Presently, the head of the Lu family, Lu Xuantong, was in seclusion, striving for a higher realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xuantong, the newly ascended divine being, temporarily took on the role of family head, shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding the clan. During this year of bloodshed and turmoil, the young prodigies of the Lu family did not remain idle. Instead, they launched a counterattack with fierce determination. Lu Xianyin, utilizing the resources left by her brother Lu Xuantong, successfully broke through to the Wuxiang realm, dramatically increasing her strength. Possessing an imperial bloodline and practicing imperial-level techniques, her combat prowess far surpassed her peers, marking her as a top contender among the younger generation. Armed with the Frostblade, she single-handedly infiltrated the Cui family's ranks, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. None among the young talents of the Cui family could withstand her brilliance. In the absence of Cui Haoyan, the Cui family's camp found no one capable of confronting her directly. Even if the resurrected Cui Haoyan were present, it was uncertain whether he could contend with the current Lu Xianyin. However, the Cui family had abandoned all pretense of fairness, witnessing their young talents being slaughtered. They dispatched divine beings to clandestinely ambush Lu Xianyin, Although she was formidable, she was ultimately not at the divine being level, and faced with the sudden onslaught, she narrowly escaped death. In that critical moment, Lu Xuantong, consumed by rage, stormed into battle. With crimson eyes, he fought valiantly against two foes, disregarding his own injuries, sacrificing his life to repel the two divine beings of the Chui family. Had it not been for his life-for-a-life approach, both father and daughter would have likely perished. Lu Qingqian, Lu Wuchen, Lu Qingshuang, and other top young talents of the Lu family, upon hearing of Lu Xuanting's ambush, were ignited with fury. They were already exceptionally gifted, and following the tempering of their dragon blood, their strength surged. Particularly Lu Changqian, whose bloodline surged with boiling energy, hinted at a breakthrough to the imperial bloodline. Driven by vengeance, they hunted the young talents of the Chui family in the dark, repaying blood with blood. Yet the Chui family remained utterly shameless, resorting to overwhelming numbers once more, setting an ambush to besiege Lu Changqian. In that battle, Lu Changqian fought valiantly, slaying numerous strong enemies, but ultimately was outnumbered and captured alive. Concurrently, the territory of the Lu family continued to be consumed by the Chui family, as city after city fell and territory changed hands. In the end, the Lu family was left with only their final bastion, the ancestral grounds. Now surrounded by foes, they faced a crisis that loomed like a shadow. Even so, the spirit of the Lu family remained unbroken. They understood that in this battle, there was no retreat. It was either life or death. On that day, the skies above the Lu family ancestral grounds were thick with ominous clouds, an air of slaughter permeating the atmosphere. All the members of the Lu family bore pale faces, their eyes reflecting both despair and reluctance. They gripped their weapons tightly, a torrent of hatred surging within them. "Stand down, all of you," Lu Xuantong barked with authority. He stood before them, weariness etched across his brow, yet he still maintained the dignity of the family head. To act now is merely to invite death. Lu Xianin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had she not been ambushed that day, Lu Changqian would not have found himself ensnared in peril for her revenge. The third elder, Lu Wuxuang, stepped forward, his face aged and weary. "Family head. The situation is clear. The Chui family is formidable, and the Tai Su Shengdi remains aloof, leaving us with scant hope, awaiting his rise in the future. Let him avenge us." As these words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall, soon followed by nods of agreement from the crowd. Lu Xuantong was their last beacon of hope. As long as the Holy Sun breathed, the Lu family would not perish. As long as he remained, one day, the name of the Lu family would still resonate across the 3,000 realms. Lu Xuantong closed his eyes and slowly nodded. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the ancestral ground violently. "Look to the heavens," someone shouted hoarsely. All eyes turned skyward, where dark flying vessels loomed like ominous clouds, obscuring the sun. Each vessel was manned by formidable warriors radiating an aura of killing intent, a terrifying pressure cascading down like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating those below. Then, a chilling voice descended from the heavens, akin to a decree from the Grim Reaper. "The Lu family shall be exterminated." Chapter 102, Dual Emperor Bloodline. Supreme Tao Body. Breaking illusion divine eye. In the Taishu sacred land, atop majestic mountains shrouded in mist, spiritual springs cascaded down from the heavens, radiating a celestial aura. This was the sacred training ground for the direct disciples of the Taishu sacred land, where each cave abode stood at the convergence of spiritual veins, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, nurturing unparalleled Tao rhythms. Among these myriad cave dwellings stood a magnificent golden temple, hovering in the clouds, surrounded by phantoms of true dragons spiraling, phoenixes singing, and the sounds of the Tao resonating as if in harmony with the cosmos. This was the retreat of Zhang Xiaoyao, Divine Sovereign Realm, Dual Emperor Bloodline, Supreme Tao Body, Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. Any one of these titles would be sufficient to render countless prodigies pale in comparison. Yet Zhang Xiaoyao embodied all four. His existence nearly shattered the records of prodigies established in the Taishu sacred land for millennia. None in the same realm could rival him. Even those ancient beings who had lived for thousands of years had to concede that this youth would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of greatness. It was precisely for this reason that Yue Fuyao regarded him with utmost caution, reluctant to provoke this true genius. Today marked the day of Zhang Xiaoyao's emergence from seclusion. Outside the cave abode, hundreds of prodigies knelt in reverence, their expressions filled with awe, their gazes fervent, as if on a pilgrimage, sincerely paying their respects. These individuals were all followers of Zhang Xiaoyao, including many third and second generation direct disciples, and even two extraordinary prodigies who had also entered the divine sovereign realm, willingly submitting to him. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Zhang Xiaoyao's influence. Suddenly, the heavens trembled. The grand doors of the golden temple exploded open. an endless cascade of divine light pouring forth, dazzling and blinding. In the next moment, a white figure stepped through the air, surrounded by two golden divine rings, resembling the sun itself, radiating brilliance. With each step he took, the void quaked, emitting a mournful cry under the weight of his presence. Zhang Xiaoyao's countenance was strikingly ethereal, his eyes seemingly harboring the birth and death of stars, his white robes unstained by dust, while the dual golden divine rings behind him rotated slowly, emanating a terrifying aura capable of subduing eternity. "Welcome back, Brother Xiaoyao." In an instant, a thunderous cheer erupted, resonating throughout the skies, as hundreds of prodigies bowed in unison, their voices filled with fervor and reverence. Brother's might is unmatched, destined to suppress this generation of prodigies. With Brother Xiaoyao's return, he shall sweep across the 8 desolations. Invincible in this world. Praise resounded endlessly, yet Zhang Xiaoyao merely offered a faint smile, his gaze profound and inscrutable, surveying all beneath him. "In this life, none shall obstruct my path." He stood with his hands clasped behind him, reveling in the fervent adoration of his hundreds of followers, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, in that fleeting moment, his heart suddenly jolted, a wave of unprecedented trepidation sweeping through him, as if an invisible dagger had fiercely pierced his soul. Zhang Xiaoyao's pupils constricted, a rare flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He swiftly closed his eyes, the breaking illusion divine eye at his brow suddenly opening, golden divine patterns swirling, piercing through the void, tracing the threads of causality. In an instant, the currents of fate revealed themselves before his eyes, a glimpse into the river of destiny. Yet, what he beheld was nothingness. The life force of his younger brother, Zhang Fengyao, had utterly dissipated into the cosmos, leaving not even a trace of his soul. Only a faint, nearly imperceptible aura remained, attesting to his past existence. In that moment, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from within Zhang Xiaoyao, akin to a primordial beast awakening. The terrifying pressure instantly shattering the clouds within 1,000 zhang radius. The entire mountain peak quaked, as if unable to withstand this fury, on the brink of collapse. "Who dares to slay my brother?" The cold words emerged, each syllable seeming to be forced through gritted teeth, laden with a chilling, murderous intent. His followers trembled, cold sweat beading on their brows, prostrating themselves on the ground, too fearful to look up. They had never witnessed Zhang Xiaoyao in such a furious state, and for a moment, they feared they had angered their master, their hearts gripped by terror. The atmosphere was thick with killing intent, the very air seeming to freeze. After a long pause, Zhang Xiaoyao finally spoke, his voice icy enough to suffocate. "Does anyone know the whereabouts of my brother?" The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. "Speak." Zhang Xiaoyao's gaze was penetrating. One follower swallowed hard, whispering, the young master was infatuated with the direct disciple of Zixia real person, Yue Fuyao, repeatedly trying to ingratiate himself, but was met with indifference. Subsequently, his actions grew increasingly radical. A year ago, he mentioned a desire to venture out for training. And since then, there has been no news. They had assumed. His words trailed off as Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes turned completely frigid. Venture out for training? No news. His brother, a distinguished prodigy of the Taishu sacred land, bearer of imperial blood, had been quietly erased without a trace, not even a body left behind. Yue Fuyao. Zhang Xiaoyao slowly uttered the name, his killing intent surging, the dual golden divine rings behind him spinning wildly, erupting with blinding divine light. "What a Yue Fuyao?" As his words fell, they were imbued with a wrath capable of annihilating the heavens, plunging all followers into an icy abyss. "To dare harm a member of the Zhang family, whoever it may be, shall pay a bloody price. And this debt shall be repaid with the blood of the murderer. I command you to track down Yue Fuyao's whereabouts. Inform me at the first sign of news. Those who provide information shall be handsomely rewarded. As the saying goes, under heavy gold, there will always be brave men." Moreover, this was a reward from the first-generation holy son, Zhang Xiaoyao, something that no one would dare to imagine. In an instant, the entire sacred land erupted in fervor. The disciples' minds were consumed by a singular goal: find Yue Fuyao. Chapter 103, Taishu Sacred Land. Lu Xuantong emerges. The heartache of Yue Fuyao. In the Taishu ancestral land, at the highest peak, resembling the head of an ancestral dragon roaring in defiance, overseeing the vast earth, suppressing the fortunes of eternity. This place was the supreme ancestral ground of the Taishu sacred land. Only the Holy Master and the 7 peak masters were qualified to tread upon this hallowed ground. At this moment, within the ancient hall at the center of the ancestral ground, 8 towering golden dharma forms stood in the 8 directions, each exceeding 1,000 zhang, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of subduing the heavens and earth. The foremost Holy Master Dharma form was dim, clearly not the true body. merely manifesting a fragment of divine consciousness. The other 7 Dharma forms, however, shone with radiant golden light, akin to 7 suns suspended in the sky, illuminating the ages. The master of the 3rd peak, Li Xuantong, whose disciple was Cui Haoyan, had a Dharma form that appeared as a fearsome demon, exuding a murderous aura that reached the heavens, behind which loomed the imagery of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The master of the 6th peak, Zixiao Fairy, was the teacher of Yue Fuyao. Her Dharma form seemed ethereal as a celestial being, with purple chi flowing from the east for 30,000 miles. Every smile and frown capable of toppling mountains and rivers. The other 4 peak masters were likewise formidable figures. The master of the 1st peak, Zuan whose Dharma form resembled the icy depths of the 9 hells, freezing the void. The master of the 4th peak, Qingxiao Sword Sovereign, whose sword energy crisscrossed, cleaving the heavens. The master of the 5th peak, Fan Tian Laozu, whose crimson flames scorched the heavens, as if to refine all existence. The 7th peak's master, Xinghe Sanren, with a mere gesture, could cause the stars to vanish. At this moment, 7 individuals gathered to deliberate a secret that had plagued the Tai Su Xingdi for a millennium. Suddenly, Li Xuantong opened its eyes with a thunderous voice. 1 year ago, Shun Songming reappeared in the mortal realm. Upon uttering these words, the ancestral grounds trembled. Not only had he survived, but he had also taken on a disciple. After expending a millennium's worth of connections, all grievances were settled on that day. Inside the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. The of the 7 peak masters quivered in unison, golden light surging forth. The name that had been sealed away for centuries had resurfaced. Hun Yuantian furrowed his brow, the dual energies of yin and yang swirling in his eyes, as if he were calculating the heavenly mysteries. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a grave tone. He is still alive. I had thought he would quietly seek a temporal rift to obliterate himself in the river of time. His words carried an air of surprise, tinged with a barely perceptible wariness. Zuan Mingzi emanated an icy aura, the 9 nether ice crystals coalescing in the void. As he coldly remarked, if one can live, who would willingly choose death? Moreover, had it not been for Shun Songming entering the fray a millennium ago, the Tai Su Xingdi would have long since turned to ash. This debt is one we owe him. Li Xuantong, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a cold smile, as a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood surged behind him, emanating a menacing aura. Back then, he was indeed the 2nd peak master of the Tai Su Xingdi, tasked with safeguarding the sacred ground. Entering the fray? That was merely his duty. Even after resigning from his position, willingly taking refuge in the Beijing Pavilion, what resources and status did the sacred ground fail to provide him? We have shown him enough benevolence. We hope he does not drag the entire Tai Su down with him in the end. His words were as sharp as a blade, revealing no trace of empathy for Shun Songming. Old ancestor Fenshin was engulfed in crimson flames, snorting coldly. That old fool. I thought he had resolved the troubles within. Yet he still harbors dreams, and has even taken on a disciple? Li Xuantong's gaze turned icy as he slowly continued. According to predictions, the troubles within him will reach a critical point in no more than 10 years, at which time the entire Huangzhou will be affected. We must prepare in advance. The Tai Su Xingdi cannot be buried because of one man. The hall fell into a profound silence. A millennium ago, Shun Songming indeed saved the Tai Su Xingdi, but as Li Xuantong indicated, that was his duty. Should he now wield his past kindness as leverage, they would not hesitate to eliminate this potential threat preemptively. After a moment of silence, Zuan Mingzi finally spoke. There is no need for concern, esteemed colleagues. The Holy Master laid plans for this matter a century ago. If all goes well, not only will Shun Songming's internal troubles be resolved, but we can also ensure the Tai Su Xingdi's peace for a millennium. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd varied, yet ultimately, they nodded in agreement. Zixia Xianzi's eyes flickered, and amidst the swirling purple mist, she sighed softly. Is this approach not akin to burning bridges after crossing? Hun Yuantian scoffed, the energies of yin and yang reverberating through the void as he retorted. The path of cultivation is inherently a survival of the fittest. How can one speak of burning bridges? Li Xuantong further remarked indifferently, for the survival of the sacred ground, sacrificing one is only natural. Zuan Mingzi remained silent. Yet the cold air surrounding him grew increasingly intense. Ultimately, Zixia Xianzi could only sigh in resignation, choosing not to voice further objections. However, within her heart, a tinge of regret remained. Such a pity for that exceptionally gifted dual emperor prodigy. What was his name? Lu Xuantong? In the grand hall, golden lights swirled as the 7 stood tall, and no one dared to speak further. Only the invisible air of impending doom gradually spread through the void. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun mountain, the wind howled through the snow. Lu Xuantong sat cross-legged within an icy cave, his spiritual energy surging like a dragon, roaring through his meridians. Over the past year, he had been almost completely isolated from the world, indifferent to the changes beyond. In his eyes, there existed only one figure, Yue Fuyao, tempering, battling, breaking through, from initial suppression to eventual parity, and now, he had wholly become her furnace. A soft thud resounded as a snow-white jade foot pressed against his chest. Yue Fuyao looking down from above, her gaze serene yet imbued with an unassailable authority. Lu Xuantong, why is today as offering 3 portions less than usual? Lu Xuantong immediately displayed a fawning expression, grasping her ankle with both hands, pleading, Goddess of the Moon, please do not be angry. I have recently reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and my energy flow has been somewhat obstructed. It was never my intention to be negligent. Yue Fuyao's lips curled slightly. A smile that was neither fully a smile nor fully a frown. Oh, is that so? With a light flick of her toe, Lu Xuantong was sent tumbling to the ground. Before he could rise, Yue Fuyao descended, her delicate fingers pinching his chin as her crimson lips parted slightly. If I discover you hoarding energy, you know the consequences. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Xuantong's forehead as he hastily replied, There is absolutely no such thing. I am utterly devoted to Goddess of the Moon. How could I possibly harbor even the slightest concealment? Yue Fuyao let out a light huff, clearly unconvinced. She seized Lu Xuantong's wrist, dragging him deeper into the cave. Since you claim there is none, let me check personally. However, at that moment, a flash of light shot through the air, revealing a swirling 1,000-paper crane that landed steadily before Lu Xuantong. Lu Xuantong paused, instinctively reaching out to catch it. The paper crane unfolded into a letter. As he read its contents, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent erupted, causing the cave to tremble violently, ice crystals shattering. The Chui family dares to annihilate my Lu family? Atop Kunlun Mountain, the cold wind howled. He never anticipated that time had passed so swiftly. The Chui family had already begun their assault on the Lu family. According to the letter, the Chui family was well prepared this time, sending dozens of powerful deities, while the Lu family had only 5. The disparity in strength was vast. And without unexpected developments, the Lu family was doomed. Images of the battle atop Tying Mountain flashed into his mind. Lu family disciples had bravely stood in front of him, sacrificing their flesh and blood to block lethal strikes. Bound by blood, they were united in life and death. How could Lu Xuantong simply stand by and watch? He abruptly turned, striding towards the cave entrance, his spiritual energy surging, no longer hesitating. However, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended as Yue Fuyao's icy gaze, enveloped in purple mist, blocked his path like a celestial maiden from the heavens. Without my permission, you cannot leave. Just one last step. If she could siphon off the last remnant of primal spiritual energy within Lu Xuantong, she could break through to the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. In this critical moment, how could she allow him to escape? She had assumed Lu Xuantong would, as usual, lower his head in submission and continue to be at her beck and call. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Xuantong suddenly smiled. That smile was cold and unfamiliar. The game must come to an end. He slowly raised his head, his gaze foreign, devoid of the previous fawning and compliance. Goddess of the Moon, if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me. As he spoke, the oppressive aura enveloping him shattered like glass. What? Yue Fuyao's pupils constricted, a trace of shock appearing on her otherwise exquisite face. He had been hiding his strength all along. You have had your fun, but this is where we part ways. I hope we can meet again alive next time. At this moment, the Lu family found themselves engulfed in endless fear and despair. They clung to a singular thought. Holy Sun, run. Chapter 104. My Lu family shall not be cowards. Everyone, kill, kill, kill. Above the heavens, dark clouds pressed down upon the city, a myriad of flying vessels swarming like locusts, obscuring the sun and moon, encircling the ancestral grounds of the Lu family so tightly that not a drop of water could escape. Each vessel emanated a chilling light, runes flickering, the aura of slaughter rising to the heavens, causing the very air to solidify with this overwhelming pressure, rendering it suffocating. On the decks of the vessels stood a multitude of terrifying cultivators, the weakest among them being formidable figures of the Wuxiang realm. While those of the Shenzhou realm were not even qualified to board, the battle among the elite families of the Eastern Domain has finally erupted at this moment. The head of the Chui family, Chui Hong, stands at the forefront, surrounded by divine light, with intertwining laws, resembling an unshakable deity. Behind him, 12 mighty deities stand in a row, exuding overwhelming power, distorting the void and causing the great Tao to roar merely by their presence. Meanwhile, the head of the Lu family stands respectfully by Chui Heng's side, with a lowered gaze, stripped of the arrogance once characteristic of a family patriarch. Now merely a loyal hound to the Chui family. Suddenly, The crowd parts, revealing a figure of undeniable dominance stepping forth. The young man stands tall, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall, clad in a dark golden battle robe, each step causing the void to tremble. His arms are concealed within his sleeves, appearing intact, yet upon closer inspection, one can discern a subtle glow of divine light circulating beneath the cuffs, indicating that his formidable arms have been reshaped by supreme divine powers. Cui Haoyan's eyes flash with electricity, his divine light dazzling, causing the very air around him to quiver. A faint, indifferent smile graces his lips, as he regards the world with disdain. The humiliation of having once been defeated by Lu Xuantong seems to have been crushed beneath his feet. He now truly stands at the pinnacle of the younger generation in the Eastern domain. Bring him forward, he commands with a light clap of his hands. His tone calm, yet imbued with an unassailable authority. With a thunderous rumble, a heavy war chariot rolls through the void, producing a jarring metallic screech. Upon the chariot, a figure is ensnared by thick divine chains, bloodied and breathless. This individual is none other than Lu Chengxian, once the proud prodigy of the Lu family, now reduced to a state akin to a lifeless dog dragged forth. His clothing is in tatters, revealing a body marred by whip scars, each wound deep enough to expose bone, with blood congealed into dark scabs, a sight both shocking and grievous. Lu Chengxian's complexion is pale, his lips cracked, his eyes half open, seemingly devoid of the strength to lift his head. Yet, even in this dire state, a flicker of indomitable spirit burns within his gaze. Cui Haoyan gazes down upon him with a mocking smile, uttering, "This is the fate of opposing my Cui family. Those who are sensible should surrender at once." Once, Lu Chengxian was indisputably the foremost among the younger generation of the Lu family, a prodigy of exceptional talent and unmatched combat prowess, even surpassing Lu Xianyin. Had it not been for Lu Xuantong's sudden emergence, he would have undoubtedly been the brightest star of his generation. Through the refining of the infernal dragon blood, his bloodline power has approached the imperial level, his physique formidable, unmatched among his peers. Alas, he encountered Cui Haoyan, the ancient holy body with a supreme holy bloodline. Though not yet at the imperial level, it is among the world's finest physiques. The disparity in bloodlines ultimately led to his downfall. Who could have imagined that the illustrious prodigy of the Lu family would be so humiliated by the Cui family, treated like livestock, shackled to a war chariot, awaiting slaughter? Release him. Calm down. An elder desperately restrains him, battling internally. He yearns to rescue Lu Chengxian, yet, rushing in now would only lead to needless sacrifice. Lu Xuaning's complexion pales, her gaze fixed on the barely conscious Lu Chengxian, her delicate form trembling. Cui Haoyan coldly scoffs, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Lu family with disdain, as though they were mere ants. Listen well, Lu family. If you surrender now and hand over Lu Xuantong, I shall spare Lu Chengxian's life, and even allow half of your clan to remain. Otherwise, today, I shall eradicate the entire Lu family without leaving a single soul. The moment his words fall, a tempest of fury erupts in response. You speak nonsense. The Lu family declares, there is no word for surrender in our lexicon. Cui Haoyan, you shall not succeed. The members of the Lu family are completely enraged, their roars shaking the heavens, eager to charge forth and tear this arrogant fool apart. Lu Wuchen gazes fiercely at Cui Haoyan, vowing that if he does not kill him in this lifetime, he shall never be considered a man. Seeing the Lu family's obstinacy, a glint of cruelty flashes in Cui Haoyan's eyes as he draws forth a dagger, its cold gleam scintillating as he thrusts it mercilessly into Lu Chengxian's chest. With a sickening squelch, blood sprays forth, and Lu Chengxian trembles violently, yet he grits his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Cui Haoyan chuckles cruelly, slowly twisting the dagger, tormenting his flesh, deliberately prolonging the agony so that all the Lu family members may witness this scene. He aims to instill fear in the Lu family, to make all understand the consequences of opposing the Cui family. But what of Lu Chengxian, bathed in blood, with shattered bones and internal organs nearly pulverized by spiritual force? His gaze remains more resolute than ever. He cannot scream, he cannot yield. He must not allow the Lu family disciples to waver in fear because of him. Is this all you have, Cui Haoyan? Blood spills from his lips, yet he forces a menacing grin. The members of the Lu family will not bow so easily. At long last, Lu Chengxian can no longer endure being treated as a mere bargaining chip, a tool to humiliate the Lu family. A flicker of determination ignites within his eyes as he suddenly channels the remaining spiritual energy within him, igniting his meridians. In an instant, blood erupts like flames from his body. His internal organs shatter, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, yet even so, he holds his head high, expending his final strength to unleash a thunderous roar. The Lu family knows no cowardice. Today, even if I am the last to fall, We shall show these beasts the bravery of the Lu family. I, Lu Xuantong, shall take my leave first. I trust you will protect the Holy Sun. They cannot last much longer. When the Holy Sun returns to the Eastern Domain, it will be the day of the Chui family's demise. All of you kill. Chapter 105. That battle, when heaven darkened and earth trembled. That battle, when despair enveloped. Lu Xuantong's tragic demise stands as a blood-stained battle flag, deeply embedded in the hearts of every Lu family disciple. His resilience, his resolve, his roar transform into the fiercest battle spirit, igniting the flames of fury within all. The Chui family believes that such humiliation will instill fear in the Lu family, compel them to retreat, and bring them to their knees in surrender. But they are gravely mistaken. The Lu family's spine shall not bend. The blood of the Lu family's sons shall not cease. In an instant, an overwhelming divine pressure erupts. As Lu Xuantong's eyes blaze crimson, his spiritual energy surging forth like raging waves, shaking the void to its core. He throws back his head and howls to the heavens, his voice like thunder, reverberating through the skies. Lu family sons, follow me to kill. This furious roar ignites a wildfire within the hearts of all, instantly unleashing their battle spirit. Kill, kill, kill. Thousands of Lu family disciples roar in unison, their voices swelling like a tide, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens. They can no longer restrain themselves. With no reservations, they summon their artifacts, channel their spiritual energy, transforming into streaks of light as they charge fiercely toward the Chui family army. Chui Heng stands with his hands clasped behind his back, observing coldly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They know not their own demise. In his eyes, the Lu family at this moment is merely a cornered beast, struggling in its death throes. With 12 deities, hundreds of Dao Palace cultivators, and thousands of elite practitioners, such power is more than sufficient to sweep through an entire region. Yet the Lu family has but 5 remaining deities. How can they resist? Everyone, follow me to annihilate the Lu family. Afterward, there will be no shortage of rewards for you all, Chui Heng calmly states, his tone laced with undeniable authority. Obey the family head's command. The 12 deities respond in unison, their murderous intent palpable. Hundreds of Dao Palace cultivators step forward simultaneously, their spiritual energy erupting, an overwhelming pressure descending like a chasm. Chui Heng's gaze shifts to Chui Haoyan beside him, and he solemnly commands, Haoyan, go kill Lu Xianin. Chui Haoyan's lips curl into a cruel smile as he nods. I had that very intention. In his mind, Lu Xuantong has yet to show himself, undoubtedly having received wind of the situation and fled to some corner, trembling in fear. Once Lu Xianin is dead, I refuse to believe Lu Xuantong will continue to cower. With that, Chui Haoyan suddenly soars into the air, transforming into a brilliant streak of light, hurtling towards Lu Xianin. The heavens and earth tremble, and the sound of slaughter reverberates through the skies. The descendants of the Lu family charged forward like madmen, fully aware of their impending defeat, yet willing to exchange their lives for every inch of ground. Lu Xuantong led the charge, unleashing the full force of his divine power as he clashed fiercely with the 3 divine beings of the Chui family. Fighting to the brink of insanity, Lu Xianin's gaze was icy, her frost sword singing as it was drawn, its sword intent soaring into the heavens as she faced Chui Haoyan head-on. Suddenly, the air was thick with the murderous aura of a raging sea, sweeping across the battlefield. Remnants of limbs and severed arms flew through the air, blood converging into rivers, saturating the very earth beneath. The Lu family's descendants had eyes like blazing rubies, their fighting spirit soaring, yet the harshness of reality was suffocating. They faced enemies in numbers that dwarfed their own. Each Lu family cultivator was forced to contend with multiple adversaries of equal rank simultaneously. Amidst the flashing blades and swirling shadows, the Lu family fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed to overwhelming numbers. A young Lu family cultivator had just severed the head of a Chui family member when he was ambushed from the side, a spear piercing through his chest. He coughed up blood but stubbornly clung to the spear, roaring as he swung his sword at the enemy, ultimately perishing in a mutual demise. Meanwhile, an elder from the Dao Palace of the Lu family, drenched in blood and with both arms severed, still summoned his spiritual energy to activate his life-bound artifact, self-destructing his soul to hold off 3 powerful Chui family members, buying precious time for his kin. Yet, despite these efforts, the situation continued to deteriorate. In the skies above, 5 divine beings from the Lu family were also embroiled in fierce combat, each besieged by 2 adversaries of equal rank, their spiritual energy depleting rapidly, injuries mounting. Lu Xuantong was blood-soaked, a divine light piercing through his chest, blood flowing profusely. Were it not for the heavenly blood divine tree pill he had consumed beforehand, granting him near-miraculous regenerative capabilities. He would have already been slain by the combined forces of the three divine beings. How is it? Has your father fallen? Is that why you are here to take charge? Cui Heng mocked, a sneer of contempt in his eyes. Lu Xuantong spat out blood, furious, yet laughing bitterly. Your father is the one who has died. Cui Heng, taken aback, nodded slightly, and replied, Indeed, my father has already passed. Lu Xuantong was momentarily stunned, then erupted in rage. This scoundrel was toying with him. On another front, Lu Xianyin found herself in dire straits. Though she possessed the supreme bone, she had yet to master the imperial-level techniques, only managing to scrape the surface of their power. In contrast, Cui Haoyan was a fully realized ancient sacred body. Having reached the pinnacle of the Wuxiang realm, and with that fearsome arm reconstructed through secret arts, his combat prowess was unparalleled among his peers. Bang! Cui Haoyan unleashed a punch that shattered the void, the violent force crashing down upon Lu Xuanyin's sword, causing her grip to fracture, nearly disarming her. She spat out blood, her body hurtling backward, her white attire stained crimson, resembling a withering cold plum. Where's Lu Xuantong? Cui Haoyan advanced menacingly, his tone frigid. Lu Xianyin wiped the blood from her lips, sneering, What makes you worthy to know my brother's whereabouts? Cui Haoyan shook his head, a sigh escaping him, his eyes filled with mockery. Stubborn and foolish. He raised his hand, a destructive divine light coalescing in his palm, stating, I will kill you, and see if your cowardly brother will continue to hide. Across the battlefield, Lu family cultivators continued to fall. Blood stained the earth, and wails of despair echoed through the heavens. Each Lu descendant bore witness to the harrowing demise of friends and family, reflecting the sinister grins of the Cui family cultivators. They finally comprehended that their fervent zeal could not withstand the cold, unyielding reality. The tide of defeat was sealed, and death loomed ever closer. At this moment, Lu Xuantong descended like a deity. The skies were stained crimson, and corpses lay scattered. The Lu descendants fought desperately, yet the battle had tilted overwhelmingly against them. With each passing moment, another clan member fell, every inch of ground soaked in blood. They roared and howled, sacrificing themselves, yet still unable to alter their grim fate. Cui Heng stood aloof in the void, surveying the massacre with a satisfied smile. The Lu family was, after all, merely a shadow of its former self. To him, the Lu family was but a spent force, their annihilation merely moments away. Once this battle concluded, the Cui family would surely dominate the eastern domain, securing a place of power throughout the entire Huangzhou. However, at this critical juncture, a radiant beam of light suddenly erupted from the ancestral grounds of the Lu family, piercing the heavens. The earth trembled, and the laws of nature roared. Spiritual energy from a radius of thousands of miles surged chaotically, forming a tidal wave that swept in all directions. The previously overcast sky was instantaneously torn asunder by golden light, as though a great sun was rising from the Lu family's ancestral land, illuminating the vast expanse. Everyone felt a jolt of shock, instinctively halting their combat, their gaze fixed upon the center of the light beam. An ancient figure stepped forth, each stride causing ripples in the void, emanating an awe-inspiring divine might. The true head of the Lu family had emerged from seclusion. At this moment, Lu Xuantong exuded an overwhelming aura, deep and unfathomable. His white hair billowed, surrounded by the mysterious energy of creation, and with every gesture, the void cracked, the laws recoiled. Simply standing there imparted an oppressive sensation, compelling all to bow in reverence. The Zhao Hua realm? Cui Heng's pupils constricted, a look of astonishment gracing his features for the first time. He could scarcely believe that Lu Xuantong had actually broken through to the sixth realm of Zhao Hua. This was the true transcendence into the sacred realm, capable of altering the very fabric of the world with a thought, of cleaving mountains and parting seas with a mere finger. In the entire eastern domain, only one person could breach the Zhao Hua realm, none other than Lu Xuantong himself. The family head has broken through. We are saved. The Lu family descendants felt tears of joy welling in their eyes, the flickering flame of hope igniting within their previously despondent hearts. Lu Xuantong's gaze was indifferent as he swept over the three divine beings besieging Lu Xuantong. Enough noise. He raised a hand, his fingertip pointing. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of world-destroying thunder suddenly struck down, their speed unparalleled, leaving no time for the adversaries to react. The 2 divine beings barely had time to scream before being obliterated in the thunder's brilliance. The 3rd divine being, who practiced defensive techniques and bloodline arts, barely managed to withstand the onslaught, yet was left charred and bloodied, his breath fading to a mere whisper. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the battlefield. All present stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. In the blink of an eye, 2 divine beings were annihilated, and one severely injured. Was this the terrifying power of the Zhao Hua realm? At this moment, Lu Xuantong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound as he fixed his eyes on Cui Hong. I give you 3 breaths to withdraw from the Lu family. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The Cui family camp erupted into chaos, their allies' faces paling, wavering in their resolve. Cui family head, perhaps we should retreat for now. A Zhao Hua realm expert is beyond our capacity to contend with. Voices filled with trepidation urged him to reconsider. Yet, just as everyone anticipated that Cui Hong would back down, he suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth tinged with an almost condescending pity. Lu Xuantong, do you truly believe that breaking through to the Zhao Hua realm will allow you to turn the tide? He slowly raised his head, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Even if you were to break through to the 7th realm today, it would not save the Lu family. Cui Hong's arrogant proclamation silenced the crowd. They gazed at him as if he were mad. How could a mere divine being dare to speak so brazenly before a Zhao Hua realm powerhouse? Had the Cui family head lost his sanity? Whispers of ridicule spread through the ranks. Even the Cui family's allies appeared alarmed, many retreating discreetly, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. However, Cui Hong suddenly revealed a pitch-black token in his hand, its surface entwined with blood-red patterns, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. I beseech the elder to appear for battle. Assist my Cui family in extinguishing the Lu family. With a bellow, Cui Hong shattered the token. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed as the void was violently torn apart, a gaping chasm of space unfolding across the heavens. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tsunami, scattering the clouds within a 1,000-mile radius, as the earth began to tremble violently. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, causing lower-ranked cultivators to bleed from their orifices and faint. Amidst the shocked gazes of all, a colossal creature shattered the void and descended into the eastern region. It was a massive tiger, entirely clad in black, its size comparable to a mountain, with each hair shimmering with a metallic luster. With a pair of wings sprouting from its back, its vast wingspan obscured the sun, and a gentle flap stirred up a storm of destruction. Most fearsome were its blood-red vertical pupils, which seemed to contain an endless sea of blood, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to gaze upon them. The Yuming Emohu, an ancient ferocious beast, peak of the 6th rank. Terrified screams erupted in succession. The aura emitted by this beast was several times more terrifying than that of Lu Xuantong. The Yuming Emohu surveyed the crowd with disdain, its gaze landing upon Cui Hong, momentarily flickering with a hint of human-like contempt. Had it not been for a prior agreement with a significant figure, it would never deign to act against such insignificant ants. Senior Cui Hong bowed respectfully, pleading for assistance for the Cui family. The beast, impatient, flicked its tail and fixed its eyes directly on Lu Xuantong. By slaying this human of the creation realm, it could seize the opportunity to break through to the 7th rank. Without further ado, the bloodlust in the Yuming Emohu's eyes surged. An invisible line of sight pierced through the void, and without warning, a blood hole erupted in Lu Xuantong's chest. The family head. This is impossible. The members of the Lu family stood in stunned silence. Their proud family head of the creation realm had been killed in an instant. Lu Xuantong slowly lowered his head, gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, his face frozen in disbelief. His vitality was rapidly draining, and the formidable regenerative ability of the creation realm was rendered futile against this attack. With a thud, a legendary creation realm powerhouse fell straight from the sky. The Yuming Emohu disdainfully snorted, as if merely crushing an ant. It lazily licked its claws, its blood-red vertical pupils sweeping over the crowd. Who else wishes to die? In that moment, the world fell silent. All thoughts of resistance were obliterated before overwhelming power. The members of the Lu family stood motionless in the pool of blood, their last flicker of hope extinguishing as they gazed toward the direction of their fallen leader. That was a peerless powerhouse of the creation realm. If even such an existence was powerless against the Yuming Emohu, what tempest could they, these remnants, possibly stir? If the family head could not withstand it, were they truly destined for annihilation? Lu Xuantong staggered to the side of Lu Xuantong's corpse, this staunch man now weeping like a child. Trembling, he embraced his father's still warm body, letting out a primal howl. Father! This heart-wrenching cry pierced the hearts of all the Lu family members like a dagger. Cui Hong stood with his hands clasped behind him, savoring this tragic scene, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The last bastion of the Lu family had crumbled, leaving only a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Though the pivotal figure had yet to make an appearance, it mattered little now. The Cui family was commanded to annihilate them. In the next moment, the cultivators of the Cui family responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with bloodlust. With sinister grins, they raised their blades, akin to ravenous wolves pouncing upon a defenseless flock. The Lu family members were powerless to resist, merely awaiting their fate. However, in that fleeting instant, a radiant beam of golden light suddenly pierced through the thick clouds, akin to the first ray of dawn illuminating the blood-soaked battlefield. The brilliance was so dazzling that both sides of the conflict involuntarily halted their movements, gazing skyward. A tall figure descended amidst the golden light, each step resonating through the very fabric of the void. Surrounded by a divine halo, it appeared as though a deity had graced the earth, the oppressive aura causing even the Yuming Mo to instinctively retreat a step. It was, "Look, it is the Holy Sun," shouted someone, igniting a surge of fervor among the Lu family members. In that moment, the shroud of despair was violently torn asunder. Lu Xuantong, as if a divine being had descended. Chapter 107, Lu Xuantong, do you think you are worthy? At this moment, corpses piled high, rivers of blood flowed. The life and death struggle between the Chui and Lu families had reached a frenzied peak, with flashes of blades and cries of anguish intertwining, shaking the entire eastern region amidst this brutal slaughter. Yet, unnoticed by all, two figures concealed themselves in the swirling clouds above. One clad in black and the other in purple, standing eerily still. The man in the black robe slightly bowed, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. He was none other than the Lord of the Blue Wolf who had previously appeared before the Chui family. Before him stood the man in purple, arms crossed behind his back, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to devour even light itself. Their true identities were none other than elders of the Shireen sect, one of the most mysterious and feared powers in the heavenly realm. They never participated in the rankings of the heavenly realm, and no one knew the depths of their strength. The world only knew that they lurked in the shadows, using corpses as mediums and chaos for entertainment. There had been top-tier forces that attempted to eradicate them, only to find themselves obliterated overnight, their entire sect transformed into mere corpses. Purple-robed Lord, everything is proceeding as per your plan, the black-robed figure spoke softly. The eastern region is in chaos. The Lu family is on the brink of destruction. We merely await Lu Xuantong's appearance. The purple-robed man curled his lips into a sinister smile. Well done. Their target had never been the hegemony of the wilderness region, nor the ambitions of the Chui family. It was Lu Xuantong, the quarry personally designated by the young master of the Shireen sect. A corpse puppet of unparalleled worth that could elevate the Shireen sect's foundation. To achieve this, they had willingly expended vast resources, using the Chui family to annihilate the Lu family and lure out Lu Xuantong. As for Chui Hung, merely a laughable pawn. Did he truly believe the Shireen sect would assist him in dominating the wilderness region? However, the purple-robed man's profound gaze pierced through layers of blood mist. Fixating on the fierce battlefield below, time ticked away, the blood of the Lu family members nearly spent, yet the anticipated figure remained absent. Why has he not yet appeared? The black-robed figure trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The Shireen sect maintained a strict hierarchy, even with immense courage. He dared not act arrogantly before the purple-robed figure. My lord, perhaps Lu Xuantong. The purple-robed man abruptly turned, his eyes blazing with a purple light. Could it be that he truly intended to be a coward and watch his entire clan be annihilated? The black-robed figure bowed his head in silence, desperately praying within. Lu Xuantong, you must pay with your life today. Otherwise, in the stifling silence, the next moment, a radiant golden light suddenly tore apart the firmament, the dazzling brilliance dispersing the blood mist. The pupils of the purple-robed man constricted, while the black-robed figure gazed upward as if granted reprieve. Within the golden light, a slender figure strode through the air, each step resonating with the heavens. The purple-robed man's lips curled into a cruel arc. Finally arrived, bathed in blood, the Lu family members, though weary, still burned with their last spark of defiance. Despairing? Certainly. If even their family head of the creation realm had perished at the hands of that ancient ferocious beast, who could withstand the ferocity of the Yuming Mo? Today, the Lu family was destined for destruction, fated to become the stepping stone for the Chui family to ascend to the peak of the eastern region. Yet even so, they continued to fight to the last breath. Not a single person surrendered, nor did anyone kneel in supplication. For within their hearts burned a singular belief, the Holy Sun. As long as Lu Xuantong lived, the Lu family would never truly perish. As long as the Holy Sun remained, the Lu family would one day return to the eastern region and avenge today's grievances. Thus, they roared in defiance, igniting their lifeblood, self-destructing their dantians, dragging their wounded bodies to perish alongside the cultivators of the Chui family. If their clan's annihilation was inevitable, then they would take a few more with them. In death, they would ensure the Chui family paid the price. At this moment, woven with despair amidst blood and flames, a brilliant golden light suddenly tore through the firmament, akin to the dawn's radiance, dispelling the endless gloom. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. The sounds of battle, the roars of fury, and the cries of anguish all ceased abruptly. Everyone instinctively looked up, gazing at the figure that stepped through the void. There stood a young man in a dark robe, his gaze profound, surrounded by a sacred and formidable golden divine light. With each step he took, the very fabric of space trembled, resonating with the laws of existence. Like a deity descending to earth, he gazed down upon the masses with disdain. In that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie stillness. No one anticipated that Lu Xuantong would indeed dare to make his appearance. Cui Haoyan was initially taken aback, then erupted into maniacal laughter, his eyes gleaming with savagery and delight. Lu Xuantong, you have finally shown yourself. What? Come here to seek death. The dragon energy surged around him, his bloodline boiling, confidence swelling. This time, he would not be defeated again. With the presence of the Nether Tiger and his own dragon bloodline, how could Lu Xuantong possibly contend with him? Cui Hung also sighed in relief, a cold smile gracing his lips. At last, he had revealed himself. His greatest fear was that Lu Xuantong would survive and escape. With his talents, he would undoubtedly become a future calamity. But now, since he dared to come, let him be buried here. However, the response from the members of the Lu family was starkly different from the cheers of the Cui clan. Holy son, run away. Do not concern yourself with us. The Lu family may perish, but you must not die. The remaining members of the Lu family cried out with bloodshot eyes, their voices hoarse. They feared not death, but they feared for Lu Xuantong's life. He was the last hope of the Lu family. Yet, Lu Xuantong merely smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping across the devastated battlefield, lingering upon those who fought valiantly, refusing to yield, before finally settling on Cui Haoyan and the Nether Tiger. With your feeble strength, do you think you can force me to flee? As his words fell, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupted suddenly. Chapter 108. Unleashing the Imperial Scripture. Taisu Gulongjing, Dragon King Bloodline. Lu Zhentian lay amidst a pool of blood, his chest eroded by the malevolent power of the Nether Tiger. Life swiftly draining away. Blood constantly oozed from his mouth, staining his pale beard. Yet, upon seeing that figure stepping through the void, his murky eyes trembled sharply. Xuantong. He felt both comfort and despair. Comforted that Lu Xuantong had indeed come, which meant he still harbored hope for the Lu family. Despairing that he should not have come. The Lu family could fall, but Lu Xuantong must not die. He was the last hope of the Lu family. Quickly, go protect Xuantong's escape. Lu Zhentian coughed up blood, abruptly pushing away Lu Yunting, commanding, do not worry about me. My old bones are of no use. Lu Yunting's tiger-like eyes brimmed with tears, trembling all over. On one side was his dying father, and on the other, his son about to engage in a desperate fight. How was he to choose? At this critical moment, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a pill from his bosom, the Tian Shuesh and Shu Dan that Lu Xuantong had gifted him. Father, take it. Lu Zhentian looked down, his pupils constricting suddenly. What is this? The pill was entirely crimson, its surface entwined with mysterious patterns, and a shadow of a divine tree faintly emerged, exuding a magnificent aura of life. Meanwhile, Cui Haoyan laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with madness and cruelty. Lu Xuantong, you finally dare to show yourself. Today, I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the heavens. His arrogant voice thundered, shaking the very void. The Cui clan erupted in fervor, countless cultivators shouting their support. Lord Haoyan is invincible. How could mere Lu Xuantong dare to challenge Lord Haoyan? Kill him. Let him know who the true prodigy is. Cui Hung stood with arms behind his back, a cold smile on his lips, raising a hand to halt the eager Cui clan cultivators. No one is to interfere. I want to witness my grandson personally suppress Lu Xuantong. He desired for Cui Haoyan to tread upon Lu Xuantong's corpse, fully overcoming his inner demons and earning renown across the wasteland. In the next moment, Cui Haoyan unleashed his full power, his blood and energy erupting like a volcano. An extraordinarily terrifying pressure sweeping in all directions. Ancient runes surfaced upon his skin, bones cracking, muscles bulging, and in an instant, he grew several inches taller, resembling an ancient war god descending. The ancient holy body, second form. Yet, even more terrifying was the roar that erupted from within him. His right arm swelled suddenly, the skin cracking, revealing dragon scales as red as blood. That dragon's hand finally melded perfectly into his body. In that moment, his aura soared, directly breaking through limitations and entering the Dao Palace realm. Lu Xuantong, today, I shall ensure you die a miserable death. Cui Haoyan sneered, stepping forth, shaking the void. His right claw was grotesque, his left fist enveloped in ancient holy power, charging towards Lu Xuantong like a ferocious beast. Faced with Cui Haoyan's overwhelming ferocity, the members of the Lu family displayed despair. It's over. The Holy Sun is in danger. Cui Haoyan is this strong. However, Lu Xuantong merely raised his eyes indifferently, a cold smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. Is that all? Observing the imposing Cui Haoyan, his lips curled into a chilling Arc Dao Palace realm? Indeed a bit troublesome. If it were a typical battle beyond 1S level, even I would not dare to claim absolute confidence in victory. But I, Lu Xuantong, have never been an ordinary cultivator. After a year of arduous cultivation, enduring life and death trials, and repeatedly surviving beneath the moon's embrace, how could he lack hidden cards? In an instant, he shed his scales and burned his blood, reversing the scales, while the thunderous calamity forged his dragon bones. A single thought consumed the sun and moon, revealing the true form in the depths of the void. Taisu Gulongjing, the genuine complete version of the imperial level cultivation technique. In that moment, an overwhelming dragon might erupted from within him, golden light surging around him. Intricate dragon scale patterns emerging upon his skin, bones cracking, and blood surging like a tsunami. His form subtly suggested a transformation into a dragon, although only at the first layer and not fully realized. Even so, at this moment, he was no longer merely a human cultivator, but a terrifying existence that was half human. Half dragon. Roar. Cui Haoyan's pupils constricted, his body bristling with goosebumps. The dragon blood within him surged wildly, as if encountering a true sovereign. Instinctively desiring to submit, he was filled with dread, wanting to raise his hand to attack, only to find his entire body trembling, his arm frozen in midair, as if an invisible pressure was firmly suppressing him. His dragon's hand trembled violently, scales standing on end, seemingly on the verge of slipping from his control. Damn it! Move for me! Cui Haoyan's face contorted, desperately urging his spiritual energy, but the more he struggled, the stronger the suppression from the depths of his bloodline became. His legs weakened, his knees threatening to buckle. This scene, viewed by the members of the Cui clan, was utterly bizarre. What is Lord Haoyan doing? Why has he suddenly stopped moving? Could it be some kind of secret technique charging? Someone could not help but murmur. Why does it feel so peculiar? Cui Heng's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition rising within him. Something was amiss. Cui Haoyan's state was not one of charging. Rather, it appeared as if he was being suppressed. Lu Xuantong slowly raised his gaze, his pupils transforming into pale golden vertical slits, cold and dignified. He took a step forward, shaking the void. Cui Haoyan, do you think that by refining a mixed blood azure dragon, you can contend with me? Ridiculous. As his words fell, the dragon energy surged around him, and a shadow that spanned the heavens subtly manifested behind him. The Taisu ancient dragon, the true ancient divine beast, the sovereign of 10,000 dragons. With a thud, Cui Haoyan could no longer maintain his stance, his knees crashing heavily against the ground, his bones cracking, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly possess such power? Lu Xuantong, perched in a position of superiority, gazed down with indifference. Only the worthless require mixed blood dragons. A king merely needs to sit upon his throne. Kneel before me. Chapter 109. The Slaying of Cuhodn. Once more, summoned the ancient divine phoenix, Feng. Far above in the nine heavens, the figure cloaked in black fixed his gaze intently upon the battlefield, his eyes glinting with avarice and fervor. At the moment Lu Xuantong unleashed the T9GLNGJing, he could hardly contain his inner excitement, trembling all over. His voice hoarse yet exhilarated. An imperial-level technique. Truly an imperial-level technique. No wonder it is the prey favored by the young master. Such terrifying potential. He frantically calculated within. 2 imperial bloodlines, the supreme bone. Now, with the addition of an imperial-level technique, what a body this would be to refine into a corpse puppet. An existence defying the heavens. He could even envision that once the young master obtained this body, his strength would soar, potentially challenging the supreme position of the Shyan sect. I cannot wait any longer. The glint of malice flickered in the black-cloaked figure's eyes as he gathered a strand of cold, corpse energy in his palm, ready to strike. However, a chilling voice abruptly rang in his ear, like the descent of a cold hell, instantly freezing his murderous intent. The figure in black trembled, hastily lowering his head, only to see the figure in purple standing with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy and fixed upon him. My lord, have you forgotten the rules of the Shyan sect? The purple-cloaked figure spoke in a frigid tone. Unless absolutely necessary, one must never act personally. We must use others as knives. The black-cloaked figure quickly bowed. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. He dared not utter another word, suppressing his inner desires, continuing to conceal himself in the void, watching this peak battle unfold. No, to be precise, it was Lu Xuantong's personal performance. Bang! With a dull thud, Cuhodn's knees struck the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. The arena fell into silence. All eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. Xuantong, the pride of the Cu family, a peerless genius fused with the hand of the Azure Dragon, had knelt before Lu Xuantong. Moreover, he knelt without any power to resist. How could this be possible? My lord Xuantong actually. The members of the Cu family turned ashen, as if witnessing the most absurd occurrence in the world. The L family disciples, however, were dumbfounded, followed by a thunderous cheer erupting. The Holy Sun is mighty. Every appearance of the Holy Sun brings us immense surprises. Meanwhile, Xuantong's face turned ashen, trembling violently, his eyes filled with humiliation and madness. No, I refuse to believe this. He roared, struggling desperately to rise, but the dragon blood within him, as if encountering a king, firmly suppressed him, rendering even a single finger immovable. In that moment, he wished for nothing more than to perish. More humiliating than his last disgraceful retreat. More degrading than being publicly slapped. He, Xuantong, had knelt before Lu Xuantong like a dog in front of everyone. Lu Xuantong, I will kill you. I must kill you. He bellowed in madness, yet all he received in return was Lu Xuantong's cold gaze. Roar. In the void, the phantom of the T9GL let out a long howl, its dragon might overwhelming, suppressing all under heaven. Xuantong's Azure Dragon bloodline erupted violently, as if witnessing a supreme being going into a frenzy. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his meridians shattering inch by inch, blood bursting forth from his skin in torrents. Crack! His right arm, the one fused with the hand of the Azure Dragon, exploded before the eyes of the onlookers. Flesh and blood flew, bones laid bare. No, my arm, my strength. Xuantong appeared to go mad. His eyes filled with despair. His greatest reliance had become his deadliest curse. Lu Xuantong's expression remained indifferent as he slowly raised his hand, fingers curling. Annihilate. With this single word, Xuantong's body was crushed as if by an invisible force, bones shattering, organs bursting. In an instant, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his innards, the light in his eyes dimming rapidly. Ultimately, his body crashed to the ground, turning into a puddle of mangled flesh. The pride of the Cu family lies dead. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the world. Everyone's gaze fixated on the bloodied remains in the arena, pupils trembling, throats tightening, even breathing becoming arduous. This once insufferably proud genius, who had fused with the hand of the Azure Dragon and entered the Dao Palace realm, had, under the gaze of all, been crushed into a puddle of mud without even the right to resist. Such absurdity. The members of the Cu family turned pale, lips quivering, some even collapsing to the ground. Their once proud genius had been effortlessly crushed before Lu Xuantong like an ant. Meanwhile, Xuantong, the elder of the Cu family, trembled all over, his aged face twisted like a ghoul, murky eyes fixed upon Lu Xuantong, brimming with hatred. His grandson, the future hope of the Cu family, had been brutally suppressed before his very eyes. Lu Xuantong, he nearly ground his teeth, wishing to rush forward and carve Lu Xuantong into 1,000 pieces. Yet, the remnants of his rationality reminded him that Lu Xuantong was no longer someone he could easily confront. I implore you, senior, to strike down this boy. Xuantong suddenly raised his head, shouting into the depths of the void. In response, a resounding roar of a ferocious beast echoed throughout the land. In an instant, the skies darkened, storm clouds rolled, and a surge of murderous energy swept in all directions. Wyoming MH. This ancient beast of the 6th tier had finally moved. Its immense body loomed like a mountain, its pitch-black fur coiled with a chilling aura. With each step, the earth trembled. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Lu Xuantong, fangs gleaming white, drool dripping, exuding a suffocating killing intent. Although it instinctively feared the T9GL aura emanating from Lu Xuantong, it soon realized that Lu Xuantong was not a true ancient divine beast. The dragon might he could summon was merely a fraction, yet a genuine 6th tier apex beast, still had a chance under the pressure of realms. The Wyoming MH let out a low growl, greedily eyeing Lu Xuantong, drooling with anticipation. This boy is a treasure. If I can consume his flesh and blood, refining his dragon blood, I might even break through to the 7th tier and become a true demon king. Roar. It no longer hesitated, charging forward with a thunderous crash, its massive form resembling a black mountain rushing toward Lu Xuantong. Protect the Holy Sun. The L family disciples roared, rushing forward, even knowing they were outmatched, willing to sacrifice their flesh and blood to buy Lu Xuantong a sliver of hope. Lyntong, without hesitation, stood in front of Lu Xuantong, his spiritual energy surging, eyes filled with determination. Xuantong, I will handle this. You must flee. As a father, As the family head, he could not allow his son to fall here. Yet, Lu Xuantong merely patted his shoulder lightly, a serene smile gracing his lips. Father, there is no need for concern. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from the spot. Whoosh. In the next moment, he appeared like a specter above the Yue, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, his expression indifferent and contemptuous. An ancient ferocious beast? Huh. He slowly raised his hand, golden light swirling at his fingertips, the dragon might surging. Should I summon my companions? All of you shall kneel and beg for mercy. The Yue let out a foolish laugh. You? Capable of summoning beasts greater than I. Do you know? I am an ancient ferocious beast, with a trace of divine beast blood flowing within me. Cuh and the others could not suppress their scoffs. Back on the Tianjing mountain, Lu Xuantong had summoned once, yet nothing had appeared. Now, he still had the audacity to boast. Lu Xuantong was deeply concerned about his son, for it seemed utterly audacious to summon a being more terrifying than the peak 6th order Yue. However, in the next instant, Lu Xuantong brandished the TND Zhu and softly uttered, Taiku sh inhuing fing. Appear before me. As his words echoed, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a fearsome silhouette descended from the heavens. Chapter 110. Taiku sh inhuing fing. Xialing makes her entrance. The master is invincible. Taiku sh inhuing fing, revealed. A momentary silence enveloped the crowd as Lu Xuantong activated the T and D Zhu. A rift tore through the sky, emanating a terrifying aura. The Yue shuddered, instinctively taking a step back, its gaze towards Lu Xuantong betraying a hint of trepidation. Could it be that he could truly summon the ancient divine beast? The Taiku sh inhuing fing clan was a force formidable enough to rival the imperial families of the human race, and their power was indeed formidable. Suddenly, someone among the crowd could no longer suppress a laugh, prompting a wave of derisive laughter from the Cu family. Huh, here we go again. Last time on Tying Mountain. This kid shouted for ages, and didn't he even catch a feather? Cuh sneered, his eyes brimming with mockery. Lu Xuantong, have you exhausted your tricks? Using the same ploy twice, aren't you ashamed? Initially intimidated by Lu Xuantong's imposing presence, the Yue felt its fear dissipate. Replaced by a savage killing intent, it growled menacingly, its fangs bared, as if mocking Lu Xuantong's ludicrous antics. You're just putting on a show, courting death. Without hesitation, it surged forward, a massive force of malice aimed directly at Lu Xuantong. Yet, just as it was about to strike, LZHNTIN and LYNTing appeared beside Lu Xuantong, shielding him with concerned expressions, their emotions fervent as they said, although we Haven T exchanged many words and I am unaware of your circumstances, you will always be my son, whom I take pride in. Run. With that, they fixed their gaze upon the Yue, their eyes devoid of fear, ready to face death. But just as everyone believed Lu Xuantong was merely posturing, a clear, resonant cry suddenly shattered the air. A dark rift in the sky violently tore open, as if the heavens had been brutally ripped apart. An endless divine light surged forth from within, a vast and overwhelming pressure crashing down. A clarion call, echoing through the firmament, sent tremors through the void, compelling all beings to bow in deference. The Yue fur bristled, its fierce demeanor instantly frozen, its massive form retreating involuntarily. How could this be possible? Its beastly eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an unshakable fear. The aura of the Taiku divine beast was undeniable. And what is more, it was the true Taiku sh inhuing fing. Cuh's smile froze upon his face, his complexion paling instantaneously. No, it's impossible. He could not comprehend why the last time on Tying Mountain there had been no response. Yet this time Lu Xuantong had truly summoned the Taiku sh inhuing fing. From the rift, a brilliant golden-red divine light suddenly descended, akin to celestial fire cascading into the mortal realm, incinerating all in its path. Within the divine radiance, an elegant and majestic figure gradually emerged, wings like flames, feathers like gold, enveloped in the fire of rebirth, and merely unfurling its wings caused the entire realm to quiver. The Taiku sh inhuing fing had arrived. The Yue trembled uncontrollably, its once ferocious aura dissipated, replaced by an instinctual terror stemming from the depths of its bloodline. The ancient divine beast exerted an absolute dominance over all creatures. After all, it was merely a 6th-order feral beast, while the divine phoenix before it was a true ancient sovereign. With a low, mournful growl, the Yue bowed its body, emitting a whimper that betrayed any semblance of ferocity. Lu Xuantong stood firm, a cold smile gracing his lips. Now, everyone may find peace. As Lu Xuantong spoke, the Taiku Shinhuing Fing seemed to respond, suddenly spreading its wings. An overwhelming pressure, vast like the abyss, descended like a cataclysm. In an instant, the entire realm became still, the air thick and suffocating. Whether they were the Cu family's cultivators or the Yum all turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, as if an invisible blade hung over them, ready to strike at any moment. The fear of death washed over their minds like a tidal wave. One man and one beast stood suspended in the air. Lu Xuantong's expression was impassive, while the Taiku Shinhuing Fing circled around him, its red-gold feathers ignited with the fire of rebirth. Its divine majesty overwhelming, suppressing all. In that moment, none could rival them. The reason Lu Xuantong was able to summon the Taiku Shinhuing Fing with such composure was due to the fact that Xiaoling had already emerged from her seclusion. She had used the TND Li Wangzhu to inform Lu Xuantong of her imminent arrival. Thus, Lu Xuantong felt unperturbed, entirely unafraid of the Yum's menace, just a step away from becoming a seventh-order demon king, as her figure truly materialized before the crowd. The Yum's quivered in fear, its once overwhelming aura withering in an instant. Its massive form bowed uncontrollably, its head drooping low, no longer daring to gaze upon the radiant golden figure. Despite being of the sixth order, the disparity was astronomical. The bloodline suppression of the ancient divine beast left it without a single thought of resistance. Cuing and the others turned ashen, their eyes filled with disbelief and despair. How could it be that he could truly summon an ancient divine beast? Even a juvenile Taiku Shinhuing Fing was enough to crush everyone present. It was over. Everything was over. Cuing roared madly in his heart, while the Cu family disciples felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, chilled to the bone. Their once proud trump card seemed utterly ludicrous before the true ancient divine beast. However, a glimmer of madness flashed in Cuing's eyes as he stared fixedly at Lu Xuantong, inwardly shouting, "The Kingling Dren's target is Lu Xuantong. With their strength, killing him would be as easy as pie. As long as I can survive, there is still hope." He gritted his teeth and quietly retreated, attempting to escape unnoticed. As long as he could leave alive, there would still be a chance for a turnaround. Yet, just as he made the slightest movement, Xiaoling's phoenix gaze sharpened, and the red gold flames surged forth, sealing off Cuing's escape route. Lu Xuantong let out a cold laugh, thinking of fleeing? Too late. Chapter 111, Annihilation. The might of the ancient divine beast. Drawing the bow and releasing the arrow. Within the shadows, a foul stench of death surged. The black-robed and purple-robed elders of the Xianxiaaudiobooks concealed themselves within the rift of the void, their bodies entwined with the chilling aura of death, as if merging with the darkness. Yet at this moment, their eyes, long stained by the miasma of death, widened in shock. The ancient divine beast. Lu Xuantong could actually summon the Taiku Shinhuing Fing. The black-robed elder's throat convulsed, his withered fingers trembling involuntarily. With dual imperial bloodlines, a supreme bone structure, and imperial-level techniques, now augmented by the protection of an ancient divine beast. Such a foundation transcended mere genius. It was a true defiance against the heavens. No wonder the young master chose him. The black-robed elder's voice brimmed with fervor, like he had discovered the most exquisite material for crafting puppets. Should he manage to refine Lu Xuantong's body into a corpse puppet and merge it with the young master's soul, it would become an unfathomably terrifying entity. Talent, bloodline, techniques, and the protection of a divine beast. Such a body, once successful, would allow the young master to sweep through the celestial realms, perhaps even ascend to the highest position within the Xianxiaaudiobooks. As the executor of this mission, he would receive unimaginable rewards. Master, should our endeavor succeed, the rewards granted to us by the young master may well elevate our ranks significantly, murmured the figure in black, his eyes glinting with avarice. The elder in purple let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp and profound. The position of the crimson robe represents true power. Within the Shireen sect, hierarchy is strictly maintained. Above the black robe lies the purple robe, and above the purple, the true core, the crimson robe. Being adorned in crimson signifies entry into the authentic power nucleus of the Shireen sect, granting access to the sect's most profound secrets and even the chance to encounter the legendary inheritance of the corpse ancestor. Yet, the excitement of the figure in black was soon overshadowed by a flicker of concern. Master, if we were to eliminate Lu Xuantong, would the ancient divine phoenix take offense? The elder in purple curled his lips into a chilling arc, displaying no trace of fear. The ancient divine beast. Huh, do you think our Shireen sect has not made numerous enemies? The Shireen sect is notorious throughout the celestial realm, reviled by all. They have offended divine families, provoked supreme holy lands, and even clashed with imperial clans. They have even used ancient ferocious beasts as materials for corpse refinement. Yet, despite this, the Shireen sect remains unyielding. Why? Because no one knows the location of their headquarters. Their foundation is unfathomably deep. Even if the ancient divine phoenix were to rage, what could it do? The elder in purple scoffed, "They cannot even locate our mountain gate." Upon hearing this, the hesitation in the figure in black vanished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. "Then, shall we proceed?" The elder in purple's gaze sharpened, no longer hesitating. The Yuming demon tiger has been rendered useless, and the members of the Chui family are myriads. If we do not act now, Lu Xuantong will surely escape unscathed. Kill. The elder in purple suddenly raised his hand, and a longbow, as black as ink, materialized, its body entwined with a deathly aura akin to an abyss. Seemingly capable of devouring all vitality, the Nine Heavens moon-hunting bow, a top-tier sacred artifact. The pupils of the figure in black contracted in shock. The elder was actually deploying such a lethal weapon? It is known that a single arrow from this bow would spell death for those at the Tribulation realm, and severely injure those at the Saint realm. To target a mere Dao Palace realm Lu Xuantong with such force is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The elder in purple clearly wished to afford Lu Xuantong no opportunity. He concentrated a thread of dark corpse energy at his fingertips, slowly drawing back the bowstring, causing the air around the arrow's tip to warp. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air, silent yet infused with soul-destroying power. The arrow light, resembling ghostly flames, instantly pierced through the space, aimed directly at Lu Xuantong's brow. Die! Lu Xuantong's gaze flickered slightly, merely a brief exchange of glances. Xiao Linger's phoenix eyes narrowed, and the crimson golden pupils ignited with the flames of rebirth. A clear and melodious phoenix cry echoed through the heavens as the ancient divine phoenix unfurled its wings in fury. And in an instant, the entire expanse was enveloped in boundless divine flames. The crimson golden flames cascaded down like a heavenly river, distorting the air and shattering the earth. The area where the Chui family was situated instantly transformed into a sea of fire. No, the piercing screams rose and fell, as those who had once been arrogant and brazen, wantonly slaughtering the Lu family's disciples, now struggled like ants in the inferno. Escape? Before a sixth-tier ancient divine beast. They had not even the right to flee. The flames clung to them like a curse, swiftly pursuing every fleeing figure. Some summoned protective treasures, only to be vaporized along with their bodies upon contact with the rebirth flames. Others knelt in supplication, yet the flames were merciless, reducing them to ashes in the blink of an eye. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Chui Hung stood rooted in place, his aged visage illuminated by the firelight, rendered ghostly pale. He watched helplessly as the Chui family's millennia-old foundation was reduced to nothingness in the Phoenix's divine fire. Those elites cultivated with immeasurable resources, the very essence of their dominance in the eastern region, now appeared as fragile as mere paper. Had he known, his lips trembled, his murky eyes filled with regret. Had he known that Lu Xuantong could summon an ancient divine beast? How could the Chui family have dared to act against the Lu family? What difference was this from self-destruction? But there exists no remedy for regret. As the flames approached, Chui Hang's robes began to ignite, his flesh charring and peeling away. Yet, he felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of despair and irony. The Chui family, which had dominated the eastern region for thousands of years, was utterly annihilated due to a moment's folly. Meanwhile, Lu Qing trembled, watching helplessly as the flames consumed all. It was over, utterly over. He recalled Lu Qingshue's choice that day, his own satisfaction at permitting the annulment of the engagement. Had he not called off the engagement? Had Lu Rian married into the Lu family, then today, the Lu family would have risen to prominence, becoming the most resplendent family in the wasteland. And Lu Rian would have become the most envied bride in the eastern region, possibly even the matron of the realm. But now whoosh, as the rebirth flames swept past, Lu Qing's body disintegrated like sand, reduced to ashes. As the Yuming demon tiger let out its final wail, its massive form rolled within the sea of flames. It had once believed itself a hunter, only to realize now, before a true ancient divine beast, it was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Boom! The flames erupted, and the sixth-tier ferocious beast had no chance to struggle, vanishing in an instant. At this moment, the world fell silent, save for the mournful whistling of the wind. Lu Zhentian and Lu Yunting stood amidst the ruins, their gazes trembling as they beheld the proud figure above them. Lu Xuantong, standing upon the void, was enveloped in an aura of dragon and phoenix, as if a deity had descended. Alone, he reversed the tide, vanquishing the Chui family and incinerating the Yuming demon tiger. This is my Lu family's most resplendent talent. Lu Xuantian's voice choked, tears shimmering in his murky eyes. Just half an hour prior, they had resigned themselves to death, prepared to sacrifice their flesh and blood to carve a path for Lu Xuantong. But who could have foreseen that, in the depths of despair, Lu Xuantong would single-handedly sweep away all foes? From this moment forth, who would dare to underestimate the Lu family in the eastern region? The rise of the Lu family is now an established fact. Lu Xuantong's tiger-like eyes welled with tears as he suddenly embraced his father tightly, both trembling with joy at having survived calamity and the excitement of witnessing their family's glory. Below, countless Lu family disciples transitioned from despair to ecstasy, all with tears in their eyes, howling towards the heavens. Holy Sun! Holy Sun! Holy Sun! Their voices thundered like rolling thunder. At this moment, Lu Xuantong was their sky, their faith, their undefeated legend. Even if the heavens were to collapse and the earth to shatter, as long as the Holy Sun remained, the Lu family would never fall. Yet, in the next instant, whoosh! A piercing sound of something slicing through the air suddenly tore through the heavens. A dark arrow, black as ink, streaked down like a falling star, enveloped in a chilling aura of death, arriving in an instant. It was too swift. So swift that even the ancient divine phoenix could not react in time. So swift that even Lu Xuantong remained unaware. Thud! The arrow pierced through his brow. Blood sprayed, staining the heavens red. Lu Xuantong's body stiffened, the brilliance in his eyes abruptly dimming. In the next moment, that towering figure fell like a wounded eagle. Xuantong! Lu Xuantian and Lu Xuantong's eyes bulged with rage, their screams resonating through the clouds. The world, in that moment, fell silent. Chapter 112. The disciple is dead. Right and wrong need no explanation. Kill. That arrow came too swiftly, too ruthlessly, too mercilessly. The pitch-black arrow tore through the void, wrapped in a chilling aura of death. Like a ghostly hand reaching for life, arriving in an instant. Lu Xuantong had no time to react, his brow pierced, blood splattering, staining the skies. His body suddenly stiffened, the brilliance in his eyes fading abruptly. The once proud figure now fell like a broken-winged eagle. Xuantong! Lu Xuantian's roar echoed through the heavens, his aged face contorting, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, nearly tearing his eyeballs. He surged forward, hoping to catch his falling grandson, but before he could reach him, he saw above, the massive crimson golden divine phoenix tremble suddenly, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Xia Linger's phoenix eyes suddenly dimmed, the fire of nirvana extinguished, her massive form plummeting like a broken kite. The covenant of heaven and earth, life and death intertwined. At the moment of Lu Xuantong's demise, her own life came to an end as well. In an instant, the corpse of the ancient divine phoenix crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up towering clouds of dust, fracturing the earth and causing mountains to crumble. Meanwhile, Lu Xuantong's body lay tightly cradled in Lu Xuantong's arms, blood staining his garments crimson. Xuantong! Xuantong! Lu Xuantian stumbled forward, his aged frame barely able to stand, trembling as he reached out to touch his grandson's face, only to find it cold and rigid. Dead. Truly dead. Just moments ago, the Lu family had been engulfed in the euphoric thrill of an impending reversal of fate, as Lu Xuantong stood atop the divine phoenix. Exuding an aura that oppressed the 8 directions, the Chui family annihilated, and the Yuming demon tiger reduced to ashes. Everyone believed that the Lu family was on the brink of resurgence, poised to reclaim their former glory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, catastrophe struck. Protect the Holy Sun. Who dares to slay our Holy Sun? Get out here, scoundrel! I will not share the heavens with you. The Lu family disciples roared as they gathered, their eyes ablaze, filled with murderous intent. They vigilantly scanned their surroundings, fearful of further treacherous attacks. Lu Xuantian suddenly snapped back to reality, his voice hoarse, quick. Xuantong, the Tianxua Shinju Dan. Lu Xuantong, as if awakening from a dream, tremblingly retrieved the invaluable divine pill from his bosom and unhesitatingly placed it into Lu Xuantong's mouth. Yet, as the pill went down, there was no response. The Tianxua Shinju Dan could heal myriad injuries, but it could not resurrect the dead. No, no. Lu Xuantong growled in despair. Lu Xuantian howled towards the heavens, his cultivation erupting violently, a tempest of spiritual power shaking the void, his eyes bloodshot with overwhelming hatred. Who is it? Show yourself. In the next moment, a chilling laughter echoed, the void warping as 2 figures slowly materialized, one in black robes, the other in purple. Seeking death, Lu Xuantian bellowed, charging forth, delivering a fierce strike towards the one in purple. The figure in purple sneered, waving his sleeve. Black robe, intercept him. Understood. The black-robed elder cackled, unleashing his own cultivation, engaging Lu Xuantian in fierce combat, their powers colliding, shaking the very heavens. Meanwhile, the purple-robed figure stepped forward, rapidly reaching Lu Xuantong's corpse, sweeping his sleeve to unleash a torrent of dark energy that sent the surrounding Lu family members flying. A group of ants, daring to lay claim to such a corpse? He gazed down at Lu Xuantong's lifeless body, greed flickering in his eyes, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Perfect. Truly too perfect. He slowly extended his hand, seemingly eager to touch this unparalleled body, imbued with the bloodline of 2 emperors and supreme bones. The Shireen sect desired nothing less than this corpse. However, just as the purple-robed figure was about to make contact with Lu Xuantong's remains, the heavens suddenly tore apart. A pitch-black rift silently unfurled, from within which a chaotic aura surged, stars flickering out of existence, time and space distorting. "You vile creatures of the Shireen sect, you dare to kill my disciple?" A deep, cold voice emanated from the rift, each word seemingly wrapped in the chill of millennia, sending shivers down the spine. In the next moment, an aged figure slowly emerged. The elder was thin, a rustic wine gourd hanging at his waist, swaying gently with each step. Most striking was the long sword, wrapped in gray cloth, upon his back. Though it had yet to be drawn, a bone-chilling aura emanated from it, as if even the heavens and earth would tremble in its presence. Shun Songming's gaze was piercing, the void quaking under his scrutiny. This pinnacle battle between the Lu and Chui families was bound by rules. He could not intervene, for Chui Haoyan was also a direct disciple of the Taishu sacred land. Yet, he never anticipated that a member of the Shireen sect would appear, let alone a 7th-tier, Calamity Realm powerhouse. The speed of his arrow was astonishing, catching Shun Songming completely off guard. A sense of regret and despair filled his heart. Lu Xuantong was the disciple he had cherished for centuries, destined for greatness. Yet he perished without clarity. The purple-robed figure's hand froze mid-air, his pupils constricting in disbelief. "Shun Songming, you're still alive?" Shun Songming responded with a cold smile, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You filthy rats from the stinking ditch, dare you show yourselves? When I die is not for you to question." The purple-robed figure's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, casting a malevolent glance at Lu Xuantong's body, suddenly grinning. "I see, Lu Xuantong is your disciple?" Shun Songming nodded. "You killed him. Today, you will all die." Upon hearing this, the purple-robed figure felt a twinge of fear but quickly laughed. "In the past, you could easily slay me, but now, how much life do you have left? Your realm has fallen to calamity. How can you fight me?" In his prime, Shun Songming could have defeated 10 purple-robed foes. However, due to past events, his strength had steadily declined. Hundreds of years had passed, and he was now but a flickering candle in the wind. On the brink of death, his power diminished. In equal realms, the purple-robed figure had no reason to fear. Clang! A piercing sound of a sword echoed through the heavens. The long sword wrapped in gray cloth trembled violently, the fabric tearing apart, revealing the blade within. A pitch-black long sword, its edge like ink, glimmering with a blood-red light. Having consumed the blood of myriad clans, its sword intent soaring into the skies. Boom! The purple-robed figure's expression finally changed, instinctively taking a step back, his voice tinged with trepidation. Shun Songming's eyes momentarily flickered with reminiscence, as if stirred by some memory. Yet, in an instant, his gaze turned frigid once more, a mocking curve appearing on his lips. "Very well." The purple-robed figure felt a surge of joy, about to speak. "However, I must first kill you to offer my disciple a sacrifice to the heavens." Chapter 113. As Yue Fuyao returned, upon seeing Lu Xuantong's grave, those words fell. Shun Songming stepped forward, the black sword suddenly slashing down. The sword light, as dark as ink, tore through the firmament. The purple-robed figure roared in fury, the corpse energy surging wildly, forming a pitch-black barrier in a desperate attempt to withstand the strike. However, the barrier only held for a moment before shattering. With a piercing sound, the sword light pierced through the purple-robed figure's chest, blood spraying forth as he stared in disbelief at his own body, filled with horror. "Your strength is clearly Shun." Songming coldly fixed his gaze upon him. "To kill you is enough." In the next moment, with a tremor of the sword's edge, the purple-robed figure's body exploded, transforming into a mist of blood, a single strike severing the calamity. The black-robed figure, witnessing this, was paralyzed with fear, turning to flee through the void. Shun Songming shifted his gaze, the sword's edge rising once more. "Since you have come, you shall all remain." Clang! The second sword was unleashed. The heavens dimmed. Only a streak of pitch-black sword light pierced through the void, aimed directly at the black-robed figure's head. The 2 elders of the Shireen sect fell this day. Shun Songming slowly sheathed his sword. The blade, stained with blood, emitted a low mournful hum, as if lamenting. The bodies of the purple and black-robed figures had long since dissipated into blood mist, scattered in the wind, leaving not a trace of their souls. Yet even so, Shen Songming felt no sense of satisfaction within. He looked down upon Lu Xuantong's corpse, those eyes that once gazed upon the world now closed, devoid of life. Dead. Shen Songming slowly shut his eyes, letting out a soft sigh, as if lamenting the cruelty of fate, as if mourning the whims of destiny. He had searched for centuries, only to find this one disciple with the bloodline of 2 emperors, supreme bones, and an imperial-level technique, accompanied by the ancient divine phoenix, destined to ascend to greatness and achieve unparalleled enlightenment. Yet who could have imagined that it would ultimately fall to the hands of these filthy creatures from the Shirin sect? Truly, fate is capricious. Lu Xintian knelt upon the ground, still unwilling to accept it all. Around him, the Lu family disciples lay prostrate, some pounding the earth in anguish, others howling towards the heavens, their sorrow and rage soaring into the skies, dimming the very light of day. Shen Songming stood silently, his aged silhouette appearing particularly desolate in the wind. He could have stepped forward to offer solace, yet at this moment, any word seemed utterly futile. The blood feud had been avenged, but the dead cannot be resurrected. After a prolonged silence, he finally turned away, his gray robe swirling as his figure gradually faded. However, he did not truly depart. Instead, he melded into the void, silently watching over this land of sorrow, for the sake of safeguarding the path, and also for atonement. Above, the heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, seemingly brewing a catastrophic storm. Meanwhile, deeper current flows surged quietly, unnoticed. Time flew like an arrow, and the years spun swiftly. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Following the earth-shattering peak battle, although the Lu family emerged victorious, they were left in tatters. Lu Xuantong's body was interred at the highest peak of the Lu family's ancestral land, a place suffused with spiritual energy and excellent feng shui, overseeing the entire Lu family city. The gravestone was crafted from 10,000-year-old black jade, cold and heavy, inscribed with bold characters, Tomb of Lu Xuantong. At this moment, 3 figures knelt before the gravestone. Lu Xuantong appeared haggard, with deep-set eyes. The once spirited divine master now seemed to have aged decades. He silently burned paper money, the flickering flames illuminating his resolute face, yet failing to brighten his dimmed eyes. Nan Yuezi knelt beside him, her tears long dried, leaving only a hollow gaze. Her slender fingers gently caressed the gravestone, as if attempting to touch her son's face. However, all that met her fingertips was the cold touch of jade. Xiantong, mother has come to see you. Lu Xianin knelt last, biting her lip fiercely to suppress her cries. She despised herself for not being able to shield her brother from that fatal arrow, for still being alive while her brother lay here in eternal rest. Now, she possessed the supreme bone and unparalleled talent, already a new generation prodigy of the Lu family, revered by all. Yet, all of this was traded with her brother's life. Brother, she whispered, her voice trembling, Xianin misses you dearly. As the sun set in the west, its afterglow fell upon the gravestone, casting a mournful crimson hue. The family lingered at the gravesite for a long time, only parting reluctantly when night fell. The mountain wind wailed, lifting a few dry leaves that fluttered to the gravestone. Moments later, a figure cloaked in white emerged, stepping gracefully into the moonlight. Yue Fuyao, clad in a pure white long gown, her garments billowing in the evening breeze, appeared even paler, with unhealed scars at the corners of her eyes. She walked unsteadily, clearly having endured unimaginable hardships to arrive here. Upon her gaze landing on the gravestone, her delicate figure quivered. Lu Xuantong, her trembling fingers brushed the cold inscription, revealing a look of disbelief. She stared at his gravestone, seemingly seeing the spirited youth of Lu Xuantong, yet regrettably, that young man was now merely dust. Tears streamed down her fair cheeks. How could you have died like this? Suddenly, Yue Fuyao was seized by a violent cough, a hint of crimson spilling from the corner of her lips. These past 6 months had been arduous for her as well. Zhang Fengyao was slain by Lu Xuantong, and since his brother, Zhang Xiaoyao, had exited seclusion, the first-generation top disciple of the Tai Su Holy Land had been embroiled in turmoil. Moreover, the forces behind Zhang Fengyao were formidable. The untimely death of a direct descendant had incited the Zhang family's wrath. They were determined to uncover the perpetrator. Thus, she was easily identified as the target. Lu Xuantong killed Zhang Fengyao, and to keep his secret, Yue Fuyao could only delay time and evade pursuit. Yet, within the borders of the Huangzhou, no one could escape the watchful eyes of the Tai Su Holy Land, assisting Zhang Xiaoyao in uncovering the truth, despite her silence. Nearly everyone suspected her involvement in Zhang Fengyao's death. Although there was no evidence, Zhang Xiaoyao devised a repugnant plan. He had already sought a marriage proposal from my master. The moment those words fell, an unexpected occurrence transpired deep within the tomb. Wisps of milky white mist seeped from the coffin, slowly coalescing above the grave. As the mist surged, it gradually transformed into an ethereal silhouette. This figure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Indeed, it was Lu Xuantong's likeness. The phantom gazed down at its translucent hand, incredulity filling its voice. Am I dead or alive? Chapter 114. The Emperor-level bloodline, the immortal and indestructible effect. Yue Fuyao's predicament. Lu Xuantong felt himself in a peculiar state, neither alive nor dead. The arrow had struck too swiftly. He hadn't even had time to perceive the pain before the dark arrow light pierced his brow. In the instant death approached, he distinctly felt his veins fracturing, vitality retreating like the tide, consciousness sinking into eternal darkness. However, at this moment, he found himself opening his eyes. Without a physical body, without senses, only a hazy mist floated above the cold coffin. Ding! A familiar mechanical sound resonated deep within his consciousness. At the moment of host's death, the immortal and indestructible characteristic of the Emperor-level bloodline is triggered. The soul remains intact, though the body is destroyed. The power of the bloodline is slowly repairing the body. As long as the soul persists, even if merely a drop of blood or a fragment of bone remains, rebirth is possible. Lu Xuantong's spirit jolted. Immortal and indestructible. So this was the true power of the other Emperor-level bloodline within him. How long until I can fully resurrect? He inquired solemnly. Current environmental spiritual energy concentration, moderate. Physical body reconstruction progress, 3. Estimated time for complete restoration, 2 years. 2 years. Lu Xuantong's heart stirred. For a cultivator, 2 years was but a fleeting moment, yet for him at this juncture, it felt exceptionally prolonged. Nonetheless, he could afford to wait. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the outside world. Beyond the grave, a figure in pure white stood still. Yue Fuyao knelt before the cold gravestone, her fingertips gently caressing the inscription, tears cascading down. Lu Xuantong was taken aback. He had not anticipated her arrival, nor that she would shed tears for him. Although their paths had crossed in unexpected ways, a thread of emotion had always lingered between them. It could be said that Yue Fuyao was the woman with whom he shared the deepest connection, bar none. That year on Kunlun Mountain, they had spent every day together, transitioning from adversaries to confidants, and from understanding to the blossoming of feelings. Despite their opposing stances, that one night of dual cultivation had ultimately etched an indelible mark in their hearts. If there were no feelings, how could she have come alone to this place? If there were no intentions, how could she have choked back tears at his grave? Lu Xuantong, she murmured softly, her voice trembling. How could you have died like this? As she spoke, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion ashen. Lu Xuantong's spirit quivered. She was injured? Who harmed her? He stared intently at her, unable to speak or reach out, forced to watch helplessly as she painfully clutched her chest, blood trickling from her lips. Zhang Xiaoyao has proposed to my master. She smiled bitterly. Lu Xuantong's soul floated silently above the grave, listening to her fragmented recounting, finally grasping the sequence of events. It turned out that the roots of all calamities originated from that casual killing on Kunlun Mountain. The individual he had slain, Zhang Fengyao, held a far more complicated identity than he had imagined. Zhang Fengyao's brother, Zhang Xiaoyao, was the first-generation direct disciple of the Tai Su Holy Land, possessing unparalleled talent. Having entered the realm of divine masters at a young age, and bearing dual emperor bloodlines, his combat prowess formidable and not inferior to the former Lu Xuantong. Moreover, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Zhang Xiaoyao's personal strength. The forces behind him were the true behemoth, capable of inducing suffocation. The heavenly realm was vast, with myriad races standing tall, and powerful beings abounded. Beneath the supreme 24 imperial clans lay the formidable 49 top divine clans. These divine clans possess profound heritage, having been passed down through millennia, with formidable individuals within their ranks. Just one core disciple traversing the world would be sufficient to compel even the mightiest sects to bow in deference. Among these illustrious clans is the Zhang family, one of the 49 great divine clans, renowned for its illustrious ancestor, a peerless powerhouse who ascended to the 9th realm of the XSHN realm. The realms are as follows: T-Nu realm, SHNZHO realm, W11ing realm, DOG-ing realm, SHNZN realm, Ziohu realm, YNJI realm, SHNGRN realm, XSHN realm, and DD realm. A millennium ago, the Zhang family's ancestor emerged with an invincible presence, sweeping away contemporaneous prodigies, single-handedly battling 3 ancestral figures from other divine clans without defeat, and during the Battle of Tianyun, he subdued the ancient divine beast Gyumgo with his sheer strength, staining the heavens with blood and instilling fear in the celestial realm. From that moment, the Zhang family ascended to the pinnacle of divine clans, evoking caution in others. Zhang Fengyao and Zhang Fengyao, the two brothers, are the most radiant prodigies of their generation, embodying the hopes of their entire divine clan. Presently, with Zhang Fengyao's mysterious demise on Kunlun Mountain, the Zhang family is enraged and vows to uncover the true culprit behind his death. However, the clues are scarce, with the only individual he was last seen with being Yue Fuyao. Thus, she has become the sole point of interrogation. Had she still been a princess of the Qian dynasty, backed by royal support, the Zhang family might have exercised restraint. Yet now, she has been cast out of the royal lineage, utterly alone and without allies. Even a second-rate family dares to treat her with disdain, let alone a colossal entity like the Zhang family. Zhang Fengyao deliberately proposed to Z11 Xianxia, wielding his influence to coerce her. Presently, Yue Fuyao finds herself in a predicament, facing an arduous choice. Either succumb to Zhang Fengyao's pressure and become his partner, or endure the wrath of the entire Zhang family, with her life hanging in the balance. Upon hearing all this, a tremendous fury surged within Lu Xuantong's soul. The Zhang family, Zhang Fengyao. Yet now, he is merely a wisp of remnant soul, unable even to touch Yue Fuyao, let alone eradicate her enemies. 2 years, I have but 2 years. He fixated on his ethereal hand, frantically calculating within. Only then can I protect my beloved when I burst forth from this earth. The night wind weeps, the moonlight grows desolate. Yue Fuyao slowly rose, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. She cast one last glance at the cold tombstone and softly declared, Lu Xuantong, you are the only man in my 2 lifetimes. Now and forever. In life, I am yours. In death, your soul. Even if but a sliver of hope remains, I shall not give up. Await my good news. With that, she resolutely turned, her pure white figure gradually vanishing into the night. Yue Fuyao once believed that her secret was known to only one. Now, there is another. Lu Xuantong. When Lu Xuantong heard of the events spanning 2 lifetimes, his soul trembled, revealing an expression of disbelief. Could she also be a reincarnate? Chapter 115, The Betrothal? Shocking the 3 states and 9 domains, I shall return to wed. Time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye. Half a year has passed. Lu Xuantong's soul remains trapped within the vicinity of the grave, unable to venture beyond 100 meters from his physical form, merely wandering atop the lonely mountain. Yet, for him, this is sufficient. At least he can still hear the sounds of the outside world and be aware of the shifting tides of fate. Daily, disciples of the L family come to pay their respects, either softly sharing family news or tearfully expressing their sorrows. Through these fragmented pieces of information, Lu Xuantong gradually pieces together the current situation in the Eastern Domain and the movements of the T9 Holy Land. Among them, the most frequent visitor is surprisingly Lu Xuantong. This fellow is still alive. However, his cultivation is utterly ruined, his meridians shattered, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Now, Lu Xuantong, who should embody youthful vigor, is instead marked by white hair and a stooped frame, leaning on a cane as he walks with difficulty. At 40, a mere moment in the life of a cultivator, yet for a mortal, it signifies a lifetime of hardship. The aftermath of Lu Xuantong's blood sacrifice and forced invocation of forbidden techniques has aged him to resemble a man on the brink of death. Nevertheless, no one in the L family dares to show him a modicum of disrespect, for all are acutely aware that, had it not been for Lu Xuantong's self-sacrifice to rally the troops, the casualties among the L family would have been far more devastating. His valor invigorated the L family descendants, allowing many bloodlines to endure. Moreover, who could deny his former talent? Had it not been for that fateful incident, Lu Xuantong would have undoubtedly been one of the L family's most illustrious prodigies. Lu Xuantong's favorite pastime is to lean against Lu Xuantong's tombstone, holding a flask of strong liquor, tilting his head back to drink deeply, and then reciting poetry with unrestrained boldness. Lu Xuantong, a prodigy like you should not have perished, yet here I am, a waste still alive. Heaven has truly been unjust. He laughs heartily, yet his eyes glimmer with unshed tears. When inebriation takes hold, he softly reminisces about the past, recalling the times they fought side by side and the departed souls from days gone by. From his words, Lu Xuantong learns of Xianxia's fate. After his death, Xianxia also perished. Her body lay silently, untouched by anyone, until one day, a fearsome woman clad in crimson descended upon the L family, taking away Xianxia's corpse. She was none other than Xianxia's mother, a formidable being from the ancient divine Phoenix clan. The entire L family trembled in fear, apprehensive that this terrifying ancient beast might, in a fit of rage, raze the L family to the ground. However, she did not strike. With a cold gaze, she surveyed the crowd, leaving behind a chilling proclamation: from this day forth, the ancient divine Phoenix clan shall have no further ties with the L family. Having spoken, she turned and departed, her silhouette one of desolation and solitude. Her daughter, dead and then alive, alive and then dead. Who can fathom such pain? Concurrently, a staggering piece of news swept across the barren state like a tempest, shocking the 3 states and 9 domains. The prodigy of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaoyo, formally proposed to Yue Fuyao, a disciple of Z11 Xianxia from the T9 Holy Land, in the name of the divine clan. Upon the announcement, the world erupted in astonishment. Who is Zhang Xiaoyo? The first-generation direct disciple of the T9 Holy Land, possessing the bloodline of 2 emperors. Having ascended to the realm of Xianxia at a young age, and backed by the prestigious Zhang family. Such a prodigy, enamored with a princess abandoned by the Diqin royal family, is indeed a sight to behold. Even more astonishing is that Z11 Xianxia graciously consented to this union. It is widely known that although Z11 Xianxia is the master of Yue Fuyao, she is usually strict and rarely interferes in her disciples' personal matters. Yet this time, she personally established the betrothal, citing her role as a teacher for a day and a mother for life. None dared to voice their objections. In an instant, the barren state was in an uproar. A match of talent and beauty, a union ordained by fate. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Xiaoyo would be so infatuated with a fallen princess? Yue Fuyao, though disavowed by the royal family, found herself fortunate to marry into the Zhang family. On every street corner, in every tea house and tavern, discussions of this sensational union filled the air. Everyone proclaimed that Yue Fuyao had ascended to great heights, unaware that this marriage was, from beginning to end, a meticulously crafted cage. 3 days later, an even more shocking announcement emerged. Yue Fuyao had wounded her protector in a desperate attempt to escape the marriage. It turned out that she had no desire to marry Zhang Xiaoyo. The so-called love was merely an illusion meticulously orchestrated by the Zhang family. That supposed match made in heaven was nothing more than a coercive engagement. Yue Fuyao, unwilling to be constrained, secretly plotted her escape from the barren state. But at the last moment, her protector detected her intentions. She fought fiercely, wounding him with a sword, yet ultimately, she could not overcome the might of the divine clan's envoy, and was recaptured, entirely losing her freedom. It is said that this protector is a formidable being of the xianxiadrama realm, tasked with monitoring Yue Fuyao's every move. Now, following the incident, the T9 Holy Land has dispatched even more powerful beings to guard her, confining her within the Suyu Pavilion, with no one permitted to visit. What is even more alarming is that upon Zhang Xiaoyao's return from the Juyo secret realm and the completion of his inheritance, he will officially marry Yue Fuyao. At that time, the Zhang family will widely distribute invitations, calling upon the major powers from the 3 states and 9 domains to celebrate this grand occasion, making the wedding a spectacle of global attention. Chapter 116. 3 years have passed. The moment Lu Xuantong opened his eyes, at the same time, atop a solitary peak shrouded in celestial mist within the confines of the Huangzhou territory, the mountain summit remained perpetually enshrouded in ethereal clouds, resembling a realm untouched by the mundane world. A modest wooden cabin stood quietly, with a time-worn grave in front of it. The inscriptions on the tombstone, though faded, remained untainted by dust, indicating that it was meticulously cared for on a daily basis. Before long, the door of the wooden cabin creaked open, and an elderly man with white hair and beard stumbled out, clutching a flask of strong liquor, his eyes glazed with inebriation. He was Xianxiaoming, a once mighty figure who had dominated Huangzhou, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. He staggered to the grave and slowly sat down, tilting his head back to take a swig of liquor, letting the liquid trickle down his beard. With a self-deprecating smile, he uttered a desolate phrase. In the end, it has all come to naught. In his lifetime, he had ascended to great heights, only to fall into the dust. Now, even his last attachment, his most accomplished disciple Lu Xuantong, had perished. Everything must be traced back 1,000 years. At that time, Xianxiaoming was merely an inexperienced cultivator, born of humble origins, with no one in his family even remotely resembling a deity-level expert, making him almost insignificant in the cultivation world. Yet, he never gave up, dedicating himself to relentless training, aspiring for the day he could reach higher realms. Feelings blossomed between the two, yet they were separated by a thin veil of unspoken affection. However, at that time, Xianxiaoming had not yet awakened his imperial bloodline and felt unworthy of her, thinking to himself, I shall wait a little longer, until I am stronger, and then I will honorably marry her. Eventually, he did awaken his talents, soaring to prominence and becoming a direct disciple of the Tai Su sacred ground. Yet, fate played its cruel hand. Just as he believed everything was about to come to fruition, Su'er was chosen by a young master of the divine clan, who sought to take her as a concubine. Su'er refused, resolutely standing her ground. Yet, against such a colossal force, their resistance was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Reflecting on this, Shun Songming took another swig of liquor, the sharpness of it searing his throat, yet failing to extinguish the bitterness churning within. He closed his eyes, as if once again witnessing that day of despair. At that point, he had already become a direct disciple of the Tai Su sacred ground, but what did that matter? There were many direct disciples, and unless one ranked among the first generation, they could not expect the full protection of their master. Moreover, he faced an elevated divine clan. The sacred ground weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately chose to remain a bystander. Alone, he confronted the ancient family, as insignificant as an ant. He could only watch helplessly as Su'er was taken away. That beast never regarded her as a wife, merely viewing her as a disposable plaything. Less than half a year into their marriage, Su'er, unable to endure the torment, took her own life. She was gone, and at that moment, Shun Songming's world collapsed. For the next millennium, he never touched another woman. His heart forever held only one person, the gentle and smiling Su'er, who once walked beside him. He harbored resentment. Resentment for not marrying her sooner. Had he done so, perhaps the outcome would not have been so tragic. In later years, he attained great mastery, even causing the divine clan to regard him with caution. But what did that matter? Su'er was already dead, and all was in vain. That beast refused to grant even this humble request. They fought for centuries, clashing until the heavens and earth trembled, yet they could never determine a victor. Ultimately, they agreed that their respective disciples would engage in a decisive battle. The victor would be allowed to take Su'er's remains. Shun Songming asked for little. He only wished to be buried alongside Su'er after death, even if it was just their bones and companionship. Yet now, his most esteemed disciple, Lu Xuantong, had died. 2 years had passed since the 3-year agreement. With only 1 year remaining, he could no longer find anyone capable of contending against that divine clan prodigy. He could only await his demise. Shun Songming slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the distant misty mountains, his aged eyes filled with desolation. The flask of liquor emptied, rolling off the cliff in silence, much like his life, approaching its end. At that moment, Shun Songming slowly raised his hand, revealing a dark seal pattern in his palm, faintly infused with a malevolent energy coursing through his veins. For within him was imprisoned a primordial-level ferocious beast. It was the most supreme and enigmatic existence of the celestial realm. Even the ancient divine beasts appeared as mere ants before it. The root of all this calamity stemmed from a hunting incident centuries ago at the Tai Su sacred ground. At that time, a powerful figure of the sacred ground accidentally killed a young beast, unaware it was a descendant of a primordial ferocious beast. Though the Tai Su sacred ground was one of the 32 sacred grounds, it was ultimately among the weakest, far from comparable to the top 10 sacred grounds in terms of heritage. Faced with an enraged primordial-level ferocious beast, the entire sacred ground nearly faced annihilation. The protective mountain array shattered, the halls collapsed, and countless disciples turned to ashes amidst the malevolence. Just as the sacred ground was on the brink of destruction, Shun Songming's imperial bloodline erupted, devouring the divine body. He burned his entire cultivation, using himself as a prison to forcibly consume that primordial-level ferocious beast into his dantian, sealing it with his imperial bloodline. The sacred ground was saved, yet he became a prisoner within himself. After that battle, he resigned from his position as the peak master of the second peak, retreating into the Beijing pavilion, becoming a drunken, despondent old man in the eyes of the world. But who knew that he endured the constant erosion by the ferocious beast? Though the beast was sealed, it continued to devour his essence and cultivation. Originally, he had 10 more years of life left. However, during the last encounter, to slay a formidable adversary in purple robes, he forcibly activated the sealing power, leading to a fierce backlash from the beast, costing him 2 years of lifespan. Now, only 6 years remained. In 6 years, he would die, the seal would break, and the primordial ferocious beast would once again emerge into the world. At that time, the Tai Su sacred ground would surely face a catastrophic disaster. Therefore, the elders of the sacred ground continually pressured him, Shun Songming, while you can still suppress it, swiftly tear open a rift in time and space and escape into the river of time. As long as you die amidst the chaotic flow of time, you can at least confine that beast for 1,000 years. This was the fate they had arranged for him, to die alone, eternally adrift. Shun Songming laughed towards the heavens, his laughter filled with desolation. He had devoted his life to guarding the path, yet in the end, he could not even rest in peace in death. He lowered his gaze to the seal in his palm, a glimmer of determination appearing in his eyes. Lu Xuantong, perhaps soon I will be able to join you. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Yue Fuyao was compelled to marry into the Zhang family, and the tragedy that befell Shun Songming would once again reoccur. Lu Xuantong's grave trembled slightly, and at the moment he opened his eyes, Chapter 117, Lu Xuantong revived. The target, the divine clan Zhang family. Ascend to the heavens. On this day, the long silent graveyard welcomed an old acquaintance. A gentle breeze caressed the wild grass as Yue Fuyao, clad in simple white, stepped lightly upon the scattered fallen leaves, making her way towards that solitary grave. It had been a year and a half since their last meeting. Yet now, she was no longer the spirited figure of yesteryears. Once, Yue Fuyao was vibrant and resolute, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. She was a reborn empress, each step towards the future meticulously planned. Confident she could ascend to the pinnacle faster than in her previous life, gazing down upon all beings. However, fate is capricious. She encountered Lu Xuantong, who slayed Zhang Fengyao. Thus, the trajectory of her life veered drastically, plunging into a chasm of despair. Now, as her wedding date approached, the bridal gown was not draped for the one she loved. She stood before the grave, her gaze vacant, devoid of the brilliance once radiating from her, leaving only an endless void and silence. Lu Xuantong, she murmured, a sound mingled with laughter and tears. Not far away, several guardians observed her coldly, their eyes sharp, fixated on her every move. They were all powerful figures sent by the Zhang family, tasked with monitoring her to prevent another escape from the marriage. She had no path left to flee. After a long time, Yue Fuyao slowly raised her head, gazing at the clouds floating in the sky, a trace of a sorrowful smile appearing at the corners of her lips. She softly recited, each word dripped with anguish. In this life, we are fated not to grow old together. In the next life, I shall carry your bones with me. Do not inquire for whom the bride adorns herself. As her voice fell, a glint of resoluteness flashed in her eyes. She would not compromise. She would not resign to fate. If destiny forced her to marry her enemy, she would choose to perish with him. She had already made up her mind. Since Zhang Xiaoyao dared to humiliate her, she would demonstrate her determination through her actions. On the day of the wedding, it would also be the end for both of them. She intended to assassinate Zhang Xiaoyao, then take her own life. This was the perfect conclusion. The guardians furrowed their brows, faintly sensing something amiss, but before they could approach, Yue Fuyao had already turned and departed. The mountain wind wailed, as if lamenting. This farewell might well be eternal. Just as Yue Fuyao's figure vanished among the mountains, an eerie silence suddenly enveloped the grave. Even the mountain wind ceased to stir, as if the heavens and earth held their breath in anticipation of something. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound emanated from within the coffin. Following that, the entire grave began to tremble violently, earth and stones cascading down. The spiritual energy within 100 miles surged dramatically, transforming into a visible vortex of spiritual tide, frantically pouring into the grave. In an instant, the coffin lid exploded, and a figure slowly sat up. Lu Xuantong's eyelashes fluttered gently, before he abruptly opened his eyes. Within those eyes, a sharp brilliance akin to swords erupted, illuminating the dimly lit tomb like stars. He exhaled deeply, a breath laced with a hint of blood, the accumulated death energy of 2 years escaping him. With this exhalation, his entire skeletal structure emitted a crackling sound, every inch of muscle rejuvenating with vitality. This was the sensation of rebirth. Lu Xuantong clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. To his astonishment, this resurrection had propelled his cultivation directly into the realm of divine sovereignty. It should be noted that 2 years prior, he had merely reached the pinnacle of the Wuxiang realm. The imperial bloodline indeed defied the heavens. He looked down at his palm, where golden light danced between the patterns. This indestructible quality would become his greatest asset. Yet at this moment, he had no time to savor his newfound strength. His mind was filled with the image of Yue Fuyao's despairing silhouette and the resolute sentiment contained within her farewell poem. That foolish woman. A cold glint surged in Lu Xuantong's eyes, his aura of killing intent condensing into a tangible form, shredding the fallen leaves around him. He clearly perceived the determination to die in Yue Fuyao's eyes. She was prepared to perish with him at the wedding. Zhang Xiaoyao. The name escaped his lips, imbued with overwhelming hatred. It had been he alone who had slain Zhang Fengyao, yet now Yue Fuyao was to bear the consequences. Even more infuriating was the Zhang family daring to coerce her into marrying her enemy. He must interrupt the wedding. How could Lu Xuantong easily acquiesce? Regardless of the circumstances, Yue Fuyao was the woman he held the deepest feelings for. What was Zhang Xiaoyao? Moreover, he was the very beast he had slain. The cycle of cause and effect must be resolved by him. Even if it meant confronting the divine clan, he had to step forward. Lu Xuantong calmly analyzed the situation. This matter could not implicate the Lu family. He had to resolve it as an individual. With this thought, he reached out into the void, and a grotesque mask of a ghostly figure appeared before him. The mask was entirely black, covered in crimson patterns, with 2 scarlet gems embedded in the eye sockets. When Lu Xuantong donned the mask, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. His originally handsome features were replaced by the terrifying visage of the ghost, and a tangible black mist of killing intent enveloped him. His black robe billowed without wind, and the sword hanging at his waist emitted a bloodthirsty hum. At this moment, he resembled a Shura returned from hell, leaving burning black footprints with every step. Yue Fuyao, wait for me. A deep voice emanated from behind the mask as Lu Xuantong transformed into a flash of black lightning, racing towards the direction of the divine clan Zhang family. Wherever he passed, birds scattered in fright, and beasts lay low. Even the heavens and earth seemed to change color. This time, he would make the entire heavenly realm aware of the consequences of touching Lu Xuantong's woman. Almost simultaneously, an icy voice echoed in Lu Xuantong's mind. Congratulations, host, for refreshing the new sign-in location, Divine Clan Zhang family. This sign-in rewards Imperial Bloodline's heavy pupil. Approximately half an instant sticks time after Lu Xuantong departed, a piercing tearing sound suddenly erupted from the grave mound. The space was forcibly torn apart, and a stooped yet imposing figure stepped forth from the void. Shun Tsangming's murky old eyes widened in shock upon seeing the overturned coffin. The earth surrounding the grave still bore fresh cracks, evidently indicating someone had just emerged. Suddenly, his heart sank, and his withered fingers trembled involuntarily. Those damned corpse thieves from the Corpsine sect. The elder's hair stood on end, and he radiated a suffocating pressure. Trees within a 10-mile radius snapped under the weight of this aura, and boulders crumbled. He had secretly laid a tracking array when Lu Xuantong was buried, to guard against those treacherous individuals who specialized in stealing the bodies of prodigies. As he formed his incantation, countless golden patterns appeared in the air. These patterns moved as if alive, ultimately all pointing towards that empty coffin. This Shun Tsangming was stunned. The feedback from the array was clear. There was no trace of a second person here. Throughout, only Lu Xuantong's energy fluctuations remained. An incredible thought struck him like a thunderclap. Had that boy resurrected? The elder's wrinkled face first showed disbelief, then transformed into unrestrained joy. He laughed heartily, the sound reverberating through the mountains. Excellent. What a splendid dual imperial bloodline. I should have anticipated this. As he laughed, his expression suddenly froze. Lu Xuantong had hurriedly left right after resurrecting, indicating there must be something of utmost urgency. When he recalled the recent uproar regarding the marriage in Huangzhou, along with Yue Fuyao's 2 unusual visits to pay respects, a sense of dread washed over him. If his guess was correct, his foolish disciple might have charged single-handedly into the divine Clan Zhang family. Foolish. The elder stamped his foot in frustration. That was a top-tier divine clan with a virtual deity ancestor overseeing it. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Tsangming waved his sleeve, transforming into a beam of light soaring into the sky. As he passed, the clouds parted and the void trembled. This once feared powerhouse of Huangzhou was now pushing his speed to the limit. Disciple, do not panic. Your master is on his way. A long-lost battle intent surfaced on Shun Tsangming's age-spotted face. Since his disciple wished to create a stir, then, as his master, he would accompany him in tearing open the heavens. Chapter 118. The Wedding Day. The Divine Clan Zhang family. The show begins. Moments later, Lu Xuantong, accompanied by his wife and daughter, approached slowly, the incense candles in their hands trembling slightly, casting a somber light upon their faces. However, when they beheld the scene before them, their steps suddenly froze. The grave lay shattered, the coffin lid overturned, and the earth churned as if torn apart by some force. The trio's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at the empty grave. In the next instant, Lu Xuantong vanished into the grave, trembling fingers brushing the coffin's edge. Feeling its coldness, yet no familiar aura remained. The body was gone. Who did this? Lu Xuantong roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly burning away his reason. Nan Yuezi staggered a few steps, grief-stricken, her voice shattered. It must have been those who plotted against Xuantong. They wouldn't even spare his corpse. Elsu New York North stood frozen in place, her complexion pale, tears streaming down her face as she bit her lip in silence. After a long moment, she slowly raised her head, her eyes ignited with an unprecedented resolve. She yearned for strength sufficient to flatten the Xianxiang, strength potent enough to shake the heavens. She sought to take matters into her own hands. The Zhang family, having stood in the heavenly realm for countless millennia, possessed an unfathomable depth of heritage, undoubtedly a first-rate family. Their influence spanned across 3,000 domains, ruling over the supreme territories of the Star Domain, Moon Domain, and Sun Domain, with the Star Domain as their foundation, where their ancestral lands lay vast and boundless, resembling an independent world. Today, within the star-fallen divine city of the Zhang ancestral lands, radiant rays of light filled the sky, and auspicious clouds danced in abundance. The entire divine city floated high above the 9 heavens, grand and magnificent, with countless celestial palaces and pavilions rising from the ground, adorned with intricate carvings and gilded brilliance. Surrounded by divine mists and ethereal cranes, lifted by auspicious clouds, resembling the legendary celestial court. Moreover, today was a day of celebration, festooned with lanterns and joy. For today marked the wedding of the Zhang family's young master, Zhang Fengyao. Such a momentous occasion naturally drew the attention of the highest powers in the heavenly realm. From the SHNZ, the Jing family dispatched the divine son Jing Wuchn, dressed in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, followed by several protectors of the YNJI realm. Their presence imposing. The J family was led by the saintess Ju, who arrived gracefully, her celestial beauty captivating countless young talents. The Y family's ancestor personally graced the event, surrounded by an aura of the underworld, freezing the air in his wake, inspiring awe. Within the sacred grounds, from Hu Ngzhu, the Tai X sacred land, the Holy Master's disciple Sich X Ngh descended, stepping forth with an extraordinary demeanor. From Su Nzhu, the G11O sacred land, a senior elder accompanied the Holy Son, Shi Ot Nc, their presence overwhelming, prompting even the Zhang family's ancestor to personally welcome them. From Ngzhu, the TNJI and sacred land, the swordsman LNWH arrived alone, with ancient sword cries resonating behind him, his sword aura soaring, unassailable. Additionally, numerous hidden ancient clans, primordial dynasties, and representatives of immortal traditions made their appearances, filling the star-fallen divine city with a plethora of formidable beings, heralding an unprecedented gathering in the heavenly realm over a millennium. At this moment, at the center of the Zhang ancestral lands, a towering white jade celestial platform floated in midair, surrounded by 99 dragon statues, each spewing divine mist that transformed into a myriad of radiant light. Upon the platform, red silk adorned the ground, golden lotuses bloomed, and divine music resonated. The celestial melodies seemingly capable of cleansing the soul. Countless guests took their seats, engaging in lively conversation, eagerly awaiting the protagonists of the day. Zhang Fengyao and the first beauty under the Z11 Shi Nz, Yue Fuyao. As the guests marveled at the grandeur of the Zhang family, the world suddenly fell silent. A vast and overwhelming pressure descended from the 9 heavens, causing the entire star domain to submit in that moment. Friends from afar, Zhang has failed to welcome you properly. A resonant voice, akin to thunder, echoed across the heavens. Immediately, the void twisted, and a mighty figure stepped forth. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xianxiao, appeared, draped in a purple-gold divine robe, adorned with a crown of stars, surrounded by chaotic divine light. With each step he took, ripples spread across the void beneath his feet. He was a being of the XSHN realm, a true titan of the heavenly realm, capable of shattering stars with a thought and subjugating myriad tribes with a mere gesture. His emergence sent tremors through the entire star-fallen divine city, stirring the hearts of countless cultivators who felt an unstoppable urge to kneel. The head of the Zhang family shines even brighter than before. Xianxiao, my brother, it has been years since we last met, and your cultivation has grown immeasurably. Almost simultaneously, several equally formidable auras surged into the sky. The Jing family's ancestor, clad in a gray robe, bore an ancient countenance, yet his eyes were as deep as the starry river, surrounded by the flow of time. The J family's ancestor, stepping upon the yin-yang diagram, his white hair like snow, exuded an ethereal aura reminiscent of an immortal beyond the heavens. The Y family's sovereign, shrouded in the aura of the underworld, absorbed all light in his presence. These peak powerhouses, usually elusive as dragons, had gathered here today. Upon the high platform, the great beings engaged in light-hearted banter, their words filled with flattery and compliments. Zhang family head, your nephew Shi Oyo has entered the divine realm at such a young age. His future achievements are boundless. The J family's ancestor remarked with a playful stroke of his beard. Not at all, compared to the noble Ju. Shi Oyo still has a long way to go. Zhang Xianxiao waved his hand, yet his eyes gleamed with pride. Shi Oyo is not only extraordinarily gifted but also deeply loyal. He has gone to great lengths for that young lady of the Yu family. Zhang family's ancestor spoke with significant meaning. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, countless young prodigies and wandering cultivators below gazed in awe. Heavens! These are all legendary figures. They never expected to witness so many titans gathered in their lifetime. Is this the depth of a top-tier power? Even the likes of Xiaotiance, JMju, and Jingwchen felt their pride subdued. Their expressions grave as they gazed at the high platform. Though they were undoubtedly gifted, before these ancient beings who had lived for thousands of years, they felt as insignificant as ants. The young supremes gathered around a table, speaking in hushed tones. Xiaoyo truly is remarkable. I've heard he slayed a sixth-tier ancient beast in the outer realms while in the divine realm. I cannot match his prowess, Xiaotiance sighed, a flicker of battle intent igniting in his eyes. I hear he is deeply infatuated with that saintess of the Yue family, even using his family's power to force this marriage. JMju remarked with a playful glint in her eyes. Ah, deep affection. Jingwchen scoffed. I've heard that Yue Fuyao heart belongs to another. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others varied. They had all heard the rumors surrounding Yue Fuyao to some extent. She had once loved a youthful prodigy, and even after his demise, she had risked herself multiple times to honor his memory. She had even wounded her protector to escape a marriage, nearly losing her life. What a pity for such a stunning beauty to marry someone she does not love, JMju sighed. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, Xiaotiance replied coldly. If one wishes to blame, let them blame their lack of strength and background. Silence fell upon the crowd. Indeed, in this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, without strength, one cannot even control their own fate. Chapter 119. If you wish to leave today, kneel and apologize. The star-fallen divine domain was more vibrant than ever. Above the heavens, colors danced as flying vessels traversed the skies, sword lights cleaved through the air, and countless powerful beings arrived from all directions, seeking to witness this grand heavenly event. A somewhat antiquated flying vessel gradually docked at the Zhang family's outer harbor, its hull inscribed with the faded characters of the eastern domain, clearly from a remote area. As the cabin door opened, a middle-aged man stepped out, his face weathered yet retaining a hint of sharpness in his brow. He casually tossed a few spirit stones to the vessel's owner, who caught them with a grin and casually inquired, "Are you here to attend young Master Zhang's wedding? The eastern domain is quite remote. It must have been difficult to arrive." The middle-aged man smiled faintly, his voice deep. One could say so. With those words, he turned and walked away, his gaze fixed on the celestial platform suspended in the nine heavens, a flicker of determination flashing deep within his eyes. He was Xianxian. 3 years prior, his bloodline had been severed, his cultivation destroyed, reduced to a mere shell. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. With astonishing willpower, he persevered on the path of cultivation, breaking through to the first realm, the T-New realm. Alas, his bloodline was irreparably damaged, and his limits in this lifetime could only reach this point. But what of it? For the past 2 years, he had vigilantly guarded Lu Xuantong's grave, gradually piecing together the truth from the remnants of the past. She was very likely the Tao partner of Lu Xuantong. Though Lu Xuantong had been rendered incapable, the blood of his warrior spirit had never been extinguished. Since there was no hope left in this life, he resolved to undertake a grand endeavor, to seek justice for Lu Xuantong, even if it meant death. Taking a deep breath, he strode forward toward the Zhang ancestral lands. Meanwhile, at the center of the Zhang ancestral lands, atop the towering celestial platform, all guests were seated. The auspicious moment had arrived. It was time to invite the groom. As the master of ceremonies called out loudly, ethereal music resonated throughout the heavens, with radiant clouds painting the skies in vibrant hues. Soon after, a tall figure descended from the heavens, surrounded by an overwhelming divine presence. With each step he took, the void trembled beneath him. Zhang Xiaoyao donned a magnificent red and gold wedding robe, intricately embroidered with 9 true dragons, their eyes glinting like blood, lifelike and animated. His inky black hair was elegantly secured with a purple gold hairpin, and his handsome visage resembled that of a celestial being, albeit with an air of fierce dominance that sent chills down one's spine. He stood at the pinnacle of the divine sovereign realm. At such a young age, he had already brushed against the threshold of the creation realm, a true prodigy of unparalleled talent. His arrival ignited the crowd into a frenzy. As expected of the young master of the Zhang family, his charisma was indeed rare in this world. Standing at the peak of the divine sovereign realm, he was but a step away from the creation realm, embodying the essence of a true genius. It was said that he had mobilized the power of his family to force this marriage with Yue Fuyao, revealing his deep affections. The crowd buzzed with admiration and astonishment. Even the young supremes like Xiao Tiance and Ji Mingyue had to concede that Zhang Xiaoyao possessed the capital to look down upon his peers. They were all the brightest talents of the celestial realm, with profound backgrounds and extraordinary gifts, exuding an innate air of superiority in their every move. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man approached slowly, his expression weary. He naturally took a seat at a nearby table and poured himself a cup of spirit wine, downing it in one gulp. Lu Xuantong, weary from his long journey, found himself momentarily lost in the laughter and camaraderie of the youthful geniuses. Almost believing he was still the once-renowned talent of his youth, Jiang Wuchen, Xiao Tiance, and the others furrowed their brows, exchanging glances filled with disdain. How dare a man past 50, with merely the cultivation of the heavenly fire realm, sit with them? Who gave him the audacity? At that moment, Lu Xuantong set his cup down and noticed the peculiar atmosphere around him. Jiang Wuchen's gaze was icy, Xiao Tiance wore a mocking smile, and the others displayed an air of superiority. Realizing his misstep, he quickly rose and clasped his hands in apology, expressing his regret for the intrusion. His demeanor was sincere, tinged with humility. Yet, Xiao Tiance scoffed, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, speaking leisurely. What right does this wild cultivator have to call us brothers? Jiang Wuchen did not hide his contempt, coldly stating, "Get lost, you tarnish our eyes." Only Ji Mingyue's gaze flickered slightly, sensing something unusual about Lu Xuantong. But soon, she shook her head gently, revealing a hint of pity. What a shame. This man might have once been extraordinary, but now, he was ultimately just a waste. Lu Xuantong, hearing the derision around him, felt a bitter smile creep upon his lips. This was the reality of the cultivation world. The strong prey upon the weak, and the powerful reign supreme. A waste could scarcely breathe without error. He clasped his hands again and murmured, "I apologize for the disturbance." With that, he turned to leave. However, Jiang Wuchen was not about to let him go easily. He had been yearning for an opportunity to showcase his strength before Ji Mingyue, and this ignorant waste was the perfect target. Wishing to escape, Jiang Wuchen's gaze turned cold as he unleashed the full force of his Dao Palace realm cultivation. An immense pressure akin to a mountain bore down upon Lu Xuantong. He collapsed to one knee, spitting blood, his complexion growing ever more pallid. Jiang Wuchen looked down at him with the disdain one might reserve for an insect, coldly commanding, "If you wish to leave today, you have but one option, kneel and apologize." The sudden change in events silenced the once boisterous celestial stage. Countless gazes turned toward the scene, filled with astonishment, mockery, indifference, and even a hint of schadenfreude. After all, it was the wedding day of the young master of the Zhang family. Who dared to cause a ruckus here? Yet, as the crowd discerned the confrontation, their expressions grew peculiar. On one side stood Jiang Wuchen, the Zhang family's divine progeny, alongside the young supremes of the most powerful celestial factions, each exuding an extraordinary aura that made it difficult for onlookers to meet their eyes. On the other side was a middle-aged man, worn and disheveled, blood trickling from his lips as he knelt in utter humiliation. A mere heavenly fire realm? Laughter erupted from the crowd. How could such a waste dare to step into the Zhang family's ancestral grounds? With his ragged appearance, he could only be a wandering cultivator from some remote village, utterly laughable, unworthy even to serve as a servant, yet bold enough to sit among the divine descendants. The scornful voices rose in chorus. Lu Xuantong kept his head lowered, seething with indignation, yet could only clench his teeth in silence. He knew that in the presence of these lofty geniuses, he was but an ant, a speck of dust, a waste easily crushed beneath their feet. Jiang Wuchen looked down upon him, brimming with contempt, calmly stating, "Kneel, apologize, and then sever your own arm before leaving." His tone was calm, yet brooked no argument, as if discussing a trivial matter. At that moment, Lu Xuantong trembled, a flood of humiliation and fury swelling within him. He loathed himself for being reduced to a mere waste, his cultivation obliterated, unable even to seek justice for Xuantong. He resented the injustice of this world, where the powerful trampled upon the dignity of the weak without fear of reprisal. Yet ultimately, he could only slowly raise his hand, grasping the dagger at his waist, preparing to sever his own arm, just as the blade was about to descend. Enough! A voice as clear and cold as the moon pierced through the air, washing over the entire venue like a cold spring. All eyes turned toward the source, where Ji Mingyue rose gracefully, her gaze distant yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The entire assembly fell into silence. Every gaze converged upon the figure of Ji Mingyue, the newly ascended saintess of the Ji family, rumored to have awakened a rare dual imperial bloodline. Though her cultivation remained at the Dao Palace realm, she had once suppressed 3 divine sovereign realm prodigies with a single strike, her combat prowess deemed monstrous. 2 years prior, she had merely been an ordinary disciple of a collateral branch of the Ji family. Her talents, while commendable, paled in comparison to the direct descendants. However, during a secret trial, she unexpectedly awakened her ancient dual imperial bloodline, and in a mere few months, she had swept aside her peers, ascending to the position of saintess with overwhelming might. Though her beauty was not of the stunning kind, she possessed an ethereal elegance, her features like a painting. Her figure tall and slender, draped in garments as white as snow, exuding a chill that commanded reverence. Thus, countless young talents of the celestial realm were captivated by her, with many disciples from sacred lands willingly becoming her followers, merely to earn a smile from her. And now, this Ji family saintess dared to speak on behalf of a complete stranger? Zhang Wuchen was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Ji Mingyue would, like the others, coldly observe this farce, perhaps even sneering in disdain. Yet, to his surprise, she chose to intervene. Did she truly care for this waste? As this thought crossed his mind, an uncontainable rage surged within Zhang Wuchen, but Ji Mingyue's next words brought him back to calm. Zhang Wuchen, today marks the joyous occasion of the Zhang family. It is not fitting for blood to be shed, she explained in a neutral tone. If you insist on acting violently, wouldn't you ruin the celebratory atmosphere of the Zhang family? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuchen suddenly understood. So, it was not for the sake of that waste, but rather for the sake of the Zhang family's dignity. With this realization, he felt a wave of relief, even a hint of pride. Clearly, Ji Mingyue still cared for his standing, or else why would she have made a point to remind him? He immediately withdrew his oppressive aura, scoffing lightly as he addressed Lu Xuantong. Consider yourself fortunate. Today, on account of Saintess Ji, I shall spare your life. Now get lost. Xianxiaaudiobooks, as if granted a reprieve, struggled to rise, casting a grateful glance towards Ju. He understood that had she not intervened, he would have been left in a dire state, if not dead. Ju's countenance remained as frigid as ever, yet a flicker of compassion glimmered in her eyes. She was not one to show weakness, but witnessing a cultivator of over 50 years being subjected to such humiliation stirred her empathy. Furthermore, had she directly berated Xianxiaaudiobooks to cease, it would have brought even greater trouble to Xianxiaaudiobooks. The current outcome was indeed the best possible resolution. The surrounding guests, observing the scene, began to murmur their admiration. Truly, the J family's saintess possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Xianxiafanz demonstrated great magnanimity by allowing the release, showcasing the elegance of a true prodigy. Indeed, had it been anyone else, this worthless fool would have been crushed to dust long ago. As discussions swirled, the farcical event was soon forgotten, and the atmosphere upon the celestial platform regained its lively spirit. At this moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood atop the towering celestial platform, clad in a resplendent crimson gold wedding robe that billowed elegantly, his expression filled with pride. He surveyed the audience, noting their awed gazes, and a smug smile graced his lips. I am immensely grateful to all of you for gracing this occasion with your presence, he proclaimed. Young Master Zhang is too humble. It is our honor to witness your grand wedding. Among the younger generation of the heavenly realm, who could possibly rival young Master Zhang? This is truly a match made in heaven. Indeed, young Master Zhang is endowed with extraordinary talent and shall undoubtedly become a supreme being of his era. The guests offered their flattery, their words laced with adulation and praise. As Xianxiaaudiobooks absorbed their compliments, a sense of elation surged within him, even inducing a feeling of euphoria. Having already been gifted with unparalleled talent, he was on the verge of marrying the most beautiful maiden under Z11 Xinzi. With power and beauty firmly within his grasp, how could he not feel triumphant? As the auspicious hour approached, the officiant's voice rang out, "Bring forth the bride." Suddenly, the world fell silent. All eyes turned towards the heavens, filled with anticipation. Yue Fuyao, a name not unfamiliar in the celestial realm, was the most beautiful maiden under Z11 Xinzi, gifted and stunning, having driven countless prodigies to madness. However, her demeanor was aloof, rarely making public appearances, leaving many to wonder just how breathtaking she truly was. Today, she was to wed Xianxiaaudiobooks. It was said she had rejected numerous proposals from top-tier powers. How fortunate she must be to marry into the Zhang family. Whispers of curiosity and envy filled the air. Just then, a brilliant radiance erupted from the heavens, a dazzling display of colors cascading down like a celestial river, illuminating the entire star domain in a dreamlike glow. Celestial birds soared, divine lotuses bloomed, and the vast spectacle left everyone in awe. Is this a resonance of heaven and earth? Someone exclaimed. Only an unparalleled beauty could provoke such a phenomenon. Amidst countless astonished gazes, a wedding carriage drawn by 9 pure white heavenly steeds descended from the sky. The carriage, resplendent as jade and shrouded in ethereal mist, appeared as though it had descended from the 9 heavens. Upon the carriage stood a graceful figure, clad in a gown of pristine white. Her skirts billowed like clouds, and though veiled, her outline was enough to leave hearts entranced. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, held in place by a single jade hairpin, enhancing her otherworldly aura. As a gentle breeze stirred, the veil fluttered, revealing a glimpse of her porcelain-like chin and subtly pursed cherry lips. Just a fleeting glance was enough to leave the crowd breathless. How beautiful! Truly, she is the most exquisite maiden under Z11 Xinzi. She and young Master Zhang are undoubtedly a match made in heaven. The audience gasped in admiration, their eyes filled with fascination. Xianxiaaudiobooks, too, found himself momentarily entranced. Initially, he intended to seize this opportunity to confront Yue Fuyao and uncover the identity of his brother Zhang Fengyao's murderer. For with her strength, she could not have slain a prodigy of imperial bloodline alone. She must be protecting someone. Yet, gazing at this breathtaking beauty, he felt a stir of uncertainty. How unexpectedly fortunate he had become. A smirk danced in his heart, and a glint of greed sparkled in his eyes. Such a stunning figure. How could one not be captivated? As the wedding carriage gently descended, Yue Fuyao walked step by step towards the center of the celestial platform. Her steps were light, yet exuded a chilling resolve. No one knew the icy visage concealed beneath that delicate veil. In her eyes, there was no trace of a new bride's shyness or joy, only a profound hatred and an icy void. In her sleeve, a dagger laced with deadly poison was clutched tightly, the coldness emanating from it palpable. She had long since accepted her fate. She would kill Xianxiaaudiobooks and then take her own life, thus reuniting with the person she loved dearly but could no longer see. At last, Yue Fuyao stood before Xianxiaaudiobooks. They faced each other, one brimming with confidence, the other as frigid as frost. Stand up for me. Xianxiaaudiobooks commanded, his gaze fixed on the bride, a smug smile playing on his lips. Yue Fuyao, close enough to touch, wore a gown whiter than snow, her graceful figure captivating. Even through the veil, one could sense her ethereal demeanor. After today, we shall be husband and wife, he murmured, his tone laden with an unyielding authority. What? Are you not pleased? Yue Fuyao remained silent, feeling the weight of Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze roving over her like a serpent, sticky and cold. She felt a deep-seated hatred, wishing she could strike his throat with a dagger at that very moment. Yet the time was not right. She had to endure, ensuring her strike would be lethal. Seeing her lack of response, Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled dismissively, lowering his voice. As long as you marry me willingly, the Zhang family will treat you well. Regarding the one who killed my brother, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If you reveal his name, I can grant you anything your heart desires. In his mind, Yue Fuyao's silence was merely a tactic, waiting for the right price to be offered. In this world, there was nothing that could not be sold, save for the price being too low. However, Yue Fuyao remained as silent as a statue, her icy demeanor radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Xianxiaaudiobooks' brow furrowed, displeasure brewing within him, yet he refrained from showing it due to the occasion. With a cold snort, he turned and proclaimed loudly, "The auspicious hour has come. Let the wedding commence." As his words fell, celestial music erupted, clouds of auspiciousness swirling, enveloping the entire Starfall Divine City in a festive atmosphere. Zhang family head Xianxiao sat at the main seat, wearing a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with the marriage. Guests raised their cups in celebration, laughter ringing out. Congratulations to young Master Zhang on your joyous union. A perfect match, indeed. Amidst the clinking of cups, no one noticed that the bride's fingertips had turned as cold as iron. The bridal finery was spread in a splendid array. Yet who could fathom the chill hidden beneath the wedding gown? With the audience all smiles, who could see the bride's heart breaking in silence? Bow to heaven and earth. The officiant called out loudly. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled, slightly bowing. However, Yue Fuyao remained unmoving, like a statue, her gown not even fluttering. A sudden silence enveloped the venue. All guests sensed the oddity, their gazes converging on the bride. Why does she not move? Does she not wish to? Whispers erupted, and Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression darkened instantly. Lowering his voice, he hissed, "Yue Fuyao, do not test my patience. If you dare to shame the Zhang family today, I will ensure your suffering exceeds that of death." Hearing this, Yue Fuyao's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. Just as I wish. The dagger in her sleeve slipped silently, murderous intent surging. Yet, just as she was about to strike, a sudden voice rang out, "I do not consent." The abrupt declaration shattered the wedding's tranquility like thunderclaps, instantly causing an uproar. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, where a weathered middle-aged man rose from the corner, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the high platform. Is it him? The one who was just humiliated by Wchen in the realm of Mir Tianhua. How dare they disrupt the wedding of the Zhang family? Seeking death. As the crowd was stunned, mockery appeared on many faces. Jiang Wuqing furrowed his brow, impatience flickering in his eyes. Ignorant fool. Xiao Tian sneered coldly. It seems the earlier lesson was insufficient. Ji Mingyue's gaze flickered, thoughtfully glancing at Lu Chengxian, as if she sensed something. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Zhang Xiaoyao's expression darkened to the point of seeming to drip water. Who dares to act so audaciously like an ant here? His voice chilled, filled with murderous intent. Yet, Lu Chengxian showed no fear, facing countless disdainful and mocking gazes. Enunciating clearly, is this the way of the Zhang family, to coerce and oppress? Upon these words, the vast Xiantai fell silent for a moment, followed by an uproar of laughter. Ha ha ha, did I mishear? What is this old fool saying? Has he gone mad from his cultivation? Or did he fall headfirst from the womb? To be this foolish, does he even deserve to live? Mockery surged like a tide, countless scornful gazes directed at Lu Chengxian, dripping with undisguised contempt and ridicule. They seemed to be witnessing a grand joke, an insignificant ant daring to question why the eagle soars in the sky. Isn't the law of this world always that the weak are devoured by the strong? The weak prostrate, while the strong trample. This is an unchanging truth. Rebellion? A mere waste of Tianhua, lacking even the qualification to stand here, dares to speak of rebellion? Jiang Wuqing shook his head in derision, his eyes filled with scorn. Ignorant ant, unable to comprehend one's own worth. How pitiful. Xiao Tian stood with his arms crossed, watching coldly. Such a fool's existence is a waste of spiritual energy. Ji Mingyue's gaze flickered, yet she remained silent. At that moment, a figure of crimson gold shot through like thunder, appearing before Lu Chengxian in an instant. Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes were icy, too lazy to utter any words. He raised his leg and delivered a devastating kick, akin to a meteor crashing to earth, striking Lu Chengxian's chest with a heavy thud. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible, and Lu Chengxian was sent flying like a rag doll, blood spurting forth, tracing a brilliant line in the air before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He spat blood, his internal organs seemingly shattered by the blow, his meridians ruptured, unable to even move a finger. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by even louder laughter. Ha ha ha, is that all? I thought he was tough. He couldn't even withstand a single kick from young Master Zhang, yet dares to pretend to be a hero? Fool. Does he truly think he is someone of significance? Zhang Xiaoyao maintained a calm demeanor, walking slowly to Lu Chengxian, looking down at the near-lifeless middle-aged man with contempt. Speak. Who sent you? Which family's waste are you? At your age, instead of staying home to care for children, you come out to seek death? Lu Chengxian struggled to lift his head, blood trickling from his lips, yet he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaoyao, his eyes burning with indomitable fury. Huh. He spat out a mouthful of blood, though it did not reach Zhang Xiaoyao's garments. It nonetheless declared his stance. Zhang Xiaoyao's gaze turned cold, a tremendous pressure suddenly enveloping him, as if a mountain bore down upon Lu Chengxian. Boom. The already severely injured Lu Chengxian was forcibly pressed into the ground by this overwhelming force, his bones groaning under the weight, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His appearance pitiful beyond compare. Zhang Xiaoyao sneered, slowly lifting his foot to rest upon Lu Chengxian's head, grinding half of his face into the dirt, his tone dripping with mockery. Today, if you can touch me even once, I, Zhang Xiaoyao, will bow my head and apologize. Instantly, the crowd erupted in laughter. This was the most ludicrous joke imaginable. A waste with shattered meridians, unable to even rise, still wished to touch a celestial prodigy? Truly a delusion. Chapter 122. Assassination failed. Heaven, I curse you. I've gone mad. Within Lu Chengxian's chest burned an unquenchable fire. That fire was humiliation, anger, and deep-seated resentment buried for decades. Once, he was a renowned genius, spirited and proud among his peers. Yet now, with shattered meridians and ruined cultivation, he had become a waste in the eyes of the world. Even less than an ant. Within his family, he could have survived quietly, living out his days in peace. Yet he was unwilling. He was unwilling to live such a mundane life. To repay Lu Xuantong's kindness to the Lu family, he dragged his broken body to the Zhang family ancestral grounds, even knowing it was akin to a moth to the flame, seeking to demand an explanation. But at this moment, with Zhang Xiaoyao's foot upon his head, as his dignity was trampled mercilessly, fear gripped him. For the first time, he clearly realized that he was truly a waste. Why must it be me? Lu Chengxian roared within. If only he possessed half the talent of Lu Xuantong, would he be subjected to such humiliation, lacking even the right to resist? Unwillingness, anger, despair, a torrent of emotions erupted within him like a volcano, and in that instant, boom, His long-dormant, divine, demonic body unexpectedly burst forth with its final glimmer of brilliance. An ancient and vast aura suddenly awakened from Lu Xuantong's broken form. His cultivation began to surge wildly, from the pinnacle of Tianhua to the Wuxiang realm, and then to the Daogong realm. In the blink of an eye, his momentum surged to the Daogong realm, enveloped in faint black-red demonic energy, resembling an ancient demon god awakening from slumber. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Everyone widened their eyes, incredulous at the scene before them. This old fellow had actually hidden his strength. Impossible. Just moments ago, he was clearly a waste of Tianhua. Even Zhang Xiaoyao's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating half a step. Waves of shock surging within him. Divine demonic body? How could he possess that? Lu Chengxian slowly raised his head, his previously murky eyes now sharp as blades, locking onto Zhang Xiaoyao. His body trembled slightly, every muscle straining to break free from the mountain-like pressure. Heaven, if you still hold a shred of mercy. Lu Chengxian screamed within. Grant me one more chance. I, Lu Chengxian, would rather shine brilliantly for an instant, standing in death, than live on my knees. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his arm, black-red demonic energy wildly condensing at his fist, transforming into a fearsome demonic visage. Divine demonic fist. This punch encapsulated his lifelong obsession, burning with his final vestiges of life. This punch vowed to shatter the shackles, to obliterate this damned fate. Not good. Zhang Xiaoyao's expression changed drastically, sensing an unexpected threat in that moment. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. Unable to move. Am I truly going to suffer a downfall here? Zhang Xiaoyao felt a surge of terror. However, just as his fist was about to brush against Zhang Xiaoyao's garments, Lu Chengxian's movements abruptly halted. His fist froze in midair. The brilliance in his eyes ebbing away like a receding tide, replaced by a hollow void of silence. In the next second, he collapsed straight down, like a shell devoid of a soul, no longer harboring any vitality. It turned out that this punch had drained all his energy, consuming the last of his life. He ultimately failed to touch Zhang Xiaoyao. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at this scene, speechless for a long time. Only the wind stirred, lifting a wisp of dust, gently brushing past Lu Chengxian's cold body, as if silently sighing. The struggle of an ant could not ultimately shake the heavens. Zhang Xiaoyao's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, a mocking sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Huh, a waste is ultimately a waste. He looked down at Lu Chengxian's lifeless shell, a flicker of disdain and disgust crossing his eyes. How laughable that such an ant could momentarily cause him to feel alarm. Since you dare to provoke this young master, do not expect even your bones to be left behind. He raised his hand and summoned a blazing golden divine flame in his palm, the terrifying heat causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. If this strike were to land, Lu Chengxian's physical form would undoubtedly be reduced to ash, leaving no trace whatsoever. Just as the divine flame was about to engulf Lu Chengxian, a flash of pure white appeared like a ghost, moving at an unimaginable speed that seemed to tear through space. Yue Fuyao. She finally made her move. In this moment, she held nothing back. Her entire life's cultivation erupted, and the poisoned dagger in her hand gleamed coldly as it aimed straight for Zhang Xiaoyao's heart. This strike was devoid of any embellishment, fueled only by a resolute killing intent. She wanted him dead. Suddenly, the dagger pierced the air with a sharp shriek, mere inches from Zhang Xiaoyao's heart. His pupils constricted, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He had never anticipated that Yue Fuyao would strike at this moment. Even more shocking was the ferocity and decisiveness of her murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, a resounding clash of metal echoed throughout the venue. A dazzling golden light erupted around Zhang Xiaoyao, as an ethereal suit of armor engraved with ancient runes materialized, enveloping him entirely. Yue Fuyao's dagger struck the golden armor but could not penetrate, the blade even bending slightly from the impact. What? Yue Fuyao's eyes widened in disbelief. A storm of shock surging within her. A protective sacred artifact? And the highest grade Xian Gui golden armor at that. This was the Zhang family's treasured artifact, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a saint-level expert. How could Zhang Xiaoyao carry it with him? Instantly, the crowd gasped in astonishment, all taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The bride attempting to assassinate the groom? What is happening? Has Yue Fuyao lost her mind? How dare she publicly attack young Master Zhang? The Zhang family disciples were the first to react, several figures darting out like lightning to surround Yue Fuyao. How dare you harm our young master? Capture her. A violent pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, causing Yue Fuyao to grunt in pain. Blood spilling from the corner of her mouth as her delicate form was forced to kneel on the ground. Zhang Xiaoyao slowly turned, his gaze icy as he fixed his furious eyes on Yue Fuyao. You dare to attempt my assassination? His voice was chillingly cold, each word dripping with fury. Who gave you the audacity? Yue Fuyao raised her head, her stunning visage devoid of any coldness, filled only with profound hatred. Bah! She spat a mouthful of blood. Her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Marry you? You think you are worthy? I, Yue Fuyao, have long had my heart claimed. Were it not for the purpose of killing you, would I even set foot in the Zhang family? As these words left her lips, the crowd erupted in uproar. They suddenly understood why she would rather die than bow, why she exhibited no shyness of a new bride. It turned out this wedding was merely a trap for murder. On the day of the grand wedding, a waste caused chaos, and the bride attempted to assassinate the groom. This was truly a historical oddity. For thousands of years, how could such absurdity have ever occurred in the heavenly realm? Unheard of, unseen. At this moment, atop the platform, the expression of Zhang family head Zhang Lingxiao was as dark as a storm cloud, his hands crushing the jade armrests into powder. The Zhang family's reputation had been utterly tarnished today. If this humiliation was not avenged, how could the Zhang family stand before the various divine clans in the future? Today, they must kill to establish their authority. There could be no mercy. The surrounding guests began to murmur amongst themselves. Some mocked the spectacle, others whispered speculations, and a few even displayed amused smiles. The Zhang family had truly stumbled into a major pitfall this time. Who do you think Yue Fuyao's heart belongs to? Who else could it be but the new star of the eastern region, the dual emperor bloodline Lu Xuantong? It is said that during their year together in the Kunlun mountain secret realm, they were inseparable. Perhaps, Yue Fuyao had long been Lu Xuantong's betrothed. TSK. Does that not imply that Zhang Xiaoyao had already donned a fitting green hat? A dignified young master of the divine clan, publicly assassinated by a woman. What a laughingstock. Jiang Wuchen, Xiao Tiance, and others did not conceal their derisive laughter, their gazes filled with mockery as they looked at Zhang Xiaoyao, as if witnessing a grand joke. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoyao was engulfed in fury. He had never felt so humiliated. He had never been so embarrassed. He was the pride of the Zhang family, the heir to the supreme Dao body. How could he tolerate a woman publicly humiliating him? In an instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted. Radiant divine light emanating from Zhang Xiaoyao as he ascended like a blazing sun, his divine might suppressing all. The supreme Dao body roared to life. Such an intimidating aura. Truly, the strongest bloodline of the Zhang family. Yue Fuyao was doomed now. Zhang Xiaoyao hovered in the heavens, his gaze as cold as ice, looking down on Yue Fuyao as if she were an insect. Yue Fuyao, today you must die. Yet, Yue Fuyao merely laughed coldly, her eyes devoid of fear. Come, do not let me underestimate you. Seeking death. Zhang Xiaoyao's fury reached its peak, leaving no room for restraint as he formed hand seals, his spiritual energy surging violently, causing the world to dim. Supreme divine art, heavenly punishment. Thunderous roars echoed. The void trembled, laws shattered, and a divine light that pierced the heavens descended from the ninth sky, resembling a heavenly punishment, vowing to obliterate Yue Fuyao completely. This strike could not be stopped. This strike was certain death. Everyone held their breath, seemingly witnessing Yue Fuyao's imminent demise. Yet, just at that critical moment, a deep and chilling voice resonated through the void, as if from the abyss of hell, devouring all existence. I have arrived. At the instant the words fell, a figure stepped through the air, descending slowly. This individual wore a ghostly mask, surrounded by a chilling aura, the terrifying presence sending shivers down one's spine. In an instant, the venue fell silent. All eyes were focused on this figure. Who is he? A dark silhouette tore through the void like a specter, suddenly appearing, enveloped in a cold, sinister aura. The eyes beneath the mask as unfathomable as an abyss. Just standing there caused the entire world to halt. Another fool seeking death? Did the Zhang family disturb a hornet's nest today? One after another. Did they truly believe the dignity of the divine clan was merely for show? Guests around scoffed, their expressions filled with mockery. In their eyes, this was merely another ignorant fool, destined to suffer a fate worse than Lu Xuantong. Zhang Xiaoyao laughed in anger, tightening his grip, seizing Yue Fuyao's delicate neck, his murderous intent boiling. You vile woman, who is this accomplice of yours? Do you truly think this young master would hesitate to kill you? Yue Fuyao struggled to breathe, yet still defiantly sneered. You think you are worthy? Seeking death. Zhang Xiaoyao exploded in rage, his palm overflowing with spiritual energy, ready to crush her on the spot. Death. In the next moment, that ghostly figure had darted like lightning to Zhang Xiaoyao's side, a long and pale hand gripping his wrist like a vice. Crack. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. Zhang Xiaoyao's pupils constricted, disbelief flooding his senses as he stared at his wrist, which had been violently crushed, his spiritual energy vanishing as if swallowed by an even more domineering aura. You. As the words left his lips, the masked figure trembled violently, and Zhang Xiaoyao was struck as if by lightning, sent careening backward, crashing into a stone pillar 100 feet away, debris flying and dust rising. In an instant, the venue was silent. All eyes widened in disbelief, unable to produce a sound. A God Realm expert? To repel Zhang Xiaoyao with a single strike? The masked figure slowly turned, reaching out to gently embrace the swaying Yue Fuyao, his movements astonishingly tender. Yue Fuyao, momentarily taken aback, lifted her gaze to meet a pair of eyes as profound as the starry sea, within which swirled emotions she could not comprehend. I am grateful for your rescue, she managed to say, suppressing the tumult in her heart and taking a hesitant step back, her thoughts a whirl of uncertainty regarding the identity of this individual. She had never encountered such a youthful sovereign, yet his aura felt inexplicably familiar. Could it be him? No, it was impossible. He had already perished, buried within his coffin. Jiang Wuqing and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, their previous disdain morphing into gravity. They finally recognized that this was no mere arrogant fool, but a genuine harbinger of doom. In the distance, Zhang Xiaoyao, rising from his disheveled state with blood at the corners of his mouth, glared with fury, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Within the same realm, few could surpass Zhang Xiaoyao. He was the embodiment of the Taishang Dao body, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, nearly invincible at his level. Yet, this young man, adorned with a ghostly mask, whose roots could not exceed a century, had managed to repel him with a single blow, even seeming to gain the upper hand. How could such an entity remain obscure? Zhang Xiaoyao's gaze turned frigid, his mind swirling with suspicion and ire. When had Yue Fuyao made the acquaintance of such a young sovereign? Was he perhaps a direct descendant of a hidden divine lineage? Otherwise, what audacity allowed him to venture alone into the Zhang family's ancestral grounds? Concealed and unwilling to reveal his true self? Zhang Xiaoyao sneered, his eyes glinting with frost. It seems you are aware that your actions today are unfit for the light of day. The onlookers began to murmur, their eyes alight with intrigue and skepticism. Could he possibly be a scion of a divine clan? Even if he were, he would still meet his demise today. The Zhang family was not to be trifled with. To dare to seize a marriage from the Zhang family was to invite retribution, even for a direct descendant of an imperial clan. Upon the high platform, the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Lingxiao, regarded the scene with deep-set eyes, his presence akin to an unfathomable abyss that deterred direct gazes. As a formidable being of the void god realm, he discerned the extraordinary nature of the young man before him. This individual was far from an ordinary prodigy. This child is remarkable, he spoke slowly, his voice resonating like thunder. Xiaoyao, victory is not guaranteed. The room fell silent in shock. Zhang Xiaoyao was a once-in-a-millennium talent of the Zhang family, the epitome of the Taishang Dao body, undefeated among his peers. Yet, Zhang Lingxiao had openly acknowledged that victory was not assured. Patriarch, do you mean? An elder beside him inquired softly. Zhang Lingxiao's gaze turned icy, and with a wave of his sleeve, he commanded indifferently, "Seize him." In an instant, the heavens trembled and the void twisted. 5 terrifying auras descended like 5 ancient mountains, overwhelming the space with a mournful wail of unbearable pressure. The realm of fate manipulation. Moreover, there were 5 of them. Each fate manipulation realm powerhouse, in the outside world, was a dominant figure capable of founding sects and instilling fear across territories. Yet within the Zhang family, they were merely guardians of the ancestral grounds. This was the foundation of the divine clans. This was the terror of the Zhang family. Countless onlookers inhaled sharply, their faces paling, nearly suffocated by the overwhelming pressure. It was over. No matter how strong this young man was, he would undoubtedly perish today. With 5 fate manipulation realm experts striking, not even a true god sovereign at the pinnacle could hope to survive. One of the fate manipulation realm powerhouses stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, looking down at Lu Xuantong with a sardonic smile. "Foolish creature, how dare you stir trouble in the Zhang family? Today, you will undoubtedly perish." With that, 5 formidable killing intents locked onto Lu Xuantong, akin to 5 ancient beasts opening their gaping maws, intent on tearing him apart. In that moment, he found himself in a true deadlock. Lu Xuantong's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, narrowed, and his mind raced to connect with the mysterious Tao of heaven cohabitation contract within him. "Xiaolinger, you are my only hope of escape now." He had dared to trespass into the Zhang family, confronting countless strongmen and even risking a confrontation with Zhang Xiaoyao, relying on Xiaolinger's identity. Should she intervene? No matter how deep the Zhang family's foundation or how numerous their experts, they would be powerless against him. The world remained unchanged, and all beings were in motion. Yet, Xiaolinger was nowhere to be seen. Lu Xuantong's brow furrowed tightly, and a rare heaviness flickered in his eyes. The contract remained, yet communication was severed. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. He had miscalculated. He had believed that his greatest support would never fail him, yet now, this trump card had faltered at a critical juncture. Was she cut off by some force? Or had there been an issue with the contract? A myriad of speculations flashed through his mind, but the current situation allowed no room for contemplation. The killing intents of the 5 fate manipulation realm experts had firmly locked onto him, and the terrifying pressure bore down as if the heavens were collapsing, distorting the space around him. In the distance, Zhang Fengyao wiped the blood from his lips, a malevolent smile forming. What's this? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Are you afraid now? Though he had been repelled, he was not severely wounded. Observing Lu Xuantong's unusual expression, he immediately deduced something and mocked. So you are merely a blustering waste. With no backup, you dare to act recklessly in the Zhang family? Chapter 125. The bloodline of the 3 emperors emerges. Shocking the entire scene. Invincible slaughter. To have no background and still dare to cause chaos in the Zhang family? Zhang Xiaoyao's anger turned to mockery, his eyes brimming with scorn. He had initially believed that this masked figure was an arrogant scion of a hidden divine clan or perhaps a descendant of an ancient lineage. Yet now it appeared he was just an ignorant fool. No wonder he wore a mask, afraid of repercussions that might ensnare those behind him. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it became, and his anger subsided to be replaced by a feeling akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Since this was a nameless individual, all the better. Today, he would personally suppress this person, demonstrating to the entire celestial realm the fate of those who dared to challenge the Zhang family's dignity. Stand down. Zhang Xiaoyao suddenly raised his hand, dismissing the 5 fate manipulation realm powerhouses. Though they were displeased, they dared not defy the young master's command, and they immediately retracted their auras, stepping back. Before leaving, they cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xuantong, their eyes filled with contempt, as if regarding an ant easily crushed beneath their feet. With the young master taking action, this individual was undoubtedly doomed. On the high platform, Zhang Lingxiao's gaze remained profound as he slowly nodded. This farce had already tarnished the Zhang family's reputation. If the marriage could not be formed, then it would transform into a battle of prodigies. Let the world witness the terrifying depth of the Zhang family's foundation. Xiaoyao. Do not hold back, Zhang Lingxiao stated blandly, his voice light, yet resonant like thunder throughout the hall. Today, let the world see why the Zhang family stands at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyao's lips curled into a sinister arc. It was precisely what he desired. He slowly turned, disdainfully stating, "Boy, if you can defeat me today, I will allow you to leave in peace. If you fail." He paused, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. "Then both of you shall be buried here." Lu Xuantong's gaze flickered, and he asked in a deep voice, "Is that truly the case?" Although Zhang Xiaoyao's strength was unfathomable, possessing the bloodline of 2 emperors and extraordinary talent, Lu Xuantong had successfully signed in, bearing the bloodline of 3 emperors. Though his realm was slightly weaker, the power of his bloodline was sufficient to bridge the gap. If he could seize this opportunity to defeat Zhang Xiaoyao in a fair fight and depart with Yue Fuyao, it would be the best outcome. Zhang Xiaoyao laughed proudly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Naturally, it is true. I, Zhang Xiaoyao, am a man of my word. How could I deceive you? Moreover," he surveyed the multitude of guests present, sneering, "With so many witnesses here today, should I go back on my word, it would be a laughingstock." In his eyes, this battle was without suspense. He had never been defeated among his peers. Lu Xuantong took a deep breath and slowly nodded. "Very well, I accept your challenge." Upon the utterance of those words, the atmosphere erupted into fervor. How intriguing, truly captivating. Ha ha ha, this is far more exhilarating than witnessing a marriage. The battle of the heavenly prodigies, a life and death confrontation. This is the spectacle that we, as cultivators, ought to behold. In the VIP section, countless formidable figures engaged in animated discussions, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Combat is the destiny of cultivators. Blood and glory are the eternal pursuits. Who do you think will triumph? Need it be said? It shall undoubtedly be Zhang Xiaoyao. Indeed, the Taishang Dao body and the dual imperial bloodlines. Being invincible among peers is no mere boast. Although this masked lad possesses some skills, he pales in comparison to Zhang Xiaoyao. Almost everyone leaned towards Zhang Xiaoyao. His reputation is resounding. His achievements are magnificent. In stark contrast, Lu Xuantong remains obscure, even daring not to reveal his true visage. Such arrogance is utterly misplaced. There are far more prudent ways to seek death. Soon, we shall witness how he is crushed by Zhang Xiaoyao. Taunts echoed all around. Listening to the tidal wave of flattery, a proud smile curled at the corner of Zhang Xiaoyao's mouth, and the battle intent surged within his eyes. He is the first-generation direct disciple of the Taishu Holy Land. He is recognized as an unparalleled genius in the celestial realm. Who among his peers can contest with him? In the next instant, he took a sudden step forward, unleashing the pinnacle of his divine sovereign cultivation, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Following this, The dual imperial bloodlines were fully activated. The Taishang Dao body underwent an ultimate revival. The Po Wang divine eye pierced through the void. Buzz. Two dazzling golden halos emerged behind him, akin to the sun soaring across the sky, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A sacred radiance enveloped him, and each breath seemed capable of collapsing mountains and obliterating all laws. Even more terrifying were his eyes, with the left resembling the blazing sun scorching the heavens and the right akin to the cold moon hanging in the sky. Under the Po Wang divine eye, all illusions of the world could not escape detection. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyao's aura soared to its zenith. Merely standing there, he resembled an invincible celestial king, suppressing the ages. All cultivators present were filled with trepidation, and some of the weaker ones even felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to their knees. This foolhardy lad. To die at my hands shall be your honor. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Lu Xuantong, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Remember, the one who shall slay you is Zhang Xiaoyao. Instantly, the crowd erupted once more. Young Master Zhang is invincible. This is the true genius. What can that masked boy possibly compare? Ha ha, I wager he won't last 3 moves. All believed that Lu Xuantong was doomed without a doubt. Yue Fuyao's delicate face turned pale. Though she did not know the masked youth before her, he had stood up for her. And how could she bear to watch him meet his demise? Fellow cultivator, this matter arose because of me. Your life should not be entangled with mine. You must leave. However, beneath the mask, Lu Xuantong's expression remained as tranquil as water. He glanced at Yue Fuyao and then at the cold corpse of Lu Changqian in the distance. His fury erupting like a volcano. What a formidable Zhang family. Stealing my woman, killing my brother. Very well. Today, in front of all these eyes, he shall slay Zhang Xiaoyao and proclaim his path to transcendence. Come. Lu Xuantong suddenly looked up, his battle intent soaring like a rainbow. In the next moment, his aura surged explosively, and a brilliant golden halo appeared behind him. The crowd felt a jolt of apprehension. What? He also possesses imperial bloodlines? Before they could comprehend, boom. The second golden halo followed closely. The audience was thrown into an uproar. 2 imperial bloodlines? How could this be? He is akin to young Master Zhang? Zhang Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. No, it cannot be. It is absolutely impossible for a third to exist. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, the third golden halo erupted behind the masked youth, illuminating the surroundings like a blazing sun. 3 imperial bloodlines emerged. At this moment, the venue fell into silence. Everyone appeared as if they had seen a deity. 3 golden halos? What does that signify? The imperial bloodlines are the supreme existence between heaven and earth. Each one represents the heritage of an invincible emperor who once suppressed the ages. A possessor can dominate their peers, look down upon all beings, and perhaps even attain the path of emperorship in the future. For an ordinary genius, awakening a single imperial bloodline is already a remarkable feat, allowing them to stand out in a realm and become a holy son of a sect or a young master of a divine clan. Yet too, in the entire celestial realm, such individuals are exceedingly rare and are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of youthful supremacy. But 3? This transcends everyone's understanding. What does bearing 3 imperial bloodlines entail? It means he alone carries the will of 3 supreme emperors. It signifies that his talent is enough to incite envy even from the heavens. Boom. As the third golden halo erupted behind the masked youth, the entire space froze. At this moment, gasps of awe rippled through the crowd, with countless individuals leaping from their seats, their pupils constricting in shock, fixated upon those 3 resplendent golden halos as if they were witnessing the most unfathomable existence in the world. 3. How is this possible? When did such a figure emerge in the celestial realm? Who on earth is he? Jiang Wuqing, Xiao Tiance, and other young supremes could no longer remain seated, their eyes reflecting unprecedented shock, jealousy, and even a hint of fear. They considered themselves prodigies, yet at this moment, under the illumination of those 3 golden halos, they felt as insignificant as ants. If only I possessed such talent, Jiang Wuqing thought, his gaze filled with envy and resentment. With 3 imperial bloodlines, if he does not perish, he is destined to become an emperor. Someone whispered in tremors, their voice filled with reverence. He must be eliminated. He absolutely must be removed. If this person is not dealt with, he shall become a great threat in the future. On the high platform, Zhang Lingxiao's pupils suddenly trembled. A chilling sensation surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. So that is why he finally comprehended why he felt such apprehension towards this youth. 3 imperial bloodlines. What an astonishing talent. Yet soon, a sinister killing intent flickered in his eyes. If I can seize his bloodlines, Xiaoyao's power will surely ascend to new heights. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyao's expression had completely solidified. The derision, disdain, and arrogance that once adorned his face crumbled in that instant. 3. An unprecedented shock registered in his eyes. He, Zhang Xiaoyao, possessed dual imperial bloodlines and the Taishang Dao body, priding himself on being invincible among his peers. Yet this masked, mysterious figure surpasses him by one. How can this be? How can there exist someone stronger than him in this world? His heart raced violently. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. No, it cannot be. It must be a fabrication. It must be some form of secret technique. He stared intently at the 3 golden halos, attempting to discern a flaw, yet the vast imperial might, the terrifying aura that suppressed the ages, all conveyed to him that this was real. The individual before him is a genuine prodigy against the heavens, an existence even more extraordinary than he. At that moment, the masked youth slowly lifted his head, the 3 golden halos intertwining, their resplendent golden light akin to the sun soaring through the sky, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An icy voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Now, it is my turn. The pressure of the 3 imperial bloodlines descended like a collapsing firmament, overwhelming the entire venue. The Zhang family elders turned pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their fingers trembling uncontrollably. They had lived for centuries, witnessing countless prodigies rise and fall, yet they had never encountered such a monstrous existence. How can they contend against 3 imperial bloodlines? Young Master Xiaoyao may be powerful, but his opponent is far too formidable. If they are defeated today, what face will the Zhang family have left? Several clan elders exchanged glances, each perceiving profound apprehension in the other's eyes. They swiftly communicated telepathically, ultimately reaching a consensus. They must present Zhang Xiaoyao with a treasure capable of turning the tide of battle. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Zhang Lingxiao's gaze was profound as he slowly spoke, his voice low and authoritative. Xiaoyao is the future of our Zhang family. How could he fall to the hands of nameless foes? Summon the Tai Su divine sword. As his words echoed, the ancestral grounds of the Zhang family trembled violently. Above, the heavens roiled with dark clouds, thunder cracking, and a brilliant sword light surged from the depths of the ancestral site, tearing through the void and reaching the heavens. This sword light cascaded like a galaxy, vast and boundless, its sword intent sharp enough to sever the rivers of time and obliterate the ancient cosmos. With a resonant clang, the Tai Su divine sword finally manifested in its entirety. Measuring 3 feet and 7 inches, the sword was as translucent as crystal, its blade inscribed with countless ancient runes. Each rune seemed to embody the ultimate truths of the universe. Merely gazing upon them inflicted a piercing pain upon the soul, as if one might be rent asunder by the sword's aura. Even before the sword moved, the void began to fracture spontaneously, dark fissures spreading like a spider's web, terrifying in their magnitude. The audience gasped in astonishment. Countless cultivators widened their eyes, fixated on the sword suspended in midair, their expressions filled with shock and greed. A divine weapon of the great sage caliber. It was a peerless artifact, second only to imperial weapons, and exceedingly rare even in the celestial realm. Ordinary factions could scarcely possess a single sacred weapon, yet the Zhang family had effortlessly summoned a treasure of such magnitude. This was the foundation of the divine clan. This was the terror of the Zhang family. In a flash, the Tai Su divine sword transformed into a streak of light, landing in Zhang Xiaoyao's grasp. The moment he held it, a tremor coursed through him, and the Dao heart that had been shaken by the 3 imperial bloodlines suddenly stabilized. He gazed at the divine sword in his hand, feeling the terrifying power within, a sinister smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. What of the 3 imperial bloodlines? In the face of absolute power, talent is but a joke. He raised his head abruptly, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. The Tai Su divine sword quivered slightly, and the point of the blade directed at the void began to fracture inch by inch. Today, I shall show you what true invincibility is. Zhang Xiaoyao bellowed, the Taishang Dao body fully awakening, the Puwang divine eye radiating resplendent divine light. The power of the dual imperial bloodlines surged violently, melding perfectly with the sword intent of the Tai Su divine sword. In this moment, his momentum reached its zenith, nearly rivaling the 3 imperial bloodlines of the masked youth. With the Tai Su divine sword in hand, Zhang Xiaoyao's battle prowess surged by at least 30%. The outcome of this contest had become uncertain. This was truly intriguing. The duel of prodigies, the clash of treasures, today was indeed an eye-opening experience. Among the distinguished guests, Jiang Wuqing and others gazed fervently at the Tai Su divine sword, consumed by jealousy. If such a treasure were to fall into their hands, perhaps they too could contend with those of the 3 imperial bloodlines. On the high platform, Zhang Lingxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Xiaoyao, do not disappoint your father. At this moment, The gaze of the entire assembly was riveted upon the center of the battlefield. On one side stood the enigmatic masked youth, bearer of the 3 imperial bloodlines. On the other stood Zhang Fengyao, wielding the Tai Su divine sword, imbued with formidable heritage. This battle would surely be inscribed in the annals of the celestial realm. Chapter 127. Furious slashing of Zhang Fengyao. Establishing authority in the celestial realm. I am Lu Xuantong. Zhang Fengyao let out a long howl towards the heavens. The dual imperial bloodlines surged to their zenith, radiating dazzling divine light, like a great sun illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With a thunderous roar, the Taishang Dao body fully revived, ancient patterns appearing on his skin, each inch of flesh infused with earth-shattering power. The Po Wang divine eye erupted with blinding golden light. His left eye shone like the scorching sun, while the right resembled a cold moon. Capable of piercing through all illusions of the world. Tai Su divine sword, let us vanquish our foes. Holding the great sage-level divine weapon, he pointed the blade. Tearing through space. The terrifying sword aura crisscrossed, carving dark fissures across the heavens, each strike containing the might to obliterate stars. Yet, Lu Xuantong remained unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. 3 golden halos spun slowly behind him, exuding an imperial might that suppressed the ages. His eyes reflected the reversal of galaxies. His supreme bone radiating radiant divine light, every gesture infused with unparalleled authority. Come forth. The simple phrase escaped his lips as he vanished from sight, directly confronting the onslaught. The two clashed in a flurry of strikes, each collision resulting in earth-shattering explosions. Zhang Fengyao wielded his sword with unyielding ferocity, the Tai Su divine sword transforming into a roaring silver dragon, its sword aura causing mountains to crumble and rivers to reverse course. Meanwhile, Lu Xuantong moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, his anticipating every trajectory of the sword energy, his supreme bone radiating immeasurable divine light, meeting the great sage-level weapon head-on without faltering. Heavens! Is this truly the battle of the younger generation? How terrifying! Such might would surely compel even ordinary divine sovereign-level experts to retreat in fear. The spectators were left in awe, with some weaker cultivators even spitting blood from the residual shockwaves, forced to retreat repeatedly. In the center of the battlefield, their fervor intensified. With each swing, Zhang Fengyao's sword cleaved the sky asunder, splitting the heavens in two. Lu Xuantong stood resolute, his supreme bone glowing as he unleashed a punch. The golden imprint colliding violently with the sword energy, erupting into blinding brilliance. The earth trembled, the void lamented. The two battled from the skies to the ground, then back to the heavens, leaving annihilation in their wake. 300 exchanges, 500 exchanges, 800 exchanges. This astonishing battle left the audience spellbound, even moving the elder experts among them. How splendid! This was truly the battle of prodigies. Both had pushed their capabilities to the utmost, each move a masterpiece. However, as time passed, the might of the Tai Su divine sword gradually became apparent. The great sage-level weapon was indeed extraordinary. The fierce sword aura left marks upon Lu Xuantong's body. Although these wounds healed rapidly due to his undying body, they nevertheless put him at a disadvantage. The 3 imperial bloodlines are but this. Zhang Fengyao grew increasingly emboldened, his sword intent intensifying. Seizing an opening, the Tai Su divine sword erupted with blinding silver light, cleaving Lu Xuantong back hundreds of feet. With a crash, Lu Xuantong was thrust into the mountainside, causing the entire peak to collapse. Cheers erupted from the spectator stands. Victory! Young Master Zhang has won. I told you, the 3 imperial bloodlines are nothing against a great sage-level weapon. The profound heritage of the Zhang family had indeed proven formidable. Effortlessly summoning such a treasure, Zhang Lingxiao and the other clan elders exhaled in relief, their faces breaking into smiles of satisfaction. This battle, pivotal for the Zhang family's reputation, had ultimately resulted in their triumph. On the high platform, Zhang Fengyao stood with his sword raised, pointing its blade towards the ruins, proclaiming, "Now do you yield?" As the dust settled, Lu Xuantong slowly rose to his feet, his garments tattered, blood trickling from his lips, yet his gaze remained as calm as still water. The great sage-level weapon was indeed remarkable. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he suddenly revealed a knowing smile. Yet, he had originally intended to suppress Zhang Fengyao with the 3 imperial bloodlines, ensuring that the Zhang family would accept their defeat with conviction. However, the emergence of a great sage-level weapon had completely disrupted the equilibrium. Is this what they call a genius of the divine clan? Resorting to family heritage when unable to win? In truth, he still possessed many hidden abilities, given his sensitive identity. After all, he was quite renowned in the region. If exposed, his true identity would inevitably be unveiled. He wished to avoid causing trouble for his family. Thus, he had chosen to remain dormant. Yet, if he were to lose this battle, even his survival would be at stake. Resolutely, Lu Xuantong's gaze turned cold. Suddenly, Lu Xuantong threw his head back and laughed maniacally. His laughter imbued with a touch of madness and resolution. Had he lost his mind? Was he merely daft? The onlooking cultivators shook their heads, revealing expressions of derision. Zhang Xiaoyao scoffed even louder. A useless fool is still a fool. Is this all he can endure? The Tai Su divine sword reemerged, its radiant blade cleaving through the heavens and the earth with the power to annihilate all. Die. At this critical juncture, a terrifying pressure, rivaling that of the Tai Su divine sword, erupted explosively from within Lu Xuantong. The world changed dramatically. A colossal Taiji diagram unfurled above his head, with the dual energies of yin and yang swirling, depicting the primordial chaos at its inception. Countless runes flickered within the diagram, each imbued with the profound truths of heaven and earth, sending shivers through the souls of all present. More chillingly, a massive claw, covered in scales, extended from the Taiji diagram, effortlessly catching the descending Tai Su divine sword. The clang of metal resonated through the skies, and a terrifying shockwave flattened the ground for 1,000 feet around. What? Zhang Xiaoyao's hands trembled, his face pale with disbelief. He stared at the claw emerging from the Taiji diagram, its black scales shimmering with an eerie light, impervious even to the sharpness of a saint-level weapon. Is this the Taiji diagram? An elder, well-versed in ancient lore, gasped in astonishment. Yin and yang transforming, primordial chaos. This is the legendary saint-level weapon, the Taiji diagram. As he spoke, the crowd erupted in chaos. Another saint-level weapon? And that claw? Could it possibly be the sealed world-destroying beast within the Taiji diagram? A shiver ran down the spines of the onlookers. The Taiji diagram was renowned not only for being a supreme treasure in itself, but also because it contained within it the world-destroying beast that wreaked havoc during ancient times. As the Taiji diagram fully unfurled, the dual energies of yin and yang transformed into tangible chains that coiled around Lu Xuantong. The true form of the claw's master finally revealed itself, a terrifying beast resembling a qilin, but with a dragon's head, breaking through the void. Its body was covered in pitch-black scales, its back lined with barbs, its hooves ablaze with ethereal blue flames, and its vertical pupils radiated a fierce aura capable of annihilating all. The world-destroying Mo Qilin. At this moment, Zhang Lingxiao's countenance shifted dramatically. He could no longer remain seated. This was the legendary world-destroying beast. Although its power had diminished after being sealed within the Taiji diagram, it still rivaled a saint-level existence. Standing atop the Mo Qilin, Lu Xuantong declared coldly, "What did you think? Just because you have something?" The Mo Qilin roared, unleashing ethereal blue flames that engulfed the 8 directions, incinerating the sword aura of the Tai Su divine sword. Zhang Xiaoyao's complexion turned ashen, his grip on the sword trembling. He could not fathom that his opponent possessed such a terrifying trump card. Impossible. This cannot be. How could a nameless nobody possess the Taiji diagram? Lu Xuantong remained silent, a cold smirk playing on his lips as murderous intent surged within his eyes. The Mo Qilin sensed its master's intent and lunged forward, striking at Zhang Xiaoyao with a claw. "Xiaoyao, be careful." Zhang Lingxiao could no longer care for his dignity and rushed to save him. But it was too late. Bang! In an instant, Zhang Xiaoyao was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, the Tai Su divine sword slipping from his grasp, tracing a sorrowful arc in the air. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Zhang Xiaoyao was dead. He had actually died, killed by an outsider within the Zhang family's domain. In the next second, the chilling fear of death enveloped Lu Xuantong as Zhang Lingxiao, the head of the Zhang family and a powerful figure in the void god realm, erupted with overwhelming murderous intent, roaring, "You little brat. You dare to kill him? Do you know who he is? What are you even worth?" Chapter 128, Identity Revealed. Don't you Lu Xuantong. Shocking the entire venue. No one had anticipated Lu Xuantong's overwhelming strength. They may have speculated that he could win, but they never imagined he would dare to brazenly slay Zhang Xiaoyao in the ancestral land of the Zhang family, in front of countless powerful figures. This was utter madness. To slaughter their most cherished prodigy on the Zhang family's turf was akin to defecating on their heads. No, it was worse. This was akin to tearing the Zhang family's face to shreds, trampling their dignity into the mud, and grinding it beneath their feet. However, what was even more spine-chilling was that at this moment, someone finally recognized the colossal Taiji diagram that blotted out the sun. This diagram, how could it be identical to the one that appeared in the Battle of the Eastern region 4 years ago? It was rumored that a young prodigy had relied on the Taiji diagram to slay a direct disciple of the Tai Su sacred land. Later, he was taken away by the head of the sword-bearing pavilion, and thereafter, he died in a family conflict, his corpse cold and buried. The grass on his grave already 3 meters tall. That person was named Lu Xuantong. In an instant, countless cultivators' pupils constricted, and the murmurings erupted like a tidal wave. Zhang Wuchen, Xiao Tiance, and other young supremes exchanged glances, their expressions revealing deep suspicion. Lu Xuantong? Wasn't he dead? But how could this Taiji diagram, this aura, how could it be explained? Just as the crowd was enshrouded in shock, a suppressed sobbing sound emerged from the edge of the high platform. Yue Fuyao covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down her delicate face. Her body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes fixated on the figure in the void. Just moments ago, she had suspected it was him. That familiar aura, that defiant silhouette. Even with a mask, even with deliberate concealment, how could she fail to recognize him? He was the one she yearned for day and night, the one who haunted her dreams. Yet, he had clearly died. She had witnessed his grave being erected, seen the cold tombstone etched with his name, and even knelt alone before his grave, crying until she fainted. But now, Xuantong, is it really you? Yue Fuyao sobbed uncontrollably, each word seemingly squeezed from the depths of her soul, laden with profound longing, ecstatic joy, grievance, and the release of overwhelming hatred. He had returned. He truly had returned. Not only had he returned, but he had done so in the most domineering and insane manner, avenging her by killing Zhang Xiaoyao, dismantling the Zhang family's reputation. In front of the entire world, he declared, I, Lu Xuantong, have clawed my way back from the depths of hell. Even more astonishingly, in the distance, the body of Lu Chengqian, battered and nearly unrecognizable from the torment inflicted by the Zhang family, twitched ever so slightly. As if sensing something, this once mighty man, teetering on the brink of death, struggled to open his murky eyes. Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Xuantong's lips curled into a bitter smile. As expected, he had been exposed. The Taiji diagram was a saint-level weapon of extraordinary might. Once summoned, how could it not be recognized? At this moment, countless greedy gazes were likely fixated upon him from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to kill and seize the treasure. But so what? Had Lu Xuantong ever been afraid? His slender fingers slowly rose, resting upon the cold mask, and then with a snap, the mask shattered into countless specks of starlight. His youthful, resolute visage was fully revealed before the crowd. The young man stood in the void, his black hair billowing, eyes like stars, surrounded by 3 golden imperial rings that slowly rotated, illuminating him as if he were a deity descended upon the mortal realm, commanding the mountains and rivers. Lu Xuantong has come to collect his debt today. His voice boomed, resonating through the air. In an instant, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. It was truly him. Lu Xuantong, the one who was supposed to be dead 3 years ago. He had not only survived, but awakened 3 imperial bloodlines. Madness. The world had gone mad. Some were in shock, others in fear, while many others' eyes sparkled with greedy light. 3 imperial bloodlines combined with a saint-level weapon, if they could seize it. Yet, the majority felt genuine admiration. Alone, he had stormed into the divine clan. Born of a divine lineage, he had clashed with the divine clan's prodigies, slaying Zhang Xiaoyao and shattering the Zhang family's face. On this day, who among them dares to act? Who among them possesses the capability? Those young cultivators who often proclaim themselves as prodigies now feel their cheeks flush with shame. They have fantasized about overpowering all foes and suppressing countless adversaries. Yet none possess the audacity to stake their lives as Lu Xuantong does. They merely boast, while Lu Xuantong truly dares to kill. However, would the Zhang family simply relent? Boom. 5 terrifying auras abruptly descended, akin to 5 ancient divine mountains pressing down, instantly sealing the entire realm. 5 formidable figures at the YNG realm, each one capable of effortlessly crushing mountains and rivers, now fully present with murderous intent directed at Lu Xuantong. With but a thought, they could reduce him to ashes. Yet, they await, anticipating the command from xianxiao. At this moment, xianxiao's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on Lu Xuantong with a fierce desire to rend him asunder. He could not accept that a scion of a divine clan, who should have perished, had slain his most favored son. How could a descendant of inferior blood possess 3 strands of imperial blood? How could he command the TIJT? How dare he disturb the Zhang family? Little beast. Xianxiao's voice trembled, his deep-set eyes radiating an overwhelming murderous intent, his aged face contorting with rage. You, a despicable ant, are unworthy to kill my son. In response, Lu Xuantong merely chuckled lightly, his gaze chillingly calm. Zhang family head, have you perhaps forgotten that the victor is king and may depart in peace? This is a rule you yourself set forth. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in disbelief. Countless cultivators echoed the sentiment, a wave of voices rising in unison. Indeed, would the Zhang family go back on their word? Lu Xuantong has won and should be allowed to leave. A noble divine clan, lacking such magnanimity? Even elders from other divine clans and sacred lands could not help but interject, mockingly taunting, "Brother Zhang, one must honor the terms of the wager. If you cannot adhere to such a simple principle, who would dare to trust the Zhang family in the future? Huh? Has a son's death made you turn against your word? What of the dignity of the divine clans?" They paid no heed to these concerns, reveling in the spectacle, their hearts filled with delight. After all, it was not their sons who had perished, and they preferred to stand with Lu Xuantong, adding to the Zhang family's discomfort. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the realm of cultivation, where are allies to be found? Xianxiao's face turned a ghastly shade of gray, veins bulging on his forehead. This group of old wretches had chosen to provoke him at the critical moment. Yet, if he allowed Lu Xuantong to escape, how could he reconcile with the deceased Yue Fuyao? How could he face the entire celestial realm? In the future, the Zhang family might find it impossible to establish themselves, becoming the laughingstock of the celestial realm. Thus, today, no matter what, Lu Xuantong must not leave unscathed. He must die? Chapter 129. Heaven does not give birth to me. Lu Xuantong, the great Tao trembles for eternity. Lu Xuantong must die. This is beyond dispute. Yet, the question remains, how to justifiably bring about his demise. A cold calculation flickered in Xianxiao's pupils. Yue Fuyao is dead, but the Zhang family's face must continue to endure. He had just proclaimed that the victor is king, allowed to depart in peace. If he were to renege, would it not invite derision from the entire celestial realm? Killing Lu Xuantong is simple, yet should this lead to the Zhang family bearing eternal infamy, or even jeopardizing their foundation, that would indeed be foolish. Xianxiao had lived for thousands of years. He was no hot-headed youth. The greater picture must be prioritized. A flawless plan must be devised. Suddenly, a glint of brilliance sparked in his eyes, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Excellent. What a remarkable Lu Xuantong. I, the one who speaks, have always kept my word. Today, you may leave. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Countless cultivators widened their eyes, incredulous at Xianxiao's decision. He truly intends to let Lu Xuantong go? Is the death of Yue Fuyao to be dismissed so easily? Has the Zhang family's reputation been cast aside? Even Lu Xuantong paused, slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing. This old fox has truly acquiesced? A sense of vigilance arose within him, yet the opportunity was too precious to hesitate. Let us go. He grasped Yue Fuyao's hand and activated the TIJT, preparing to break through space alongside Lu Xuantong. However, in the next instant, whoosh. A figure appeared like a specter, instantly standing between Lu Xuantong and Yue Fuyao. Xianxiao wore a chilling smile. His gaze fixed on Lu Xuantong with the intensity of a venomous serpent. I said you could leave, but I did not say she could. With a sudden wave of his hand, a YNG realm powerhouse struck, murderous intent aimed squarely at Yue Fuyao. His intention was to force Lu Xuantong into seeking his own death. You dare? Lu Xuantong's eyes flared with fury. 3 strands of imperial blood erupting at their peak, the TIJT spinning wildly as the dual energies formed a barrier that defiantly blocked the attack. Puff! The clash across 2 realms nearly displaced his organs. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, his breath faltering. Xuantong. Yue Fuyao's eyes reddened as she struggled to support his faltering form. Leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Just seeing you once more, I have no regrets. Lu Xuantong coughed blood, yet managed to smile, his gaze defiant as ever. Foolish woman, I, Lu Xuantong, am not one to fear death. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will never allow you to perish before my eyes. This was not in Lu Xuantong's nature. Yue Fuyao trembled, tears cascading down her face. She understood he would never abandon her. Yet precisely because of this, she could not be a burden. No, this cannot be. She shook her head, determination shining in her eyes. If I die, you can live. Thus, I willingly embrace death. She forcefully broke free from Lu Xuantong's grasp, stepping resolutely toward the YNG realm powerhouse. Fyo, Lu Xuantong roared in fury. Yet his severely injured body could not catch up in time. This scene left countless onlookers shaken, some unable to hold back their tears. This woman was willing to sacrifice her life for his survival. How tragic. How lamentable. The Zhang family was indeed cruel. This moment deeply moved the gathered crowd, tears flowing as they felt sorrow for the couple. Yet, none could offer assistance, for the Zhang family was no trifling matter. Lives were at stake. Just as Yue Fuyao's body was about to encounter the deadly intent, xianxiaaudiobooks coldly waved his sleeve. Buzz. An invisible force instantly bound her movements, plunging her into a quagmire, rendering her unable to move even a finger. In the next moment, she fell heavily to the ground. Her pale face pressed against the icy surface, her eyes filled with despair and resentment. So close. Just a moment more. And she could have traded her life for his safe departure. But how could xianxiaaudiobooks permit her to have her way? Do you wish to die? Xianxiaaudiobooks looked down upon her, his eyes brimming with derision. Before Lu Xuantong meets his end, your life still holds value. Once Yue Fuyao dies, Lu Xuantong may truly depart. Thus, she cannot die just yet. Lu Xuantong's eyes darkened ominously as he questioned. Old fool, what do you truly desire? Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled, a grin filled with the confidence of victory, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. I have stated you may leave. He spread his hands, feigning generosity, but should you wish to take her with you? He paused, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. There is only one choice, defeat me. As these words fell, they struck the crowd like thunder, leaving them in stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, hardly able to comprehend their own ears. Defeat xianxiaaudiobooks? He is a being of the XSHN realm. It stands as the pinnacle of the celestial realm, the existence of the ninth realm. No matter how exceptional Lu Xuantong may be, he remains merely a youthful prodigy, incapable of contending with ancient monsters that have lived for millennia. This is madness. The Zhang family has completely lost their sense of shame. To allow a junior to challenge the realm of the void god? Is there any difference from outright murder? Shameless. Utterly disgraceful. Even the elders of other divine clans could not help but frown, disdain evident in their eyes. Zhang Lingxiao, your actions are exceedingly contemptible, uttered a cold voice from an elder of the Holy Land. Indeed, a dignified void god bullying a junior. Do you not fear being ridiculed when this is made known? An elder from the Ji clan scoffed. Yet, Zhang Lingxiao remained unfazed, displaying an expression of innocence. You are mistaken. I have not coerced him. The corners of his mouth curled upward as he cast a mocking glance at Lu Xuantong. The choice lies within his hands. Upon hearing this, the crowd was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed and rage. This is shamelessness taken to the extreme. Yet, what astonished them further was a calm voice that rang out. Lu Xuantong slowly lifted his head, his gaze as deep as a frigid pool, devoid of fear. I accept your challenge. In that moment, all the cultivators rose to their feet. Lu Xuantong, have you lost your mind? Do not act impulsively. That is the realm of the void god. You have no chance of victory. As long as the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Countless voices urged him to reconsider, yet Lu Xuantong merely smiled faintly. In that smile lay a resolute determination to face death. If there exists even a sliver of a chance to rescue her, I must try. Yue Fuyao collapsed to the ground, tears blurring her vision. Her throat constricted as if choked, unable to utter a single word. This fool, this utterly foolish fool. He could have escaped. Why must he gamble his life for her? Zhang Lingxiao burst into laughter, his voice filled with pride and savagery. Good. Such courage. With that, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Zhang Lingxiao's robes billowed as his spiritual power surged forth like a tsunami, causing the entire realm to tremble under his pressure. The oppressive force of the ninth realm, even a mere leak of its essence, caused the mountains within 1,000 miles to collapse and rivers to reverse. Numerous cultivators turned pale, their knees buckling involuntarily, nearly bowing before the ground. This is the realm of the void god. A single thought can shatter mountains and rivers. A single rage can overturn the heavens. Lu Xuantong, I shall see if your 3 drops of imperial blood can defy fate. Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, 3 golden imperial rings spinning wildly behind him. The Taiji diagram hovering above his head, while the ink Qilin roared in fury. He understood that this battle would likely lead to his demise. Yet, he would not harbor any regrets. Heaven did not give birth to me, Lu Xuantong. The great Tao echoes through eternity. Come, let us battle. Chapter 130, Zhang Lingxiao. Do you possess the ability to kill me today? If not, I shall annihilate your entire family. In this moment, the figure of the youth standing proudly in the void rendered the entire realm pale in comparison. The 3 golden imperial rings spun slowly behind him, each containing a terrifying power that could make the heavens tremble. In his star-like eyes burned a heart-stirring battle intent. At this moment, he resembled a deity of war descended upon the world. All the cultivators present involuntarily held their breath. They had witnessed countless prodigies, yet had never encountered one so fearless. Knowingly striding toward a bottomless abyss, aware that this battle might lead to certain death, yet still brimming with fervor. Does he truly fear not death? Murmured a young cultivator, his voice trembling. The 5th realm against the 9th realm? This is no longer a challenge across realms, but rather an ant attempting to shake the heavens. Yet, It was precisely this ant whose aura now caused many elder powerhouses to feel a tremor of fear. The 3 drops of imperial blood, combined with the Taiji diagram. One elder of the Holy Land wore a grave expression. Given a century, he might not be incapable of contending with the realm of the Void God. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Another elder sighed and shook his head. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Xuantong, as if witnessing the fall of a shooting star, brilliant, yet destined to be fleeting. Today, he was undoubtedly doomed, with scarcely any hope of survival, unless he possessed a trump card capable of suppressing the Zhang family of the Divine Clan. It was evident that the Divine Lord's family did not even have the right to look up at the Zhang family. Zhang Lingxiao's cold laughter shattered the silence. Lu Xuantong, the path you chose is your own. Do not blame me. The laws of the world dictate that the weak are devoured by the strong. If you cannot defeat me, you deserve to die. On the road to the Yellow Springs, remember to keep my grandson company. It would be your honor to die alongside him. With that, a terrifying oppressive force that could alter the color of the heavens descended. Boom. The void trembled, and the clouds shattered. Zhang Lingxiao slowly raised his right hand, seemingly casually pressing downward. Yet, with this nonchalant press, the entire firmament twisted in response. A colossal hand of spiritual power formed in the clouds. The patterns on its palm distinctly visible, each line resembling gaping chasms. Before the giant hand could fully descend, the terrifying pressure had already caused mountains within 1,000 miles to collapse and rivers to reverse. In an instant, Lu Xuantong was violently shaken, blood gushing from all 7 orifices. His bones creaked under the unbearable pressure, and the ground beneath his feet cracked, forming a deep pit with a diameter of 100 zhang. This is the power of a strong practitioner in the realm of the Void God. A force so terrifying it inspires despair. Yet, Zhang Lingxiao, I curse you. Come at me. A furious roar shattered the skies. Lu Xuantong's bloodied visage appeared ghastly. The 3 imperial rings erupting with blinding golden light, the Taiji diagram spinning wildly, and the dual energies of yin and yang forming a tangible barrier. The world-destroying Ink Qilin let out a skyward howl, its dark body swelling several times, fiercely protecting its master behind it. Boom. The giant hand collided with the barrier in a thunderous clash. In that moment, the heavens and earth fell silent. The blinding light rendered everyone temporarily blind. When their vision returned, they were horrified to see that Lu Xuantong was still standing, though his body trembled violently under the weight of the enormous palm. His bones crying out in agony, blood seeping from his torn skin, staining his robes. His arms strained to hold up against the pressure. The 3 drops of imperial blood burning at their utmost, golden lights swirling around him like flames, yet still being gradually bent by that destructive force. Cough. He spat a mouthful of blood, his knee crashing heavily into the ground, the rocks beneath him fracturing inch by inch, spiderweb-like cracks spreading for dozens of zhang. Lu Xuantong felt his vision beginning to blur, the oppressive roar overwhelming his ears, as if the entire firmament were collapsing upon him. The Taiji diagram could no longer be summoned. The Ink Qilin's phantom had long since dissipated. In this moment, he was relying solely on his flesh and blood to withstand the palm strike of a void god. How is it that he has not yet fallen? The onlooking cultivators were shaken to their core, disbelief etched upon their faces. That was a strike from a practitioner in the realm of the void god. Even if it were delivered casually, it would be sufficient to obliterate a practitioner of the 8th realm. Yet Lu Xuantong, a cultivator of the 5th realm, managed to endure it? Is this the terror of the 3 drops of imperial blood? Alas, it is ultimately in vain. Someone sighed. Time flowed on. The residual power of the giant palm continued to wreak havoc, and Lu Xuantong's resistance grew increasingly feeble. His skin began to crack, blood dripping from his fingertips, pooling into a shocking puddle beneath him. Should this continue, he would undoubtedly perish. Xuantong. A heart-wrenching cry pierced the sky. Yue Fuyao could no longer bear it. She broke free from her restraints, transforming into a streak of light, charging toward the battlefield without hesitation. Do not come here. Lu Xuantong shouted in anger, filled with concern. Yet she paid him no heed, her eyes only seeing his figure. Lu Xuantong, are you still trying to appear strong at this moment? She smiled. A beautiful yet determined smile, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Do you think I am one who fears life and death? Is it not just death? As long as I can be with you, I have no regrets. He was momentarily stunned, gazing into her tear-filled eyes, and suddenly, he smiled. If we survive this time, shall we traverse the myriad mountains and rivers together? Tears streamed down Yue Fuyao's face, yet her smile was radiant as she nodded earnestly. Such a desire is unattainable. Xianxiaaudiobooks observed coldly, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Foolish infatuation. He disdainfully shook his head. Then his gaze turned fierce. If that is the case, let us set forth together. In an instant, a colossal palm erupted with overwhelming force, cascading down like a deluge. In a flash, the heavens and earth dimmed, the void twisted. A violent storm of spiritual energy swept in all directions, the ground shattered, countless stones ground to dust. Everyone involuntarily retreated, eyes wide as they beheld the immense palm descending with ferocity. Boom! The earth-shattering roar resonated as the battlefield was mercilessly crushed into a 100-foot-deep pit. Dust soared into the sky, obscuring the sun, lingering long after. The world fell into a profound silence. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the unfathomable pit. Had they perished? Zhang Fengyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if he had merely crushed two insignificant ants. "It is over," he remarked flatly. Yet just when all believed the dust had settled, a faint cracking sound unexpectedly rang out. Zhang Fengyao's pupils constricted. What? In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the depths of the pit. The golden radiance, akin to a sharp sword, pierced the heavens. A figure slowly rose from the swirling dust. Lu Xuantong was still alive, and in his embrace, Yue Fuyao was safe, shielded by his very body. How could this be? The crowd was astounded. Zhang Fengyao's expression darkened completely. As the destructive palm was about to obliterate Lu Xuantong and Yue Fuyao, the world suddenly froze for a moment. An invisible barrier appeared out of thin air, firmly resisting the giant palm capable of shattering mountains. Bathed in blood and with blurred consciousness, Lu Xuantong felt a gentle yet immense force enveloping him. He struggled to raise his head, and to his astonishment, a familiar figure stood before him. The old man, clad in gray robes, with white hair and a slender yet erect form like a pine, had his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. This was Zhang, the master of the Beg Pavilion, and Lu Xuantong's mentor. Master? Lu Xuantong's voice trembled, disbelief evident in his eyes. Zhang did not turn, merely waved his hand gently, causing the colossal palm to dissolve silently into the cosmos. Silly boy, had I not come, would you not have perished at the hands of this old dog today? His tone carried a mix of resignation and tenderness. Lu Xuantong was taken aback. He had assumed his demise was certain, yet this elusive master had been secretly following him, intervening at the moment of life and death. You arrived long ago? Zhang smiled faintly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. From the moment you broke through the earth, I have been watching over you. Lu Xuantong's heart jolted. So, Zhang had known he was alive all along, even witnessing his entire process of slaying Zhang Fengyao, and upon seeing Lu Xuantong unscathed and avenging himself in the most domineering manner, this ancient being who had lived for over 1,000 years wept. He stood in the void, tears streaming down his face, wailing like a child, releasing centuries of grievances, pains, and frustrations. Good indeed. His voice trembled as he laughed to the heavens. I have waited for this day for so many years. Lu Xuantong, you have succeeded. You truly have. His laughter was tinged with madness, relief, and an indescribable sense of liberation. For Lu Xuantong's vengeance was not solely his own obsession, but also the heart's knot of Zhang that had persisted for a millennium. Now, he could stand here with dignity, confronting Zhang Fengyao, Zhang. When Zhang Fengyao recognized the newcomer, a cold glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It is you. How is it that after so many years, you finally dare to show your face? Zhang, unfazed, casually cleaned his ears before flicking a finger, sending an earwax projectile hurtling toward Zhang Fengyao. After all these years, you remain as noisy as ever. He grinned, revealing aging teeth, his demeanor relaxed, yet emanating an unsettling sharpness. I did not come today for pleasantries, but rather to inform you that you have lost the wager from back then. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A wager? What wager? The two had once created a stir over matters concerning a Dao partner, and it seemed the affair was far from over. No wonder Lu Xuantong had slain Zhang Fengyao. It turned out everything had its roots. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Lu Xuantong was also taken aback. The 3-year agreement, the imperial level techniques, the Beg Pavilion's complete investment. So, this was never a coincidence, but rather a revenge game spanning a millennium. Zhang's voice echoed in his ears. I take you as my disciple with but one requirement. You must win the 3-year agreement. At that time, Lu Xuantong saw this merely as a transaction. He bestowed techniques upon him, and in return, he would kill for him. Nothing more. Yet at this moment, he finally understood that what Zhang sought was never just Zhang Fengyao's life, but to reclaim the remains of the woman he deeply cherished. So it was Lu Xuantong murmured softly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. You should have realized this sooner. Why would such a transcendent powerhouse as Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly appear atop the Taiying Mountains? Because they were, after all, kindred spirits, both toyed with by fate, ensnared by hatred, yet unwilling to yield. Zhang Fengyao, Xianxiaaudiobooks slowly raised his head, his gaze profound, staring intently at the figure above in the sky. 1,000 years ago, you stole my Tao partner and shattered my Tao heart. Today, I shall slay your kin. This wager is one you have lost. According to our agreement, return senioress remains to me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengyao suddenly laughed. A chilling and mocking smile that was as cruel as a cat playing with a mouse. Return her to you? Certainly, I can do that. He spoke leisurely, a glint of amusement in his eyes. However, you can only choose one between your disciple and senior. Choose your disciple, and senior shall be eternally buried in my Zhang family's ancestral grave. His gaze fell upon Lu Xuantong, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Choose senior, and your precious disciple must die. Instantly, the crowd was in shock. Shameless. This is utterly despicable. A dignified XSH realm powerhouse stooping to such depths. This was forcing Xianxiaaudiobooks into a life and death choice. Regardless of which he chose, he would be met with scorn. The crowd seethed with indignation. Yet no one dared to intervene. This was a grudge between two XSH realm beings. Who would dare to meddle? Lu Xuantong remained silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. He turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks and said calmly, Master, fulfill your long unfinished wish. Your disciple will die without regret. His eyes held no resentment, no unwillingness, only a sense of relief. For he understood better than anyone how painful it was to have a beloved taken away. Xianxiaaudiobooks trembled, a flicker of struggle crossing his aged visage. The bond formed over 3 years. Lu Xuantong's talent and character brought him immense pride. He even saw a reflection of his younger self. But senior, she was the woman he had loved for 1,000 years. Her remains were his lifelong obsession. It could be said that Xianxiaaudiobooks lived solely to reclaim senior's body. Yue Fuyao tightly grasped Lu Xuantong's hand, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. I will accompany you. She uttered but these 3 words, yet their weight surpassed 1,000 speeches. Lu Xuantong flashed a grin, his bloodied visage radiating defiance. It was enough. Throughout his life, he had eliminated those deserving of demise and cherished those worthy of love. It was worth it. Moments later, Xianxiaodramma slowly closed his eyes, his aged fingers trembling ever so slightly. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes, their depths as tranquil as an ancient well. Zhang Lingxiao, I choose Su'er. With these words, Lu Xuantong smiled. This choice came as no surprise to him. It was indeed how it should be. Zhang Lingxiao revealed a relieved smile, for Lu Xuantong was merely a pawn that could be discarded at any moment. Just as Lu Xuantong prepared to face his death with equanimity, Xianxiaodramma suddenly raised his hand, a brilliant sword light shooting skyward. But my disciple, none shall lay a hand on him. In an instant, the sword light, like a dragon, sliced towards Zhang Lingxiao. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated that Xianxiaodramma would desire both. Was he truly mad? Zhang Lingxiao stood dumbfounded. Did you really think I am an easy target? A fallen being at the 7th realm dares to challenge the Zhang family? What gives you such audacity? It seems both of you wish to remain. If so, then perish. Chapter 132. Today, as your master, I shall ensure your safe departure. A precious treasure. Zhang Lingxiao's laughter echoed through the heavens, a frenzied sound laced with piercing mockery, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in existence. Xianxiaodramma, have you forgotten what you are now? The moment his words fell, an overwhelming pressure descended abruptly. The void trembled, the earth cracked. 5 figures emerged like phantoms, each exuding a suffocating aura of terror. And they were not ordinary beings of the Calamity realm. These 5 were core elders of the Zhang family, ancient beings who had cultivated for thousands of years. They stood upon the void, their spiritual power as deep as the ocean. Merely their presence distorted and collapsed the space within 100 miles. Gasping, the onlookers retreated in panic. 5 beings of the Calamity realm? How could they possibly fight? It was over. No matter how formidable Xianxiaodramma was, he could not stand against 5. However, even more terrifying figures appeared, 2 beings stepping through the void, each step radiating an aura of dread. Saints. And 2 of them. Their expressions were indifferent. Their eyes like ice, surrounded by resplendent laws of the sacred path, as if they could govern the life and death of realms with a mere gesture. How could they fight against such odds? The Zhang family was resolute in their intent to eradicate all. With 5 Calamity realm beings, 2 saints, and the formidable Zhang Lingxiao, they possessed a force capable of sweeping through any domain. Despair spread among the crowd. Everyone understood that Shun Songming was doomed. Lu Xuantong and Yue Fuyao had no path to survival. Zhang Lingxiao looked down upon Shun Songming, his eyes filled with mockery. Shun Songming, the ambush at the Taishu sacred ground centuries ago shattered your foundation, reducing your cultivation to the calamity realm. Now you, he scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain, are merely an ant that my Zhang family's watchdog could crush. What do you have to contend with me? Shun Songming remained silent, his aged face betraying no emotion. Yet Lu Xuantong keenly observed the slight tremor in his master's fingers. It was not fear, but fury, a tempest of rage. Master. Lu Xuantong gritted his teeth and whispered, you should leave. Disciple, it is not worth your life. Shun Songming slowly shook his head, a serene smile gracing his lips. That smile, amidst the weariness, carried a hint of madness. Silly boy, throughout my life, I have lost far too many times. But this time, he lifted his head slowly, his murky eyes suddenly ablaze with piercing brilliance. I shall have both. However, before Shun Songming's bold declaration could fully dissipate into the ether, his frail body shuddered violently. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, splattering across his gray-white robes, a shocking sight. The overwhelming aura surrounding him swiftly receded like a tide. The once profound pressure now withering like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. In an instant, the arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had exuded such might, poised to overturn the Zhang family. Yet now he was spitting blood? This was not right. The air thickened with an indescribable awkwardness. The Zhang family members, who had been on high alert, their battle spirits ignited, had even begun to covertly channel their spiritual power in preparation for an earth-shattering conflict. But at this moment, they exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from grave to bewildered, ultimately morphing into unabashed mockery. Ha ha. Someone laughed first, followed by the Zhang family's strong fighters who could no longer contain themselves, bursting into raucous laughter, their voices dripping with scorn. Shun Songming, what kind of performance are you putting on? After all this posturing, is this the outcome? A waste is a waste. If you lack the ability, do not pretend to be formidable. It is simply laughable, the esteemed leader of the Beijing Pavilion, reduced to such a state. The ridicule echoed incessantly, piercingly harsh. Even Zhang Lingxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking curve gracing his lips. Were it not for his own identity, he would have mercilessly unleashed a torrent of insults. How absurd. Just moments ago, he seemed poised to defy fate, yet before a single strike was exchanged, he collapsed. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted as he stepped forward, supporting Shun Songming's swaying form, his voice low and urgent. Master, are you all right? Shun Songming's aged face flushed. Coughing twice, he weakly waved his hand, his voice hoarse. No worries, no worries. I am merely old. My body is failing, causing you to witness my embarrassment. At this moment, he longed to sink into the earth. The esteemed leader of the Beijing Pavilion, once a formidable being of the Void Realm, now so utterly humiliated before his disciple, was a source of great shame. How infuriating. He and Zhang Lingxiao had once been peers, evenly matched in their prime. Alas, after that battle, his foundation shattered, his cultivation diminished, never to return to his former glory. Now, he had fallen to a point where he could not even speak fiercely. After a brief silence, Shun Songming suddenly turned his head, his murky eyes locking onto Lu Xuantong, as he quietly asked, Xuantong, do you believe in your master? Lu Xuantong was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Shun Songming's aged and weary face, his heart a tumult of emotions. Could it be that master still possesses a means to elevate his cultivation? He cautiously inquired. Shun Songming shook his head slowly. No? Lu Xuantong, his lips twitched. Silence enveloped him for a long while, before he finally sighed, his tone calm, yet despondent. Then we should find a good place to prepare for burial. At this point, he could see no glimmer of hope. Shun Songming coughed violently several times, a trace of dark red blood staining the corner of his mouth. But suddenly he broke into a smile, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, grinning like a mischievous old child. He shakily raised his frail hand, patting Lu Xuantong's shoulder, his voice imbued with an inexplicable certainty. Do you believe that today I can ensure your safe escape? Lu Xuantong gazed at the frail figure before him, who struggled to stand upright, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. It was hard to fathom how a master whose cultivation had plummeted to the 7th realm could lead him through the encirclement of 5 calamity realm beings, 2 saints, and the formidable Zhang Lingxiao. This was more absurd than a madman's dream. Yet, as he locked eyes with Shun Songming's murky yet profound gaze, an inexplicable tremor coursed through him. In those eyes, there was no trace of mockery, only a near-manic confidence, as if everything was under control. Almost involuntarily, he nodded, his voice low and resolute. I believe. As soon as the words fell, A cacophony of piercing laughter erupted around. Ha! Has this old fool lost his mind? In his current half-dead state, he dares to lead others away from the Zhang family? There must be limits to boasting. Zhang Lingxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze disdainfully surveying Shun Tsangming as though he were an ant. After all these years, your penchant for posturing remains unchanged. Even now, you still harbor delusions of survival? He narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone flippant and cruel. If you were to kneel and beg me, perhaps I might grant you a sliver of hope. To his surprise, Shun Tsangming did not respond with anger but burst into a wild laugh, his voice tinged with madness and exhilaration. He suddenly flicked his sleeve, and his murky eyes radiated a fierce brilliance, transforming his entire demeanor as if a ferocious beast long dormant had finally awakened. What are you laughing at? You bunch of bumpkins? He grinned, his gaze scornful and his tone exceedingly arrogant. Since you wish to know, I shall reveal to you why I possess the confidence to leave the Zhang family. He struck his chest with a resounding clap, his voice thundering, shaking the void. The suffering I have endured for centuries has not been in vain. With that, he bit his tongue, a mouthful of essence blood spewing forth, and his hands swiftly formed seals. In an instant, an ancient and overwhelming aura erupted from within him, causing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to wildly converge, forming a dazzling array beneath his feet. Come forth, my treasure. Chapter 133. The Emergence of a Primordial Beast. Annihilate the Zhang clan. As Shun Tsangming's voice faded, a thunderous roar reverberated through the skies, a sound that could shatter the heavens. The firmament was violently torn apart by an unfathomable force. The very void trembled, and a ferocious tempest materialized from thin air, transforming into dozens of towering tornadoes that ravaged all directions. Celestial thunder roared like an enraged dragon, violet-black lightning weaving a net that sealed off a 1,000-mile radius, devouring everything in its path. With a crack, a pitch-black fissure suddenly opened in the sky, expanding slowly like the gaping maw of an abyss. From this crevice, a suffocating and terrifying aura cascaded downwards. Countless cultivators, under the weight of this pressure, found their legs turning to jelly, uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, their bones creaking as if burdened by an ancient divine mountain. Even the elders at the tribulation realm turned pale, veins bulging on their foreheads, desperately channeling their spiritual energy to resist, yet still bending at the waist. Unable to lift their heads. What is this thing? Someone screamed in terror, their voice drowned out by the roar of the heavens. From within the depths of the spatial rift, a gigantic claw covered in pitch-black scales slowly emerged. Even the tips of its claws, barely visible, were as large as a mountain. Crimson lava-like patterns flowed between the scales, each line containing destructive power. With a thunderous motion of the claw, the entire realm trembled. The clouds rolled back, mountains shifted, and the spiritual energy within a 10,000-mile radius was instantly drained, creating a vacuum. Even time seemed to freeze at this moment, as every heartbeat, breath, and thought was paralyzed by this overwhelming malevolence. A primordial beast? Zhang Lingxiao's pupils constricted, his face suddenly paling for the first time. He finally understood why the Tai Su Holy Land went to great lengths to suppress the news back then. This was not an invasion by an external enemy, but rather this madman, Shun Tsangming, who had imprisoned a beast capable of matching a half-step emperor within himself. You are truly insane. Zhang Lingxiao's voice trembled, losing the calm facade he had maintained. Once such an existence fully descended, it would not only spell doom for the Zhang family, but would reduce the entire star god realm to ruins in an instant. Stop! Shun Tsangming, you must stop! He bellowed, unleashing his overwhelming aura as a void god, raising his hand to conjure a pillar of destruction aimed directly at Shun Tsangming's head. However, faced with this lethal strike, Shun Tsangming merely grinned, blood staining the corners of his mouth, revealing a madman's smile. Kill me? Guess who it will devour first once the seal is lifted? Zhang Lingxiao's attack abruptly stalled midair. Despair. An unprecedented wave of despair surged over him like a tide. How could they continue to fight? Meanwhile, Lu Xuantong gazed at his teacher's stooped yet proud figure, finally realizing the true reason behind his master's drastic decline in cultivation over the years. He had been using his life to suppress a primordial beast capable of annihilating worlds. Oh my dear mother, Lu Xuantong swallowed hard, his throat dry. Master, you have truly taken a monumental risk. At that moment, Lu Xuantong finally understood the source of his teacher's confidence. It was utterly insane. Who would have thought this seemingly despondent old man was harboring a beast within him capable of obliterating an entire realm? Such an existence transcended the realm of ordinary ancient divine beasts. Even the legendary true dragon and Tianfeng were mere insects before it. Yet amidst the shock, a chill crept into Lu Xuantong's heart. If this beast truly emerged, Not only the Zhang family, but even he himself would have no chance of survival. Xianxiang, however, was oblivious, laughing maniacally, his laughter wild and unrestrained, as if the pent-up fury of hundreds of years had finally found an outlet. Pretending? Let everyone pretend. His eyes turned red, his hair standing on end, and the spiritual energy around him surged violently, resonating with the aura of the beast from the spatial rift. If the heavenly Tao is unjust, then let us all perish together. In that moment, Xianxiang was no longer the patient and despondent head of the Beijiangu, but a complete lunatic. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze profound, looking into the depths of the void, and shouted fiercely, "Peak masters of the Tai Su Holy Land, come out." Back then, when you stood idly by and betrayed your trust, if you dare to hide and watch today, once it emerges, the first to perish will be you. The Tai Su Holy Land. His threatening words echoed like thunder, reverberating through the skies. The world fell silent. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. 8 brilliant golden lights descended from the heavens, akin to 8 great suns gracing the mortal realm. The Tai Su Holy Land's 8 peak masters arrived simultaneously. Each golden figure towered 1,000 feet high, surrounded by overwhelming sacred might, their golden glow dazzling, the rhythms of the Tao flowing, as if 8 deities were gazing down upon the world. The first peak master, Xianmingzi, stood upon a cloud, his expression solemn as he commanded, "Xianxiang, cease at once. Do not let a moment of rage lead to the devastation of all living beings." Xianxiang scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. "What grandstanding? You are merely afraid of its retribution, aren't you? Now you are in a hurry?" The second peak master, Hunyuan furrowed his brow, his tone laced with rare urgency. "Quickly reseal it. Whatever you desire, we shall comply." At this moment, the 8 peak masters were genuinely alarmed. Years ago, the Tai Su Holy Land had murdered its offspring, scheming to seal this primordial beast, forging a deadly enmity. If it were to break free today, with its vengeful nature, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be the Tai Su Holy Land. Given the current strength of the Tai Su Holy Land, they were utterly incapable of contending with a quasi-emperor-level primordial beast. Upon hearing this, Xianxiang's lips curled into a chilling smile. Very well. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and enunciated each word. "As long as you agree to one condition, I shall continue to suppress it." Xianmingzi, unable to contain his impatience, asked, "What condition? Speak quickly." The depths of Xianxiang's eyes swirled with murderous intent as he slowly uttered 5 words. "I want the annihilation of the Zhang clan." At this declaration, the entire scene fell into silence. Zhang Lingxiao's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Xianxiang, how dare you?" However, the 8 peak masters fell into silence. This condition was far too exorbitant. This was a divine clan, with only 49 branches in the celestial realm. Moreover, the Zhang family had more than one powerful void god. If a conflict truly erupted, the Tai Su Holy Land would also suffer significant losses. Xianxiang would not concern himself with trivialities, roaring, "If you do not respond, it will emerge." He was even a bit carried away by the situation. At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere reached its zenith. After a brief pause, Xianmingzi slowly raised his head, his gaze coldly fixed on Zhang Lingxiao, and he slowly uttered a single word, "Good." Zhang Lingxiao was taken aback. Chapter 134, Zhang Lingxiao's Metamorphosis. Preserving the Flame. A millennium of anticipation for reunion. Is the Zhang family to be exterminated? When Xianmingzi's icy affirmation fell, the atmosphere, strained to the utmost, resembled a taut string that, with the slightest misstep, could snap and lead to cataclysmic upheaval. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted, and his heart nearly ceased beating. He had never imagined that a single phrase could determine the life and death of the Zhang family, a lineage that had endured for millennia. This was the terrifying power of a primordial beast. In the face of absolute strength, any authority, foundation, or scheme appeared utterly feeble and laughable. It loomed like a world-destroying blade hanging above, and once it fell, there would be no escape for anyone. Xianxiang, this seemingly exhausted madman, had single-handedly compelled the Taishu sacred land to bow and forced the Zhang family into a desperate situation. Xianmingzi's expression remained calm, his gaze indifferent as he addressed Zhang Lingxiao, his tone tinged with a semblance of feigned helplessness. "Friend Zhang, do you hear? I am also left with no choice. If you must place blame, let it fall upon Xianxiang." He dismissively absolved himself of all causal ties, portraying himself as merely an innocent bystander rather than the arbiter wielding the power of life and death. Zhang Lingxiao, enraged to the point of laughter, his eyes glimmering with a fierce light, spat vehemently onto the ground. The esteemed Grand Elder of the Taishu sacred land, a powerhouse of the void god realm, reduced to serving as a hound for a mere 7th realm waste? Xianmingzi, You have truly brought shame upon the Ninth Realm experts. Do you really believe that annihilating my Zhang family is such a simple matter? As his words fell, his aura erupted violently. The pressure of the Void God realm surging like a tempest, sweeping in all directions. This was the Star God domain. It was the Zhang family's territory. Could it be that centuries of foundation bore no contingency? Moreover, the Zhang family was not solely represented by him in the Void God realm. The esteemed ancestor, long hidden from the world, had entered the Void God realm thousands of years ago, and now his strength was unfathomable, with no one aware of his limits. Although the Taishu sacred land was formidable, among the 8 peak masters, only half were of the Void God realm, the rest being at the pinnacle of the Saint realm. If a true conflict were to ensue, even if they could annihilate the Zhang family, the Taishu sacred land would undoubtedly suffer severe losses, perhaps even falling from the ranks of the 32 sacred lands. Such a price, who would be willing to bear? Zuan Mingzi's lips curled slightly, an expression of mockery flashing in his eyes, as if he had long anticipated Zhang Lingxiao's reaction. Indeed, friend Zhang perceives clearly. Those who have lived long enough are hardly fools. He slowly raised his hand, his tone suddenly turning cold and cruel. Thus, I present you with a choice. Metamorphosis. The 2 words reverberated like thunder. The entire venue fell into silence. Zhang Lingxiao's expression froze instantly. Metamorphosis? His pupils contracted rapidly, and then he erupted into a furious laugh. A chilling edge to his mirth. Zuan Mingzi, do you take me for a child of 3? To ask me to take my own life? What is the Taishu sacred land to me? His voice resonated like thunder, shaking the void and causing the air to hum. His spirit surged. The pressure of the Void God realm unleashed without restraint, and the entire Star God domain trembled beneath his rage. Yet, Zuan Mingzi merely regarded him with indifference, even displaying a hint of pity in his eyes. Zhang Lingxiao, do you think I am negotiating with you? He slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the gaping rift in the sky above. Within the abyssal darkness, a colossal claw, covered in scales, trembled slightly, as if poised to descend completely at any moment. No matter how strong your Zhang family is, can you withstand a quasi-emperor level primordial beast? No matter how powerful your esteemed ancestor is, can he rival the being that was barely sealed by the full strength of the Taishu sacred land in the past? No matter how deep your family's foundation is, can it endure the fury unleashed when it breaks free? Each word struck Zhang Lingxiao like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly upon his heart. His complexion darkened gradually, a flicker of barely perceptible dread flashing in his eyes. Yes, he understood better than anyone that once that beast descended, the Zhang family would surely be annihilated. So, this is the choice of your Taishu sacred land? Zhang Lingxiao gritted his teeth, his voice low and hoarse. To sacrifice my Zhang family to preserve yourselves? Zuan Mingzi sighed, shaking his head. No, this is not a choice. It is the only path to survival. Shun Tsangming has gone mad. He cares not for life or death, but wishes to drag everyone down with him. If you die, the Zhang family may yet be preserved. If you insist on resisting, then today shall be the day of the Zhang family's extermination. As his words fell, the venue fell silent. Everyone held their breath, their gazes locked onto Zhang Lingxiao. This was a gamble, wagering Zhang Lingxiao's life and the future of the Zhang family. Zhang Lingxiao slowly raised his head, his gaze shifting from Zuan Mingzi's cold eyes to the terrifying figure in the sky that obscured the sun, ultimately resting upon Shun Tsangming's expressionless face. He knew he had no choice left. If he were to stubbornly resist today, the only outcome would be the annihilation of the Zhang family. The serious injury of the Taishu sacred land, and the rampant devastation of the primordial beast, turning the entire Star God domain into a hellscape. A fully grown primordial beast required at least a quasi-emperor level powerhouse to contend with. Yet the Zhang family lacked such a foundation. Good. Zhang Lingxiao finally spoke, his voice laced with reluctant acquiescence. I can agree to your terms. He fixated on Zuan Mingzi, enunciating each word clearly. But you must ensure that Shun Tsangming calms down, and the Taishu sacred land cannot pursue total annihilation. He may die, but the Zhang family cannot perish, as long as the foundation of the family remains. Even if I fall today, there will still be a chance for resurgence. As long as the flame endures, the family shall not die. Zuan Mingzi nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. The negotiation had reached fruition. Now, it depended on Shun Tsangming's stance. He turned to the stooped, bloodied elder, his tone calm, yet unyielding. Shun Tsangming, you see, as long as Zhang Lingxiao dies, everything can be quelled. If you insist on exterminating the entire Zhang family. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Then let it be mutual destruction. You are well aware that once the beast is unleashed, not only will the Zhang family perish, but the Taishu sacred land will also face annihilation, and your disciples will have no chance of survival. After all, it holds a grudge. Shun Tsangming fell silent. He knew better than anyone that his current leverage was insufficient to compel the Taishu sacred land to truly risk everything. Annihilating the entire Zhang family? It was unrealistic. The Taishu sacred land would not gamble the future of their entire sect for him. Finally, he slowly raised his head and spoke in a deep voice. Very well. But I have one more condition. He must return Suer's body to me. Zuan Mingzi furrowed his brow, turning to look at Zhang Lingxiao. Zhang Lingxiao's expression twisted instantly, his eyes filled with a palpable hatred. Shen Songming, you worthless fool, you scoundrel, you are nothing but a coward, unable to obtain it for yourself, resorting to such means. He roared, his voice brimming with animosity. Yet ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and raise his hand, sweeping his sleeve. Boom. An ice crystal jade coffin materialized. Floating in midair, its surface shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow, revealing the silhouette of a slumbering woman within. Shen Songming's pupils constricted suddenly, his breath nearly halting. He trembled as he reached out, his spiritual energy forming an invisible hand to gently lift the jade coffin before him. Shen Songming shook uncontrollably, his withered fingers lightly brushing the coffin's surface, emitting a sound of suppressed sorrow that had lingered for a century. Suer, I have finally found you. In the next moment, this once mighty master of the swordback pavilion knelt before the coffin, weeping uncontrollably. A century of obsession, a century of anguish, a century of endurance. Finally, in this moment, it all crumbled to dust. Chapter 135. Whip the corpse of Zhang Xiaoyao. The fusion of imperial bloodlines. Lu Qingqian's rebirth. After enduring countless tribulations and exhausting all his cunning, he ultimately relied on the primordial beast within him, a creature capable of annihilating worlds, to reclaim Suer's lifeless body. How deeply ironic. Shen Songming, clutching the cold jade coffin, bore traces of tears on his aged face, yet a self-mocking smile began to emerge. Success was born of the beast, and failure too. Without this forbidden power, he would have perished in the ambush hundreds of years ago. Yet, it was this very beast that shattered his foundation, reducing him to a mere waste in the eyes of the world. Now, he had exhausted the last vestiges of his imperial blood to forcibly seal the beast once more. Boom. The suffocating pressure that enveloped the heavens and the earth suddenly dissipated, the dark rift slowly closing, while the colossal claw of the beast reluctantly retreated into the depths of the void, leaving behind a roar that resonated through the skies. A profound silence enveloped the aftermath, casting a pall over the surroundings. Countless cultivators collapsed to the ground, their garments soaked in cold sweat, as though they had just crawled back from the gates of hell. Some murmured in trembling voices, "We survived." Zhang Lingxiao quietly observed Shen Songming, his longtime adversary entwined in a 1,000-year rivalry, and suddenly revealed a complex, bitter smile. He had lost. Completely. The formidable master of the Su Shen realm, the head of the Zhang family, had been compelled to seek survival through a desperate means by an old madman whose cultivation had plummeted to the 7th realm. Shen Songming. Zhang Lingxiao began to speak slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of relief. Do not think you have triumphed. Your time is short, at most a few months. The backlash of the imperial blood will claim your life. When that time comes, who will protect your disciple? The Zhang family will surely issue a celestial bounty, pursuing you across the 3 realms, a convergence of myriad races. How long do you think he can survive? Shen Songming shuddered, a deep sense of helplessness surfacing on his pale face. He knew Zhang Lingxiao spoke the truth. His days were numbered. Yet the crisis for Lu Xuantong was only just beginning. However, before he could speak, a steady hand suddenly rested upon his shoulder. Lu Xuantong stepped forward, his expression calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is of no concern. A defiant curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, his voice steady yet resonant. I will eradicate the Zhang family, which you cannot. The declaration was thunderous. Zhang Lingxiao's pupils constricted, then he erupted into manic laughter. Excellent. Let us see who lives longer, you or I. Before the laughter faded, his body suddenly radiated with dazzling golden light. The dissolution commenced. Crack. The void trembled as Zhang Lingxiao's corporeal form shattered like glass, dispersing into countless specks of light. His primordial spirit slowly ascended amidst the golden glow. Yet instead of fleeing into reincarnation, it actively disintegrated. A blinding brilliance erupted, the source power of a Su Shen realm cultivator exploding like fireworks, illuminating the entire star god domain. The soul scattered, not entering reincarnation. Farewell, patriarch. Farewell, patriarch. Countless Zhang family disciples knelt upon the ground, their hoarse cries echoing through the heavens. Some wept bitterly, others glared with rage, but more were struck by a profound sense of shared sorrow. A formidable Su Shen realm cultivator had been driven to self-destruction of his soul. In the celestial realm, this was unprecedented. High above, the 8 peak masters of the Tai Su sacred land gazed down with indifference. Zuan Mingzi cast a contemptuous glance at Shun Tsangming, devoid of even a single word. In a flash of golden light, the 8 figures vanished without a trace. Shun Tsangming struggled to his feet, clutching the jade coffin, rasping, "Let us return home." Lu Xuantong exchanged a glance with Yue Fuyao, just as they intended to depart this realm of conflict. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure half kneeling in the center of the battlefield. Lu Chengqian. This figure, forgotten by all, was now drenched in blood, his breath faint. Yet he stubbornly maintained a half-kneeling posture. This fool. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted, a storm of emotions surging within him. He had never imagined that Lu Chengqian would dare to single-handedly confront the Zhang family for his sake. Had it not been for his master's timely arrival, this fool would have long since perished. Fuyao quickly. Lu Xuantong darted to Lu Chengqian's side, swiftly retrieving a crimson xianxiaaudiobooks pill. As the pill emerged, a rich fragrance of medicine permeated the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding cultivators. The pill dissolved upon entry, and Lu Chengqian's pale complexion soon flushed with color. However, his eyes remained tightly closed. What is happening? Lu Xuantong's brow furrowed. Shun Tsangming stepped forward, his bony fingers resting on Lu Chengqian's wrist, and after a moment, he spoke solemnly. His meridians are completely severed, and his spiritual root is withered. The pill can only extend his life, but cannot restore his foundation. Lu Xuantong's heart sank. Is there a solution? He gazed intently at his master. Lu Chengqian's unwavering heart and his fearless courage reminded him of his own past. If he could survive, perhaps one day, he could guard the Lu family and protect his sister after his own demise. A glimmer of light flashed in Shun Tsangming's murky eyes, grafting. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong trembled. A myriad of images flooding his mind from years past when his supreme bone had been forcefully extracted. Now he was to tread the same path. Ha ha. He suddenly laughed to the heavens, a hint of madness in his laughter. What a cycle of cause and effect. His gaze shifted, fixating on the corpse of Zhang Xiaoyao not far away. 2 imperial bloodlines. The breaking void divine eyes. Without hesitation, Lu Xuantong seized Lu Chengqian and strode towards Zhang Xiaoyao's corpse. This action immediately incited a stir among the Zhang family members. Stop. What do you intend to do with our young master? Dozens of Zhang family disciples shouted angrily and advanced, only to be repelled by a single cold glance from Shun Tsangming. In that moment, Shun Tsangming resembled a cataclysmic star poised to erupt, and none dared to act recklessly. Let him go. Shun Tsangming threatened without reservation. Unless, of course, you wish to witness the primordial beast once more. Instantly, the Zhang family disciples were left dumbfounded. You old fool, do you have no shame? Amidst numerous gazes of shock and anger, Lu Xuantong commenced this audacious grafting of bloodlines. With hands forming intricate seals, eerie blood-red runes enveloped him. These runes moved as if alive, ultimately transforming into 2 blood-red chains, one piercing through Zhang Xiaoyao's heart, the other entering Lu Chengqian's dantian. Rise! With a thunderous shout, Zhang Xiaoyao's corpse convulsed violently. 2 brilliant pillars of blood light erupted from within him. One radiated a noble purple-gold hue, the imperial bloodline of the Zhang family. The other shimmered with an otherworldly silver glow, the legendary source of the breaking void divine eyes. The unconscious Lu Chengqian suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. His body twisted in midair, the skin on his surface swelling and sinking as if countless insects were writhing beneath. Lu Xuantong's forehead beaded with fine sweat, yet his hand signs grew ever more forceful. The blood-red chains trembled violently, continuously infusing the 2 imperial bloodlines into Lu Chengqian's body. Crack! The chilling sound of shattering bones echoed incessantly. Lu Chengqian's limbs twisted grotesquely, the once broken meridians beginning to reassemble under the nourishment of the imperial blood, while the withered spiritual root regained vitality as if quenched by a sweet rain. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyao's corpse visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, ultimately transforming into a ghastly dry corpse. The once proud breaking void divine eyes now only held 2 hollow sockets. Young master, you have met such a tragic end. The Zhang family members wept profusely over the dry corpse, yet none dared to intervene. 3 incense sticks later, Lu Chengqian floated serenely in the void, surrounded by a faint purple-gold glow. All held their breath, awaiting the final outcome. Could this defiance of heaven truly succeed? At that moment, a resonant hum that penetrated the soul suddenly rang out. Lu Chengqian's tightly shut eyes flew open, his pupils swelling with silver light. 2 brilliant beams shooting towards the heavens. The breaking void divine eyes have awakened. Chapter 136, Dual Imperial Bloodlines. Lu Chengqian's moment of glory. The prestige of the Lu family. The chaotic consciousness, akin to a torn mist, gradually dissipated. Lu Changxian felt as though he had been adrift in endless darkness for countless years until a blinding ray of light roused him completely. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision sharpening from a blur to clarity. What met his gaze was a face so familiar it resonated to his very bones. Lu Xuantong? Lu Changxian stood frozen, his pupils dilating sharply, his mind blank. Was this an illusion? Or had he truly perished? Xiantong, unable to contain his emotions any longer, Lu Changxian threw himself into Lu Xuantong's embrace, weeping like a child. Xiantong, I am useless. I could not avenge you. His voice was a heart-wrenching lament, laden with guilt and anguish. Your partner was bullied by that pack from the Zhang family. It's all my fault. I am too pathetic. He clutched Lu Xuantong's clothing tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, utterly oblivious to the strange gazes of those around him. This scene was bizarre in the extreme. Just moments ago, the decisive and ruthless Lu Xuantong now allowed Lu Changxian to weep upon him, a rare trace of tenderness flickering across his usually stern face. Was this truly the fearsome god of death, Lu Xuantong? It's all right. Lu Xuantong gently patted Lu Changxian on the back. Everything will be all right. This uncharacteristic gentleness left all onlookers dumbfounded. At that moment, Lu Changxian finally sensed something was amiss. He abruptly released his grip, staring blankly at Lu Xuantong, who exuded an aura as profound as the abyss, his complexion radiant and full of life. How could he resemble a corpse? Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, familiar scenes, familiar faces. Even those who had once tormented him were still present. Had we all perished? He murmured, confusion and dread filling his eyes. Lu Xuantong shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. You are not dead, nor am I. I brought you back to life. What? At these words, Lu Changxian felt as if struck by lightning, his body stiffening, his pupils trembling violently. For the next 15 minutes, Lu Xuantong narrated the entire saga. From his betrayal to his triumphant counterattack, from slaying Zhang Xiaoyao to forcing Zhang Lingxiao to his demise, and finally, to infusing him with imperial bloodlines. Each word resonated like thunder in Lu Changxian's mind. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, from disbelief to utter devastation. This was how it had unfolded. He looked down at his hands, feeling the surging power within him, a strength unprecedented, capable of shaking the heavens with every gesture. What astounded him further were the two imperial bloodlines. The perfect fusion of the divine demon bloodline and the supreme Tao body had birthed this extraordinary physique. And all of it was real. Lu Changxian's breathing quickened, his chest heaving. He suddenly looked up, fixating intently on Lu Xuantong. So you are now stronger than the entire Lu family? And I am as well. As he spoke, an indescribable force erupted from within him. The golden imperial blood and silver divine radiance intertwined, forming a brilliant column of light that soared into the heavens. The breaking illusion's divine eye activated spontaneously, revealing the essence of all things within his sight. At that moment, Lu Changxian comprehended fully. He had been reborn through fire, in a manner he had never dared to dream of. A manic smile spread across his face as he felt the twin imperial bloodlines coursing through him. The golden divine demon blood and the resplendent silver source of the breaking illusion's divine eye thrumming through his veins, each inch of flesh radiating unprecedented vitality and strength. Was this a dream? He pinched himself hard, the intense pain affirming the reality of it all. The once ridiculed waste now possessed qualifications rivaling the top talents in the heavenly realm. Twin imperial bloodlines, an opportunity coveted by countless progeny of the divine clans. Lu Changxian suddenly laughed to the heavens, his laughter tinged with madness, yet tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. After so many years, he felt for the first time the favor of fate upon him. And all of this was bestowed by Xiantong. I may have encountered the heavens, but they pale in comparison to my brother. Lu Xuantong observed this scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. Now, Lu Changxian had been reborn. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, suddenly, his gaze turned cold. Just now, was someone bullying you? At this moment, memories surged forth like a tide. Jiang Wuqing's scornful gaze, Xiao Taiyan's unabashed ridicule, and the haughty postures of those so-called prodigies flooded back. Lu Changxian's voice turned somber. His gaze swept over the crowd. Those who had once humiliated him now averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. Only Ji Mingyue stood at a distance, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Very well. Lu Xuantong patted Lu Changxian's shoulder, his voice echoing throughout the gathering. As fellow descendants of the Lu family, who dares to look down upon you is looking down upon me, Lu Xuantong. As these words fell, every eye turned sharply towards Jiang Wuqing and Xiao Taiyan. The two prodigies from the divine clan appeared exceedingly grim. What? Lu Xuantong sneered. Do you dare to act but not take responsibility? Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Jiang Wuqing and Xiao Taiyan ultimately stepped forward. As members of the divine clan, They could not afford to lose face. Lu Xuantong, Zhang Wuching forced calm into his voice, though it trembled slightly. What do you intend to do? Xiao Tians produced his life-bound treasure, a long spear crackling with thunder, hovering before him. Do not forget, we are in the star god domain. If you dare to act against me, my family will come and annihilate you. Lu Xuantong did not spare them a glance, instead softly instructing Lu Chengxian, go. Return their humiliation to them 100-fold. Let your name, Lu Chengxian, resound throughout the star god domain, echoing across the entire heavenly realm. Chapter 137. In the eastern region, bowing to you, Lu Gu, is a necessity. How domineering. The blood within Lu Chengxian roared and boiled. Did he wish for revenge? Certainly. Any man with a shred of blood in his veins would desire to trample those who had once trodden upon him. How had Zhang Wuching and Xiao Tians humiliated him? Had it not been for Ji Mingyue's intervention, he would have perished long ago. Yet even so, a flicker of hesitation remained within Lu Chengxian. Xiantong Gu, the forces behind them are not to be trifled with. Should we truly humiliate them? He asked quietly, fearful of bringing disaster upon his family. Lu Xuantong let out a cold laugh, eyes filled with defiance. We have already offended the Zhang family. What's one or two more enemies? As the saying goes, a dead pig fears no boiling water. Since we are at odds with the top divine clans, what does it matter to gain a few more foes? Upon hearing this, the last vestige of hesitation within Lu Chengxian vanished, replaced by a fervent desire for battle. Xiantong, do not mislead yourself. Zhang Wuching's expression darkened. He feigned calm as he threatened, I concede that you are strong, but consider this, Shun Songming cannot protect you forever. If you take a step back today, our family's grievances will be laid to rest. Xiao Tians chimed in with a cold laugh, a mere Lu family. How dare you contend with us divine clans? Once Shun Songming is dead, what will you use to resist? You must consider your family behind you. Surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement. Voices of caution rising in chorus. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Why seek unnecessary suffering? The weak should possess the awareness of their weakness. Lu Xuantong listened to these jarring words, a mocking smile slowly forming on his lips. This was the tragedy of the weak. To be humiliated, yet not even have the right to seek revenge. To be trampled underfoot while still considering the identity of the oppressor. Damn it! Lu Chengxian roared suddenly, fury igniting in his eyes. To hell with it. In the next moment, Lu Chengxian no longer hesitated. Within him, two imperial bloodlines erupted in their entirety. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the divine realm swept across the heavens and the earth. As the purple-golden blood of deities and demons intertwined with the resplendent silver light of the primordial Zhen Wang Shintong, coalescing behind him into two brilliant halos, akin to the sun suspended in the sky, dazzling and magnificent. The youth, reborn from the flames, was now incomparable to his former self. In this moment, every gesture he made exuded an overwhelming imperial bloodline pressure, as if a true young sovereign had descended. With a swift motion, he appeared above Zhang Wuching and Xiao Tians like a phantom, his gaze icy, as if looking down upon myriads. The debts of the past would be repaid 100-fold today. With that declaration, he suddenly brought his foot down. Boom! The void trembled, and the earth shattered. Zhang Wuching and Xiao Tians were caught off guard, brutally crushed into the ground, spitting blood and utterly humiliated. They had no chance to retaliate. In an instant, the arena fell silent. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they beheld Lu Chengxian, once deemed a waste, now resembling a demonic god, crushing the two proud scions of divine clans. This was the terror of the imperial bloodline. This was the wrath of the Lu family. The elders and guardians of the Jiang and Xiao families, witnessing their young prodigies being trampled before the masses, had their expressions darken like ink, their spiritual energy surging dangerously, barely restraining themselves from intervening. However, just as their auras erupted, Lu Xuantong's cold voice rang out, sharp as a blade at the neck, sending shivers down their spines. This is a battle among juniors. If you dare to intervene, do not blame my master for personally visiting your clan. As the words fell, Shun Songming slowly raised his gaze, a glint of ferocity flashing in his murky old eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. After all, my time is limited. Think carefully. Do you wish to indulge in a moment of gratification? Or would you prefer that this old bone of mine drags your entire clan down with me before I perish? At that moment, I shall bury your graves in your ancestral grounds. Suddenly, the faces of several elders turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, their bodies stiff as if plunged into an ice cavern. Madmen, this master-student pair are utterly insane. They cursed inwardly, yet dared not act. For Shun Songming harbored a seal containing an ancient ferocious beast. Should he unleash it before his demise, the Jiang and Xiao families would likely be obliterated under its overwhelming wrath. Who would dare take that gamble? In an instant, the elders' complexions turned ashen, their teeth grinding audibly. Yet they ultimately dared not take a step forward, forced to watch as their young master endured public humiliation, steeped in unprecedented frustration. They had no choice but to witness this master-student duo's arrogance, too fearful to provoke them, lest they find themselves in a pit of despair. Seeing that no one dared to intervene, Lu Qingqian's coldness intensified as he seized Zhang Wuqing and Xiao Tiance by their collars and began to rain blows upon them. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of each slap echoed throughout the heavens, each strike leaving their cheeks red and swollen, deep imprints of fingers etched into their flesh. Blood trickling from their lips, utterly wretched. Once high and mighty divine clan prodigies, they now resembled two dead dogs, dazed from public humiliation. The arena was silent, save for the increasingly jarring sounds of slapping. Zhang Wuqing and Xiao Tiance were filled with shame and fury, wishing to vanish into the ground. Yet they lacked even the strength to resist. The pressure of the dual imperial bloodlines firmly suppressed them, denying them the very right to raise their hands. This was humiliation. This was retribution. Lu Qingqian's gaze was frigid, yet his heart swelled with exhilaration. Just as you trampled on my dignity back then, today I shall repay you 100-fold. In this moment, Lu Chengxian felt his blood surging, an unprecedented sense of elation coursing through him. Delightful. Enough, Lu Qingqian. We concede. Zhang Wuqing gritted his teeth. Humiliation etched in his eyes, yet he had no choice but to lower his head in supplication. We acknowledge today's events. Stop. Xiao Tiance, too, could no longer endure. His voice trembling, fearing that continued punishment would leave his face utterly ruined. However, Lu Chengxian remained deaf to their pleas, continuing to strike them with a mocking smile, as if he sought to vent all the humiliation he had endured over the years. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps reverberated through the air. Just as Lu Chengxian was about to lose himself in the pleasure of revenge, a steady hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Qingqian, that's enough. Lu Xuantong's voice rang out softly. If you continue, they will truly be ruined. Lu Chengxian abruptly regained his senses, the madness in his eyes slowly receding, replaced by clarity. He took a deep breath and gradually withdrew his hand, only to discover that Zhang Wuqing and Xiao Tiance's faces had swollen beyond recognition, blood streaming from their lips. Their eyes glazed over, nearly unconscious. If he continued, it would truly end in death. At that moment, Shun Songming had already summoned a flying vessel, hovering in the air, his aged voice calling out, "Get on, it's time to leave." Lu Xuantong patted Lu Chengqian's shoulder, grinning. "Let us make our exit. If we linger, their elders may truly act recklessly." Lu Chengqian snorted, finally bringing his foot down heavily on the heads of Zhang Wuqing and Xiao Tiance before leaping into the air, landing steadily on the flying vessel. Before departing, he looked down upon them from above, a chilling smirk gracing his lips, his voice as frigid as ice. "Remember, when you see your elder brother Lu in the heavenly realm, bow your heads obediently. Otherwise," his eyes flashed with intensity, the two imperial bloodline halos erupting around him, the terrifying pressure causing all present to momentarily lose their breath. "Next time, it will not be mere slaps that will resolve matters." As the flying vessel transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon, Zhang Wuqing and Xiao Tiance finally emerged from their humiliation. They struggled to rise, trembling all over, their eyes ablaze with unbridled rage. "Lu Chengxian, Lu Xuantong, I will have your lives. I will annihilate your Lu family." Xiao Tiance, too, was driven to madness, pounding the ground with his fist, shouting, "This grudge shall not go unavenged. I vow not to remain human." They had never before endured such profound humiliation. Today's events would undoubtedly echo throughout the heavenly realm, marking them for life. This vendetta would not rest until blood was shed. Meanwhile, the onlooking cultivators exchanged glances, their hearts shaken. The Lu family was prepared to wage war against several divine clans. Chapter 138. The Meeting of the Eight Peak Masters. Summon Lu Xuantong. The grand performance begins. Deep within the majestic ancestral land of Tai Su, 8 towering golden-bodied stood proudly, akin to immortal mountains of antiquity, suppressing the fate of epics. The first suddenly illuminated, the dual energies of yin and yang swirling around, an overwhelming pressure radiating forth, belonging to the second peak master, Hun Yuantian. Following that, the third erupted with bloodlight, a manifestation of a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood. The fierce energy tearing through the void, awakening the law of Li Tsangtian. Subsequently, the purple energy surged eastward for 3,000 miles, ethereal celestial sounds resonating throughout the heavens. Sword energy cleaved through the starry rivers, while icy frost froze the currents of time. Red flames scorched the heavens, melting all things. As the stars faded into the primal chaos, one after another, the illuminated, their divine radiance shining upon the cosmos. Finally, the 8 peak masters gathered at the ancestral grounds. Inside the hall, an oppressive silence prevailed. The 8 golden-bodied stood resolutely, yet no one spoke, the air thick with suffocating tension. Each peak master understood that recent events had crossed the bottom line of the Tai Su Holy Land. Who could have anticipated that Shun Songming, who should have been clinging to life, would dare to leverage the sealing of an ancient ferocious beast as a bargaining chip to compel their action? This was sheer audacity. After a long pause, Hun Yuan finally spoke, his voice deep as thunder. We can no longer afford to wait. Shun Songming has at most 3 months left to live. His eyes swirled with the energies of yin and yang, calculating the heavenly secrets. His tone growing increasingly grave. Observing his current madness, he will certainly not resign himself to fading quietly into the annals of history. We must take the initiative. Li Tsongtian suddenly trembled, as the ominous sight of a sea of corpses and a blood ocean surged behind him, a malevolent aura soaring into the heavens. Indeed, Shun Songming now tread upon the thin ice of arrogance, genuinely believing we would not dare to take action against him. Today, he dares to threaten us with seals. Tomorrow, he will demand we slaughter his sect and annihilate his clan. The day after tomorrow, will he expect us to kneel and lick his boots, and we must comply. The other peak masters remained silent, yet the divine light circulating around them grew increasingly fierce. All tacitly acknowledged it. Everyone understood that Shun Songming's actions had already touched upon their reverse scale. Each of the 8 peak masters had once been a prodigy who dominated an era. They had traversed the universe, looking down upon all beings. When had they ever endured such coercion? Moreover, Shun Songming, who could originally live for another decade, had exhausted himself to a mere 3 months. In 3 months, the ferocious beasts of the primordial chaos would break free, and the entire Tai Su sacred land would face catastrophic disaster. They would never allow such a thing to transpire. Xuanmingzi spoke, since it is thus, let us expedite his journey to the afterlife. Even if it is akin to killing the donkey after the millstone has been removed, it is of his own making. The ancient ancestor of the burning sky, Shi Yin, proclaimed with a voice like a thunderclap, the world of cultivation is inherently cruel. Blame him for his ignorance. The fairy of purple mist sighed softly, enveloped in swirling purple energy, ultimately refraining from further persuasion. Shun Songming must die. Even if it meant bearing the infamy of being ungrateful, it was a price worth paying. For the survival of the sacred land, the sacrifice of one was entirely justifiable. Within the hall, divine radiance flowed, and the intent to kill was palpable. However, the pressing question remained: how to seal the primordial ferocious beast while resolving the Shun Songming issue. Otherwise, Tai Su's sacred land would not endure. After a long while, the of Xuanmingzi, formed from the icy cold of the 9 nether, slightly fluctuated. His chilling voice shattered the silence. Dear junior brothers and sisters, the sect master has long foreseen this. After centuries of searching and deducing, he has gathered the rare divine materials from across the heavens and constructed a 10,000 calamity sealing formation at the heart of the ancestral land. His gaze swept over each peak master present as he continued. If this formation can be fully activated, drawing upon the ancestral land's dragon vein and the primordial power of the 8 of us, it can once again seal that beast for at least 5,000 years. 5,000 years. The of Hun Yuan, surrounded by the dual energies of yin and yang, hastily inquired with excitement. Is that true? If there are indeed 5,000 years, with the foundation of our Tai Su sacred land, we might cultivate a quasi-emperor. Li Tsongtian's, with its blood sea, surged as a hint of rare excitement permeated the malevolent aura. Indeed, by then, even if the ferocious beast breaks free, a quasi-emperor will be sufficient to completely suppress and even refine it. That being said, the fairy of purple mist interjected, though the formation is admirable, Shun Songming has already severed ties with us. How can we entice him to willingly step into the ancestral land and become the formation's core? He is not a fool. He must have already grown vigilant, and any slight movement could drive him to desperate measures. Once again, silence fell upon the assembly. Indeed, after this conflict, how could Shun Songming trust the sacred land even slightly? Forcing a summoning would only drive him to destruction. If they startled the snake in the grass, the entire Tai Su sacred land would suffer. Amidst the oppressive silence, the of Hun Yuan suddenly radiated brilliant light. He slowly spoke, his voice laced with a cold calculation. I have a plan. It may be worth a try. Instantly, the gazes of all the peak masters converged upon him. Speak quickly. What is your brilliant strategy? Hun Yuan articulated each word with clarity. Currently, the only thing that can draw Shun Songming's attention and make him risk everything is his newly accepted, precious disciple, Lu Xuantong. This child is still nominally a disciple of our Tai Su sacred land. We can announce to the sacred land that, due to his outstanding performance in the star god domain, we bestow upon him a grand opportunity and summon him to the ancestral land for inheritance. Once he arrives at the ancestral land, with a little manipulation, we can ensnare him. Shun Tsangming, anxious to save his disciple, will undoubtedly come in person. As soon as Shun Tsangming steps into the ancestral land, he will fall into our trap. United, the 8 of us can activate the 10,000 calamity sealing formation, sealing him alongside the ferocious beast with ease. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in a violent surge of divine light, with the peak masters displaying varied expressions, some contemplative, some coldly fierce, others flickering with complexity. Yet ultimately, they coalesced into a singular, icy resolve. For the sake of the sacred land's millennia of legacy, they would spare no means. Thus, Xuanmingzi consented to the scheme and declared, proclaimed to Huangzhou, summon Lu Xuantong to the ancestral land to accept inheritance. From this moment, he shall be a distinguished disciple of Tai Su's sacred land, adorned with glory. What if he does not come? Han Yuantian gritted his teeth. He must come, otherwise, he will tear apart his relationship with Tai Su's sacred land. The Lu family does not possess that kind of confidence. Come, for what follows will be the true spectacle. Chapter 139, Lu Xuantong returns. The Lu family in shock. They are still alive. Meanwhile, at the divine Lu family. No, more accurately, the creation Lu family. At this moment, the atmosphere within the council hall was exceedingly tense. The family head, Lu Zhentian, sat at the forefront, his aging fingers gently tapping the rosewood armrest. His brow furrowed. This elder, who had overseen the Lu family for hundreds of years, now bore a rare look of confusion in his eyes. To his left, Lu Xuantong sat upright. This current second-in-command of the Lu family had reached the pinnacle of the divine realm, just a step away from the legendary creation realm. Yet at this moment, his resolute face was interwoven with shock, doubt, and a hint of barely concealed anticipation. Further down, Lu Feng hung his head, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Yet the slight tremor of his fingertips betrayed the turmoil within. Ever since his son, Lu Changqian, had lost his spiritual root and vanished, this once powerful elder had become a different person, silent and withdrawn. On either side of the hall, a gathering of core figures from the Lu family assembled. Lu Xianyin, clad in white, bore a contemplative gaze. Lu Qingshuang and others stood quietly, their hands at their sides, refraining from making a sound. The source of it all stemmed from the astonishing news that had arrived from Tai Su's sacred land that morning. Lu Xuantong had rampaged through the star god domain, showcasing the might of Tai Su's sacred land. He was exceptionally promoted to the first-generation disciple and granted the opportunity to enter the ancestral land for inheritance. What on earth was happening? Wasn't the saint already? The unspoken words hung in the air, yet all present were acutely aware. 2 years prior, they had witnessed Lu Xuantong being buried in his coffin. At that time, Tai Su's sacred land had even sent people to pay their respects. How could he be alive in the blink of an eye? The Corpsine sect. Could it be that those demons from the Corpsine sect had stolen the saint's corpse? This speculation drained the color from many faces. The Corpsine sect excelled in corpse refining and soul control. If the saint's corpse fell into their hands, the implications were unimaginable. No. Lu Zhentian slowly shook his head. The message from Tai Su's sacred land clearly stated it was the living Lu Xuantong. Living. The words resonated like thunder, sending shockwaves through all present. Lu Xuantong abruptly raised his head, his eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance. Father, do you mean? He did not finish his sentence, but the tremor in his voice revealed the excitement within. As a father, how could he not wish for his son to be alive? That boy who had created miracles time and again, the prodigy who made the entire Lu family proud. Yet if he were truly alive, why had he not returned to the family? Even a message would suffice. This thought doused the flickering flames of hope in the hearts of the others like cold water. Indeed, if he were truly alive, why keep it hidden from everyone? Why even allow the family to hold a funeral for him? Lu Zhentian slowly closed his eyes, a premonition stirring within him that his grandson surely still lived. Lu Xuantong felt similarly. If his son were indeed alive, and if those rumors were true, he could hardly fathom the glory that awaited the Lu family. At this moment, however, Lu Feng could only manage a bitter smile. His son had become a cripple, his fate uncertain. In comparison, if Lu Xuantong truly lived, it would be a boon for the Lu family. As the atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly tense, with each individual lost in their own thoughts, a member of the Lu family burst in, visibly flustered and hurriedly announcing, "Esteemed patriarch, honorable elders, beyond the mountain gate, an unidentified flying vessel is approaching our Lu family's core territory at an alarming speed. Its intentions remain unclear and its force is formidable. We request guidance from the family on whether we should immediately activate the defensive array in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances." Upon hearing this, The already oppressive hall erupted into a buzz of murmured discussions. All eyes darted among one another in uncertainty as they speculated the origins of this uninvited vessel. At such a sensitive moment, who could it possibly be? Given its speed, it was clearly not an ordinary mode of transportation. Could it be a faction of considerable power? Was it a benevolent visit or a malicious provocation? Amidst the whispers, a palpable sense of unease permeated the air. Although the Lu family had ascended to a transformative status, shedding their former limitations, their foundation remained tenuous. With only a single ancestor in the realm of creation overseeing them, they were far from being a true pillar in the vast celestial realm filled with powerful entities, necessitating caution and a careful approach. Elder Lu Feng was the first to quell the turmoil within, speaking in a steady tone. When soldiers arrive, let the generals defend. When water comes, let the earth cover. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, it cannot be avoided if it is a curse. Since they have arrived at our doorstep, we must greet them with courtesy, ascertain their intentions, and then make our decision. We cannot allow ourselves to be thrown into disarray, nor can we disregard proper etiquette. Lu Xuantong nodded slightly in agreement. Yet the vigilance on his resolute face remained, as he added, Elder Feng's words hold wisdom. However, our Lu family has taken control of the eastern domain. We cannot fathom how many envious eyes have turned upon us and how much resentment we have attracted. We must remain vigilant and prepare thoroughly to prevent any potential ambush that might catch us off guard. The assembly quickly reached a consensus, and under the leadership of Patriarch Lu Xuantong, they transformed into streaks of light, soaring to the welcoming plaza atop the family's main peak, their garments billowing gracefully. Expressions solemn as they awaited the vessel's arrival. All gazes fixed upon the horizon, their hearts involuntarily tightened, enveloped in an oppressive feeling akin to the calm before a storm. Before long, a dark speck appeared in the sky, swiftly magnifying into a sleek, ornate vessel adorned with shimmering runes, exuding an overwhelming aura. It disregarded the Lu family's aerial restrictions, maintaining its speed, ultimately hovering arrogantly above the core mountain range of the Lu family. The altitude and position, without prior announcement, constituted a significant affront, a silent challenge to their territorial sovereignty. The expressions of those below shifted uncomfortably, their vigilance heightened. Could disaster truly be upon them? Lu Xuantong inhaled deeply, suppressing his discontent, channeling his spiritual energy, and with a voice as steady as a bell, he called out towards the vessel. We do not know which esteemed friend from afar has graced our Lu family with their presence. I, Lu Xuantong, extend my greetings. Since you are a guest, why not reveal yourself? The vessel remained silently suspended, its hatch tightly sealed, responding not a whisper, creating an unsettling silence. Lu Xuantong furrowed his brow, instinctively pressing his hand against his chest, murmuring to his father beside him. Father, I do not know why, but my heart races intensely. I feel an inexplicable tremor within. Lu Xuantong's frown deepened, his peculiar sense of unease intensifying. Lu Feng subtly gestured to the family guards concealed nearby, signaling them to heighten their vigilance, their spiritual energy surging, ready to address any potential conflict. Yet, in the next moment, the hatch of the vessel finally began to slowly open. A tall, robust figure, bathed in a gentle glow, appeared at the ship's edge. Upon recognizing the visage, Lu Feng felt as though struck by lightning, his body trembling violently, his pupils constricting in disbelief. He stared intently at the figure, almost involuntarily exclaiming, his voice distorted by shock, "Xianxia." The figure before them was none other than his son, whose spiritual roots had been utterly destroyed, who had long been missing, and whose fate had been uncertain. How could he possibly be here, aboard that mysterious and formidable vessel? This scene exceeded the expectations of all present, plunging the entire Lu welcoming party into a profound silence, their minds blank. Among the gathered Lu family members, who did not recognize Lu Qingqian, he had grown alongside Lu Wuchen and others. It truly was Brother Qingqian. The younger members whispered in awe, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating inadvertently from the young man. Their voices trembling. Such strength. This power was astonishingly abnormal. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. Nearby, Lu Qingshuang was equally stunned, her lips parted, her eyes wide, utterly unable to comprehend the sight before her. What on earth had transpired? Hadn't he already, at this moment? Lu Chengqian bore no resemblance to the despondent and despairing youth of yore. His face still youthful, yet his brow radiated a heroic spirit, his gaze sharp as lightning, exuding an unfathomable aura, his presence vast and overwhelming, causing many of the elders in the Dao Palace realm to feel a suffocating pressure. The fluctuations even hinted at surpassing the Dao Palace. Had he perhaps entered the fifth realm of the Divine Sovereign? How long had it been since then? How could this be possible? Such transformation defied mere talent. It was akin to a rebirth, a resurrection. Under the watchful eyes of countless astonished, puzzled, and incredulous gazes, Lu Xuantong moved gracefully, descending from the vessel like a feather, landing precisely before his father, Lu Feng. Their eyes met. A myriad of unspoken words caught in their throats. Lu Xuantong gazed at his father, whose face seemed to have aged slightly more than in his memories. Feelings of excitement, guilt, and affection surging within him. Without hesitation, he knelt, bowing deeply. Father, the unfilial son, Xuantong, has returned. This kneel, this utterance of father, instantly shattered all of Lu Feng's strong faades. His body trembled, his eyes instantly reddening, tears blurring his vision as he stepped forward. Trembling hands reaching out to lift his son, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate coherent words amidst his overwhelming emotion. Surrounding family members, witnessing this poignant reunion, were moved by a blend of joy and sorrow, reflecting on Lu Xuantong's past tribulations and his astonishing transformation. Many turned aside to wipe their tears, sighing deeply. Even Lu Xuantong, observing this heartfelt scene, felt his nose tingle with emotion. He stifled a sniffle, forcibly suppressing the tumult of feelings within him, yet beneath the surface. Complex waves churned with a blend of admiration for the father-son duo, intertwined with an ineffable envy and deep longing. Where, at this moment, was his own son, Lu Xuantong? Was he alive or dead? How wonderful it would be if he could return as well. As chapter 140 unfolds, the Holy Sun returns. Rebirth from ashes. The 8 peak masters summoned to the ancestral grounds. Just as the assembly was still reeling from the shock of Lu Xuantong's return, their hearts brimming with countless questions, Lu Xuantong prepared to speak, intending to inquire about the origins of Lu Xuantong and the identities aboard the mysterious vessel. In the next instant, the hatch of the vessel shimmered once more. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes that seemed to freeze in time, 3 figures emerged in succession. The foremost was an unkempt elder, a gigantic wine gourd hanging at his waist. Following closely was a tall, imposing youth clad in black, his handsome features marked by an air of defiance and composure, his eyes deep and starry. Lastly, a maiden dressed in a light purple gown glided forth, her figure graceful, her veil partially obscuring her face, yet her eyes, clear as autumn waters, radiated an ethereal spirit, her demeanor cool and otherworldly, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. As the gazes of the Lu family, particularly fixated on the face of the black-clad youth, time seemed to halt in that moment. The air fell into silence. And then, in the next heartbeat, a resounding boom echoed. The entire Lu family erupted in a fervor, an unprecedented wave of excitement and shock sweeping through every corner. Is that Master Xuantong? The Holy Sun. My heavens, am I seeing things? The Holy Sun is alive? It truly is him. It is Lu Xuantong. He has returned. The cries of astonishment, shrieks, and unbelievable ecstatic roars soared high into the skies, shaking the surrounding mountains as if they were humming in response. The moment Lu Xuantong recognized his son's visage, his mind went blank, all rational thought and composure cast aside. It was a stirring and primal call that resonated from the depths of his very bloodline. Instinctively, he transformed into a streak of light that tore through space, rushing forward without restraint. Almost simultaneously, another figure, the ever-watchful Nan Yuezi, who had been suppressing her excitement, moved with equal swiftness. As a mother, her longing for her son was etched into her very being, and now, witnessing the flesh and blood she had yearned for so deeply, all decorum and propriety were forgotten. She simply wished to embrace her child immediately. Lu Xuantong felt the same. In the center of the square, the family of 4 embraced tightly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lu Xuantong patted his son's back heavily, tears streaming from his fierce eyes, his heart overwhelmed with 1,000 unspoken words that crystallized into a choked utterance. It is good that you have returned. Nan Yuezi was already in tears, holding Lu Xuantong close, repeatedly caressing his cheeks and hair, murmuring, "My son, I always knew you would not abandon us." Lu Xuantong clung tightly to her brother's arm, all worries and fears transforming into the euphoric joy of reunion in that instant. Lu Xuantong felt the warmth and strength of his parents' embrace, his expression subtly shifting. He realized he was not merely left with vengeance and slaughter. There existed, in this world, an unreserved and fervent love awaiting his return. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and returned the embrace with equal fervor, smiling gently. "Father, Mother, Xuantong, I have returned." This poignant scene of reunion among father and son, mother and child, and siblings moved every member of the Lu family present. At that moment, someone led the charge, shouting, "The Holy Sun is mighty. Welcome back, Holy Sun." In the next instant, a deafening wave of voices erupted in unison, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Lu Xuantong. The Holy Sun is mighty. Welcome back. Holy Son, the Lu family is fortunate. Heaven bless the Lu family. The clamor rose higher and higher, filled with genuine admiration, fervent devotion, and boundless joy. For the Lu family, the name Lu Xuantong had long transcended that of an ordinary descendant. He was the embodiment of miracles, the pride of the family. The guardian who had time and again turned the tide in moments of peril. Lu Xuantong laughed heartily, looking at the tightly embraced family of four. A warm sensation swelling within him. He stepped forward, tears streaming from his aged face, and embraced his grandson, unwilling to let go. After a long while, the elder managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, tightly grasping Lu Xuantong's hand, asking the ultimate question that resided in everyone's hearts. Xuantong, my good grandson, what on earth has happened? How did you survive? And what of your cultivation? Lu Xuantong smiled slightly, explaining in a calm tone, grandfather, father, mother, esteemed elders and kin. I apologize for causing everyone concern. My rebirth is due to the awakening of the second imperial bloodline within me, the indestructible bloodline power. At the brink of death, it was this bloodline's essence that burned to protect a fragment of my true spirit, allowing me to undergo a profound transformation in the realm of death, reconstructing my flesh, soul, and bones, thus enabling my rebirth. The revelation of the indestructible bloodline and rebirth sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving them momentarily stunned before erupting into an even greater uproar. The second imperial bloodline? Indestructible and capable of rebirth from flames? This is simply celestial. The astonishment was palpable. The concept of returning from the dead surpassed their understanding of cultivation and bloodlines. This was a genuine act of defying fate. Lu Xuantong, recovering from his immense shock, suddenly adopted a grave and serious demeanor. He raised his hand, silencing the commotion, his voice deep as thunder, imbued with undeniable authority. What has been seen and heard today, especially concerning Xuantong's bloodline matter, is the highest secret of the Lu family. It pertains to the future prosperity and survival of our clan. All present must swear upon their bloodlines. If even a whisper is leaked, they shall face the backlash of their bloodlines and obliteration of their souls. Without hesitation, all Lu family members present, from the elders to the ordinary core descendants, wore solemn expressions, collectively pricking their fingertips to summon their bloodlines. Uttering the most severe blood oath, we swear upon our bloodlines. If today's events are leaked even a fraction, may our bloodlines wither, and our souls descend into the abyss, never to be reborn. The oath transformed into an invisible force of law, merging with the heavens and earth, branding itself deep within the blood and souls of each individual. Following this, an even more fervent and passionate roar erupted. Filled with the spirit of unity and unwavering resolve, we vow to protect the Holy Sun with our lives. Whoever dares to harm a single hair on the Holy Sun, I will stake my life against them. Even if it results in death, we shall not allow outsiders to covet the Holy Sun's secret. The atmosphere was electric with fervor and battle spirit. At that moment, a figure tore through the void, appearing before the Lu family. This person exuded a terrifying aura, wearing a mask resembling a ghostly deity, concealed in darkness. With an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, he coldly commanded, Lu Xuantong, the eight-peak masters summon you to the ancestral grounds to receive the inheritance. Come with me at once. Do not delay. The abruptness and forcefulness of the command instantly chilled the previously jubilant atmosphere. The members of the Lu family were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure, their joy freezing into suspicion and hostility. Having just experienced profound sorrow and joy, how dare someone interrupt their family reunion so rudely and forcibly take away their holy son? Unfriendly gazes instantly converged upon the cloaked figure, spiritual energy surging, ready to engage at the slightest provocation. Shun Tsangming, with his eyes slightly narrowed, stepped forward to shield Lu Xuantong, scrutinizing the figure in black, his expression revealing surprise for the first time. This ominous aura. Are you from the Anshidao Hall? And you have come personally? Anshidao Hall. Some elders of the Lu family who were privy to the circumstances turned pale, unable to suppress their gasps. The Anshidao Hall, the most mysterious and fearsome force under the banner of the Taishu Holy Land, never walked under the sun, specializing in the dirty work of the Holy Land, assassination, espionage, and elimination of dissenters, employing every means at their disposal. They were the sharpest and darkest blade in the hands of the Holy Land. Its leader was an elusive figure, rarely personally executing commands. His appearance often signified monumental events or orders that were non-negotiable, even unknown to outsiders. The fact that the Taishu Holy Land sent him personally to convey a message hinted at something unusually grave, a weight that Shun Tsangming and all those in the know could sense. The leader of the Anshidao Hall nodded slightly, the shadows beneath his hood shifting. Since you recognize my identity, Elder Shun, You should understand the gravity of my visit. Do not obstruct me, lest we all lose face. If it comes to blows, it would only sour relations. Though his words were framed as persuasion, they were laced with an undeniable threat. Shun Tsangming's murky old eyes narrowed, glinting with a sharp light, as he solemnly questioned. To enter the ancestral land and receive the inheritance is indeed a grand opportunity. Yet, why the urgency? Not allowing even a moment to catch one's breath. Besides receiving the inheritance, what further directives does the Holy Master have? The voice of the Tang Master remained unperturbed. I do not know. My duty is merely to relay orders and execute them, without inquiring into the reasons. The decree of the Holy Master is the highest command. Upon hearing this, Shun Tsangming's heart sank further. Within the Tai Su Holy Land, the 8 Peak Masters held a transcendent status, yet their authority was essentially on par with that of the various Tang Masters, without a direct hierarchical relationship. Only the supreme ruler of the Tai Su Holy Land, the Holy Master himself, could directly mobilize the Shadow Tang Master and elicit such statements of mere execution without questioning the rationale. The Holy Master's personal order, delivered with such urgency and firmness, undoubtedly concealed deeper implications. Shun Tsangming's expression grew increasingly grave, his brow furrowed in a deep frown as he pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "What if we wish to postpone for a few days? Surely the matter of inheritance cannot be rushed in just 3 to 5 days. It cannot be," the Shadow Tang Master coldly interrupted, his tone resolute. To enter the ancestral land and receive the supreme inheritance is a monumental opportunity that countless prodigies yearn for yet cannot attain. To even consider relinquishing or delaying it is a foolish and laughable choice. Do you presume the Holy Land will wait indefinitely for you? The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Shun Tsangming's countenance darkened, preparing to negotiate once more. Just then, the previously silent Lu Xuantong finally moved. He gently pushed aside his father and grandfather, stepping forward to bow respectfully to the Shadow Tang Master, his voice calm, yet imbued with unyielding determination. "Tang Master, I am deeply grateful for the Holy Master's grace. I am willing to proceed to the ancestral land for the inheritance." However, his tone shifted, sweeping over his parents, sister, and all his kin. He continued, "Since my awakening, I have faced numerous tribulations, and I have only just returned home, scarcely reuniting with my family for the briefest moment. The bonds of blood are hard to sever. I humbly request the Tang Master to grant me a little more time, even just a day or two, to briefly reunite with my family and settle some matters before I promptly accompany the Tang Master to the Holy Land, without any grievances." Surely, the Tang Master is not devoid of human compassion and can understand the sentiment of kinship. The Shadow Tang Master's hood shifted slightly, his cold eyes remained unchanged, as he bluntly refused. "No, the holy command is immediate. My task is to bring you back now. Any delay is a defiance of the holy will. Human sentiments are trivial when compared to the divine mandate." Having said this, he evidently wished to say no more, and an almost imperceptible dark aura began to envelop him. A suffocating pressure quietly expanding, as if he were about to resort to force. "I must settle my family matters." Lu Xuantong's gaze sharpened, the 3 imperial veins within him faintly resonating, a similarly formidable and domineering force surging forth, defiantly countering the pressure, resolutely refusing to relent. Otherwise, even if the Tang Master employs force to take me, with my heart burdened, how can I calmly accept the inheritance? If this results in failure, I fear the Tang Master would also fail to report to the Holy Master. Obstinate. The Shadow Tang Master seemed to lose patience. Snorting coldly as a bony hand emerged from his sleeve, shrouded in eerie black mist, reaching towards Lu Xuantong with blinding speed, embodying the power to confine space. "You dare!" In that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. Shun Tsangming stepped forward, his formerly stooped figure now standing upright. A fierce and malevolent aura erupting from his frail body, as if capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The space around him warped. A phantom of an ancient behemoth seemingly roaring behind him, his old eyes devoid of inebriation, now filled with wild determination. "I care not for your so-called holy command. You wish to forcibly take my disciple before my eyes. Very well, unless you tread over my corpse first." He struck his chest fiercely, as if countless runes and chains flickered into existence and then faded, a soul-shattering wave of destructive energy swirling violently. "After all, I am already half a foot in the grave, with only a few days left to live. If pushed to the edge, I shall unleash the last seal of that beast within me. We shall all perish together. I wish to see if you, Shadow Tang Master, can withstand the consequences of breaking the seal prematurely." Shun Tsangming appeared almost mad, his eyes betraying unabashed madness and threat. The hand of the Shadow Tang Master froze midair, his gaze fixated on Shun Tsangming, seemingly attempting to discern the truth behind the old man's words. However, sensing the increasingly unstable and imminent destructive energy about to erupt, he fell silent. He was aware of the seals within Shen Songming. Should that force spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire. The Holy Master might not reprimand him for executing orders, but would certainly not forgive him for forcing a peak master to self-destruct, unleashing a monstrous calamity. They remained locked in a stalemate for a full 10 breaths, the suffocating pressure nearly causing the lower-ranked members of the Lu family to collapse. Finally, the black mist surrounding the Shadow Tang Master slowly receded, the icy killing intent dissipating in tandem. He cast a deep glance at the seemingly mad Shen Songming, and then at the resolute Lu Xuantong, his voice growing even grimmer and colder as he declared angrily, "Very well, Shen Songming, you are quite ruthless. I will concede, but my tone carries an even greater threat. 3 days. I grant you 3 days' time. At this moment, 3 days hence, I must see Lu Xuantong here. Otherwise," he paused, his gaze sweeping over the entire Lu family, the chill penetrating. "At that time, it will not merely be me, a single Tang Master, who comes. The consequences of defying the Holy Master's decree are burdens that your Lu family cannot bear." The menace in his words was stark and cruel. If Lu Xuantong failed to comply, not only would he suffer, but the entire Lu family would be implicated, facing the wrath of the Tai Su Holy Land. Having spoken, the figure cloaked in black dissolved into the shadows, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Chapter 142, Lu Xuantong. Having met the Peak Master, why do you not kneel? The previous tense standoff, which had nearly ripped the air apart, doused the fervor in the hearts of the Lu family like ice water. Only after the Shadow Tang Master had merged into the shadows and disappeared did they belatedly realize that matters were far from as simple as they had imagined. The return of the Holy Son, with talents surpassing the past, bestowed the title of a direct disciple, and the opportunity to enter the ancestral land for inheritance should have been a moment of glory, a cause for universal celebration. Yet, why did the Tai Su Holy Land send not a decree-bearing angel, but the ominous and enigmatic Shadow Tang Master? Why was the command so urgent and uncompromising, allowing no moment of warmth, even threatening the very survival of the family? This felt less like a reward and summons for prodigies, and more like a coercion filled with unknown dangers that could not be refused. As joy faded, a heavy sense of unease and doubt settled upon everyone's heart. Shen Songming gazed at his beloved disciple, his usual jest and flamboyance replaced by profound guilt and self-reproach. He sighed deeply. "Xuantong, I owe you an apology. Had I not stubbornly taken you under my wing back then, you would not have been ensnared in the murky waters between me and the Holy Land. With your astonishing talents, had you not been linked to me, you would surely have shone brightly within the Tai Su Holy Land, becoming a true pillar of strength, revered by many, with an immeasurable future. It is I who have delayed your path and implicated you." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong simply smiled lightly, shaking his head. "Master, while your words carry weight, who can truly ascertain that the path not taken would have been smooth? Given the Tai Su Holy Land's penchant for self-interest and calculating strategy, even with my extraordinary gifts, should I encounter adversaries that threaten their core interests, would they truly spare no effort to protect me? I fear the ultimate outcome will merely reduce me to a pawn, easily discarded." He glanced at Shen Songming and then cast a brief look at Yue Fuyao, his voice resolute. "Master, Fuyao is a living testament. When has the sacred land ever genuinely valued those who have fought valiantly for it? In contrast, the unwavering trust and loyalty bestowed upon me by you, Master, and the willingness of my family to stand by me through thick and thin, is the most precious treasure in this world. I have never regretted this path. The fault lies not with us, but with the once noble, yet now cold and unfeeling Tai Su sacred land." Listening to his disciple, Shen Songming felt a tumult of warmth and bitterness, yet his brow remained furrowed, worry gnawing at him. "Even so, I sense something amiss with this summons. I cannot shake this unease. I know not what poison they harbor in their coffin, but it is certainly no trivial matter. Xuantong, you can choose not to go. If they come again in 3 days, I shall protect you." His tone was resolute, infused with determination. "I will risk the last 3 months of my life to break the seal and thwart their approach, buying the Lu family a period of peace untroubled by intruders." However, uttering these words left him feeling a profound sense of futility and sorrow. This was merely a temporary remedy, not a lasting solution. What of 3 months hence? Once he is spent and his soul returns to the cosmos, what will the Lu family have to withstand the wrath of the Tai Su sacred land? That would be a genuine calamity. Ultimately, Lu Xuantong must go. This is not a choice, but a cruel reality. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, despite any reluctance or helplessness. When faced with the colossal entity of the sacred land, The choice between personal will and the survival of the family is already predetermined. Shen Songming shut his eyes in anguish, deeply resenting his helplessness and ineffectiveness, unable to provide his disciple with a truly free sky. Observing his master's distress and the family's worries, Lu Xuantong sought to comfort them instead, speaking calmly and analytically. There is no need for excessive pessimism. After all, the Taisu Sacred Land has publicly declared my status as a direct disciple to the entire Huangzhou. This is known far and wide. Should they act against me openly, it would be akin to striking their own face, tarnishing the reputation of the Sacred Land. Even if they harbor ulterior motives, they will likely remain shrouded in secrecy or disguise their actions under the guise of inheritance. In the short term, my safety should pose no significant threat. At this moment, Lu Xuantong, Lu Xuantong, and others finally regained their composure amidst the complexity of the information. They understood that an irreconcilable, perhaps even irreversible, conflict had likely arisen between Lu Xuantong and the Taisu Sacred Land. Yet, even so, their expressions shifted from initial shock and concern to unwavering determination. Lu Xuantong stepped forward, his aged voice carrying an undeniable force. Xuantong, regardless of your grievances with the Sacred Land, you will always be the holy son of the Lu family. The Lu family will forever stand as your support. Lu Xuantong nodded firmly, his gaze fierce. My son, go forth without worry. Matters of the family shall not burden your mind. Even if the heavens were to fall, your father and grandfather would bear the weight for you. The sons of the Lu family are not ones to fear death. We vow to stand with the Holy Sun through thick and thin. Behind them, numerous members of the Lu family echoed in unison, their eyes resolute. What does it matter if it is a colossal entity? Since the Holy Sun has chosen this path, they are willing to accompany him through life and death. Feeling the family's unwavering trust and support, Lu Xuantong was filled with warmth and nodded deeply. Shen Songming, recognizing the gravity of the situation, took a deep breath to suppress his unease and began to strategize. In that case, we must make the most of these 3 days and prepare thoroughly. He turned to the girl in purple beside him, urgency in his tone. You must leave the borders of Huangzhou immediately. The farther, the better. Conceal your whereabouts. Unless Xuantong returns safely in 3 days with definite news, you must not reveal yourself. Yue Fuyao's eyes brimmed with reluctance and concern, yet she understood the severity of the matter, biting her lip and nodding earnestly. I understand. Though I am reluctant, it must be done. However, the most challenging issue remained unresolved, the Lu family itself, with its vast foundation spanning the entire eastern domain. Deeply rooted and populous, it was impossible to quietly relocate the entire family in just 3 days. This was an immovable target, and the most effective bargaining chip in the hands of the Taisu Sacred Land. Shen Songming furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, his murky old eyes glinting with a mix of wisdom and madness. He must devise a plan, a strategy to temporarily safeguard the Lu family, ensuring they would not act recklessly. He murmured to himself, his mind racing, contemplating all possible means, trump cards, and negotiation terms. The pressure was immense. But in these 3 days, he must fight for his disciple and for this newly reunited family, carving out a sliver of hope. 3 days later, Lu Xuantong approached the ancestral grounds of the Taisu Sacred Land alone. Before him stood the 8 great golden statues, their divine might evoking awe. Lu Xuantong slightly bowed, neither servile nor arrogant, stating, Disciple Lu Xuantong pays respects to the esteemed peak masters. However, one of the golden statues suddenly spoke, its voice booming like thunder across the heavens. Lu Xuantong, having seen the peak masters, why do you not kneel? Chapter 143, Reward. A great saint-level weapon. Contract with the primordial divine beast. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, Lu Xuantong remained alone, embarking on his journey to the Taisu Sacred Land. He had no choice. For the survival of his family, he must go. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril and intricately woven traps, he could only cling to a faint glimmer of hope in his heart, wishing that this colossal entity still possessed a shred of humanity and would not force him into a desperate situation. One must remember, even a cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so for Lu Xuantong, who has never been a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. As he traversed through layers of spatial restrictions and finally stepped into the fabled core of the Taisu Sacred Land, an inexplicable sense of trepidation surged within him. The scene before him surpassed his wildest imagination, shaking his very soul. Before him stood 8 towering statues, seemingly cast in pure gold, reaching heights of 1,000 feet, positioned in enigmatic formations amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth. They were not lifeless. Swirling around them were vast and profound runes of laws, emanating an overwhelming pressure akin to that of ancient behemoths, their mere presence enough to warp space and compel all creation to submit. At the moment he stepped in, The statues began to glow one by one, their resplendent divine light piercing the sky, and 8 gazes, as tangible as reality, fell heavily upon his diminutive form. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped the space, rendering the air as solid as iron and suffocating. Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and inexplicable anxiety, and straightened his back. He then slightly bowed, cupping his fists in salute, his voice clear and unwavering. Disciple Lu Xuantong, hereby decree to meet the esteemed peak masters. However, his respectful gesture did not elicit a corresponding respect in return. One of the statues suddenly spoke, its voice reverberating like the roar of thunder. Filled with undeniable anger and immense pressure that struck at his very soul, Lu Xuantong, having seen the peak masters, why do you not kneel? Such ignorance of rank and respect. Do you seek to defy the laws of the sacred land? The speaker was none other than the second peak master, Hun Yuan. Before his words could fade, another statue followed suit, its voice deep yet piercing, akin to a demonic whisper, directly accusing him. The words of Master Hun Yuan ring true. To stand before us without kneeling, Lu Xuantong, do you hold any regard for rank? Do you harbor rebellious intentions? This was the third peak master, Lu Xuantong. Today, I have summoned you to bestow upon you a great reward, not to allow you to display disdain. Lower yourself to your knees and graciously accept the bestowed honor. This is your rightful duty. In their deeply entrenched beliefs, Lu Xuantong, no matter how extraordinary his talents, is ultimately just a disciple. Fundamentally different from these powerful individuals who control a peak and wield authority over the sacred land. No matter how high one's innate talent, if it does not develop, it is no different from that of an ant. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will inevitably bring it down. If one does not even understand this harsh truth of the cultivation world, how can they claim to be a prodigy? Lu Xuantong raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the two imposing, instantaneously discerning their identities and the source of their inexplicable hostility. Hun Yuan is the master of that carefree figure. Lu Xuantong is the master of Cui Haoyan. No wonder they were so impatient to confront him. Seeking revenge for their inept disciple? A cold smile flickered in his heart. Yet his expression remained calm. He clearly articulated, to report to the peak master, it is not that the disciple is disrespectful. Rather, it is due to the explicit regulations of the Taishu sacred land. A direct disciple of this generation holds an exalted status and may meet the peak master without kneeling. The disciple is merely acting in accordance with the laws of the sacred land. Where lies the fault? Impudent. Dare to retort. Hun Yuan bellowed, the golden radiating with blinding light. An even more terrifying invisible pressure descended like countless towering mountains, crashing down upon Lu Xuantong's shoulders and spine, attempting to force him to kneel. Crack. The divine jade floor beneath Lu Xuantong's feet instantly fissured like a spider's web. His bones emitted a sound of unbearable strain. Veins bulging upon his forehead, teeth clenched tightly, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Yet, the 3 imperial bloodlines within him surged with fervor, roaring in defiance, sustaining his spine unyieldingly straight, while his legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, fiercely resisting the overwhelming pressure capable of crushing mountains. You have yet to be officially conferred. You cannot be considered a true direct disciple and must kneel. Hun Yuan commanded. Withstanding the immense pressure, Lu Xuantong suddenly smiled, a mocking grin gracing his face, as he forced the words through clenched teeth. Esteemed peak masters. Did you not summon the disciple here precisely for the purpose of bestowing rewards? Since I am to be conferred immediately, why insist on forcing the disciple to kneel under the pretext of not yet being conferred? Such contradictions, if spread, would surely invite ridicule upon the peak masters of the Taishu sacred land for their petty demeanor and tendency to use force against others. Hun Yuan and Lu Xuantong were momentarily rendered speechless, the pulsating violently, the pressure escalating to the brink of shattering him. At this critical juncture, the most majestic golden at the center finally spoke. Its voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, akin to a spring breeze that gently dispelled the terrifying pressure weighing upon Lu Xuantong. It was none other than the first peak master, Xuanmingzi. Yuan Xuantong, enough. What Lu Xuantong has stated is not without merit. A direct disciple does indeed possess the right to meet the peak master without kneeling. To coerce him thus, you have indeed lost your stature. Such a rare genius, we should nurture with the heart of the sacred land, guiding him, rather than suppressing him relentlessly, which would chill the hearts of all talents in the world. The of Hun Yuan flickered momentarily before he let out a cold snort, falling silent, evidently wary of Xuanmingzi. Xuanmingzi's gaze returned to Lu Xuantong, penetrating as if it could see through everything. Lu Xuantong, I have summoned you with 3 purposes. First, you are to be officially conferred as a direct disciple of the Taishu sacred land, and I grant you the corresponding identity token and attire. Second, you are permitted to enter the ancestral land's Wudao Cliff, where you will have the opportunity to receive the insights and inheritance of the sages. How much you gain depends on your own fortune. At this juncture, he paused slightly, and then 3 resplendent golden orbs emerged from before him, slowly floating towards Lu Xuantong. As the radiance faded, the items within became visible. A seemingly ancient storage bag embroidered with profound spatial runes, and a uniquely shaped golden ring shimmering with a dark golden hue, covered in mysterious inscriptions. Zuan continued to elucidate. As for the third, it is to bestow these rewards upon you to assist in your cultivation. This storage bag contains a vast quantity of cultivation resources, sufficient to support you in cultivating unimpeded to the threshold of the 7th realm, the realm of calamity. Finally, his gaze fell upon the dark golden ring, his tone tinged with deeper meaning. This item, known as the Yushan ring, is an exceptionally precious weapon of the great sage level. Its sole purpose is to forcibly contract ancient relics and even mature ancient divine beasts, compelling them to acknowledge you as their master for your command. Of course, he continued, shifting his tone, there are no absolutes in this world. The Yushan ring can also be broken free from, especially when the divine beast is in prime condition and resists violently. Therefore, to ensure success, it is best to use it when the beast is severely injured, exhausted, or mentally compromised, greatly increasing the likelihood of success. Legend has it that if one can find a fortuitous opportunity to reforge this ring to the level of an imperial weapon, there is even a chance to forcibly contract a ferocious beast capable of annihilating an entire realm. Zuan spoke in a calm manner. Yet he dangled a temptation that could drive the entire celestial realm into a frenzy, only to extinguish that possibility immediately. However, the method for reforging imperial weapons has long been lost to the ages, and the materials required are unheard of. In today's celestial realm, no one possesses such capability. You should merely regard it as a weapon of the great sage level for now. Chapter 144. The true form revealed, the fierce countenance unveiled. Shen Tsangming makes his appearance, contracting a ferocious beast. What a spectacle it would be to possess a ferocious beast of the ancient level as a battle companion. At that time, not only the Taishu sacred land, but even the peak powers of the entire celestial realm would likely regard him with trepidation, mindful of his demeanor. That would be a true power capable of overturning the very structure of existence and looking down upon the universe. Merely contemplating the possibility of forging a great sage weapon into the legendary imperial weapon was enough to stir one's blood to a fever pitch. However, this fervent fantasy lasted but a moment before being extinguished by the cold reality. Reforging an imperial weapon? The materials required are only found in ancient legends, and the forging techniques have long been lost for countless ages. No one today possesses such capability. This is fundamentally a mere pipe dream, unattainable. The opportunity to contract an ancient divine beast is already a fortuitous stroke of luck that ordinary people would not dare to imagine, capable of driving countless cultivators to madness. The rewards offered by the Taishu sacred land likely only include the last item, the Yushan ring, which can be deemed truly reliable and beneficial to him at present. As his thoughts raced, Lu Xuantong maintained an impassive faade, merely nodding respectfully. The disciple understands the implications and thanks the sacred land for its generous rewards. Having said that, he almost instinctively, in a flash, snatched the Yushan ring and the resource-laden storage bag into his possession. His movements were so swift. Fearing that a single moment's delay would cause the other party to retract their offer, the several peak masters, especially Hun Yuan Tian and Li Xuantong, clearly did not anticipate his eagerness, causing the radiance of their golden to momentarily falter. The words they had prepared were abruptly stifled, a surge of unnamed anger rising within them. Yet unable to erupt on the spot, they could only seethe in silence. At this moment, the space in the center of the hall warped. A deep, dark void crackling with unstable arcs of electricity was ripped open. Beyond the rift lay an incomprehensibly chaotic space, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Suppressing his displeasure, Hun Yuan Tian spoke with a hint of urgency. Since the rewards have been accepted, proceed immediately to Wudao Cliff to receive the inheritance. Passing through this spatial tunnel will take you directly to the heart of the Taishu ancestral land. Travel east for approximately 300 miles, and you will reach Wudao Cliff. Li Xuantong followed suit, urging with an undeniable tone, hurry inside. Do not delay. Within the ancestral land lies the legacies and insights of countless great beings from the Taishu sacred land who have perished over the ages. A realm rich with secrets and boundless opportunities. You may receive as much as you can, for this is the greatest blessing the Holy Land bestows upon you. However, gazing into the deep and eerie void that seems capable of swallowing everything, The intense sense of unease within Lu Xuantong surged to its peak. From the fissure emanated not a harmonious Tao rhythm, but rather a faint, soul-chilling aura of danger. When things deviate from the norm, there must be something sinister afoot. The urgency with which they compelled him to enter an entirely unknown secret realm could not possibly be benevolent. Instinctively, he took a half-step back, forcibly suppressing the tumult within his heart, and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I thank you, esteemed peak masters, for your kindness. However, as a disciple who has just endured a great battle and traveled incessantly for days, my spirit is greatly depleted, and I am not in optimal condition. To rashly enter the ancestral Holy Land at this moment could tarnish the legacy of the sages and hinder the attainment of true inheritance. Might I return to prepare myself, to adjust to my best state, and then select an auspicious day to visit again? I shall certainly inform the esteemed peak masters. And when I return to the ancestral land, I will not disappoint your expectations." Having spoken, he turned without hesitation, striding swiftly towards the entrance of the hall. Each step he took was laden with caution, his entire being taut with tension, as his consciousness expanded to its utmost reach, vigilant for any sign of disturbance. Inside the hall, an eerie silence fell. The 8 golden-bodied remained standing, silent and unyielding, with no one obstructing him or speaking a word. Only their silent gazes bore down upon him, akin to 8 frigid mountains pressing upon his back, the atmosphere oppressive enough to send chills down his spine. Lu Xuantong's heart raced with trepidation. He simply wished to extricate himself from this place of turmoil. Yet, just as his left foot was about to cross the threshold, symbolizing his departure from the hall, a sudden hum resonated. The once smooth and even floor beneath him erupted with countless dazzling golden runes. In an instant, these runes wove into an extraordinarily intricate confinement array, unleashing an immense suppression force targeting both spirit and flesh, akin to countless invisible divine golden chains binding him firmly in place. No matter how he summoned his spiritual power, even invoking the might of imperial blood, he could not move an inch. What is happening? Lu Xuantong's expression darkened instantly. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing like swords towards the 8, demanding, "Esteemed peak masters, what does this mean? Is forcibly restraining a direct disciple of the Holy Land the style of Tai Su Xingdi? Humph. A little beast who refuses to drink the wine of respect and instead seeks punishment." The of Hunyuan Tian let out a cold sneer, finally tearing away the mask of hypocrisy. "I intended to grant you a swift end, to allow you to enter peacefully. Yet you chose to be clever and invite suffering upon yourself." The of Litsang Tian also chuckled mockingly. "We offered you an opportunity, and you proved to be inept. When we provided a path, you refused to take it. Do not blame us for changing our approach." Lu Xuantong's heart burned with fury. "I am a direct disciple of the Holy Land. I have just been conferred, and the rewards still rest in my hands. Are you planning to cast me aside so swiftly? Such actions bring shame upon the Tai Su Shengdi that has existed for countless eons." The previously silent Zuan Mingzi finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with a despairing indifference. "Face? Who will know of the events that transpire here today? Externally, we need only proclaim that you were eager to enter the ancestral land in search of opportunities and unfortunately became lost in the turbulent flow of space. With your life uncertain, is there anyone in this world who dares to venture into our Tai Su ancestral land to verify this matter?" Lu Xuantong's heart sank suddenly, cursing inwardly. Damn it. They even devised such a comprehensive excuse. This group of old foxes never intended to give him a way out. But what do they truly seek? If they really wish to kill him, why go to such great lengths? As he pondered in haste, the relatively quiet 7th peak master, Xinghe Sanren, seemed to exhibit a hint of reluctance, lightly explaining, "Young man, do not worry. Our objective is not you. You need only remain here for a short while. Within the duration of an incense stick, should your master Shen Songming appear in Tai Su Xingdi, we shall naturally allow you to leave. And what was promised before will still hold true." He slightly shifted his tone, carrying a hint of indifference. "As for the array beneath your feet, you may take your time to experience it. It will also allow your master to understand that his disciple is suffering in his stead." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xuantong felt an indescribable, terrifying heat begin to spread from his feet upward. It was not a flame that burned the flesh, but rather a purgatorial fire that directly scorched the soul. It aimed to ignite and refine all of his 3 souls and 7 spirits. The excruciating pain exceeded the limits of his physical endurance, forcing an involuntary cry of anguish from him. At this moment, Lu Xuantong's body trembled uncontrollably, his vision darkening, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the 8 towering golden-bodied remained suspended coldly in the air, like deities gazing down upon ants in their struggle, patiently awaiting the emergence of the one they truly sought to force out. Shen Songming, would he appear? Certainly, for he is his only disciple. Knowing full well there is a trap, he would come. Shen Songming is not so foolish. At this juncture, all he could do was pray that their master-disciple bond was not a facade. Just as they exchanged words, a terrifying sword intent pierced the heavens, tearing through space and directly shattering Xuanmingzi's golden-bodied. With a resounding crash, an ancient figure suddenly materialized, witnessing his disciples' anguished struggle and erupting in fury. You ungrateful dogs. Time and again, we have tolerated and compromised, not even leaving a breath of mercy. Very well, if you wish to die, let us all perish together. Come. Chapter 145. The activation of the 10,000 tribulations sealing array, Shen Songming's frenzy. Shen Songming's gaze fixed intently upon the eight, imposing. His voice trembling yet tinged with a final plea for resistance, uttering each word with fervor. Release my disciple and treat him well. If you promise to safeguard him and ensure the safety of the Lu clan, I shall depart from the wasteland of the wilds, willingly stepping into that accursed void fissure. With my frail body and soul as bait, I can at least confine that beast for another 1,000 years. A millennium is ample time for your Tai Su Shengdi to cultivate another strong individual and devise new strategies. This was his last line of defense, his final concession. Were it not for the concern that releasing the ferocious beast would lead to devastation across the entire wasteland, with the Lu clan and his disciple at the forefront, he would never demean himself in such a manner. Should Tai Su Shengdi genuinely treat Xiantong with sincerity, he, Shen Songming, would not mind sacrificing his waning years for a millennium of peace and his disciple's secure future. However, in response to his near-tragic concession, the eight golden-bodied merely responded with low, mocking laughter rather than agreement. The of Xuanmingzi glimmered with light. Speaking matter-of-factly, only now do you realize the necessity of begging for mercy? It is too late. Shen Songming, your era has come to an end. The of Hunyuan Tian issued a derisive sneer. 1,000 years? Huh, a millennium is far too brief. We have discovered a better, more permanent solution. That brief time within the void fissure is simply insufficient. What do you mean? Shen Songming's body trembled violently, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Xuanmingzi continued. It means that today, even if you were to kneel and beg for our mercy, we must activate the 10,000 tribulations sealing array. Only by sealing you and that ferocious beast completely can we eliminate future threats, allowing us to rest easy. You simply await your demise in peace. The final sentence dripped with unmasked, cold-blooded intent. In this moment, all compromises, all hopes, were utterly shattered. Boundless fury and complete despair erupted within Shen Songming's heart like a volcano. Huh, well done, Tai Su Shengdi. What a hypocritical peak master. Shen Songming looked up to the heavens, a wild and mournful laughter escaping his lips, tears of blood nearly bursting forth from the corners of his eyes. Since you refuse to grant us a path to survival and insist on driving us to the brink, then let it be as you wish. You have forced my hand. If death is what you desire, let us all perish together. He unleashed the most frenzied curse. The last vestige of rationality in his eyes completely consumed by a crimson haze. In the next instant, he struck his chest with a fierce blow. Crack! A sound, akin to a shattering echo from the depths of his soul, resonated. The ancient seal, which had been painstakingly maintained despite its countless wounds, was utterly shattered by his own hands at that moment. A roar erupted from Shen Songming, one that defied description, filled with an ancient malice and brutality, reverberating from within him and resonating from the profound depths of the firmament above. The sky over the ancestral land darkened instantaneously. It was not the gathering of storm clouds, but rather a pure, despairing darkness that spread, obscuring the sun. At the pinnacle of the heavens, space tore apart like fragile fabric under the overwhelming force, creating a rift that spanned thousands of miles. Beyond the rift lay endless chaos and void, as a pair of colossal, indescribable eyes, burning with dark red flames of destruction, slowly emerged, coldly surveying the minuscule world below. The primal beast had yet to fully materialize. Merely a roar and a hint of its aura had already caused the entire Tai Su sacred land to tremble violently, mountains crumbling and laws lamenting. This was the release of unbridled resentment and discontent that had been sealed for centuries. Although anticipated, when this apocalyptic scene unfolded before their eyes, the 8 golden-bodied manifestations flickered, revealing the momentary shock and chill of their master. Fortunately, they were prepared. Let all perish. Ha ha. Shen Songming reveled in the torrent of malevolence cascading around him, laughing maniacally. However, just as the primal beast was on the verge of breaking free from its constraints to descend upon the world, a sudden hum filled the air. The 8 golden-bodied manifestations erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, outshining even the sun. 8 massive golden beams shot skyward, not aimed at the beast but intertwining above to form an enormous, intricately complex ancient formation. Simultaneously, beneath Xun Songming's feet, a meticulously inscribed, even more terrifying formation ignited. Countless golden chains of laws roared forth from the formation, emitting a deep, authoritative hum, as if alive, instantly binding Xun Songming's limbs and penetrating his dantian and consciousness. These chains were not meant to harm, but to bind and extract, using Xun Songming as a conduit, with his blood, flesh, and soul as bait. They forcibly drew forth the primal beast's source of power, which was on the verge of breaking free. Xun Songming let out a pained and unwilling roar, struggling furiously but unable to escape the shackles prepared specifically for him. The voice of Xuan Mingzi was cold and merciless. Echoing through the heavens, the 10,000 calamities demon sealing array is activated. Use your body as the eye of the formation. With your soul, bind the ancient fiends. The 8 peak masters exerted their full strength, pouring their immense divine power into the great formation. The massive array above the heavens slowly rotated, exuding an oppressive might that stabilized the torn space and forcibly suppressed the primal beast's roar. Their objective had never been mutual destruction. They intended to use Xun Songming and the beast within him as sacrifices and energy to activate this ancient formation, completing a final seal that would eradicate future threats. At this moment, Xun Songming endured the most extreme and brutal suffering imaginable. The power of the 10,000 calamities demon sealing array did not stem from an external suppression, but erupted from the deepest recesses of his being. Countless chains of law, thinner than a strand of hair, yet more resilient than divine gold, sprouted from every inch of his flesh and soul, like millions of burning needles, nailing him inch by inch, thread by thread to the core of this ancient formation. This was a slow and cruel execution, a complete denial and sealing of existence itself. His already frail body decayed at a visible rate. His skin lost its last glimmer, resembling the withered bark of a millennium-old tree, cracked and dry. His once gray hair turned snow-white and brittle, breaking apart into ashes. His life force flickered like a candle in the wind, being violently ravaged and consumed by the array's power. Xun Songming emitted a soundless cry of despair, his eyes shedding tears of blood that contained the essence of his soul. Those blood tears traced down his withered cheeks, leaving haunting marks. As his consciousness began to fade, he recalled his life spent fighting for the Tai Su sacred land, the countless battles he had endured, the hundreds of years of inhuman torment and solitude he had suffered to seal this beast. He sacrificed everything: honor, health, freedom, and ultimately, his very life. Yet what he received in return was not gratitude or respect, but cold calculation, ruthless exploitation, and ultimate sacrifice. Oh, Tai Su sacred land, I, Xun Songming, have spilled my last drop of blood for you, yet you treat me like this, like a beast. You are all a bunch of ungrateful wretches. After endless curses, he was met with the continued cold silence of the 8 manifestations. In the depths of despair and anguish, he finally uttered a plea, humble and pitiful: spare him. I beg you, spare my disciple. Xuantong is innocent. He knows nothing. Let all the blame fall upon me, for the sake of his disciple's survival. This once proud and reckless elder now pleaded. As long as you spare him, even if you were to draw my flesh, strip my bones, or refine my soul, I, Xun Songming, would not utter a single complaint, nor would I harbor any regrets. However, in response to his tearful entreaty, the 8 golden-bodied manifestations remained as indifferent as ancient ice. Their gazes were calm and unyielding, even carrying a hint of detached composure, as if they were watching a play that had nothing to do with them. It seemed that all of Xun Songming's sacrifices, every ounce of suffering and pleading, were taken for granted, even deemed insignificant. Master, Lu Xuantong watched helplessly as his master endured torment for him, pleading humbly, gazing at the 8 impassive faces. And in that instant, boundless fury and sorrow shattered his reason. Damn you wretches! I, Lu Xuantong, vow here and now, I shall destroy the Tai Su sacred land in this lifetime. You will pay blood for blood. He let out a heartbreaking roar, unleashing the full extent of his divine respect. A tremendous wave of spiritual power surged forth like a tsunami, crashing against the surrounding binding formation with a deafening roar. Yet the formation merely rippled slightly before returning to stillness, unyielding. Li Sangtian's manifestation issued a cold mockery, as if observing a futile struggle of an ant. Do not waste your effort. This formation is an ancient marvel. How could your mere divine respect hope to shake it? Simply wait until your master is completely sealed and becomes the formation spirit. Then we shall discuss your fate. Waiting to perish? Absolutely not. Lu Xuantong's eyes burned red, an overwhelming hatred and determination to save his master igniting the most frenzied power within him. Open for me. With a furious roar directed at the heavens, The deepest forces within him ignited completely. Boom, boom, boom. 3 dazzling golden halos, more radiant than the sun, erupted from behind him. Suspended in the air like 3 supreme suns descending upon the world. The vast and imposing pressure of his imperial bloodline swept forth, causing the surrounding stable space to begin to warp. The supreme bones awakened with all their might. Lu Xuantong's entire form instantaneously transformed into a translucent jade-like substance, yet within, it seemed as though countless golden divine rays surged and flowed, emanating an unparalleled aura that suppressed the heavens. With the opening of his dual pupils, Lu Xuantong's eyes deepened profoundly. His left eye evolved the birth and demise of galaxies, while his right eye reflected the very essence of the laws. Wherever his gaze fell, all illusions were laid bare. The exceedingly intricate ceiling formation became transparent before him, the trajectories of countless runes flowing, revealing the core array's focal point, which he pierced with a single glance. In his supreme form, he unleashed a thunderous roar. 3 imperial pulse halos, the power of the supreme bone, and the might of his converged seamlessly at this moment. His stature surged, enveloped in boundless divine radiance. His hair billowing as though he were a youthful sovereign descending through the river of time, exuding an oppressive force over the cosmos. With a single finger, he pointed to the heavens, invoking the Dahuang Qiutian finger. At this moment, he channeled all the power he could muster to the tip of his finger, aiming at the core of the formation locked by his. This fingertip embodied the ancient desolation, containing the will to imprison the firmament, an invisible yet terrifying force, capable of withering all things and compelling the laws to retreat, shattered the void and struck precisely at the most vulnerable point of the array. Boom! A cataclysmic sound erupted. The once impenetrable ceiling formation, under the force of this finger, shattered like fragile glass, instantly riddled with countless cracks, and then erupted with a blinding flash of light. The formation was broken. In the moment the formation's barrier shattered, Lu Xuantong's figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, unhesitant, charging directly toward the core of the Myriad Tribulation's sealing magic formation that ensnared Shen Songming. His eyes, infused with the power of, spun wildly, with his left eye tracing the trajectories of the laws through the birth and demise of galaxies, while his right eye pierced through the illusions to gaze upon the essence of energy, desperately seeking to discern the core of this ancient formation as swiftly as possible. If he could break this array, his master would be freed, and when the angered primal beast broke free, none present would escape unscathed. He sought mutual destruction. He yearned to drag the 8 hypocritical and ungrateful peak masters into the abyss with him. Endless murderous intent boiled within his chest. His resolve had never been as steadfast and frenzied as it was at this moment. However, the Myriad Tribulation's sealing magic formation was an unparalleled array from the primordial age, designed to imprison world-destroying beasts, its intricacies far surpassing imagination. Countless ancient runes flowed like living entities, ceaselessly intertwined, forming an indestructible web of law chains that constantly shifted. Devoid of any discernible pattern, Lu Xuantong pushed the power of his to its limits, the corners of his eyes even fracturing under the strain. Blood tears streaming down his face, his vision blurred, yet he still could not fully perceive the core flaw of this ancient array. It was perfect, as if it were a natural formation, without weakness. At the center of the formation, Shen Songming's condition had deteriorated to an unimaginable extent. His emaciated body clung tightly to his skeleton, resembling a corpse draped in human skin, with only his gradually fading eyes retaining a flicker of consciousness. Witnessing his disciple's desperate struggle, even to the extent of bleeding from his eyes, a trace of a bittersweet yet sorrowful smile managed to break through the pain and despair etched upon Shen Songming's face. With his last ounce of strength, filled with urgency and pleading, he implored, "Xuantong, quickly leave. Don't concern yourself with me. Escape as far as you can. Master can no longer endure. Do not throw your life away needlessly." "No, I will not leave," Lu Xuantong roared, blood tears mingling with sweat cascading down his face. "I will never abandon you. There must be a way. There must be." As hope of breaking the formation waned and his master's aura grew increasingly faint, Lu Xuantong abruptly raised his head, his crimson gaze resembling a predatory beast, fixating intently on the 8 golden body manifestations that continued to channel energy into the grand array. "It is you. You are the ones sustaining this accursed formation." A frenzied thought flashed through his mind. "If the formation cannot be broken, then let us destroy you. Let us destroy your manifestations. Let us see how you continue to sustain it." Without hesitation, he resolved to act. Capture the leader first. Lu Xuantong surged forward, concentrating all his rage and murderous intent at his fingertips, targeting the most towering and dominant manifestation of the first peak master, Xuanmingzi. "Dahuang Qiutian finger, shatter for me." A single finger thrust out, the essence of ancient desolation enveloping the realm, intent on imprisoning and crushing all before him. However, just as his devastating finger was about to make contact with the golden manifestation, a resonant hum emerged. Xuanmingzi's golden body manifestation radiated with overwhelming brilliance. A solid figure exuding immense pressure stepped forth directly from within the manifestation. Though not his true form, it bore a portion of his will and strength, known as the external incarnation. Simultaneously, the other 7 golden body manifestations shone with brilliance. In quick succession, terrifying incarnations of various forms coalesced, encircling Lu Xuantong entirely. The 8 peak masters had simultaneously descended with their incarnations. Though each incarnation's power was less than 1/10 of the true body, the combined might of the 8 manifestations radiated enough pressure to shatter the souls of ordinary divine sovereigns, leaving no room for resistance. Xuanmingzi's incarnation regarded Lu Xuantong with cold disdain, as if observing a corpse, his gaze filled with unabashed murderous intent. This child possesses an extraordinary talent. Yet his ruthless and decisive nature has forged a deadly enmity today. He must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. A potential backlash against us. The 7th peak master, Xinghe Sanren's incarnation, sighed softly, seemingly regretful, yet struck without mercy. What a pity for such a rare talent. Alas, it is simply a matter of misfortune. With that, the 8 incarnations launched their assault simultaneously. There were no tests, no holding back. They unleashed a thunderous, overwhelming killing intent from the outset. 8 torrents of terrifying energy, belonging to the 9th and 8th realms, surged forth from all directions, crushing toward Lu Xuantong. In an instant, Lu Xuantong found himself ensnared, facing the united onslaught of the 8 peak masters' incarnations. This was the epitome of despair. Had it not been for Lu Xuantong's extraordinary talent and unfathomable depth of cultivation, he would have already been reduced to dust. He roared skyward, employing every means at his disposal. The Taiji diagram soared from behind his head, the interplay of yin and yang forming a colossal shield to resist the assault. Within him, the Taishu Ancient Dragon Sutra surged wildly, the dragon's roar resounding through the heavens, a magnificent golden dragon phantom swirling around him. The bloodlines of the 3 emperors burned to their utmost, 3 resplendent halos surrounding him like a blazing sun. The supreme bone radiated brilliance, bestowing boundless strength and resilience. He exerted all he had learned to the utmost, skillfully dodging, blocking, and counterattacking amidst the torrents of 8 terrifying assaults. Each collision sent his blood surging, blood spilling from his mouth. This was a battle of entirely different dimensions. That he could endure even for a moment was a miracle among miracles. Yet ultimately, human strength is finite. Under the relentless and coordinated assault of the 8 incarnations, Lu Xuantong's defenses began to crumble. The Taiji diagram dimmed and retreated, the ancient dragon phantom lamenting as it shattered. He was drenched in blood, his aura rapidly diminishing, nearing his limits. Xuanmingzi's incarnation's eyes glinted coldly, seizing upon his moment of exhaustion, and pointed a finger. This finger, in stark contrast to Lu Xuantong's Dahuang Qiutian finger, was imbued with pure destruction, a sense of annihilation, and the essence of ending everything. Wherever it pointed, all things would return to nothingness, even light and time would be consumed. The desolation finger. Xuanmingzi's incarnation's voice dripped with mockery. What does your technique amount to? Soft and feeble, merely a facade. Experience this and die without regret. The silence of the annihilating force was profound, yet its speed transcended all, causing the very fabric of space to collapse into oblivion wherever it passed. Directly aiming at the vital point of Lu Xuantong's brow, Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted sharply. He wished to resist, but found his body firmly ensnared by the assaults of other avatars, rendering him utterly immobile. His internal power was nearly depleted, and even raising a finger was beyond his capability. Was this how it was destined to end? With no hope of salvation from his master, nor the chance for vengeance? In that moment of utter despair, as he closed his eyes to await death, a frail, withered figure, embodying resolute will, appeared as if it had teleported, breaking free from part of the restrictions of the formation in an astonishing manner. Once more, and for the final time, it steadfastly positioned itself before him, confronting the terrifying force capable of obliterating all with a body so depleted it was little more than a skeleton. A trace of a comforting smile emerged. My dear disciple, I shall take my leave first. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. As the scene unfolded, the heart of Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had poured his heart and soul into his beloved disciple, erupted with a final roar of unwillingness and madness from the depths of his soul, which had long been consumed by the formation. With unparalleled will, He endured the excruciating pain of his spirit being torn apart by countless chains of law, forcibly extricating a faint yet concentrated essence of his soul, imbued with his final obsession, from his deep fusion with the WNJI-F-NGM formation. The agony of this process surpassed the torment of 1,000 deaths. It was the disintegration and tearing from the deepest recesses of his soul, signifying that he would irrevocably lose any chance of reincarnation, condemned to an eternal state of non-existence. Yet, to protect his disciple, this once wild and free-spirited elder unhesitatingly chose this path, far more brutal than death. In the next moment, a phantom-like figure, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, resolutely stood once more before Lu Xuantong, braving the lethal annihilation finger of Su Nmngz. The force pierced through the phantom, causing it to tremble violently, becoming increasingly transparent, as if it would entirely dissipate at any moment. Su Nmngz's avatar regarded this forcibly detached remnant of a soul with a glimmer of surprise in his icy gaze, which quickly morphed into indifferent mockery. SHNCNGMing. Do you understand what forcibly severing the soul means? It is a termination more thorough than the annihilation of both form and spirit, an eternal descent into oblivion, with even the true spiritual imprint ceasing to exist. The remnant of SHNCNGMang's soul emitted a feeble, yet sardonic laugh. Is it not just the scattering of the soul, never to return to the cycle of reincarnation? Do I care? In the face of your vile schemes, what choice do I have but this path? Su Nmngz fell silent for a moment, revealing a rare flicker of regret, which quickly vanished. He discerned that SHNCNGMing could not sustain this state for long. Indeed, they need not lift a finger, as he would soon dissipate on his own. There was no urgency. Once the WNJI-F-NGM formation was fully realized, sealing away the primal ferocious beasts once more, everything would be set in stone, with no room for change. The avatar of HNUNTN stepped forward, his tone cold and resolute. A futile struggle, utterly in vain. SHNCNGMing. In your current state of this remnant soul, you cannot even safeguard yourself, let alone protect him. Lu Xuantong is undoubtedly doomed today. No one can save him. Yet, in the face of this overt declaration of death, a bizarre yet triumphant smile surfaced on SHNCNGMang's remnant soul, as if a plan had come to fruition. Do you truly think you have a backup? Do you believe you can scheme against me? Did I waste these past few centuries in vain? At this proclamation, Su Nmngz and several other peak masters were momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising inexplicably within them. What did those words imply? Before they could comprehend, SHNCNGMang's ethereal remnant abruptly lifted a hand, struggling yet clearly snapping his fingers. With a crisp sound, he activated a long-concealed forbidden switch. In an instant, a strange, overwhelming, and even primal energy erupted from the depths of SHNCNGMang's remnant soul. Following this, a form materialized that was solid and indistinguishable from his true self, even more fierce and violent in its essence. However, the moment this avatar appeared, it frantically merged with SHNCNGMang's remnant soul. Not good. He intends to self-destruct his essence. Su Nmngz's expression changed dramatically, finally grasping SHNCNGMang's true intent. He did not wish to fight. Rather, he aimed to detonate this last severed piece of his soul, along with the avatar that had been preemptively stored through unknown secret methods, and the portion of primal beast power consumed by the formation at this very moment. At the cost of his own existence, he sought to forcefully blast open a path to survival. At last, I have triumphed over you. SHNCNGMang's remnant soul let out a final, exhilarating yet profoundly tragic laugh, followed by an explosion that could not be expressed in words. A cataclysmic energy erupted from the point where SHNCNGMing stood, engulfing the heavens and the earth in a moment of colorlessness. A terrifying energy storm swept across the realm, causing the entire T9 ancestral land to tremble violently, with portions of space collapsing and the laws of nature howling in agony. The brilliance was so blinding that even the avatars of the 8 peak masters had to momentarily retreat from its radiance. This was no ordinary self-detonation. It was the final lament of a peak powerhouse who had fused with a portion of primal energy, incinerating all traces of existence. As the destructive light began to wane, a colossal, undulating black hole formed at the center of the explosion, an unstable yet real channel for time and space. The last faint voice of SHNCNGMing echoed across the ages, resonating in Lu Xuantong's ears, filled with boundless urgency and entrustment. Disciple, run. Lu Xuantong's eyes turned crimson, tears of blood streaming down, his heart wrenched in agony. he beheld the sole glimmer of hope his master had fought for him, while also witnessing the renewed, even more terrifying murderous intent coalescing around the avatars of the 8 peak masters. He could not betray his master. He absolutely could not. Suppressing the overwhelming sorrow and hatred, he propelled his body to its utmost limit, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling toward the time-space passage. Planning to escape? In your dreams. The avatar of HNUNTN roared, conjuring a terrifying attack powerful enough to cleave stars, aimed squarely at Lu Xuantong. However, Su Nm raised a hand to halt him. Rather than exhibiting urgency, a mocking smile of absolute control spread across Su Nm's face. It is futile. Such an attack, even if it were to slay him once, would only allow him to undergo rebirth again due to his peculiar resurrection ability. To kill him, you must obliterate his very soul, leaving no trace of his true spirit. In that instant, HNUNTN suddenly understood. Indeed, how could he have forgotten this boy's defiance against death? But how could they utterly annihilate him? Su Nm's smiled indifferently, casting his gaze over the ancient ancestral land. His tone imbued with absolute confidence and coldness. This place is the T9 ancestral land. Its depth is beyond your imagination. Naturally, we shall summon the ZHND weapon. As his words fell, he raised his hand, grasping at the void. A resplendent 7-colored light surged from the depths of the ancestral land, tearing through the fabric of space, and suddenly descended. An oppressive force, surpassing all, capable of penetrating the heavens and the earth, enveloped the entire scene. It was a longbow of ancient design, exuding an aura that compelled all beings to submit. The bow was forged from an unknown divine wood or celestial metal, exhibiting a dark golden hue, etched with countless innate Tao patterns, while the bowstring resembled a miniature galaxy, flowing with the light of the stars. It was further surrounded by an ethereal, dreamlike aura, containing both ultimate destruction and absolute precision. This is the Zhuandi weapon, the Jiuxiao Patian Bao. Zuan Mingzi, with a solemn demeanor, grasped the longbow firmly. Although merely an incarnation, through the power of the ancestral land and a unique secret method, he was still able to barely summon a trace of the bow's might. He slowly drew back the bowstring, which resembled the Milky Way. As the bowstring was drawn, the energy from the surrounding world surged wildly, dimming the brilliance of the entire ancestral land. An arrow, entirely composed of destructive energy and entwined with colorful patterns, materialized from thin air, locking onto Lu Xuantong, who had already stepped halfway into the time-space passage. This arrow contained a fragment of imperial law, aimed solely at obliterating true spirits and severing their origins. Even if he possessed 10 imperial bloodlines, there was no chance of survival beneath this arrow. Today, neither heaven nor earth could save him. Zuan Mingzi's cold voice pronounced the final verdict. Die. His finger released. Whoosh. The colorful arrow instantly vanished, transcending the constraints of time and space. In its wake, all things withered. The laws retreated, and everything, both tangible and intangible, was consumed and obliterated, with only Lu Xuantong's heart as its target. In the midst of his desperate rush towards the passage, Lu Xuantong felt an unprecedented sense of death looming over him. It was a tremor arising from the depths of his soul, entirely locked in by the gaze of the Grim Reaper. He turned abruptly, only to see a flash of colorful light, akin to a curse seeking his life, flooding his entire field of vision. The destructive power it contained rendered his face pale, and his pupils constricted to the extreme. This is bad. Chapter 149, Tai Su's Old Dog. The day I return to the eastern region will be the day of your annihilation. This arrow embodied the supreme killing intent of the Zhuandi weapon and the cold will of a virtual god realm expert. It had long since determined Lu Xuantong's fate. Unchangeable and unquestionable. The golden body manifestations of the 8 peak masters stood indifferently, their cold gazes piercing through the void, quietly anticipating the moment when the colorful arrow would pierce Lu Xuantong's heart, utterly obliterating his soul. In their eyes, Shen Songming had already sacrificed himself to become the formation's eye. No one in this world could protect this child anymore. Once Lu Xuantong died, they would have completely won. Not only would future troubles be eradicated, but the ancient-level ferocious beasts would also be sealed for another 5,000 years. And the authority and plans of Tai Su Holy Land would remain unshakable. Even Lu Xuantong himself, under the terrifying aura of the destructive arrow, genuinely felt what absolute despair and helplessness were. The power contained within that arrow transcended time and space, surpassing the laws, capable of erasing him countless times. A virtual god realm expert wielding a Zhuandi weapon possessed a might formidable enough to make even fellow experts of the same rank retreat in fear, far beyond what a mere divine respected realm could contend with. I refuse to accept this. An endless rage and hatred burned within his chest. Yet it could not alter the imminent fate of death. He loathed the hypocrisy and cruelty of Tai Su Holy Land, resented the ingratitude of the 8 peak masters, and despised his own inadequacy and strength, unable to avenge his master or slaughter those hypocritical beasts. Just as his consciousness was about to be frozen by the aura of destruction, prepared to close his eyes and accept this final outcome, an unexpected change occurred. Another power, entirely different, yet equally terrifying to the point of sending chills through the soul, suddenly descended from the far reaches of the void without warning. It was not a tangible attack, but rather an overwhelming tide of emptiness that swept in silently. It arrived first, perfectly interposing itself before the colorful arrow. In the next moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded and incredulous unfolded. The arrow, capable of slaying gods and demons, imbued with a trace of imperial might from the Xuandi weapon, upon contact with that tide of emptiness, was consumed without a sound. As if ice and snow met the blazing sun, or a droplet merged into the sea. It emitted no cataclysmic explosion, but was silently disassembled, obliterated into the most primordial particles of energy, dissipating into the formless void as though it had never existed. Lu Xuantong stood unharmed in place, even sensing the sensation of death's threat vanishing abruptly. In that instant, the world fell into a deathly silence. The wind ceased, and the clouds stagnated. All were left in a state of shock, including the 8 towering golden body manifestations, their radiance exhibiting violent fluctuations, revealing their master's profound astonishment and bewilderment. Who on earth could effortlessly devour an arrow launched from the Jiuxiao Patian Bao, driven by a virtual god realm expert, without a sound? Whoever could achieve such a feat must possess an astonishing level of power, at the very least reaching the mid-stage of the virtual god realm, if not the late stage, or even the pinnacle of that terrifying existence. The avatars of Zuan Mingzi and others instantly shifted from their previous calm mockery to an acute vigilance, their minds sweeping the endless void like raging tides, attempting to uncover the mysterious powerhouse concealed in the shadows. They were filled with doubt, pondering when such a formidable presence had emerged behind Lu Xuantong. Why had no intelligence ever indicated this? Lu Xuantong himself was equally filled with shock and confusion. This sudden assistance exceeded all his expectations. However, now was not the time for inquiry. The instinct for survival and the opportunity gained at the cost of his master's life could not be squandered. His body was being accelerated upwards by the pull of the space-time passage created by the self-destructive energy, half of him already submerged into the distorted and unstable rift. Just before he was about to vanish entirely, he suddenly looked down, his eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred and cold killing intent, fixating intently on the 8 golden body manifestations below. Old dogs of Tai Su Holy Land, what you have done today, I, Lu Xuantong, will remember, engraved into my very soul. When I return to the wasteland, it will be the time of your utter extermination and the downfall of your Dao lineage. All of you wretched creatures, clean your necks and wait for your return of Lu Grandpa. Each word rang like thunder, imbued with an undeniable resolution and overwhelming fury, causing the void to resonate. The 8 peak masters were momentarily taken aback by this sudden and fierce vow, unable to react in time. They could only watch helplessly as the figure, burdened with endless hatred, completely vanished into the time-space rift, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, below, the 10,000 calamities sealing array finally completed its final operation. The vast divine power was wholly retracted, and the ancient ferocious beast, temporarily subdued, let out one last unwilling roar before being forcibly compressed and sealed within a suddenly materialized, square black metal box. The box, forged from unknown materials, was entirely black, its surface etched with countless ancient runes, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. The box trembled slightly, with living beings inside violently crashing against its walls, occasionally revealing pairs of frenzied, brutal, crimson eyes through the gaps. Ultimately, this black box containing the ancient ferocious beast was swept away by a remnant of spatial power, transforming into a dark light that shot into the closing time-space rift, disappearing into the vast, unknown void alongside Lu Xuantong. All that remained were the 8 peak masters' avatars, standing in place, exchanging glances with grim expressions. A plot intended to ensure victory had ended with the target's escape, forging an unending enmity. Chapter 150, Celestial Realm Bounty. Half of the Imperial Scripture. The ancient ferocious beast has been taken away. Lu Xuantong ultimately managed to escape right under their noses. The time-space rift, forcibly torn apart by Shun Sangming's self-destructive soul and incarnation, merging part of the ancient power, dissipated completely after fulfilling its mission. The passageway, opened by extreme means just before death, is exceedingly unstable, with the destination of the transmission being entirely random. It could manifest in any corner of the vast xianxia, within any of the 3,000 domains, perhaps in a forbidden area or in a desolate star devoid of human presence. It may even inadvertently lead directly into the core secret realm of a powerful sacred land. Currently, no one can ascertain where Lu Xuantong has been cast. Although the Tai Su Xingdi reigns as the dominant force within the confines of Huangzhou, with its far-reaching influence, its power is limited solely to this region. They are utterly incapable of intervening in the other expansive domains of Tianjia, where formidable beings abound and various factions intertwine. And they dare not even attempt to pry into these matters. Should Lu Xuantong find himself transported to a top-tier sect, far surpassing Tai Su Xingdi, their only recourse would be to issue a bounty, employing others as instruments of retribution. As the incarnations of the 8 peak masters regained their composure from the extreme shock and the reverberating vow of vengeance, they gazed at the vast emptiness that was gradually calming, their faces pale, and a wave of unprecedented frustration and fury surged within them. How could this little wretch have escaped? The incarnation of Hun Yuan Tian was the first to unleash his suppressed rage, his roar echoing like thunder. He could not accept that, despite the combined efforts of the 8 peak masters and the utilization of quasi-emperor weapons, a mere junior at the divine sovereign level had managed to flee. It was a profound humiliation. The other peak masters exchanged glances, their expressions grim, their discussions laced with regret and gravity. It was indeed a pity, for this individual bore the bloodline of 3 emperors, possessed the rare, and was graced with supreme bones. A talent so terrifying that it was seldom seen throughout the ages. Today, a mortal enmity had been forged. Should he truly escape, retreat, and cultivate for decades, he might only need a century to potentially break through to the 8th realm. If he were to mature, with the multitude of miraculous techniques at his command, any attempt to eliminate him later would likely exact an unimaginable and painful toll upon them. Contemplating such a possibility sent a chill through even those peak masters seasoned in the storms of battle. However, the 7th peak master shifted the conversation, calmly stating that all of that was a matter for another day. At least for now, before he had truly matured, he remained a waste. Any one of the divine sovereign level experts at the 7th realm, if they could locate him, would suffice to effortlessly extinguish him. There was still hope. The cold voice of Xian Mingzi silenced all clamor. Silence. Now, immediately, with the utmost authority of the sacred land, issue a death warrant for Lu Xuantong throughout the entirety of the 3,000 domains of Tianjia. It was proclaimed to the world, whoever beheads him, regardless of their origins or alignment, shall receive 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with half a volume of the Emperor's scripture. Half a volume of the Emperor's scripture? The incarnation of Zixia Xianzi gasped at this declaration, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment and doubt. Senior brother, is the price not excessively steep? That is half a volume of the Emperor's scripture, sufficient to establish an immortal sect's supreme legacy. Is he truly worth this price? Xian Mingzi's expression grew grave as he nodded. He must be killed, at all costs. Do not forget, what he has taken away is not merely his own self. There is also the primal beast sealed within the desolate black box, a mortal enemy with boundless potential for growth, combined with a world-destroying beast that could break free at any moment. This was a dual threat, a colossal danger that could overturn everything. In comparison, half a volume of the Emperor's scripture was inconsequential. He must not be given any chance to breathe. Upon hearing this, Hun Yuan Tian immediately nodded in agreement, his face revealing a ruthless expression. Xian Mingzi is absolutely correct. If this child is not eliminated, we shall find no peace. They must incentivize the heroes of the world with a hefty reward, ensuring he has no place to stand in all of Tianjia. Ultimately, the 8 peak masters reached a consensus, and a death warrant for Lu Xuantong, unprecedented in nearly 10,000 years, was poised to sweep across the 3,000 domains under the name of Tai Su Xingdi. However, this was not enough. A cruel and cold smile crept across Hun Yuan Tian's face as he stepped forward, ominously stating, "While casting a wide net with the bounty is crucial, we can employ a dual approach. Do not forget, his roots remain with the Lu family in the Dongyu. We can immediately mobilize forces to descend upon the Dongyu with overwhelming might, threatening to annihilate the entire Lu family. I do not believe that this lad, upon receiving word, will stand idly by as his family, his parents, perish because of him. As long as he retains a shred of humanity, he will surely reveal himself." The thought of personally crushing Lu Xuantong's family and torturing his parents to death filled Hun Yuan Tian with a perverse delight, and he volunteered, "Leave this matter to me. I will ensure that not a single creature remains alive in the Lu family." In the end, the others acquiesced, entrusting Hun Yuan Tian with the arrangement and execution of the bloody retaliation against the Lu family in Dongyu. With the decision made, the other peak masters' incarnations gradually dissipated, each attending to the bounty and subsequent affairs. Only Xian Mingzi's incarnation lingered, his gaze fixed gravely upon the distant void where the mysterious streak of light had previously surged. His brow furrowed. Who was that person? Their strength was unfathomable, and their methods were enigmatic, easily devouring the strike of a quasi-emperor weapon. Why did they intervene to assist Lu Xuantong? What unspoken connection existed between them? Meanwhile, on another front, two figures quietly emerged, one of whom spoke in a deep voice. My lord, this person is Lu Xuantong. Chapter 151. The Red Robe of the Corpse sect arrives, rescuing Lu Xuantong, arriving at Tianqing City. Simultaneously, in a realm of void space, far removed from the storm's epicenter of Tai Su Zudi, the light here grew distorted and dim, seemingly consumed by some force. Two figures floated silently within the shadowy void, coldly observing the earth-shattering upheaval in the distance. One was clad in a deep purple robe adorned with bizarre runes, exuding an aura of chilling silence and death, and whose cultivation fluctuated at the saint level, sufficient to establish dominance in the outside world. Yet, at this moment, he slightly bowed, adopting an extremely humble posture, even tinged with fear, as his gaze fell reverently upon the figure beside him. Standing alongside him was a figure draped in a dark red robe, blood-like in hue. This red was not bright, but bore the weight of countless ages and deaths, dyed by the dried blood of millions of beings. This was the legendary Red Robe. Within the vast and terrifying dark empire of the Corpse sect, the hierarchy was strictly enforced. The purple robe represented the backbone of the sect, with saintly cultivation capable of managing domain affairs, instilling fear. Yet, the red robe was the true emblem of touching the core of the sect's power. To don this red robe, one must meet the stringent requirement of breaking through to the ninth realm, the Shushan realm. The Shushan realm, while seemingly just one level above the saint realm, was a chasm of insurmountable disparity, a divide that could not be crossed. Before it, saints were no different from ants, barely even qualifying for a gaze of reverence. Thus, the purple robe dared not show the slightest disrespect in the presence of the red robe. The elderly figure in the red robe emanated an aura as profound as the sea, obscure and unfathomable, and even when deliberately restrained, he exuded a terrifying pressure akin to facing a primordial behemoth. He was not an ordinary figure of the Shushan realm. Even among the esteemed elders of the Corpsean sect, he belonged to an exceedingly fearsome existence, his power having reached the pinnacle of the late Shushan realm, only a hair's breadth away from the legendary perfection of the Shushan realm. After reaching the late stage, every incremental advancement in the minor realms was exponentially more arduous than the journey from a mortal to the saint realm, each level a vast chasm, with the disparity in strength as pronounced as the difference between clouds and mud. It is precisely for this reason that the venerable elder in the crimson robe holds a position of terrifying authority within the Shireen sect, wielding power that can rival even that of the Lord of the Taishu Holy Land. Previously, the news of the unexpected demise of two purple-robed elders dispatched to the wild state, along with the extinguishing of their soul lamps, sent ripples of shock back to the sect's headquarters. Following meticulous investigation and the application of secret sect techniques, all clues ultimately led to one name, Lu Xuantong. What further unsettled the higher-ups of the Shireen sect was the discovery that upon delving deeper into the intelligence surrounding this youth, they were elated to find that he possessed the supreme bone, and a suspected immortal bloodline of imperial caliber. His physical constitution was deemed flawless, a rarity encountered once in a millennium, making him the ideal vessel for their young sect master. As a result, the elder, who would typically remain in the depths of the sect, took it upon himself to traverse the boundless star domains to quietly retrieve Lu Xuantong and complete the crucial reincarnation ritual. However, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the scene where the 8 peak masters were besieging and attempting to slay Lu Xuantong. Initially concealed in the void, they were content to observe the conflict from a distance, even planning to act once the peak masters succeeded in eliminating Lu Xuantong, intending to stealthily seize the body afterward. Yet, they had not anticipated the ruthlessness of Zuan Mingzi, who resorted to the use of quasi-imperial weaponry, aiming to obliterate Lu Xuantong's soul and flesh, erasing all traces of his existence. This was intolerable. Should Lu Xuantong's physical form be destroyed, all their plans would come to naught. The red-robed elder, compelled by circumstance, thus unleashed supreme secret techniques at the last moment to intercept the lethal arrow, preserving Lu Xuantong's corporeal form. For the Shireen sect, Lu Xuantong's body was a treasure of paramount importance. No one was permitted to annihilate it directly, as this was the highest decree within the sect. Observing Lu Xuantong vanish into the cracks of time and space, the purple-robed sage sighed deeply, his tone imbued with a blend of regret and helplessness. He has escaped again. With the unpredictability of spatial transmission, who knows to which corner of the 3,000 domains of the celestial realm he has been cast? Finding him again will be a daunting task. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression remained unchanged, a slight upward curve of his lips forming a cold and confident arc. Everything was under control. Escape? He would not elude them. Regardless of which domain in the celestial realm he appeared in, even in the most remote and desolate corners, there would always be disciples of the Shireen sect present. This was no idle boast. The Shireen sect's influence, though not as ostentatious as that of the prominent Holy Lands, had infiltrated the celestial realm like an invisible web, permeating every shadowy nook and cranny, seeking out all suitable materials for refining corpses and seizing bodies. This was a truly expansive dark force that spanned the entirety of the celestial realm. The purple-robed sage immediately bowed, his tone filled with flattery and reverence. "Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord." It was my subordinate's overthinking. The red-robed elder nodded slightly, refraining from further discourse, and issued an order. His voice as cold as a decree echoing into the infinite void. "Relay the command. Activate the celestial net. Conduct a comprehensive search for Lu Xuantong's whereabouts. Those who provide accurate information shall be rewarded. Those who can return him safely will receive a generous reward." In an instant, the celestial realm was stirred by the singular figure of Lu Xuantong, a tempest of intrigue and undercurrents. On the surface, the Taishu Holy Land announced an unprecedented bounty that reverberated across the 3,000 domains, with 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones capable of driving countless cultivators into a frenzy. The allure of the half-scroll of the imperial scripture further captivated major holy lands, ancient clans, and even some reclusive old monsters. The imperial scripture. It was a transcendent legacy imbued with the potential for ascension to empire. The entire celestial realm was set ablaze, with myriad cultivators, assassins, and mercenary groups responding to the call, as Lu Xuantong's name echoed in an eerily ubiquitous manner, known to all, remembered by all. Meanwhile, the more terrifying and insidious web of the Shireen sect was quietly unfurling. All disciples of the Shireen sect, hidden in various locales, received the highest-level secret orders. Upon discovering Lu Xuantong's whereabouts, they were to report immediately, to be addressed personally by the red-robed elder. The level of importance placed upon this matter exceeded even that of the bounty issued by the Taishu Holy Land. The name Lu Xuantong had become akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the very winds and clouds of the celestial realm. He had transformed from being the holy son of a family in the wild state to the focal point of pursuit by the two paramount forces within the vast celestial realm, his future uncertain, with peril lurking at every turn. 2 weeks later, in Tianqing City, the young lady of the Tang family tossed a decorative ball to select a suitor, causing a stir throughout the city. Young masters from various families flocked to vie for the chance to wed this beauty, eager to possess her and indulge in her charms. However, it was unexpectedly claimed by a young man. In the end, all eyes in the city were drawn to him. Lu Xuantong felt the decorative ball in his hand, utterly bewildered. Me? Chapter 152, Celestial Realm, Taichu Holy Land, Tianqing City. Tianqing City, a grand metropolis situated at the intersection of bustling trade routes, was alive with the ebb and flow of pedestrians, the clatter of carriages, and the cacophony of voices. Amidst the throng, a young man clad in white strolled leisurely, strikingly conspicuous. He stood tall and proud like a pine, with an exceptionally handsome visage, his features strikingly symmetrical. Even in this renowned Tianqing City, he could be considered a rare gem of beauty. Yet, the only flaw that elicited sighs of regret was that his eyes, which should have sparkled like stars, were completely covered by a broad black cloth. Bystanders gazed at him, their eyes betraying a hint of sympathy and lament, whispering quietly among themselves, "Alas, what a striking young man. So young, yet how has he lost his sight? Truly, the heavens are blind to such injustice. How will he navigate the days to come? Look at his neat attire and extraordinary demeanor. He must be a fallen noble. What a pity." The external sympathy and murmurs did not elicit the slightest emotional response from the young man. Oblivious to their pity, he walked steadily down the street, deftly avoiding obstacles. As if he could see, this blind youth was none other than Lu Xuantong, who had narrowly escaped from the wild state after enduring life and death struggles. Half a month had elapsed since that fateful day in the Taishu ancestral land, where betrayal, ambush, the tragic sacrifice of his master, and his near-fatal escape had left indelible marks on his soul. The pain and hatred he felt were unforgettable. The instability of the spatial rift had randomly cast him into this entirely unfamiliar territory. After several days, he finally found a secluded cave deep within a remote mountain range, a sanctuary for recuperation. The cost of that battle had been exorbitant. Forcing to locate the formation, I had severely depleted his powers and even harmed his essence. Despite consuming the treasured healing elixir, the Tianxua Shinshu Dan, his, capable of piercing through illusions, remained in a dormant state of self-preservation, unable to recover in the short term, occasionally sending sharp pains coursing through him. Reluctantly, he had to cover his eyes with the black cloth to minimize external stimuli, while also better concealing this conspicuous trait. Furthermore, the relentless battles and the strain from activating his supreme form had caused his cultivation to plummet from the divine sovereign realm, temporarily stabilizing at the Wuxiang realm. Fortunately, his foundation remained intact, with sufficient time for rest and resources, recovery, and even advancements would not pose a challenge. What he needed most now was time. However, upon awakening in his cave, he discovered an unexpected object beside him, a square, entirely black box crafted from an unknown metal. The surface of the box was cold, inscribed with countless ancient and enigmatic runes, exuding a chilling and ominous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Within the confines of the box lies an unimaginable terror, a force of chaos and destruction, yet accompanied by an eerie sense of familiarity. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Lu Xuantong suddenly recalled that this was indeed the culmination of the Wan Jie Feng Mo formation from the Tai Su Xing Di, a tool designed to seal the primal-level ferocious beast within the abyssal black box. Astonishingly, it had followed him into the rift of time and space, arriving at this place. Imprisoned within is a creature capable of annihilating an entire realm. If released, the consequences would be dire. However, faced with a source of calamity that could drive the entire heaven realm into madness, Lu Xuantong spent hours studying it, yet remained utterly perplexed. The seals on the black box were intricate and profound, far beyond his current understanding, rendering him unable to make any progress. In desperation, he decided to cautiously keep this hot potato for future consideration. A wild thought flickered through his mind. If he were to gain the ability to control this object in the future, perhaps he could harness the primal beast for himself. What terrifying power that would bestow! Suppressing this unrealistic notion, he left the cave where he had temporarily resided and made his way to the nearest Tianqing city. Eager to gather information about the outside world, particularly regarding the events that transpired after his departure from Huangzhou, as he wandered silently through tea houses and taverns, he utilized his extraordinary hearing to capture the myriad of information swirling around him, gradually stirring a storm within his heart. Upon inquiring, an overwhelming tide of news about himself surged forth. The Tai Su Xing Di had issued a supreme-level bounty in the name of its lord, targeting none other than Lu Xuantong. The reward was an astonishing 1 million high-grade spirit stones, along with half a scroll of the Emperor's scripture. At the mention of the Emperor's scripture, even Lu Xuantong's heart could not help but race. Such an unparalleled treasure, containing the essence of becoming an emperor, was enough to incite fervent competition among any faction. He even absurdly considered reporting himself to exchange for that half-scroll of the Emperor's scripture. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon after, more information flooded in. The three great clans, Zhang, Xiao, and Jiang, upon learning that he had become the #1 wanted criminal of the Tai Su Xing Di, began to take advantage of the situation, each offering astonishing additional rewards to supplement the bounty issued by the Tai Su Xing Di. Presently, the total bounty on Lu Xuantong's head had reached an astronomical sum, reportedly placing him among the top 3 on the entire Heaven Realm's black market bounty list. It is noteworthy that those who make it to the top 100 of the Heaven Realm's bounty list are invariably notorious figures, wielding immense power. The two individuals occupying the top 3 positions are terrifying entities at the 8th or even 9th realm, transcending the limits of comprehension. How could he, a mere practitioner who had fallen to the Wuxiang realm and was originally only a deity-level cultivator, possibly be compared to such figures? This was utterly absurd. Yet it had indeed transpired. Standing amidst the bustling streets, his face shrouded in black cloth, Lu Xuantong gazed upward, a bitter and cold smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the colossal bounty capable of appending the heavens, lay a more insidious and terrifying web, a comprehensive manhunt order from the Shi-In Zone. They did not seek his head, but rather desired his intact physical form. It could be said that Lu Xuantong had become the most coveted treasure in both the light and shadow of the entire heaven realm. Should the black cloth covering his eyes be removed, revealing his identity, Tianqing City would be inundated by greedy beings from all directions, igniting a storm of bloodshed for that astonishing reward. Chapter 153. The young lady of the Tang family throws a needle for marriage, and Lu Xuantong falls into the net. Returning to the matter at hand, during the past half-month of covert observation and inquiry, Lu Xuantong had thoroughly grasped the fundamental circumstances of this grand city beneath his feet and its surrounding region. This place, known as Tianqing City, lay an unfathomable distance from the Tai Su Xing Di in Huangzhou, a span of countless billions of miles across the endless starry sky. It is under the jurisdiction of a colossal entity known as the Tai Chu Shengdi. What status does the Tai Chu Shengdi hold in the Heaven Realm? The vast expanse of the Heaven Realm encompasses 3,000 great domains, teeming with myriad races and countless sects and sanctuaries. Within this multitude of powers, 32 families are universally recognized as standing atop the pinnacle of the pyramid among the foremost sanctuaries. The Tai Su Shengdi, familiar to Lu Xuantong, barely clings to the tail end of this prestigious and fearsome list. In fact, it often faces the risk of being replaced by emerging powers. Its influence largely confined to Huangzhou and the limited star regions surrounding it. In stark contrast, the Tai Chu Shengdi occupies a position of true dominance, ranking 12th among the top sanctuaries. This ranking signifies an intimidating level of foundation, power, and territorial influence, with the domain far surpassing that of the Tai Su Shengdi by several multiples. Its ranks are filled with formidable experts, including living emperor-level figures stationed within the sanctuary. The mere existence of such an emperor-level powerhouse is sufficient to obliterate the Tai Su Shengdi countless times over, highlighting the essential disparity in life levels and absolute power. Lu Xuantong himself had not anticipated that his random teleportation would cast him into such a high-level sanctuary's jurisdiction. The cultivation standards here far exceed those of Huangzhou, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is considerably denser. As he traversed the city, he encountered practitioners of the Wuxiang realm almost everywhere, while those at the Dao Palace realm were as numerous as the stars. Even several experts at the deity level were within his sensing range. Such figures, who could serve as elders within the Tai Su Shengdi, seemed far from rare here. This exemplifies the terrifying foundation and atmosphere of a top-tier sanctuary ranked among the top 15. Incomparable to the struggling forces at the tail end like the Tai Su Shengdi. Moreover, Tianqing City itself is no ordinary city. Situated in the core region of the Tianqing Divine Domain under the Tai Chu Shengdi, it is an exceedingly prosperous and thriving megahub, bustling with commerce and resources, with cultivators flowing through it like a river. The power dynamics within the city are intricate, primarily controlled by three major families, the Tang, Meng, and Wang families. Among them, the Meng family is renowned for its prowess in forging spirit tools and arranging formations, boasting numerous masters in both crafts and alliances with various factions, resulting in a profound foundation. The Wang family excels in alchemy and talisman crafting, with their spiritual elixirs and high-grade talismans always in high demand, possessing extensive connections. The Tang family, however, is somewhat unique. They dabble in almost every industry, but their core strength lies in their possession of the largest and highest quality spirit vein in the Tianqing Divine Domain. Each year, they extract an immense quantity of high-grade spirit stones, amounting to millions. They are truly wealthy enough to rival nations, flaunting their affluence to an extreme degree. Logically speaking, with such terrifying wealth and resources, the Tang family should steadily develop and, within a century, undoubtedly surpass the Meng and Wang families, establishing themselves as the unrivaled overlord of Tianqing City and the Tianqing Divine Domain. However, fate has its twists. Although the head of the Tang family is exceptionally talented, he harbors an unspoken concern. Despite his efforts, he has only one daughter, a precious young lady, and has failed to bear a male heir to inherit the family legacy. In a world where strength reigns supreme and family lineage is paramount, this presents a significant risk. Ultimately, in desperation, he must resort to the option of recruiting a son-in-law to ensure the continuation of the family line and safeguard the vast family estate. The Meng family has astutely recognized this vulnerability and has frequently pursued the Tang family's young lady for marriage in recent years, revealing their evident ambition. Should a member of the Meng family become the Tang family's son-in-law, it would not be difficult to gradually usurp the entire Tang family after the old patriarch's passing. Furthermore, the esteemed young lady of the Tang family, Tang Yan, is renowned throughout the Tianqing Xinyu as an unparalleled beauty, possessing extraordinary talent and cultivation. Her admirers are legion, with countless gifted youths and elite disciples from various sects vying for her attention. Yet, to this day, none have captured her interest. As time wore on, the Meng family forged an alliance with the Wang family, equally covetous of the Tang family's wealth, even subtly persuading the city lord's residents to exert pressure on the Tang family. Employing both soft and hard tactics, they threatened that should the Tang family refuse a marriage alliance, they would resort to other unscrupulous methods to undermine them. Faced with both internal strife and external threats, the venerable patriarch of the Tang family, under duress, devised a rather desperate means of throwing a marriage proposal ball. Announcements were made, inviting suitors from all walks of life, irrespective of their background or cultivation level, as long as they were of a suitable age and appearance, to come and try their luck. Through this method, he hoped to select a potential son-in-law of modest background, easily manageable, to temporarily stabilize the situation and fend off the encroachment of the Ming and Wang families. Today marked the day of the proposal ball. Beneath the towering edifice of the Tang family, a sea of people thronged. Innumerable cultivators and mortals jostling together amidst a cacophony of noise. High above, Tang Yuro, her delicate visage veiled in sheer fabric, gazed sorrowfully at the throng below. Holding the embroidered ball, her heart heavy with despair. Her destiny seemed to hinge upon this light, floating orb. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes and, in a moment of near hopelessness, tossed the ball downward. It arced gracefully through the air, and amidst the scramble of the crowd, it fortuitously landed at the feet of a white-clad youth, who was lost in thought, obscured by a black cloth, attempting to navigate through the bustling throng. Lu Xuantong was preoccupied with digesting astonishing news while contemplating how to swiftly regain his strength and conceal his identity when a delicate object, imbued with a faint fragrance and exquisitely embroidered, fell into his arms. He instinctively caught it, the texture soft to the touch. A sudden uproar erupted around him, filled with gasps of awe and countless envious glances fixated upon him. Bewildered, Lu Xuantong examined the object in his hands, though blindfolded. He could discern its shape with a flicker of his consciousness. What is this? An embroidered ball? Chapter 154, Ascending to the Imperial Bloodline? When did I become a son-in-law? Amidst the darkened crowd gathered below the Tang family's high tower, a pair of greedy, fervent eyes were fixated upon the graceful figure upon the dais. Meng Zhao, the young master of the Meng family, openly scrutinized Tang Yan. Today, although her face was shrouded in a veil, her enchanting figure, the delicate jade-like skin exposed, and her strikingly beautiful eyes, even tinged with sorrow, captivated him utterly, igniting a fire within. Ah, Tang Yan is indeed a celestial beauty. Meng Zhao licked his lips, his gaze filled with possessiveness. He had come today at his father's behest, tasked with ensuring the marriage alliance to secure the Tang family's assets. Yet he personally was entirely willing to comply. The prospect of embracing such a beauty while simultaneously devouring the vast fortunes of the Tang family was an opportunity too splendid to be missed. As the legitimate heir of the Meng family, he had formally proposed to the Tang family multiple times, only to be consistently rebuffed by the elderly patriarch with various excuses. This farcical proposal ball, born out of the Tang family's desperation, presented him with a golden opportunity. If the embroidered ball were to fortuitously land in his hands, what reason would the Tang family have to refuse? Once he became their son-in-law, with the Meng family's influence, he could gradually consume them, and in time, the wealthiest family in Tianqing City would bear the Meng surname. The benefits to be reaped would be boundless. Young master, rest assured, a sycophantic lackey whispered eagerly. At least half of the crowd has our people planted among them. Regardless of who seizes the ball, it will ultimately be presented to you. The proposal was merely a formality. Hearing this, Meng Zhao's face lit up with a satisfied smile, nodding in agreement. Well done. Were it not for the explicit rule prohibiting the use of spiritual power to compete for the ball, which would lead to immediate disqualification if discovered. His pinnacle cultivation at the Wuxiang realm would render him unmatched against the motley crew present. This regulation, intended to ensure fairness, conveniently allowed him to manipulate the situation from the shadows. Another confidant leaned in closer, his voice lowered, laced with excitement. Young master, should we successfully secure the Tang family and seize control of that colossal spiritual vein, we could exchange it for the key materials recorded in our family's secret texts, necessary for breaking through to the imperial bloodline. At that time, you, with your imperial bloodline, would enter the Taichu Holy Land and be revered as a direct disciple, with unparalleled status and immeasurable prospects. The gains from a mere spiritual vein pale in comparison to your future achievements. Meng Zhao's eyes sparkled with ambition, emphatically nodding. This was the true core of the Meng family's grand scheme. He currently possessed a top-tier holy bloodline, already among the elite of the younger generation in Tianqing City. On par with Tang Yan, both hailed as twin prodigies. Yet, the distinction between holy and imperial bloodlines, though seemingly slight, constituted an insurmountable chasm. The imperial bloodline possessed the power to irrevocably alter a cultivator's fate and determine their ultimate potential. A holy bloodline, though already extraordinary, still held a flicker of hope for advancement to imperial status, given sufficient fortuitous circumstances and resources. However, once one broke through to the imperial bloodline, their rate of cultivation, combat prowess, and comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth would undergo a transformative leap. It was the passport to the pinnacle of strength. The value of an imperial bloodline far exceeded common comprehension. For an ordinary person to possess even a single strand would suffice to overturn their destiny, while an anomaly like Lu Xuantong, bearing 3 strands of the imperial bloodline, was an unprecedented rarity, attainable only through immense fortune and opportunity. Of course, Meng Zhao remained oblivious to Lu Xuantong's existence and his extraordinary nature. Just as the Meng family believed their plans were meticulously laid and foolproof, the fateful embroidered ball, after a series of dramatic twists and turns in the air, astonishingly landed with pinpoint accuracy in the arms of a blindfolded youth, entirely outside their calculations and seemingly an unwelcome presence. The scene fell into a momentary silence, followed by an even greater uproar. Meng Zhao's triumphant smile instantly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, almost convinced he was hallucinating. Who the hell is that? Snapping back to reality, Meng Zhao's expression darkened, pointing in Lu Xuantong's direction as he barked at his lackey. Is he one of our people? Why isn't he presenting it as planned? The lackey, equally bewildered, scrutinized Lu Xuantong closely before shaking his head in haste. Young master, he is not one of us. I've never seen this kid before. I don't know where he came from. Fool. Meng Zhao seethed, nearly spitting blood in anger. What are you still doing? Hurry and retrieve the embroidered ball. Use any means necessary. With this command, the hidden agents among the crowd immediately sprang into action, dozens of hostile gazes locking onto Lu Xuantong as the crowd began to stir, pressing toward him. The first to reach Lu Xuantong was a fierce-looking agent of the Meng family, who lowered his voice menacingly. Kid, be sensible. Hand over the embroidered ball. It's not something you can possess. Otherwise, you'll find yourself without a grave today. Lu Xuantong, still bewildered and clutching the embroidered ball, was taken aback by this sudden threat. What the hell? Is this how you rob someone? How dare you threaten me? He was already simmering with frustration over matters concerning the Taishu Holy Land, and now being threatened only ignited his rebellious spirit. I'll be damned if I yield to coercion. He slightly raised his blindfolded face. Though unseen, his consciousness precisely focused on the guard, his voice icy and laced with unabashed mockery. Who do you think you are? Get lost. The guard did not anticipate that this blind youth would possess such audacity. Daring to rebuke him publicly, anger surged within him, and disregarding the consequences, he contemplated employing force to seize the opportunity. However, just as he was about to make his move, a formidable figure, as imposing as a mountain, suddenly appeared before Lu Xuantong. A powerful aura erupted, causing the guard to stagger backward, his blood surging. The newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of the Tiang family, exuding a profound presence, evidently an important figure within the clan. He cast a sharp glance at the guard and the surrounding members of the Aming family, and spoke in a deep voice. The rules of throwing the embroidered ball for courtship have long been established. Whoever catches the ball, it is deemed fate. Now that the ball is in this young gentleman's possession, the courtship has concluded. Turning to the still bewildered Lu Xuantong, he offered a slight bow, his tone polite, yet imbued with an indomitable certainty. From this moment forth, you shall be the future son-in-law of our Tiang family. Please be courteous. Lu Xuantong was utterly befuddled. Grasping the fragrant embroidered ball, he listened to the envious and resentful murmurs around him, as well as the gritted teeth of Zhao nearby, and contemplated the words of the Tiang family steward. Son-in-law? When did he become the son-in-law of the Tiang family? Wait, something felt awry. In the depths of the Tiang family residence, within an elegantly adorned yet opulent sitting room, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, with only two individuals seated across from one another. One of them was the protagonist of the earlier event, Yue, the eldest daughter of the Tiang family. She truly embodied the phrase stunningly beautiful. Clad in a delicate, water-blue gown that cascaded like flowing water, the fabric outlined her slender waist and astonishing curves. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her oval face featured exquisite features reminiscent of a celestial being meticulously crafted. Simply sitting there, she exuded an aura of ethereal grace and noble elegance, akin to a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, breathtaking and untouchable. Seated in the prominent position was a slightly portly middle-aged man adorned in a luxurious brocade robe. He appeared affable and good-natured, yet upon closer inspection, his gaze was sharp as an eagle, seemingly capable of penetrating the hearts of others, constantly calculating gains and losses, exuding a sense of cunning and profound experience. This stark contrast between his exterior and interior made him not to be underestimated. He was Tiang, the current head of the Tiang family and Tiang's father. Observing his daughter's sullen demeanor, Tiang sighed, breaking the silence with a tone of concern and urgency. Yue, what was the outcome outside? The ball was not taken by that Emming fellow, was it? Yue gently shook her head, her voice cool and melodious, yet tinged with fatigue. No, it has fallen into the hands of an unfamiliar young man. Upon hearing this, Tiang's tense heart finally relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief, even unable to restrain his applause. Good, good. As long as it is not in the hands of the Aming family, everything can be discussed. There is still room for maneuver. His greatest fear was that the ball would end up in Ing Zhichou's possession, which would undoubtedly be inviting a wolf into the house, delivering the Ing family's foundation into peril. This outcome, though unfortunate, was a stroke of luck. However, his expression quickly turned serious again, leaning slightly forward as he pressed on. Then who is this person? Which family does he belong to? What is his background? Have you discerned anything? The critical issue now was the identity of this unexpectedly emerging son-in-law. Was he another pawn arranged by the Ming family? Or perhaps a force from another faction eyeing the Ing family's interests? It was imperative to uncover the truth. Ing replied, I have instructed the steward to investigate his identity immediately. News should arrive shortly. At that moment, the door to the sitting room was gently pushed open, and the steward entered. He first offered respectful greetings to Ing and Ing, then produced a jade slip from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands. Master, Miss, I have preliminarily investigated the background of the new son-in-law, and all the information is contained within this jade slip. Ing eagerly snatched the jade slip, his consciousness swiftly delving into its contents for a thorough examination. The sitting room fell silent as Ing anxiously watched her father's expression. After a while, Ing gradually lifted his head, the weight of seriousness in his brow easing, and even a hint of relieved amusement crept onto his lips. Father, what is his origin? Ing inquired urgently upon seeing his reaction. Ing handed the jade slip to his daughter, shaking his head. Yet his tone was considerably lighter. It is rather strange. We cannot ascertain his specific roots for the time being. According to reports, he emerged from the depths of the dark forest outside the city about half a month ago. He had never appeared in Nxing City or the surrounding areas before, as if he materialized out of thin air, judging by his attire and demeanor, as well as the unfathomable cultivation he displays. He seems to be a rogue cultivator without any affiliations. A rogue cultivator? Ing accepted the jade slip, her consciousness sweeping through the scant information, deep in thought. If he truly lacked any connections, that would be the best outcome. Ing's spirits lifted, and he clapped his hands in delight. Wonderful. Truly a stroke of divine assistance. To find such a clean background son-in-law, our Ing family has narrowly escaped the calamity. More importantly, a rogue cultivator is unanchored and can be easily managed. In the future, we need only provide him with some wealth and resources to ensure he remains compliant, serving as our shield and nominal son-in-law without affecting the true foundation and future plans of the Ing family. In this moment of relief, Ing looked at his daughter, softly reassuring her, do not worry. Your father understands that your aspirations lie elsewhere. This marriage is merely a temporary measure, a fade for the Ing and Ing families. As long as you can successfully enter the Holy Land and become a disciple within a year, this ridiculous marriage can naturally be annulled without impacting your future. Ing nodded gently, a glimmer of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. Daughter understands. All along, her heart was set on the path of cultivation, yearning to enter a broader realm for practice, unwilling to be constrained by familial bonds. Had it not been for her father's and the family's legacy being threatened, she would never have consented to determine her fate through the tossing of the embroidered ball. 1 year, she needed only to endure for 1 year. Once she gained admission to the Holy Land, she would be free, unshackled from it all. Very well. In that case, let me see what this fortuitous son-in-law truly looks like. Ing waved his hand, in a jovial mood as he addressed the steward. Go. Invite the new son-in-law up for a meeting. Yes, master. After a while, footsteps echoed from outside the sitting room. The steward ushered someone in. When the figure fully came into view for Ing and Ing, a flicker of surprise crossed Ing's beautiful eyes. Ing instinctively furrowed his brows, leaning slightly forward to scrutinize the newcomer, particularly the conspicuous black cloth strip covering the person's eyes. His smile faltered, revealing a hint of incredulous confusion as he murmured softly, "He is a blind man?" Lu Xuantong found himself ushered into the Ing family residence by the steward, overwhelmed by confusion and astonishment. It was not that he wished to resist, but in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, any attempt at resistance seemed futile and absurd. The steward who had just repelled the guard from the Ing family emanated a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy that clearly indicated he had reached the 6th realm of the Zhou realm. In his prime, he might have been able to contend and even triumph. However, he has now fallen from grace, possessing only the cultivation of the Wuxiang realm, separated from the Zhou realm by a chasm of 3 great realms, rendering the disparity in strength stark and pronounced. To act recklessly would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Lu Xuantong could only suppress the doubts and vigilance in his heart for the moment, obediently following the other into the depths of the grand estate. curious to see what the Tang family was truly up to. Prior to this, upon learning from passers-by that he had become a coveted target for a bounty across the entire realm, he had secretly employed a widely circulated and rudimentary disguise technique. Though common, this method could easily alter the contours of the facial muscles and subtle features, yielding significant results that were not easily discernible by ordinary cultivators. At this moment, his appearance had changed considerably from his originally handsome visage, now appearing relatively ordinary, with only a distinctive aura that remained difficult to conceal. When he was led into the living room and came into the view of the Tang father and daughter, they both momentarily froze, particularly at the conspicuous black cloth covering his eyes, making him appear as a blind man. The head of the Tang family, Tang He, instinctively murmured, his tone laced with astonishment. However, this surprise lasted but a fleeting moment before being replaced by an indescribable joy. Tang He suddenly slapped his thigh and erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! How splendid! A blind man! What a delightful surprise!" He felt an overwhelming elation. A blind man. This was fortuitous indeed. The more flawed this prospective son-in-law was, the more advantageous for their Tang family. A blind rogue cultivator could hardly stir up any trouble, making him far easier to control than anticipated. This was truly a perfect shield sent by the heavens. After his laughter subsided, Tang He composed himself, leaning slightly forward, an intangible air of authority emanating from him, suffused with a suffocating weight. This was not a deliberate intimidation. It seemed to arise from his cultivation of a unique technique or perhaps from his prolonged position of power, exuding a remarkable aura. His gaze fell upon Lu Xuantong, and he spoke in a tone imbued with undeniable authority. "What is your name?" Lu Xuantong felt a slight shiver run through him, yet he had long prepared his response. He replied calmly, in response to the elder, "I am Su-In Huing." Su-In Huing? Tang He pondered the name for a moment, nodding with an inscrutable expression, noting that it possessed a certain gravitas. Thereafter, Tang He continued to interrogate him with several questions concerning his origins, lineage, and master, probing meticulously, evidently verifying his identity. Lu Xuantong had already crafted a detailed narrative, responding with composure and poise. He claimed to be a fallen prince from a lower realm, who, by chance, ascended after a breakthrough, having joined a small sect that was soon obliterated by enemies, allowing him to escape and become a rogue cultivator. Wandering aimlessly until he arrived at this Tianqing city a fortnight ago, seeking a sliver of opportunity to restore his former glory, at the very least, to cultivate in peace. His tale, a blend of 7 parts falsehood and 3 parts truth, fashioned him into an image of a wandering rogue cultivator, proud yet with an air of desolation. Logically coherent. As Tang He and Tang Yin listened, the doubts in their eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by expressions of understanding. Such experiences were indeed common among rogue cultivators at the lower echelons of the heavenly realm, leaving little room for disbelief. "So, you are indeed a person of misfortune." Tang He feigned a sigh, nodding, before swiftly changing the subject, a smile that resembled one of condescension gracing his face. "Young friend Su-In Huing, you say you came to Tianqing City seeking opportunities? Haha, lo and behold, a grand opportunity lies before you. It is up to you to seize it." Lu Xuantong's heart harbored a cold laugh, though his face feigned confusion as he inquired, "A grand opportunity? May I ask what the elder refers to?" Upon hearing this, Tang He's smile broadened, tinged with a hint of mockery. "Still calling me elder? Soon, you shall address me as father-in-law." Lu Xuantong found himself momentarily speechless. Although he had his suspicions, hearing such declarations made directly was undeniably peculiar. Subsequently, Tang He and Tang Yin exchanged words, revealing the entire situation, including the pressures from the Meng and Wang families, the helplessness of tossing the embroidered ball, and their true intentions, with surprising candor. In summary, they required Su-In Huing to lend his name, feigning a marriage with Tang Yin, acting as a shield for the Tang family for 1 year. During this period, the Tang family would provide him with all necessary resources for cultivation. Once the year was over, and Tang Yin successfully entered the Taichu sacred land, they would immediately part ways, restoring his freedom. At that time, he could take the benefits and depart at his leisure. After concluding, Tang He reclined slightly, tapping his fingers on the table with the shrewd smile of a businessman, asking, "Young friend Su-In Huing, this transaction is undoubtedly a win-win for you. Not only will you gain the protection of my Tang family, but you will also receive ample resources for cultivation. What say you? Are you willing to agree?" He paused, his tone laced with a subtle allure and pressure. "Do not let this opportunity slip away." Lu Xuantong fell into a brief silence, appearing to deliberate, yet his heart churned with tumultuous emotions. To be frank, he was exceedingly reluctant to entangle himself in the marriage disputes of 2 prominent families. He bore deep-seated grudges and was a wanted fugitive across the entire realm, each step fraught with peril, the slightest misstep leading to irreparable doom. The wisest choice at this moment would be to distance himself from all strife and vanish into the vast sea of people. Yet, reality presented a harsh truth. To navigate alone in this unfamiliar and perilous Tianqing realm, surrounded by powerful figures, would be akin to a headless fly, not only inefficient but exceedingly dangerous. He desperately needed time and resources to regain his strength, or even to advance further. The descent from the divine sovereign realm to the Wuxiang realm, the damage to his dual pupils, and the ominous black box of annihilation within him, all demanded vast resources and a secure environment for gradual resolution. More importantly, he needed to amass strength, waiting for the day to strike back at the Taishu sacred land. This path was long and arduous, nearly impossible to traverse alone. Connections, resources, and intelligence were all indispensable, yet he possessed none. The Tang family, though mired in their own troubles, could temporarily provide the very essentials he required: a relatively safe haven, stable and abundant cultivation resources, and the chance to leverage the Tang family's channels for information regarding the external world, particularly concerning the Taichu sacred land and recent significant events in the heavenly realm, especially news about the Lu family in Huangzhou. All of this was critically important to him. Should he attempt to gather such intelligence with his true identity, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Should any faction set their sights on him, the consequences would be dire. Weighing the pros and cons rapidly in his mind, ultimately, the flame of revenge eclipsed all caution. The risks were indeed immense. Yet the opportunities were equally rare. He slowly raised his head. Though obscured by the cloth, he directed his gaze precisely at Tang He, speaking with calm resolve. Very well. I agree. His prompt acceptance momentarily stunned the Tang father and daughter. At that moment, Tang Yuro gracefully approached Lu Xuantong. A faint fragrance, reminiscent of valley orchids, wafted into Lu Xuantong's senses. The young lady's voice was crisp and melodious, each word clearly delineating boundaries. Young Master Su In Huing. Although we are about to be wed in name only, certain matters must be addressed beforehand. First, there will be no marital relations between us. Please do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Secondly, after 1 year, upon my entrance into the Taichu Holy Land, you must unconditionally agree to our separation. Take with you the compensation paid by my Tang family, and from that moment on, we shall have no further debts to each other. She slightly raised her alabaster chin. Her tone was courteous, yet the underlying arrogance and disdain were impossible to conceal. Of course, during this year, as compensation, you may present any other conditions you have, provided they are reasonable, and our Tang family will do our utmost to accommodate you. In her eyes, this scattered cultivator named Xian Huang was merely an extraordinarily fortunate pawn. A cultivator ascending from the lower realm, lacking both talent and background, and being blind to boot. How could he possibly be worthy of her? The illustrious young lady of the Tang family, renowned as the pride of the Tianqing domain? Her future partner should at least be an unparalleled genius from the Taichu Holy Land. This year was merely a temporary measure. She would not allow this individual to leave any substantial blemish on her life. To their surprise, Lu Xuantong's reaction was remarkably calm. He merely nodded lightly and replied, "Very well, I have no interest in this." This extraordinary composure and decisiveness left Tang Yuro and Tang He slightly astonished. They had assumed that any normal man, even if he dared not overstep, would inevitably reveal some semblance of regret or greed when faced with a beauty like Tang Yuro. However, they did not expect him to be so indifferent, even exuding an air of disdain. Lu Xuantong remained unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes. 3 days later, the Tang family decorated their estate and held a grand yet hasty wedding, under the watchful eyes of numerous factions within the city. The unknown scattered cultivator Xian Huang officially wed the dream goddess Tang Yuro, a paragon among countless heroes of Tianqing City. Outsiders, unaware of the circumstances, envied Xian Huang for his extraordinary stroke of luck, ascending to greatness and capturing beauty while inheriting the immense wealth of the Tang family. Little did they know, this marriage was merely a transaction. Furthermore, none could fathom the weighty and bloody past, along with the world-altering hatred, that this seemingly fortunate blind groom bore. On the night of their wedding, there were no festivities, no tender embraces. Lu Xuantong was instead assigned to a lavish and tranquil residence within the Tang family's rear courtyard, a place imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the outside world. This was evidently one of the costs the Tang family bore to keep him content. Dismissing all others, he closed the heavy doors behind him, isolating himself from the cacophony and machinations of the outside world. Alone in the opulent room, he raised his covered face slightly, inhaling the almost palpable essence of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, aligning his heart with the heavens, and began to circulate his cultivation method. The endless spiritual energy surrounding him was drawn towards him, coalescing into a subtle vortex that continuously flowed into his being. He spoke softly, his voice cold and resolute. A warm current igniting within him as he calmly declared, "Let the cultivation commence. In 1 year, I shall regain my peak." Chapter 158, Reunion with Sister Lu Yao. Ascending to the heavenly realm. Disciple of the Taichu Holy Land. In a relatively secluded cave dwelling within the Dingxi region of the Taichu Holy Land. The atmosphere was simple yet suffused with a rich spiritual essence far beyond that of the outside world. At this moment, a young woman clad in a plain white dress sat cross-legged on a mat, her eyes gently closed, immersed in profound cultivation. The spiritual energy around her seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, continuously gathering and compressing, forming a miniature vortex above her head. Her aura surged steadily, faintly brushing against an invisible barrier, hinting at an imminent breakthrough. However, at that critical moment, the overwhelming energy collided against an impenetrable wall, abruptly halting before it gradually receded like a tide. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. They were exceptionally bright, clear as a spring. Yet at this moment, her beautiful gaze betrayed a hint of undeniable regret and defeat. With a gentle sigh, tinged with fatigue and self-mockery, she lamented, "Alas, it's always like this. I am so close, just a step away. Why can I never truly cross that threshold and enter the mid-stage of the divine sovereign realm? Am I forever stuck at this peak of the early stage, limited by my innate talent and exhausted potential?" At that moment, the light within the cave slightly distorted, and a somewhat ethereal, yet undeniably enchanting figure of a woman coalesced silently beside her. This woman appeared to be in her late 20s, draped in a nebulous purple gown, her figure curvaceous and captivating, exuding the unique allure of a mature woman. She was not a corporeal being, but a manifestation of divine consciousness. Yet she still radiated an overwhelming sense of presence and charm. This figure was none other than Lu Yao, hailing from the lower realm, and her mysterious master, Xianxian, whom she had encountered by chance. Ever since her brother, Lu Xuantong, had departed without notice to the heavenly realm, Lu Yao had devoted herself to relentless cultivation. With her exceptional determination and talent, she swiftly ascended to the realm of earthly immortals, enabling her ascent to the heavenly realm. Her heart was driven by a singular obsession, to find her brother, their parents. Fully aware of their daughter's aspirations and recognizing that she had grown and forged her own path, could not hold her back. They now lived a stable and happy life, even contemplating having another child. Thus, with a mixture of concern and blessings, they watched Lu Yao step into the ascension passage. However, the ascent to the heavenly realm lacked a fixed point of reception. The landing site was entirely random. Unfortunately, Lu Yao was transported to a remote and harsh place known as the Zhujiqing domain. This area was dominated by the powerful Gu family, and upon her arrival, she was promptly discovered by a patrol team. Due to her identity as an ascendant from the lower realm and her relatively decent roots, she was immediately forced into slavery as a miner in a vast spirit stone quarry. That year marked the darkest period of her life. Working day and night in the underground mines, shrouded in darkness, starving, and facing the constant threat of death from mining accidents or overseers' whips. She lived a life worse than that of animals. Yet, the suffering did not extinguish her will. Rather, it ignited her potential. With the covert guidance and assistance of her master, Xianxian, she broke through to the third realm, the formless realm, in the midst of despair. She secretly allied with other oppressed slaves in the mine, meticulously planning a rebellion and ultimately succeeding in escaping. However, this act infuriated the Gu family, the overlords of the Zhujiqing domain. How dare a mere slave from the lower realm resist their masters and escape? To the Gu family, this was an unspeakable humiliation. They immediately mobilized their forces to hunt down Lu Yao throughout the entire star domain. Fortunate was she to have the seasoned guidance of her master, Xianxian, whose extraordinary abilities repeatedly led her through perilous escapes, navigating countless star domains in a harrowing flight. After enduring immense hardships, she eventually managed to find refuge within the formidable Taichu Xingdi, where she could momentarily catch her breath and cultivate in peace. Yet, the specter of danger lingered. She learned that within the Gu family, there existed a direct descendant named Gu Changsheng, whose prodigious talent had already earned him a position as one of the core disciples at Taichu Xingdi, with cultivation reaching a terrifying mid-stage of the sixth realm of Zhaohua. Should he discover her existence and past, extinguishing her life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Thus, she was compelled to conceal her identity, adopting the name by Yao, and tread cautiously among the outer disciples, striving for a low profile to survive. At this moment, Lu Yao retrieved a half of a smooth jade pendant from her bosom, her eyes reflecting deep yearning and concern. This fragment was once part of a pair, the other half held by her brother, Lu Xuantong. "Where are you now, brother? Are you well?" she murmured, her voice choked with emotion. Recently, news of Lu Xuantong, the saint son of the Lu family from the east region of Huangzhou, being wanted throughout the realm by the Taishu Shengdi, spread like wildfire in the celestial realm, and she had heard whispers of it. Although the details were vague, the fugitive Lu Xuantong was indeed the brother she had been desperately searching for. Therefore, she had been discreetly seizing every possible opportunity to gather information related to Lu Xuantong, yet had met with nothing but silence. Observing her distress, Xia Qingxian's ethereal figure glided closer, extending a delicate hand to comfort her gently. Yaoer, do not be overly anxious. Your brother is destined for greatness. I have seen him. He is far from ordinary and will surely turn misfortune into fortune, transforming peril into safety. Perhaps at this very moment, he is striving to grow stronger in some distant place. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao sighed softly, her heart not eased but weighed down with greater worry. The celestial realm was fraught with peril, and her brother was alone. Having incurred the wrath of a behemoth like the Taishu Shengdi, she could scarcely bear to contemplate it. I must grow stronger. I must grow stronger swiftly. Lu Yao grasped the half-jade pendant tightly, her eyes shimmering with determination. Only with sufficient strength can I protect myself and have the ability to find and safeguard my brother. Xia Qingxian nodded in approval, continuing to offer reassurance and guidance. There is no need to rush. Haste makes waste. You already possess a top-tier holy bloodline, with a solid foundation and immense potential. Once you accumulate enough contribution points for the sect and exchange them for those crucial materials, you will have a significant chance to complete the transformation of your bloodline and ascend to the imperial level. At that time, you will leap to become a personally instructed disciple of the Holy Land, your status elevated, and the resources and channels for information at your disposal will far exceed what you possess now. That lad from the Gu family would dare not move against you lightly. Lu Yao nodded gravely. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, with her master's assistance, she had come to truly understand the mysteries of her bloodline. A top-tier holy bloodline, while exceedingly rare, indeed held a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the legendary imperial level. That was the true leap from fish to dragon. Just then, a gentle knocking echoed from the restrictions outside the cave, interrupting their conversation. A somewhat enthusiastic female voice called out, "Junior Sister Bai, are you in the cave? There's a sect mission that's quite good. Will you accept it?" Lu Yao composed herself and rose to open the stone door of the cave. Standing outside was a beautiful female cultivator, adorned in the attire of an outer disciple of Taichu Shengdi. Lu Yao inquired curiously, "Senior Sister, what is the mission?" The senior sister replied with a smile, "It's a recruitment task, very straightforward. Next year marks the Holy Land's triennial ceremony for accepting disciples, and we need to send disciples to the major human cities under our jurisdiction for preliminary screening and guidance. The rewards for the mission are quite generous. Furthermore, if any of the disciples you recruit possess exceptional talent and are ultimately accepted by the Holy Land, you will receive a substantial contribution point reward based on their talent level. It's a guaranteed profitable endeavor." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's heart stirred. Currently, what she lacked most were contribution points for the sect. If fortune smiled upon her, and she could indeed recruit one or two exceptionally gifted individuals, she might just gather enough points to exchange for the materials needed for the imperial bloodline. Going out for a stroll and testing her luck was certainly preferable to remaining in the cave, stagnating in her cultivation without breakthrough. "All right, I accept this mission," Lu Yao affirmed with a nod. The senior sister immediately expressed her delight. It was a task that should have been hers, conveniently handed to her junior sister. After all, they were all a bunch of useless individuals. There was nothing of value to guide. Lu Yao then asked, "Senior sister, which city is this mission directed towards?" The senior sister smiled broadly and replied with 3 words, "Tianqing City." Chapter 159, The Great Competition in Tianqing City. Lu Yao descends the mountain, preparing to reunite with her brother. As the Taichu Shengdi, a top-tier sect commanding respect in the celestial realm, its disciple recruitment protocols are well-structured. In addition to public selections conducted periodically across the celestial realm, there is another method that allows inner disciples and above to descend the mountain and recommend talent. Every 3 years, the sect holds a ceremony for such recommendations. All inner disciples may undertake tasks to venture into the myriad towns and cities beneath their jurisdiction, seeking out exceptionally qualified youths to recommend back to the Holy Land. Should the recommended disciples possess extraordinary talent and pass the Holy Land's assessment, the recommender will receive an exceptionally generous reward of contribution points. The greater the talent, the more astonishing the rewards. It is said that if one can recommend a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, they might even exchange for the supreme secret texts of the Holy Land or rare divine materials. However, while the ideal is beautiful, reality often proves harsh. How rare is a once-in-a-millennium genius? Even when they do appear, they are often monopolized by powerful families or sects. or discovered by the influential figures within the Holy Land before ordinary inner disciples even have a chance to partake. The vast majority of inner disciples who descend the mountain typically recruit youths with kingly or imperial level talents. If they happen upon a low or mid-grade holy level genius, it is considered a stroke of luck, deserving of celebration. However, such talents are not particularly esteemed within the Taichu Xingdi, and the contribution points they yield are naturally limited. Over time, this once promising recommendation task has morphed into a burdensome chore, viewed by most inner disciples as a low reward, high-effort undertaking with little chance of success. Unless compelled by the sect or truly desperate for contribution points, few willingly take it upon themselves. Meanwhile, in Tianqing City, at the Meng family estate, in a lavishly adorned hall, the head of the Meng family, Meng Hai, sat atop the main seat, his countenance dark as storm clouds, his chest heaving violently. Yet he remained silent. The low pressure emanating from him rendered the servants standing nearby as silent as the grave, afraid to even breathe. Meng Zhao stood below, his head bowed, cautiously attempting to defend himself. "Father, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on me. No one anticipated that the embroidered ball would be so cursed, and it would end up in the hands of a blind man completely outside our plans. Our planted individuals were unable to react in time, as the Tang family's old fox had also sent people to guard it tightly." His voice dwindled as Meng Hai's gaze grew colder. For years, Meng Hai had secretly plotted to annex the Tang family, exhausting his efforts, even going so far as to ally with the Wang family, leveraging the city lord's connections to pressure the Tang family. Finally, he had forced them into a desperate move, resorting to the embroidered ball for matchmaking, believing victory was assured, only to have it all unravel at the last moment. It was no wonder Meng Hai was filled with uncontrollable rage at this moment, feeling as if a cooked duck had flown away, landing in the mouth of a blind man. Ultimately, Meng Hai looked at his inept son, his seething anger transforming into a resigned sigh. "Enough. It has come to this. Further words are futile. That boy is merely a rootless wandering cultivator who stumbled upon good fortune. Since he dared to thwart my Meng family's plans, let him live for another year. In 1 year's time, you must enter the Taichu Xingdi. At that time, you will return as a disciple of the Holy Land, directly heading to the Tang family. Find an excuse to eliminate that reckless young man on the spot. Let us see if the old man of the Tang family dares to protect him." Meng Zhao responded through gritted teeth. "Rest assured, Father, I fully intend to exact this revenge. I swear I will not rest until it is settled." His heart burned with fury towards the blind man who had appeared so suddenly. If it weren't for him, he would have already been the son-in-law of the Tang family. With his capabilities, a year would have been sufficient for him to infiltrate and dismantle the Tang family from within, gradually devouring the coveted massive spiritual vein. At that point, leveraging the spiritual vein for resources would significantly increase his chances of breaking through to the imperial bloodline. Once he possessed the imperial bloodline, his future within the Tai Chu Holy Land would be a smooth ascent, swiftly becoming a revered direct disciple. What unparalleled honor and glory that would entail. Yet, all these beautiful prospects were shattered by that accursed, inexplicably blind man. A despicable rogue, a blind man, who gave him the audacity to ruin this young master's plans. Meng Zhao's heart roared with madness, his murderous intent boiling. Meng Hai slightly calmed his anger, his expression returning to that of a patriarch, and continued, 1 year from now, only success is permitted, failure is not an option. You must understand that the Tai Chu Holy Land does not accept just anyone as a disciple. With limited resources, it is essential to allocate them wisely to true geniuses to maximize benefits and maintain the Holy Land's strength. The number of recruitment slots assigned to each major city is fixed each year. Our Tianqing City has only 1 slot this time. This means that in the disciple selection competition held in a year, only the ultimate victor will secure that solitary slot to join the Tai Chu Holy Land. The losers must wait for another 3 years. This time, the slot belongs to Tianqing City, and the family has prepared for years, investing countless resources in you. We cannot afford to fail. Meng Hai's gaze was sharp as he issued a stern command. Within this year, you must break through to the Dao Palace realm. Moreover, you must ensure your foundation is solid. That girl from the Tang family has reached the pinnacle of the Wuxiang realm. If you cannot surpass her, how can you guarantee victory? Only by defeating Tang Yuru in the competition can you completely shatter the Tang family's hopes, stripping them of their last support. At that time, the Meng family will triumphantly crush and absorb the Tang family. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhao took a deep breath, channeling all his resentment and dissatisfaction into motivation, and nodded vigorously, vowing, "Father, rest assured, after 1 year, the victor of the Tianqing City competition will undoubtedly be me. As for that blind man and the Tang family, they shall pay a heavy price for today's events." In the Tang family estate, within the study, Tang Yin entered briskly. her usually cool demeanor adorned with an uncharacteristic hint of joy. She offered a graceful salute to her father, Tang He, her voice laced with excitement. "Father, your daughter has not disappointed you. I successfully broke through yesterday and officially entered the Dao Palace realm." Hearing this, Tang He abruptly lifted his head from a pile of accounts, his round face instantly beaming with joy, his golden tooth glimmering even brighter. "Excellent. Wonderful. Truly remarkable." Tang Yin continued to report confidently. "In the 6 months following my breakthrough, I plan to devote myself fully to comprehending and honing the sacred level technique you procured for me. I have already grasped its fundamentals. If I can master it within the next 6 months, I am certain I will seize that disciple slot of the Tai Chu Holy Land from Meng Zhao during the Tianqing City competition." With her Dao Palace realm cultivation and mastery of the sacred level technique, she felt confident in overpowering her peers. Tang He clapped his hands in laughter, his heart filled with immense satisfaction as he looked at his daughter with pride and hope. "Excellent. With such determination, I can rest easy. Once you successfully join the Tai Chu Holy Land, it will be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. At that point, you will be a disciple of the Holy Land, a position of utmost prestige. In this vast Tianqing city, who would dare to covet the Tang family's interests? Our Tang family will truly become the unrivaled sovereign of Tianqing City. It is essential to know that Tianqing City and the entire Tianqing Divine Realm are under the jurisdiction of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Disciples of the Holy Land, especially inner disciples, hold a status equivalent to high-ranking officials in mortal dynasties, wielding immense power and influence. Any inner disciple of the Tai Chu Holy Land possesses at least the cultivation of a divine sovereign. And even the city lord of Tianqing City must greet them with utmost respect and courtesy, not daring to show any neglect." Amidst his excitement, Tang He suddenly seemed to recall something, stroking his chin with curiosity and jest. "By the way, Ru, has your nominal husband shown any signs of life in the past 6 months? Can he truly endure without expressing any affection towards you? Has he really been in seclusion for half a year?" Tang Yin paused at her father's question, her expression becoming somewhat complex as she nodded. "Indeed. For the past 6 months, he, Xian Huang, has not stepped out of his cave even once nor sent any messages to me. He only opens the cave briefly each month to receive the latest intelligence jade slips from his servants. To this day, she had not seen him a second time." Her tone carried a hint of surprise and a subtle sense of loss that she herself had not fully realized. In this world, could there truly be a man who, living under the same roof as her for half a year, remained utterly indifferent, not even attempting to catch a glimpse of her? Was she truly so unappealing to him? An absurd thought uncontrollably arose. Could it be that he prefers men? Tang He observed the subtle shifts in his daughter's expression with a calm smile, his tone carrying a hint of relief. "That is for the best. It is preferable that no unnecessary emotional entanglements arise between you two, as they would not be beneficial to your future path. There are only 6 months left. Focus on preparing for the competition. Once you successfully join the Holy Land, you can completely sever ties with him, parting ways amicably, with no debts left between you." Tang Yin, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, remaining silent for a moment before gently nodding. "I understand, father." Yet, as she turned to leave, an inexplicable ripple stirred in her heart at the thought of that figure. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Tang family, within the cave rich in spiritual energy, Lu Xuantong slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. After 6 months in seclusion, he remained handsome, his appearance even more radiant due to the recovery of his cultivation, although that brilliance was somewhat masked by his disguise. At this moment, his aura was robust and overwhelming, having returned to the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm. He was merely a step away from restoring his divine sovereign cultivation. With 6 months remaining, he was absolutely confident that he could not only restore his cultivation, but also ascend to new heights. Throughout this half year, he had kept himself well informed about the heavenly realm situation, particularly regarding news pertinent to him, through the intelligence jade slips regularly sent by the Tang family. His primary concern was the safety of the Lu family in the eastern region. Reports indicated that 6 months prior, the second peak master of the Tai Su Holy Land, Hun Yuantian, had personally descended upon the eastern region, attempting to obliterate the Lu family with thunderous methods to force him to reveal himself. However, just as Hun Yuantian was about to take action, an enormous barrier radiating vast celestial light suddenly rose, enveloping the entire eastern region like an inverted giant crystal bowl. No matter how Hun Yuantian bombarded it or employed his formidable powers, the barrier remained steadfast, not even stirring a ripple. Hun Yuantian, a top-tier expert of the Void God realm, found himself utterly helpless against this barrier. Later, intelligence revealed the truth. It was Master Shen Songming who had prepared the final trump card for him in advance. This was an artifact known as the Reverse Immortal Pearl. a pinnacle defensive treasure of the Great Sage level. Once activated, this pearl could protect an entire domain, repelling external threats with its extraordinary power. According to reports, even if a quasi-emperor were to personally attempt to breach this barrier, it would require a considerable amount of time. Given the current strength of Tai Su Shengdi, even if the 8 peak masters joined forces, it would be impossible to break through the defense of the reverse immortal pearl in a short span of time. Their only option was to wait for the immortal spirit energy contained within the pearl to deplete, at which point the barrier would gradually weaken until it vanished. Internal calculations from Tai Su Shengdi indicated that the immortal energy within the reverse immortal pearl could sustain itself for at least 50 years. 50 years. This was an invaluable period of development time that Shen Songming had secured for Lu Xuantong using his final wisdom and resources. It was his last gift to his disciple, a means to protect his family and accumulate strength. Reflecting on Master S's final battle, he had already anticipated his limited time, which is why he exchanged his remaining life for his disciple S's survival. The great sage-level weapon, the reverse immortal pearl, was used to protect his disciple's family, while the life-preserving puppet, refined over a century, ultimately self-destructed to tear through space-time and send his disciple away. He had meticulously calculated everything, paving every possible path for Lu Xuantong. Yet he had not considered himself even for a moment. Master, within the cave dwelling, Lu Xuantong, shrouded in a black cloth, felt tears trail down his cheeks. Endless gratitude and overwhelming hatred surged within his chest, intertwining and spreading. His murderous intent towards Tai Su Shengdi had never been as intense and resolute as it was at this moment. 50 years. He had 50 years. He must grow strong enough within this time to shake the very foundations of Tai Su Shengdi. He would make the 8 peak masters kneel before his Master S's grave in repentance. He would make Tai Su Shengdi pay a bitter price for their deeds. However, in reality, the time might be much shorter. Tai Su Shengdi would never sit idly by. They would surely employ every means to accelerate the depletion of the reverse immortal pearl's energy or seek alternative methods to dismantle it. I must become faster and stronger. Lu Xuantong's resolve was unwavering. At his current pinnacle of Dao Palace cultivation, he was already exceptional among his peers. But it was far from sufficient to contend with a behemoth like Tai Su Shengdi. Far from enough. I must grow stronger. I must continue to grow stronger. At any cost, I must grow stronger. He then slowly closed his eyes, and the spiritual energy around him seemed to respond to a summons, surging back towards him once more. Chapter 161. The Young Lady's Anger and the Overbearing Advance. Half a year slipped away like sand through fingers, quietly passing. It had been a full year since Lu Xuantong became the son-in-law of the Tang family under the name Xianwang. Today, Tianqing City welcomed a grand event that occurred once every few years. The 3-year apprenticeship ceremony of Tai Chu Shengdi officially commenced in this location. The entire city had been immersed in fervor since dawn. Streets were adorned with colorful decorations. Throngs of people filled the area, and an atmosphere of joy and anticipation permeated everywhere. Countless youths, harboring dreams of cultivation, arrived early at the city's largest square, eagerly awaiting the ceremony. According to rumors, the direct disciples of Tai Chu Shengdi responsible for recruiting in Tianqing City had already arrived, and the city lord personally left the city to extend the highest level of welcome, bestowing great honor upon the sacred ground. Many keen-eyed citizens noticed that the messenger from the sacred land, descending gracefully from an opulent flying vessel, was a woman clad in a flowing white dress, exuding an aura as cold as snow. She was slender and possessed a breathtaking beauty. Though her face was partially veiled, her exposed eyes sparkled like cold stars, clear and profound, radiating an undeniable air of nobility and aloofness that captivated countless young talents. The crowd marveled and praised her. Truly, she is a disciple of Tai Chu Shengdi. Such grace and demeanor are certainly beyond the reach of ordinary folk like us. Amidst excitement and exhilaration, the most fervent discussions revolved around who would ultimately claim the sole available spot for apprenticeship. Is there any doubt? It must be Meng Zhao, the young master of the Meng family. He is the foremost figure of our younger generation in Tianqing City and has long since broken through to the Dao Palace realm. I beg to differ. Young Lady Tang Yan of the Tang family also possesses extraordinary talent. It is said she has similarly broken through to the Dao Palace realm, and the Tang family has invested significantly this time, reportedly obtaining a sacred-level cultivation method. Alas, it all circles back to the rivalry between the Meng and Tang families. This opportunity is destined to be beyond the reach of us, ordinary citizens. I support young Master Meng. The Meng family is powerful and will surely go far in the future. I support young Lady Tang. The Tang family is benevolent. If she enters the sacred land, perhaps she might look after us in Tianqing City. The citizens of Tianqing City are not fools. They have some understanding of the open and covert struggles between the Ming and Tang families over the years, and at this moment, they transformed into soothsayers, engaging in heated debates with supporters evenly divided. The lively atmosphere within the city thus surged to an unprecedented climax. Meanwhile, in the tranquil rear courtyard of the Tang family, an unexpected visitor quietly arrived. It was Lu Xuantong's nominal wife, Tang Yan. Although they had been married for a year, they had not shared a genuine marital relationship, and this was only their second meeting. In a moment of nostalgia, it bore some resemblance to a year prior. As the stone door of the cave dwelling slowly opened, Lu Xuantong appeared at the entrance. He still wore the black cloth shroud, yet his aura had become even more restrained and profound. Lu Xuantong spoke in a calm tone, laced with a hint of polite detachment, and initiated the conversation. "Young Lady Tang, what brings you to visit today? Has there been any change regarding the competition?" This courteous and tranquil greeting left Tang Yan momentarily speechless, standing frozen in place. Xianhuang's reaction was entirely beyond her expectations. There was no awkwardness of a long-awaited reunion, no lingering admiration for her beauty, nor a trace of apprehension about the impending matters. Tang Yan suppressed her peculiar feelings and surveyed him with her beautiful eyes, curiously retorting, "Do you know why I came today?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong's face, obscured by the cloth, shifted slightly. Yet his tone remained indifferent. "Is it not the time to fulfill the agreement from a year ago regarding our divorce?" The year had passed, and he should leave the Tang family to continue his path. To be fair, during this year, the Tang family had provided him with substantial assistance. The serene cave dwelling, abundant spiritual energy, and those precious pieces of information. Had he been alone, endeavoring to restore his cultivation while simultaneously keeping abreast of the external situation would have proven exceedingly troublesome. Merely holding the title of husband had granted him numerous benefits. Even he found it unexpectedly rewarding. Tang Yan observed his calm demeanor, which even subtly conveyed a sense of relief that the time had finally come, and a complex array of emotions surged within her: disappointment, reluctance, and a sense of being underestimated. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, her voice tinged with a questioning tone that even she was unaware of. "Since you know I am here to discuss our divorce, how can you remain so composed? Almost eager? Did you truly have no thoughts about me over this past year?" Upon uttering those words, even she found them somewhat astonishing. Lu Xuantong visibly paused, instinctively glancing at Tang Yan, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could this woman possibly have some hidden affliction? This was only their second meeting, yet she spoke as if they were parting with deep feelings akin to life and death. He was too weary to ponder her convoluted thoughts and found it bothersome. Therefore, he straightforwardly retrieved a jade slip he had prepared and handed it over, adopting a businesslike tone. "Young Lady Tang, please see this. It is the divorce contract that I have drafted. The terms are clear, we just need to sign and seal it. If there are no objections, please sign it. After today, I, Xianhuang, shall have no further ties with you, Tang Yan, or the Tang family. I wish Miss Tang great success in today's competition and a smooth entry into the Taichu Xingdi." His expression was earnest, his tone calm. Tang Yan gazed at the jade slip he offered, and as she listened to his words that delineated their boundaries, her delicate face flushed crimson. A wave of unprecedented humiliation surged within her heart. She had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps he would plead desperately to avoid separation. Perhaps he would act petulantly. Or perhaps he would seize the opportunity to demand more benefits. She had even prepared a response and compensation plan. Yet, she never anticipated that he would be even more resolute and well-prepared than she. His attitude was more decisive than hers, as if he was eager to sever any lingering connection. This feeling of being utterly disregarded, even despised, was something this usually revered young lady could scarcely accept. "You." Tang Yan's chest heaved violently as she snatched the jade slip from his grasp, not bothering to look at him. Her beautiful eyes glinted with icy fury as she fixed her gaze on Lu Xuantong, her voice trembling with emotion. "Xianhuang, have you thought this through? Do you truly wish to part ways with me?" Lu Xuantong remained impassive and nodded. What was wrong with this woman? Wasn't it she who proposed this? "You." Tang Yan was further infuriated by his affirmation. She stepped closer, her voice colder. "I shall ask you once more. Are you absolutely certain?" Lu Xuantong nodded again, even slightly turning his body to gesture for her to sign and then leave. This action ignited a previously dormant fire of indignation and pride within Tang Yan. Clang! A clear sound of a sword echoed. She abruptly drew a shimmering soft sword from her waist, the cold blade swiftly poised against Lu Xuantong's throat. The air crackled with tension. With her eyes gleaming with menace, Tang Yan pressed the sword against him, her voice steady yet icy as she enunciated. "I shall ask you one final time. Have you considered this thoroughly? To part ways or not?" Chapter 162. Successful Separation. "Man, I hope you shall not regret this decision." What was wrong with this woman? Lu Xuantong's expression darkened abruptly, a wave of displeasure surging within him. Is there such a logic in this world? The terms of separation had been clearly stated in black and white by the Tang family a year ago. Now that the deadline had arrived and he had agreed without hesitation, she took up arms to question him? This was clearly unreasonable. He suppressed his anger, his voice chilling further as he warned, Miss Tang, I advise you to calm down and think carefully. The consequences I bear are far beyond your imagination. This was no idle threat. Should she become entangled, not only she but the entire Tang family would likely be unable to withstand the ensuing storm. These words came from the depths of his heart. The enemies he faced were the mighty Taishu Xingdi, a powerful force in the region. In the presence of such colossal entities, the affluent Tang family was merely a fragile boat amidst a raging sea, perilously close to annihilation. He did not wish to implicate the family that had sheltered him for a year. However, to Tang Yin, who was proud and incensed, his words took on a different flavor. She scoffed, a hint of derision crossing her exquisite features, as if she had heard the greatest joke. If you do not wish to part ways, just say so. There is no need for such pretentiousness or self-aggrandizement. I, Tang Yin, do not require such feeble excuses. Yet, through this exchange, she finally recognized the man's attitude. He was truly indifferent, even eager to dissolve their connection. Her previous actions now seemed ridiculous and out of place. A wave of profound disappointment and wounded pride washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress the tumult of emotions, and with a decisive flick of her wrist, she sheathed the soft sword. No longer looking at Lu Xuantong, she picked up the jade slip that recorded their separation agreement. After scanning its contents with her divine sense to ensure accuracy, she pressed her fingertip to draw a drop of blood mixed with her essence, unhesitatingly signing her name in elegant characters that pierced the jade. With a hum, as her name was inscribed, a fleeting shimmer enveloped the slip, marking the arrival and departure of an imperceptible decree of the heavenly laws. This signified that the separation agreement had officially taken effect, witnessed by the principles of the heavens. From this moment forth, the absurdity of their marital relationship was entirely dissolved, and there would be no further entanglements. Tang Yin tossed the signed jade slip back to Lu Xuantong, lifting her chin high, her demeanor returning to its usual coldness and pride. Though a hint of unnoticeable melancholy flickered in her gaze, she spoke to Lu Xuantong, each word deliberate. You have what you wished for. I have signed it, and I hope you will not regret today's decision. In her eyes, after today, she would leap through the dragoness gate, becoming a prestigious disciple of the Taishu Xingdi, with boundless prospects ahead. Meanwhile, Xianhuang would merely remain a rootless wanderer, with his talents ultimately limited. The disparity in their identities and statuses would henceforth be vast and insurmountable, with no potential for intersection. She had indeed harbored a fleeting thought. The path of cultivation is long and solitary, and if she could find a companion who was neither greedy for her family's wealth nor her beauty, and whose temperament resonated with hers, it might not be so bad after all. She had even considered that had he shown even a hint of reluctance, she might have granted him an opportunity to grow alongside her as a partner. Regrettably, he had entirely failed to seize this chance that could have altered the course of his destiny. Lu Xuantong received the jade slip expressionlessly, feeling the residual essence of the heavenly law upon it, a weight lifting from his heart. He simply replied with 2 words, I understand. Seeing him remain so obstinately indifferent, Tang Yin felt a surge of frustration. With a final huff, she ceased to speak further. She then turned and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the competition grounds outside the city. There lay her battlefield and her future. As Tang Yin departed, Lu Xuantong fell into contemplation. The Taishu Xingdi ranked among the top 12 sacred lands, with living emperors in command. Should he successfully gain entry and ascend to a certain status, even if his identity were to be inadvertently revealed, the Taishu Xingdi would have to carefully consider whether they could withstand the wrath of the Taishu Xingdi. He did not doubt that with his profound foundation and innate talents, the Taishu Xingdi would indeed be tempted. Over the past 6 months of seclusion, his gains extended far beyond merely restoring his cultivation, utilizing the remnants of insight from his lost eyes and enhanced by the supreme bone. He had grasped the essence of the Dahuang Choutian finger, bringing him to the threshold of divine-level techniques, with its power vastly increased. The Tianlei Jimmy Palm had been perfected to the point where he could summon the might of heavenly thunder with but a thought. More importantly, he had learned a technique from a certain ruin known as the Taishian secret method, which allowed him to alter his appearance flawlessly without a trace, even eluding the scrutiny of 9th-tier V experts. Perhaps only an emperor could discern its true nature. Moreover, this method also enabled him to perfectly conceal any extraordinary manifestations of his bloodline talents, though his lost eyes remained dormant. The terrifying aura of his 2 imperial bloodlines had been completely hidden, appearing to be no different from an ordinary genius. He understood the importance of holding back his cards. He must conceal his strength until the critical moment when he could astonish the world or turn the tide against all odds. Currently, besides his own techniques, his hidden assets included the remnants of an imperial technique bestowed by the Taishu Shengdi, the enigmatic Taiji diagram, the sealed black box containing the ancient ferocious beasts, and the mighty artifact, the Yushin ring, capable of contracting ancient divine beasts. It seems that a treasure adept at evasion is still needed. Lu Xuantong contemplated that he should pay more attention in the future or perhaps conduct a thorough study of the Yushin ring, as it may possess extraordinary utility. With his thoughts set, he hesitated no longer and stepped out of the cave dwelling he had inhabited for a year. The warm sunlight cascaded upon him. After a year's absence, he once again encountered the light of day. Breathing in the liberated air, he felt a peculiar sense of ease. He discerned the direction and set forth, unhurriedly making his way toward the plaza outside the city where Tai Chu Shengdi was recruiting disciples. There, he would find his next starting point. From the highest tower of the Tang family, he gazed at the figure clad in green who was departing the cave dwelling and heading toward the city outskirts. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his heart stirred with an inexplicable sensation. Could this youth truly be a waste? Why did he feel a hint of trepidation emanating from him? Chapter 163. The slap to the face came so swiftly that he had no time to react. In the center plaza of Tianqing City, the massive competition arena was paved with Qinggang stone, surrounded by a throng of people, creating a cacophony that was deafening. On the high platform, a dedicated viewing area had been set up. The city lord of Tianqing City, with cultivation having reached the sixth realm of creation, typically exuding an aura of authority without anger, now wore a slightly humble smile, carefully accompanying a young woman donned in the disciple attire of Tai Chu Shengdi. Dao Yubai Yao, your long journey has truly illuminated our Tianqing City. Should you require anything regarding this recruitment event, please do not hesitate to command. And I shall certainly cooperate wholeheartedly. The flattering tone of the city lord was unmistakable. Despite his esteemed position, he dared not exhibit arrogance in the presence of the inner disciples of Shengdi. The disciples represented not only themselves, but also the formidable will of the behemoth behind them. Bai Yao merely nodded slightly, her demeanor cold and distant, bearing an almost imperceptible detachment, responding with a few perfunctory pleasantries before falling silent. Her thoughts were already immersed in concern and inquiries regarding her brother, Lu Xuantong. She felt little interest in the competitions taking place on the stage below. In her eyes, the selection from such a remote city would be fortunate to yield even one potential with a holy level bloodline. It was highly unlikely that any remarkable talent would emerge. Her task was straightforward: to make an appearance and ultimately confirm the victor of this Tianqing City competition, reporting the name back to the Shengdi. At that moment, the contests below were proceeding with intensity. To save time, the event organizers divided the participants into two halves, allowing simultaneous competitions to hasten the selection of the ultimate champion. In the upper bracket, Meng Zhao, dressed in splendid attire, exuded confidence, a proud smile gracing his face. Most of his opponents were mediocre, with a few even being at the Tianhua realm, surrendering outright upon encountering him. He hardly exerted any effort, advancing effortlessly to the finals, maintaining a steady and composed state, merely warming up. Conversely, in the lower bracket, Tang Yan's situation was starkly different. She was now drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, her beautiful face marked by fatigue and gravity. Each opponent she faced was a pinnacle of the Wuxiang realm, with several being early-stage Daogong realm experts. Even a member of the Wang family, possessing royal blood, was placed in the lower bracket. Tang Yan had to exert herself fully, revealing her hidden cards to overcome one formidable adversary after another. By the time she battled her way to the finals of the lower bracket, her spiritual energy was severely depleted, with several minor wounds adorning her body. Damn it. This is a setup. Tang Yan felt a chill in her heart, instantly grasping the situation. The draw and match arrangements had undoubtedly been tampered with, aimed at exhausting her strength to the fullest extent and possibly injuring her, allowing Meng Zhao to await his chance and defeat her effortlessly in the finals. Only the city lord, who was currently flattering the disciple of Shengdi on the high platform, possessed the power and motive to orchestrate such arrangements. Bai Yao, when reviewing the situation, would hardly notice the sordid details hidden within this small city. When Tang Yan finally, with her weary body, managed to defeat the last opponent in the lower bracket, the two finalists were confirmed to be Meng Zhao and Tang Yan. This outcome was anticipated by nearly everyone. Both were core disciples of the largest family in Tianqing City, each possessing top-tier holy bloodlines and having reached the Daogong realm, far surpassing their peers. Others could hardly compare. Now, the only suspense lay in determining which of these two prodigies from Tianqing City would prevail. who would ultimately claim the singular opportunity to join Tai Chu Shengdi. As the city lord noted that the finals were about to commence, he turned to Bai Yao, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, indifferent to the matches below, and said with a smile, "Dao Bai Yao, the finals are about to begin. Would you not care to take a look? These two are truly exceptional talents rarely seen in a century, both bearing holy bloodlines. This battle is sure to be spectacular." Upon hearing this, Bai Yao slowly opened her eyes and casually glanced at the two figures on the stage. When she sensed the undeniable, remarkable spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Meng Zhao and Tang Yin, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Oh, I never expected that such a small place as Tianqing City could produce two individuals with holy bloodlines simultaneously. This trip has not been in vain." She nodded gently, finally piquing her interest. After all, it was merely one final match, and it wouldn't consume much time. At this moment, the entire Tianqing City was ablaze with excitement, and all the citizens were fervently discussing the eventual victor. Surely, young Master Meng Zhao will win. Just look at how exhausted Miss Tang appears, while young Master Meng remains calm and composed. Indeed, the Meng family must have used some means, but there is nothing to be done. The rules are as such. Alas, it's a pity for Miss Tang. Her talent is not inferior to Meng Zhao's, yet she is simply unfortunate. The vast majority leaned toward the well-rested Meng Zhao, as Tang Yin appeared to be at her wit's end. On the stage, Meng Zhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the slightly pale and breathless Tang Yin, his face displaying unabashed mockery and smugness. "Tang Yin, why bother? You look so disheveled, and in the end, you will still fall to me. Why not concede gracefully and save yourself some dignity? The sight of you now is truly heart-wrenching, yet I assure you, I will not show any mercy." Chapter 164. I am Xian Huang, here to join the trial of the disciples of Tai Chu. Tang Yin, incensed by Meng Zhao's twisted and shameless words, felt her body tremble slightly, her chest heaving violently. She could no longer maintain her icy demeanor and snapped back angrily. "You despicable scoundrel. Don't think I'm unaware of the sordid schemes your family has been plotting behind the scenes. With my current condition, I can barely exert 70% of my strength. Isn't it all due to the Meng family colluding with the city lord to manipulate the draw and match arrangements?" Despair gnawed at her. Facing Meng Zhao at his peak with her current state left her chances of victory bleak. This time, both the Tang family and she herself were likely to suffer a significant setback. Meng Zhao, far from enraged, merely let out a cold laugh, deliberately amplifying his voice so that the entire crowd could hear. "Miss Tang of the Tang family, a loss is a loss. If you cannot match up, must you resort to slandering and making a scene? I truly feel embarrassed for your father, Tang He. You shameless fiend." Tang Yin gasped, her body quivering as she pointed an accusatory finger at Meng Zhao. His smile grew ever more arrogant and brazen, his greedy gaze sweeping over Tang Yan's graceful figure. Lowering his voice to a barely audible level for only the two of them. "TSK, keep cursing. Make it even spicier. I quite enjoy your stubborn temperament. Once I emerge victorious in the competition and become a disciple of the Tai Chu Shengdi, I shall return with the might of the Holy Land to propose once more. I wonder if the Tang family will still dare to refuse. At that moment, I will ensure that you experience nights filled with revelry. A bliss so profound that you will truly understand the essence of ecstasy, begging for my mercy." Such crude and vulgar insults descended upon Tang Yin like the foulest muck, striking her with unrelenting force. The nearby cultivators, with keen ears, caught fragments of the taunts and erupted in suggestive laughter, leaving her feeling as if she were being publicly stripped of her dignity, consumed by shame and fury. "Beast, I will kill you." In that instant, Tang Yin lost all semblance of reason. Her composure and cultivation were utterly consumed by a raging inferno of wrath. With a cry of indignation, her Dao Palace realm surged forth without reservation. An overwhelming torrent of spiritual power surged forth as her sword emitted a clear, resonant hum, morphing into a sharp beam of sword light that relentlessly charged at Meng Zhao. This was precisely the reaction Meng Zhao desired. A cunning smile crept upon his lips as he nimbly evaded her ferocious onslaught, calmly parrying her tempestuous strikes. He was in no rush to confront her directly. Instead, he continued to provoke, inciting further humiliation. "Yes, just like that. Are you not fed, Miss Tang? TSK, this swordplay is rather soft. Are you merely scratching an itch for me? Imagine the days that await you after your defeat. I shall take good care of you." Under his deliberate taunts, Tang Yan's movements grew increasingly erratic, her technique riddled with openings, completely dominated by her fury. Ultimately, propelled by the utmost humiliation and rage, Tang Yan unleashed the sacred sword technique her father had painstakingly acquired for her. The sword's momentum shifted abruptly, akin to a galaxy cascading from the heavens. Imbued with a resolute aura, aimed directly at Meng Zhao's vital points. Excellent. A spark of excitement flickered in Meng Zhao's eyes. He had awaited this moment. He too summoned the sacred knife technique of his lineage, his blade erupting with a dazzling and domineering radiance, meeting her attack head-on. The clash of blade and sword resounded with a thunderous roar. A violent shockwave erupted, causing the protective barrier surrounding the arena to tremble violently. However, the outcome was evident. In pristine condition, Meng Zhao had been preparing for this strike. How could Tang Yan, depleted of spiritual power and frazzled in mind, hope to contend? With a sharp crack, Tang Yan's sword was sent flying from her grasp by the ferocious force of his blade. She was struck with tremendous impact, tasting blood as she staggered backward and crashed to the edge of the arena, her face paling abruptly. In the span of mere moments, the victor was clear. Meng Zhao had triumphed in this contest. In this instant, he felt as if he had ascended to the pinnacle of life. Every scheme, every moment of waiting, had been worth it. This signified that the Meng family would utterly suppress the Tang family, establishing themselves as the undisputed overlords of Tianqing City. It meant that the coveted spot in the Taichu Shengdi was already within his grasp. It implied that he would soon possess materials of imperial bloodlines, unparalleled glory, and the exquisite beauty before him. What ecstasy! Ha ha ha! Truly exhilarating. Meng Zhao could not contain his exuberant laughter, feeling as if he had reached the heavens. He advanced step by step toward the fallen Tang Yan, his gaze filled with a blend of pity, greed, and unabashed lechery, sweeping over her alluring form. He licked his lips, his voice dripping with nauseating excitement. Tang Yan, you have lost. Prepare yourself, for I am a master of techniques, rest assured. I shall ensure you experience unprecedented pleasure. Endless despair instantaneously engulfed Tang Yan. Her defeat obliterated all her efforts and aspirations from the past year, dissolving into mere illusion. Was she truly destined to become the plaything of this beast? Yet, the battle was lost, and she possessed no chance for reversal. Crystal tears, like pearls strung from a broken necklace, silently cascaded down her despairing visage. Between heaven and earth, only the sound of her heart-wrenching sobs remained. However, in this moment of pervasive hopelessness, a figure emerged, unhurriedly stepping forth from the bustling crowd. Clad in pristine white, untouched by dust, standing tall like a pine. His face concealed by a familiar black cloth, he radiated a calmness that starkly contrasted with the surrounding chaos. The crowd erupted in a commotion of whispers. Isn't that the blind son-in-law of the Tang family, Xian Huang? What brings him here? A rogue cultivator daring to interfere in the disciple selection of the Holy Land? Truly bizarre. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those filled with doubt, incredulity, and a hint of amusement, Lu Xuantong strolled to the foot of the arena, facing the elevated viewing platform. With a slight bow, his steady voice resonated throughout the square. I am Xian Huang, here to participate in the recruitment contest for disciples of the Taichu Shengdi. Lu Xuantong's sudden appearance instantly silenced the entire raucous square. All eyes fixated on the blind youth in white, disbelief etched upon their faces, including Tang Yan, who lay weeping at the edge of the arena. With great effort, she lifted her head, her blurred vision struggling to discern the familiar yet distant figure. A tumult of complex emotions swirling within her. She had never anticipated that this man, nearly forgotten over the past year and only briefly acquainted, would step forward at this moment. No, he was now her ex-husband. The divorce contract had just taken effect. Did he stand forth out of compassion upon witnessing her humiliation and defeat, hoping to restore her dignity? A bitter laugh escaped her lips at the absurdity of that thought. How ironic that Tang Yan, the pride of Tianqing City, would find herself relying on this former husband, whom she had never truly regarded, in an attempt to reclaim her honor. But soon, that bitterness was overshadowed by the icy grip of reality. It was implausible. Even in her prime, she had been bested. Xian Huang, at the mere stage of wuxiang, could not possibly contend with the currently formidable Meng Zhao. His intervention would only serve to draw ridicule upon himself, perhaps even invite calamity. The voices of scorn and mockery surged like a tide. Who is this blind fool? The Tang family's son-in-law? A wuxiang? Ha ha ha. A worthless wuxiang dares to step onto the stage? Truly mad. I hear he is just a rogue from the lower realms. Lucky enough to be struck by a flower basket, and now he sees himself as someone significant? He must be out of his mind, blind in both sight and heart, unable to perceive his own insignificance. This is truly a joke. The Tang family has truly fallen to the depths of misfortune. Meng Zhao recognized Lu Xuantong as the blind man who had thwarted his schemes a year prior. Old grudges surged forth, and a sinister smile twisted his lips as he looked down upon Lu Xuantong from his elevated position, his voice dripping with disdain and malice. Blind fool. Who gave you the audacity to be the hero in such a moment? Do you wish to challenge me with your pitiful wuxiang cultivation? Come now. Kneel before me and beg for mercy. and perhaps I shall allow you to crawl out of Tianqing City like a dog. Otherwise, you shall not leave here alive. Even your status as Tang Yan's husband is of no consequence. Soon, she will merely be mine to toy with. At this moment, the world remained unaware that Lu Xuantong had already divorced Tang Yan. To the onlookers, he still appeared as the son-in-law of the Tang family. Upon the high platform, the city lord witnessed the unexpected spectacle. Rather than intervening, he revealed a playful smile, exclaiming, "Heh, I never anticipated that today would offer such an unforeseen performance." Meanwhile, the cold-eyed Bai Yao, a disciple from Tai Chu Xingdi, turned her gaze towards the blindfolded youth. For reasons unknown, her heart stirred inexplicably at the sight of him. A fleeting sense of familiarity brushing past her, yet she could not grasp its origin. Unbeknownst to her, the individual before her was none other than her long-lost brother. Both concealing their true appearances and names, devoid of any familiar bloodline aura. Were it not for the half-piece of jade pendant, they would remain strangers even when so close. Lu Xuantong disregarded the mockery surrounding him. He strode confidently onto the arena, approached Tang Yan, and slightly bent forward, extending a hand towards her with an unperturbed expression, softly inquiring, "Are you all right?" Tang Yan, upon seeing the hand before her and hearing the simple greeting, was reminded of her earlier fervor in the cave when she vowed to seize her place. Now, in her current disheveled state of defeat, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over her. Turning her head away, her voice choked with defiance and emotion, she replied, "You don't need to concern yourself with me. We owe each other nothing now. Just go, you are no match for him." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong merely smiled, his tone remaining calm. "Ultimately, I owe your Tang family a debt of gratitude for a year of protection. Moreover, I did not come solely for you. I also wish to join Tai Chu Xingdi." Tang Yan exclaimed urgently, "You must be mad. Do not act recklessly. Leave quickly. You cannot win against him." Lu Xuantong simply smiled and remained silent. He straightened up and turned towards the high platform spectator area. Addressing the poised female disciple of the sacred land with a slight bow, "Sister, may I inquire if the fight can still proceed?" Lu Yao observed the unperturbed visage of the blindfolded youth below, and her peculiar feeling intensified. Just as she was about to inquire or deliberate on the propriety of the situation, Meng Zhao, already incensed by Lu Xuantong's presence, did not afford anyone a moment of respite. He laughed maniacally, his voice brimming with ferocity and impatience. "Fight. Of course we can fight. Since you, blind fool, seek death, I shall oblige." He stepped forward, pointing a finger at Lu Xuantong, and proclaimed, "Xian Huang. A mere exchange of blows is dull. Let us make things thrilling. If you are truly a man, sign a death contract for a duel to the death. The victor shall not only claim everything, but also gain entry into Tai Chu Shengdi. As for the loser, should you perish, simply await your reincarnation in your coffin. I ask you one thing, do you dare to gamble? If not, then be gone." Chapter 166, One-Handed Suppression. Arrogance. Who is this person? The trials held by Tai Chu Xingdi, though fiercely competitive, operate under the unspoken rule of minimizing casualties, primarily focusing on honing skills to select talent. Unless an accident occurs, fatal incidents are rare. Signing a death contract, however, is an entirely different matter. Once such a contract is signed, it indicates a mutual agreement to engage in a fight to the death, with the consequences borne by the individuals involved, free from any external interference. Moreover, at this moment, one combatant on the platform is a prodigy from the Meng family, brimming with confidence and possessing the cultivation of Dao Palace, wielding a sacred weapon. The other is an obscure individual with merely the cultivation of wuxiang and is a blind hermit. Given the stark disparity in their strengths, agreeing to a death contract would appear as sheer bullying on the part of the stronger party, while the weaker party's consent would seem to indicate a reckless pursuit of demise. Hearing Meng Zhao propose the death contract, Tang Yan turned pale with fright. Disregarding her injuries and previous embarrassment, urgently calling out to Lu Xuantong, "Xian Huang, do not agree to him. He is using provocation to justify killing you. Do not fall for it. Quickly refuse." Above all, she could not bear to see the man who was once her husband meet his end because of her. Yet, Lu Xuantong seemed impervious to Tang Yan's warnings. Gazing calmly at Meng Zhao, he smiled faintly, his voice steady, tinged with a hint of compassion. "Very well. I accept your challenge." He continued, "However, once this death contract is signed, I advise you to consider carefully. Blades are merciless, should death ensue. Do not blame heaven or man." Meng Zhao, upon hearing this, seemed to find it the greatest jest, sneering repeatedly, "If you dare not sign, just say so. There is no need to feign pretense with grandiose reasons. I, Meng Zhao, swear before heaven that I will sign this death contract and never retract it. If you are a man, then sign it decisively." Lu Xuantong sighed softly. "Some individuals insist on seeking their own demise. What can I do about it?" "Very well. I shall fulfill your wish. If you wish to die, it shall not be difficult. Fine. Sign it. Thereafter, under the witness of Lu Yao, the envoy of Tai Chu Shengdi, and countless onlookers, a death contract inscribed with blood-red runes, infused with the power of heavenly oaths, was brought to the arena. Lu Xuantong and Meng Zhao each inscribed their names, Xian Huang and Meng Zhao, using their blood essence and divine will. At the instant the contract was established, an invisible aura of slaughter pervaded the atmosphere. A wild exultation spread across Meng Zhao's face, his eyes turning sinister. At last, you've fallen for it. Fool, your death is nigh. On this day next year, it will mark your death anniversary. Tang Yan, despairing, shut her eyes, filled with regret. Had it not been for that damned embroidered ball hitting him, he might not have jeopardized his life in a moment of impulse. The onlookers below shook their heads in lamentation, the focus of their discourse shifting from victory and defeat to how long Xian Huang could endure before meeting his demise. One move? Perhaps a single strike will suffice. Alas, why risk one's life for mere pride? The youth is far too impetuous. In the next moment, Meng Zhao unleashed his full power without restraint. The formidable cultivation of Dao Palace erupted, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, stirring the surrounding air and creating visible whirlwinds of pressure. In an instant, a long, blood-red blade, exuding an aura of bloodlust, materialized in his grasp. This was the Meng family's most prized possession, the lower-grade sacred weapon, Zhantian Dao. At that moment, Meng Zhao's aura was terrifying, suffused with a murderous intent, resembling a Shura-killing god emerging from the depths of hell. Blind fool, to die beneath my Zhantian Dao shall be a great honor for you. Meng Zhao cackled, not allowing Lu Xuantong a moment's preparation. Gripping the blade with both hands and channeling all his spiritual energy into it. Bloodthirsty demon slayer. He roared like a beast, the surrounding malevolence surging violently, and the crimson blade's radiance shot skyward, threatening to tear the heavens asunder. This strike gathered all his strength, all his hatred, and all his pride. Imbued with a cataclysmic force aimed directly at the standing Lu Xuantong, descending with immense power. In an instant, the horrific blade light consumed everything. All spectators instinctively held their breath, as if they could already envision the blindfolded youth being cleaved in two, blood splattering across the arena in a gruesome spectacle. Even Tang Yin could not help but cry out in despair, closing her eyes in anguish. No? Meng Zhao's visage twisted with malice, his roar reverberating throughout the arena. Die for me. Boom. The terrifying energy erupted violently, crashing down upon the arena. Instantly, dust soared into the sky, and debris scattered, as the incredibly sturdy Qinggang stone platform was cleaved, forming a deep chasm, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The dissipating shockwaves caused the surrounding protective light shields to flicker wildly, teetering on the brink of collapse. Is he dead? Does it even need to be asked? He must have been reduced to a pulp. Alas, this blind man insisted on posturing and showing off, and now he has paid the ultimate price. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring visibility, and the crowd turned their heads, murmuring filled with certainty and regret. However, as the swirling dust gradually cleared, revealing the scene on the arena, the entire square was plunged into an eerie, profound silence. There, on the stage, Lu Xuantong remained standing, draped in white, untouched by the chaos. He had not even shifted a hair's breadth. A cold, mocking smile curved his handsome lips, his expression as serene as ever. As if the cataclysmic strike moments ago was merely a gentle breeze passing by. What sent chills down everyone's spine was the sight of him raising his right hand, extending two fingers. Those seemingly ordinary fingers deftly pinched the blade of the formidable lower-grade holy weapon, the Zhantian Dao, which radiated malevolence and bore immense power. That terrifying strike capable of cleaving mountains was effortlessly caught by him with just two fingers. At that moment, the entire audience was astounded. Chapter 167. The Revelation of the Dual Emperor Bloodline. Midstage God Sovereign. Invincible. What on earth is happening? What transpired in that fleeting instant? The blind man, Xian Huang, whom everyone deemed a waste with only the cultivation of the Wuxiang realm, faced Meng Zhao's full manifestation of Dao Palace realm power, augmented by the holy weapon's might, even unleashing the lethal bloodthirsty slash of the holy grade sword technique. Yet he casually received it with just two fingers? At this moment, every face froze, eyes quivering with disbelief and shock, especially Meng Zhao, whose smug grin abruptly turned to utter astonishment and horror. As the wielder of that strike, he understood better than anyone the terrifying power contained within it. It was undoubtedly a devastating attack capable of severely injuring or even annihilating an average mid-stage Dao Palace cultivator. Yet this blind man not only received it, but did so without moving an inch, his garments unruffled, using merely two fingers? How could this be possible? Was there a ghost present? No. Impossible. Meng Zhao snapped back to reality, his voice sharp with fear. Blind fool. What kind of trickery did you employ? Or do you possess some secret treasure for protection? Yes. That must be it. He attempted to conceal his inner turmoil with a roar, forcing himself to find a rational explanation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong slightly turned his masked face towards Meng Zhao, the mocking curve of his lips becoming more pronounced. Gently shaking his head, his tone imbued with a condescending pity. Illusion? Secret treasure? Meng Zhao, you are still too young, too naive. I offered you a chance to reconsider, but you failed to grasp it. With that, in the next instant, a force far more terrifying, more vast, and more heart-stopping than what Meng Zhao had unleashed erupted from Lu Xuantong's seemingly frail form. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the spiritual energy radiating from Xianhuang began to surge at a terrifying speed. The initial Wuxiang realm aura melted away like snow. The barriers of the Dao Palace realm shattered in an instant. Its momentum unabated, it continued to ascend with a savage force. Early, mid, late. Pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm. Then, as everyone held their breath in astonishment, he effortlessly crossed the threshold that was akin to a chasm for countless cultivators, the God's sovereign realm. And finally, that immense, overwhelming aura stabilized at the mid-stage pinnacle of the God's sovereign realm. A God sovereign? Such a young God sovereign? At this moment, the minds of all present felt as if struck by lightning, blank and empty. It should be noted that Meng Zhao and Tang Yan, scions of prominent families, possessing top-tier holy-grade bloodlines and enjoying the finest resources, had barely managed to cultivate to the early stage of the Dao Palace realm. This was already a rare genius in Tianqing City over a century. Yet this Xianhuang, a solitary wanderer from the lower realms, a blind waste in their eyes? How could he possibly be a powerhouse of the God's sovereign realm? This utterly shattered their understanding of cultivation. Meng Zhao's pupils trembled violently, color draining from his face. His lips quivering. No, no way. This is absolutely impossible. How could you be a God sovereign? It must be an illusion. Lu Xuantong coldly laughed, a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. Nothing is impossible. What you have witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. As his words fell, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Surrounding the arena, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to respond to a supreme summons, wildly converging towards Lu Xuantong, akin to rivers returning to the sea. The thick spiritual energy almost materialized, forming visible spirals of spiritual mist that enveloped him, emitting a deep, authoritative hum, accompanied by a more intense resonance, reminiscent of a primordial era, a resplendent and noble golden halo, containing boundless mysteries and the essence of supreme laws, suddenly emerged behind Lu Xuantong. That halo shone like the sun suspended in the sky, illuminating all directions, exuding a terrifying pressure that compelled reverence and worship. The imperial-grade bloodline halo, a symbol of unparalleled talent, bloodline, potential, and power, the imperial-grade bloodline unveiled itself at that moment. The crowd erupted with a heart-wrenching scream, igniting the entire arena. At this moment, the lord of the city sprang to his feet, overturning the tea table beside him. Tang Yan, at the edge of the arena, covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and confusion. Every onlooker, without exception, fixated their gaze on that golden halo, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves, their worldview completely shattered. Yet, this was far from the end. Just when everyone thought this was the limit, in the blink of an eye, before their astonished eyes, a second equally resplendent, equally noble golden halo, imbued with supreme power, gradually coalesced beside the first, manifesting suddenly. Dual imperial bloodlines? Remarkably rare, existing only in legends. At this moment, the entire venue descended into chaos. No one could maintain their composure. Tang Yan trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Meng Zhao's face turned ashen. The city lord shook uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Even Lu Yao, who had maintained her aloof demeanor on the platform, could no longer remain calm. She abruptly stood up, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on that figure and the two golden halos behind him, which resembled divine miracles. At this moment, the tumultuous waves surging within Lu Yao were more intense than anyone else present. Dual imperial bloodlines. How could this be possible? Yet, Lu Xuantong merely smiled indifferently. What do you think? Chapter 168, shocking the entire venue. The terrifying power of bloodlines. A single palm to annihilate. To be honest, the dual imperial bloodline halo showcased before everyone, while astonishing enough to leave the world in awe, still did not represent Lu Xuantong's true limit. The deepest foundation within him was an ancient, unheard-of power that could send tremors through the myriad realms, the triple imperial bloodline. Regrettably, a year ago, during the devastating battle at the Tai Su Xingdi, He had overstrained the primordial power of his Xuantong in order to confront the 8 great peak masters. This led to his supreme eye, which ranks at the pinnacle of the 3 great imperial bloodlines, falling into an unprecedented silence, with its essence depleted and unable to recover, let alone manifest its corresponding imperial halo. Were it not for this circumstance, he would have been able to fully unleash the breathtaking spectacle of the 3 emperors shining in unison today. However, even if he were to regain his strength, he would not easily reveal himself at this moment. The 3 emperor bloodline is simply too extraordinary. Its emergence would not merely cause a stir, but would incite the frenzied scrutiny and contention of the top powers in the heavenly realm. The Tai Su Xingdi would undoubtedly spare no effort to identify him at the first opportunity, leaving him no room for maneuvering. With his current strength at the divine sovereign realm, he must exercise utmost caution and conceal his brilliance until he obtains the formal recognition and protection of the Tai Chu Xingdi. Moreover, at this juncture, his dual emperor bloodline is already sufficiently formidable. When those 2 radiant imperial bloodline halos, akin to blazing suns, suspended behind Lu Xuantong, the center square of Tianqing City was plunged into a frenzy of shock. Dual emperor bloodline. My heavens. The legendary dual emperor bloodline. I cannot believe my eyes. Who exactly is this esteemed one? A wandering cultivator from the lower realms? It must be a deception. Such talent is akin to a child of destiny. What significance does cultivation hold for us mortals? I am envious. Truly envious to the point of despair. Why is such talent not mine? Who is it that mocked him as waste? Step forward. If he is waste, what are we? Scum. The cultivators fervently discussed, their faces filled with utter astonishment, fervor, and profound envy and reverence. Their worldviews were utterly shattered and reshaped in that moment. Tang Yin stood frozen in place, gazing up at the figure in white on the stage, her emotions a complex tapestry, her heart stirred by turbulent waves of conflicting feelings. She had always believed that her nominal husband was merely an unremarkable wandering cultivator from the lower realms, fortunate enough to have a bit of luck, and that breaking through to the Dao Palace realm in this lifetime would be a stroke of luck, destined to be worlds apart from her. She had even signed a divorce agreement early on, wishing to rid herself of this burden. However, the miraculous scene before her struck like a resounding slap, shattering all her preconceptions and pride. Such a youthful divine sovereign strength. He had already become an existence she must look up to. Even if he were blind, so what? With such talent and power, it would be no challenge for him to seek out the rare treasures capable of restoring his physical form and vision. The paramount aspect is his talent, the exceedingly rare dual emperor bloodline. With her holy level bloodline, she had already been hailed as the unparalleled genius of Tianqing City, enjoying countless resources and accolades. Yet, what of Xianhuang? A dual emperor bloodline. The disparity between them is self-evident, a chasm of difference. Recalling half a day prior, in the cave dwelling, when she had so generously proposed divorce, even with a hint of charity and relief, signing that agreement, Tang Yin now felt a piercing regret and shame. She had so easily let go of a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, a potential future sovereign whose fate could have intertwined with her own. With the dual emperor bloodline and divine sovereign cultivation he had displayed, as long as he smoothly breaks through to the creation realm and joins the Tai Chu Xingdi, he would undoubtedly be established as the core chief disciple. His status far surpassing that of ordinary direct disciples, with resources beyond measure and a truly limitless future. Regret, endless remorse consumed her heart. She truly lamented her past decisions. On the high platform, Lu Yao's shock was no less than that of Tang Yin. She had thought that securing a disciple with a holy level bloodline would fulfill her mission, and acquiring one of mid or upper grade would even be a small gain. Yet, the sight before her, the dual emperor bloodline. This was no longer a matter of profit or loss. It was a staggering discovery that would allow her to make a monumental contribution within the sect, earning rewards beyond imagination. Tianqing City is indeed a place where dragons lie hidden. If I can lead this Xianhuang to the Holy Land, I will soon have enough contribution points to exchange for imperial bloodline materials. Lu Yao's heart surged with joy. However, amidst the excitement, she gazed at the figure on the stage, and that faintly familiar sensation resurfaced in her heart, growing ever clearer. It was strange how she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance emanating from him, as if she had sensed it before. The young girl furrowed her brow slightly, but then shook her head. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Such a person, if encountered, she would surely not forget. At that moment, the one most terrified and desperate was none other than Meng Zhao. He had barely recovered from the shock of being thwarted by a mere finger when he was immediately engulfed by the suffocating aura of the mid-stage divine sovereign. Finally, the 2 glaring imperial bloodline halos, burning like suns, completely blinded him, shattering all his psychological defenses. An imperial bloodline? A divine sovereign powerhouse. What the hell? This isn't just hitting a brick wall. It's crashing into a divine mountain. Boundless terror consumed Meng Zhao's heart. He frantically scrambled backward, his voice trembling with fear as he threatened, You must think carefully. This is Tianqing City. My father is the head of the Meng family, and the city lord is also allied with us. If you dare to kill me, the Meng family and the city lord's residents will not let you go. Consider your actions carefully. However, before his threatening words could fully escape his lips, Lu Xuantong moved. Without a hint of forewarning, his figure surged forth like a specter. A terrifying killing intent erupted, sweeping across the heavens and earth, shaking even the very skies in its wake. In the next moment, Meng Zhao felt a blur before his eyes. An inescapable shadow of death descended upon him like a towering mountain, enveloping him entirely. All thoughts, all fears, all pleas for mercy became lodged in his throat. He could not even see how his opponent made a move. All he heard was a faint yet remarkably clear muffled sound. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, the once arrogant young master of the Meng family, Meng Zhao, did not even have a chance to scream before his entire being was crushed as if struck by an invisible mountain, bursting apart into a puddle of indistinguishable flesh, blood, and shattered bones splattered everywhere. His soul extinguished, he could not have died more thoroughly. Lu Xuantong slowly retracted his hand, his white garments as pristine as snow, untainted by a speck of dust. His expression remained impassive, his demeanor detached. The entire square fell once more into a deathly silence. Only the heavy scent of blood lingering in the air. Who else? Chapter 169, Establishing Authority. Understanding Cause and Effect. A soulful greeting from Lu Yao. The disciples of the Meng family watched in shock as their young master Meng Zhao was instantaneously reduced to a puddle of flesh on the stage. After a brief silence, chaos erupted. Young master, you dare to kill the young master. You beast, pay for my young master's life. A dozen Meng family disciples, their eyes bloodshot with rage, erupted in fury, unleashing their cultivation and roaring as they charged toward the stage to besiege Lu Xuantong. Among them was even a family elder at the early stage of the creation realm, his hair standing on end, filled with murderous intent, a terrifying pressure sweeping through like a storm. Yet, facing this sudden assault, Lu Xuantong merely stood calmly in place. His face shrouded in black cloth, slightly turning towards the Meng family members, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. And so what? With his current cultivation at the mid-stage peak of the divine sovereign realm, possessing the dual imperial bloodline, and mastering numerous formidable techniques and hidden cards, he is not without the strength to contend even against early-stage creation realm experts. Moreover, he has now revealed his astonishing talents derived from the dual imperial bloodline before the public eye, successfully securing a disciple slot at the Taichu Xingdi. In a sense, he has already set one foot upon the threshold of the Taichu Xingdi. What a prestigious identity it is to be a disciple of the Taichu Xingdi. Its status far surpasses that of any power in remote locations such as Tianqing City. This is akin to the imperial envoy of a dynasty, standing in stark contrast to local tyrants. Who among the servants would dare to challenge their future master? Indeed, just as the Meng family was on the verge of revolt, a crisp and cold reprimand rang out from the platform, akin to the sudden descent of frigid ice from the heavens, carrying an undeniable authority. Impudence. These two words, imbued with supreme law, instantly quelled the clamor of the crowd. Akin to a bucket of icy water dousing the heads of the Meng family members, the speaker was none other than Bai Yao, the envoy of the Taichu Xingdi. Her frosty countenance swept across the Meng family members, particularly fixing her gaze upon the elder of the creation realm. Upon this stage, we shall sign a life and death contract. Life and death are subject to the will of heaven. This is a pact witnessed by the heavenly path. Do you intend to defy the heavenly oath and provoke the rules established by the Taichu Xingdi? Upon hearing this, the elder of the Meng family trembled violently, the boiling intent to kill and rage deflating like a punctured balloon, revealing a look of terror on his face. In that moment, he was struck with the realization that this youth, who had slain their young master, was already an appointed disciple of the Taichu Xingdi, and moreover, possessed the exceedingly rare dual imperial bloodline. His significance far exceeded that of 10 Meng families. He hastily bowed, his voice trembling as he said, I dare not. I dare not. Fair maiden Bai Yao, please temper your anger. We were momentarily blinded by fury and lost our composure. We shall now attend to the body of the young master. With that, he no longer dared to glance at Lu Xuantong, quickly leading the other Meng family members, who were filled with indignation yet afraid to speak, to begin gathering the remains. The might of the dual imperial bloodline and the majesty of the Taichu Xingdi loomed over them like two colossal mountains, leaving them utterly breathless and extinguishing any thoughts of retaliation. Lu Xuantong's successful acquisition of a disciple slot at the Taichu Xingdi also meant that Tang Yin had lost this opportunity and must await the next 3 years. Lu Xuantong turned and walked slowly to Tang Yin. After a moment of silence, he produced a seemingly plain jade vial from his bosom and handed it to her. This contains a pill, a form of compensation for taking this slot from you. Tang Yin stared blankly as she accepted the jade vial. When she lifted her gaze to Lu Xuantong again, the pride that once resided in her beautiful eyes had vanished, replaced by an indescribable complexity of emotions, tinged with a profound sense of inferiority. Once, she believed herself to be exceptionally gifted, with lofty aspirations, dismissing this husband from the lower realm, even perceiving a divorce as a form of liberation. Little did she realize that she was the one trapped in a narrow well, blind to the true brilliance around her. The true dragon was right beside her, yet she had pushed him away with her own hands. She intended to stubbornly refuse this compensation. But her meager pride and grievance gnawed at her. She couldn't help but wonder, if only Xianhuang hadn't prepared that divorce contract so early. If only she had persisted a bit longer, would the outcome have been different? Perhaps he would still be her husband? She had inadvertently let slip a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A partner in the Tao that was exceedingly rare. Ultimately, all these emotions coalesced into a silent sigh, and she quietly accepted the cool little green vial. Yet, at this moment, she still did not know that the vial contained a saint-level pill, one that could drive countless cultivators mad with desire. Tang Yin let out a bitter laugh, her voice laced with self-mockery and desolation. No wonder the Tang family cannot retain you. It turns out you are the dragon of the abyss, destined to soar into the heavens. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong merely smiled lightly, his tone remaining indifferent. I bear deep-seated enmity and have distant lands to traverse and missions to fulfill. Moreover, my heart has already found its favored one. You need not be troubled by this. Should you encounter a truly beloved man in the future, you may also forge a partnership in the Tao and seek the path of immortality together. Tang Yin shook her head, her smile growing even more bittersweet. At this point, having witnessed the brilliance of the moon in the heavens, do you think I can still find interest in the fireflies of the mortal realm? In her heart, the image of Xianhuang had become indelibly etched, his strength, his mystery, and his current calmness forming a picture of a perfect partner she had never imagined. Regrettably, through a twist of fate, all due to her narrow vision and shallow fortune, she had failed to seize this divine opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Afterward, the two exchanged a few simple words before bidding farewell. Tang Yan's eyes brimmed with reluctance and regret. Yet she understood that the chasm between them had become as profound as the heavens. Lu Xuantong gazed at her, his tone softening. Before I depart, let me perform one final act for you and the Tang family. Consider it a resolution to this entanglement, ensuring your Tang family will remain safe in Tianqing City from now on. Without waiting for Tang Yin to respond, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared like a specter atop the platform, before the city lord. At this moment, the city lord, faced with this unparalleled genius possessing divine sovereign cultivation and dual imperial bloodline, dared not maintain the previous airs of superiority. He quickly stood, a fervent, even slightly obsequious smile spreading across his face as he prepared to warmly welcome Xianhuang, my young friend. Congratulations, congratulations. However, before he could finish his sentence, a crisp and resounding slap echoed throughout the platform, reverberating across the silent square. Lu Xuantong had unhesitatingly delivered a forceful slap across the city lord's face, right before the eyes of all the cultivators present. This slap not only stunned the city lord, but also left all witnesses dumbfounded. The smile on the city lord's face froze instantly, the fiery pain and profound humiliation rendering his mind blank. He covered his face, a mix of shock and fury causing his voice to quaver. You, Xianhuang, what do you mean by this? Lu Xuantong's expression remained impassive. What do I mean? Do not assume I am unaware of the schemes you and the Meng family have been concocting behind the scenes. Do you need me to enumerate the manipulations regarding the drawing of battle lots? Furthermore, just earlier, Meng Zhao proclaimed before his death that the city lord would not spare me due to his ties with the Meng family. Is this true? Upon hearing this, the city lord was instantly struck with terror, beads of cold sweat pouring down. He dared not harbor any anger, hastily waving his hands, his voice trembling and incoherent. False. All false. That brat speaks nonsense. A slanderous accusation. How could I possibly harbor ill will towards you? It is a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding. Xianhuang, my friend, you are now a high-ranking disciple of the Taichu Xingdi, with a boundless future ahead. I will need to rely on your support in the days to come. In his heart, the city lord was cursing Meng Zhao's ancestors all the way to the 18th generation. Truly, what a wretched brat, dragging him down even in death. The figure before him, after all, was a divine sovereign of dual imperial bloodline, destined to hold an esteemed position within the Taichu Xingdi. How could a mere city lord afford to offend him? Regret washed over him. Had he known earlier, he would not have sought the trifling benefits from the Meng family. Lu Xuantong nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Since that is the case, let this slap serve as the conclusion of this matter. We shall not hold past grievances against each other. What say you? Upon hearing this, the city lord felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Daring not to voice any dissent, he quickly nodded eagerly. Of course. Of course. You struck well. This slap has awakened me. I could not have asked for more. Lu Xuantong replied calmly. You should be well aware of what you ought to do and what you should refrain from doing in the future. The city lord immediately understood the gravity of the situation, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, friend, from this moment forth, the matters of the Tang family shall be the affairs of my city lord's manor. In Tianqing City, no one shall dare to trouble the Tang family even a fraction. I swear by the Tao of Heaven. With this declaration, Lu Xuantong finally felt a sense of relief. With the public protection of the city lord's manor and the solemn oath to the Tao, the Tang family would be safeguarded for at least 3 years. After 3 years, given Tang Yan's innate talent and her dedication to cultivation, she should be able to enter the Taichu Holy Land on her own merit. This, too, could be considered his way of addressing this karmic entanglement. Having resolved these matters, Lu Xuantong prepared to depart. At that moment, the envoy from the Taichu Holy Land, Sister Bai Yao, walked gracefully before him. Lu Yao clasped her hands in greeting, her voice still cool but now tinged with formality. Disciple of Taichu Holy Land, Bai Yao. Greets Dao friend Xianwang. Lu Xuantong regarded the young woman before him with little emotional upheaval, unaware that she was the sister he had longed for in the lower realms. Out of courtesy, he responded with a slightly aloof tone, a loose cultivator, Xianwang. However, from now on, we shall be fellow disciples. Lu Yao nodded slightly. Hesitating for a moment, she could not suppress her curiosity and inquired. I heard that you also ascended from the lower realms. May I ask from which continent you hail? I too have ascended from the lower realms, she added. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong furrowed his brow beneath the blindfold. He had not anticipated that this coldly elegant envoy from the Taichu Holy Land was, like him, an ascendant from the lower realms. It is well known that ascendants in the spirit world often struggle due to their shallow foundations, with the vast majority sinking into obscurity, making it a challenge just to establish a foothold. Yet, this woman named Bai Yao had managed to rely solely on her own abilities to step into the imposing Taichu Holy Land and bore the responsibilities of an inner disciple. Her strength, character, and fortune were far from ordinary. Such accomplishments would surely pale the so-called geniuses, evoking genuine admiration. However, admiration aside, Lu Xuantong's mind raced, and caution surged within him. He indeed came from Zhongshuan Dalu, where his beloved family resided, but his background was not something to be easily disclosed. If this person had connections to his enemies, or if news were to leak in the future, it could bring untold disaster upon his parents and kin. That was a consequence he could never bear. Even the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes could not wash away such hatred. With his thoughts settled, Lu Xuantong's heart quickly calmed, and he replied in an unruffled tone, casually naming a rather common continent, Duki Dalu. Lu Yao nodded slightly, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. She too withheld her true origins and softly stated, I hail from Xianxia Dalu. The lower realm was vast and boundless, with countless fragmented continents, each with its own name, isolated from one another. Both parties had chosen to obscure their roots, lightly glossing over the topic. No one would have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary conversation would let a long-sought familial bond slip by, leaving only the poignancy of fate in its wake. Soon after, Lu Yao led Lu Xuantong, transforming into 2 streaks of light, slicing through the clouds towards the Taichu Holy Land. The journey was long, and the sea of clouds was vast. Perhaps due to their shared status as ascendants, the two engaged in conversation that flowed surprisingly well. Lu Yao's inherently cool demeanor softened considerably, and during their discourse, she occasionally found herself lost in thought, feeling that the tranquil aura of the blindfolded youth beside her, along with his occasionally revealing tone, faintly overlapped with the figure of her brother from her memories, bringing her warmth and nostalgia. Yet within her, the cool divine consciousness of her master, Xia Qingshan, quietly informed her, this youth's aura is obscure, his cultivation method unique, though he is indeed extraordinary. He does not possess the energy fluctuations of your brother Lu Xuantong. They are not the same person. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xuantong's cultivation method was profoundly intricate, and coupled with the dual imperial bloodline that concealed his true nature, it was exceedingly difficult for Xia Qingshan, in her current state, to discern his true foundation. A faint sense of loss lingered in her heart as she softly remarked, I once had a brother like you, who brought me great comfort. He treated me very well. Hearing this, the The corner of Lu Xuantong's eye, hidden beneath the cloth, seemed to soften momentarily, and he smiled gently, his tone carrying a hint of unnoticeable sorrow. Is that so? I also have two exceedingly adorable younger sisters, though their sacrifices for me have indeed been immense. A deep envy and longing flickered in Lu Yao's eyes. If only I could reunite with my brother soon. Lu Xuantong remained silent for a moment before gently reassuring her. Where there is sincerity, even the hardest of stones may yield. As long as you do not give up, there will surely come a day of reunion. Thereafter, Lu Xuantong gradually gleaned from Lu Yao the strict and almost cruel hierarchy of ascension within the Taichu Holy Land. In this sacred place, talent and realm were the ironclad measures of all. In the Wuxiang realm, no matter how lofty one's aspirations, one could only remain a menial disciple, toiling in trivial tasks. Only by reaching the Dao Palace realm could one shed the identity of a menial and ascend to the outer sect, gaining the opportunity to study deeper teachings. Only upon entering the divine sovereign realm could one be recognized as an inner disciple, truly stepping into the sanctified grounds. However, even among inner disciples, there existed a clear hierarchy. Those with royal bloodlines were merely at the bottom tier of the inner disciples, with limited resources. Only those with sacred bloodlines could be deemed of moderate talent, receiving ordinary cultivation support. Only those bearing imperial bloodlines could enjoy superior status and receive focused attention. As for one like Xian Huang, possessing the exceedingly rare dual imperial bloodlines, once confirmed, they would be recognized as a standout among inner disciples. With a starting point far exceeding their peers, the true leap came with the sixth realm. Upon breaking through to the sixth realm, one could become a direct disciple. Currently, within the Holy Land, there were 185 individuals who met the criteria of possessing imperial bloodlines and being in the early stages of the sixth realm. Above them was the position of chief disciple, with even more stringent requirements, necessitating dual imperial bloodlines and being at the mid-stage of the sixth realm. At present, only 24 individuals enjoyed this honor. Standing at the pinnacle of all disciples were the so-called monstrous sequence disciples. To attain this status, one must possess 3 imperial bloodlines and be at the late stage of the sixth realm. Within the expansive Taichu Holy Land, among millions of talents, only 5 individuals had reached this realm, each one a future giant nurtured by the Holy Land with all its resources. Only by entering the sixth realm could one truly be called the core of the Taichu Holy Land, becoming a subject of intensive cultivation. With each elevation in status, the resources for cultivation, authority within the sect, and privileges received were worlds apart, beyond imagination. The Taichu Holy Land had stood tall for millennia, becoming one of the 12 premier holy lands in the spirit world, relying on this brutally efficient yet merciless survival of the fittest principle. With the dual imperial bloodlines and peak cultivation at the mid-stage of the divine sovereign realm that Xianhuang currently displayed, should he successfully break through to the sixth realm, he could aspire to the esteemed position of chief disciple in the future. Conversely, if one lacked imperial bloodlines, even if they were fortunate enough to break through to the sixth realm, they could only remain within the inner sect unless they could find an extraordinary opportunity to reshape their foundation with unparalleled treasures, defy fate, and ascend to imperial bloodlines. The chasm between these conditions was as vast as the heavens and the earth. This was the stark reality of the cultivation world, cold and cruel. As their conversation flowed, time slipped away. Before long, the vast sea of clouds ahead began to roil and recede, and an ancient, boundless, and majestic aura surged forth, akin to a colossal primordial beast awakening from eons of slumber. Lu Yao halted, her dark hair billowing slightly, her garments fluttering as she raised her hand, pointing toward the grand silhouette hidden amidst the endless divine radiance and towering mountains, her voice solemn. We have arrived. Ahead lies the Taichu Holy Land. Lu Xuantong lifted his gaze, revealing a profound sense of astonishment. The spectacle before him was vast and magnificent, far exceeding his imagination. As far as the eye can see, an expansive realm of divine land unfolds between heaven and earth, with palatial structures stretching endlessly and celestial mountains floating in the air, covering thousands of miles of territory. A grandeur that sends shivers down one's spine. Yet, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. At the very heart of this domain, a colossal luminous barrier spans the heavens and the earth, isolating everything. This barrier exudes an aura of chaos, seemingly alive with countless laws and runes ebbing and flowing within it. Even with Lu Xuantong's formidable divine consciousness, honed through the bloodline of the dual emperors and far surpassing others of his rank, he finds himself unable to pierce through it even a fraction, only able to sense the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from within, which instill a deep sense of dread. At the center of this enigmatic barrier, An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy radiates outward in waves, akin to the tides, even at the outermost fringes. The concentration of spiritual energy surpasses what one might find in the so-called blessed lands of the lower realms. It is easy to imagine that as one approaches the core region near the barrier, the purity and density of the spiritual energy would reach an unimaginable level. Gazing further, the celestial mountains rise majestically, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colorful clouds, with cascading waterfalls plummeting from great heights, transforming midfall into pure spiritual rain that nourishes all living things. Countless intricately designed palaces and caves are built into the mountains, some concealed within the mists, shimmering with various protective glows. In the sky, powerful spiritual beasts occasionally dash by, pulling luxurious carriages and leaving trails of radiant light. Such sights and scale far surpass anything he has ever encountered in the Taishu sacred land, truly deserving its reputation as one of the 12 premier sacred sites of the heavenly realm, with a depth of heritage beyond imagination. What further unsettles him is the presence of the surrounding cultivators, whose auras are as profound as the ocean. Scanning the area, he finds it nearly impossible to spot anyone below the divine sovereign level, with even those at the transformative realm frequently passing by, exuding an imposing presence. In this place, his mid-stage divine sovereign cultivation feels utterly ordinary, like a mere drop of water in a vast river. Beside him, Lu Yao softly explains, "These days mark the grand discipleship ceremony of the sacred land. Thus the influx of disciples is particularly abundant. Many senior brothers and sisters, usually in seclusion or on excursions, have also made appearances. There is no need for excessive concern." After speaking, she leads Lu Xuantong towards the area designated for new student registration. At this moment, the registration desk is already crowded, with a long queue snaking through, comprising thousands of individuals. Each new disciple awaiting their entrance examination is accompanied by an inner door disciple from the Taichu sacred land. This is the sacred land's protocol. Inner door disciples recommend or guide new blood, and once a new disciple successfully passes the examination, the recommender earns corresponding contribution points based on the disciple's innate talent. At the front of the line, an elderly man, over 50 years of age with sharp eyes, sits behind a desk, holding a jade pin and a roster, meticulously verifying each entry. Two disciples assist him, responsible for distributing tokens and other duties. Only with his personal approval can one receive the token that represents their identity as a disciple of the Taichu sacred land. The elder's voice rings out with undeniable authority. "Imperial grade bloodline, pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm. Fairly solid. From now on, be a good outer door disciple, and the sacred land will ensure your cultivation is worry-free." A heavenly grade bloodline? Nonsense. How dare such qualifications seek entry into my Taichu sacred land? Return whence you came. Out. The young man with the reprimanded heavenly grade bloodline immediately turns crimson with embarrassment and scurries away from the crowd. Even the inner door disciple who recommended him receives a disdainful glance from the elder and barely concealed ridicule from those nearby, looking quite uncomfortable. Saint grade bloodline. Early stage of the divine sovereign realm. Very well, here is your inner door token. From today onward, you are an inner door disciple of the Taichu sacred land. Cultivate diligently. Do not tarnish the sacred land's reputation. Low murmurs arise from the surrounding crowd. It's been nearly 3 incense sticks worth of time, and we haven't seen a single imperial grade bloodline. The quality of this batch of disciples seems rather lacking. Indeed, yesterday there were at least 3 imperial grade bloodlines, though they were all merely one line of imperial blood, and the dual imperial bloodline has yet to make an appearance. How rare is an imperial grade bloodline? It is the key to becoming a direct disciple. They are not easily found. The crowd collectively laments the scarcity and value of imperial grade bloodlines, a consensus that has long been established. Lu Xuantong exchanges a knowing glance with Lu Yao, both remaining silent. The queue progresses slowly, and after approximately 3 incense sticks of time, it is finally Lu Xuantong's turn. The registrar, referred to as Elder Qian, casually glances up, his gaze pausing momentarily on the black cloth covering Lu Xuantong's eyes, before he subtly shakes his head, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. A blind person? Missing a sense from birth, inherently at a disadvantage. This path of cultivation will be fraught with obstacles. Likely just another fool trying to leverage connections for a stroke of luck. He has already formed his judgment, showing no interest in asking more questions, lazily raising his hand to signal the next. At this moment, Lu Yao's expression grows serious as she steps forward, intending to announce Lu Xuantong's astonishing dual imperial bloodline. Just then, an unexpected interruption occurs. A figure boldly steps in, rudely positioning herself between Lu Xuantong and Lu Yao, halting the process. This is a young woman clad in resplendent garments, her demeanor tinged with arrogance. Without even glancing at Lu Xuantong, she directly addresses Elder Qian with an air of entitlement. Commanding, Elder Qian, register this disciple first. Let that ungrateful woman and her waste of a companion wait. As she pauses, a gleam of pride and triumph flashes across her face, her voice rising in volume, instantly capturing the attention of those around. This individual, I recommend, possesses an imperial-grade bloodline, a peerless genius. He is the 8th prince of the Daqing dynasty, His Highness Li Yan. At this proclamation, the crowd erupts in a flurry of excitement, a wave of astonishment washing over them. An imperial-grade bloodline. The first bearer of such lineage to appear today has finally made their entrance. Indeed, in this great contest of worlds, prodigies abound. Who would have expected to witness such a sight here? Gasps and discussions swell like a tide, all eyes fixating on the person behind the young woman. The imperial-grade bloodline is a passport to becoming a direct disciple, a true emblem of one born to greatness, exceedingly rare. More astonishing is the bearer's identity. A prince of the Daqing dynasty. The Daqing dynasty is renowned for its formidable power, its heritage rivaling that of the top sacred lands. With at least one emperor-grade ancestor overseeing it, ruling vast territories with immense strength. The exalted status of its princes is incomparable to those of lesser nations or lowly dynasties. It is no wonder he possesses an imperial-grade bloodline. Such noble birth and innate talent are beyond measure. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the recommending young woman proudly steps aside. A youth adorned in a luxurious crimson robe, wielding a jade-bone fan, strides forth with measured grace. His features are handsome, yet his demeanor radiates an unmistakable air of arrogance and disdain, as if nothing in the world holds any significance for him. Li Yan's lips curl into a barely perceptible cold smile, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd with a condescending scrutiny, as if observing mere ants. Though he possesses the appearance of a refined gentleman, his essence exudes a haughty and domineering arrogance, subtly tinged with an unsettling malice. Before Elder Qian, Li Yan does not perform any grand gestures of respect, merely offering a casual nod, his tone distant yet aloof. I am Li Yan, paying my respects to Elder Qian. Elder Qian, already standing, wears an unprecedentedly polite smile, his demeanor a stark contrast to the indifference shown to others before. An imperial-grade bloodline, destined to become a direct disciple. Coupled with the esteemed identity of a prince of the Daqing dynasty, such stature demands his utmost respect. Young Master Li, you are too kind. Please, take your seat. You honor this old man greatly, Elder Qian promptly responds, his tone exceedingly cordial. Li Yan appeared to revel in the sensation of being the center of attention, his chin slightly raised. This prince has encountered some delays on the way and has arrived a moment late. I trust there will be no objections to my cutting in line? Although phrased as a question, his posture unmistakably conveyed a sense of authority. Elder Qian, upon hearing this, beamed even more broadly, hastily responding, what are you saying, young master? With your esteemed status, why should you wait in line with the others? It is only fitting. We can proceed with your registration at once. With that, his expression turned stern, and he cast an unyielding glare at Lu Xuantong, signaling him to step aside immediately and not obstruct the path of this noble guest. Beside them, Lu Yao, already fuming, stepped forward, her beautiful eyes blazing with indignation as she directed her fury at the woman who had cut in line. Her voice trembled slightly with anger. Lu Mei, what do you mean by this? To brazenly cut in line? Where are the rules of the sacred ground? The woman named Lu Mei seemed to finally notice Lu Yao, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth, then let out a mocking laugh. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it is our aloof by Yao Jr. sister. What is this? Did I take your place? Are you displeased? I assure you, it was not intentional. I merely happened to recommend Prince Li Yan, a genius of such caliber. Time is of the essence, and I had no choice. She then shifted her gaze with disdain towards Lu Xuantong, lingering momentarily on the blindfold, and burst into a loud, mocking laugh that echoed throughout the square. What treasure have you recommended this time, junior sister? A blind man. A person with incomplete senses has the audacity to enter the gates of our Tai Chu sacred ground? By Yao, junior sister. It seems you are so desperate that you are grasping at straws. It is truly laughable. Lu Yao's face grew increasingly pale at these words. She had long-standing enmity with Lu Mei. In a certain secret realm in the past, Lu Mei had forced her to surrender her acquired treasures, and she had resolutely refused, leading to a deep-seated rivalry that had seen them clash repeatedly without resolution. Today's incident was no mere coincidence. Lu Mei had undoubtedly been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment Lu Yao approached the line to suddenly cut in, aiming to humiliate her publicly and suppress her spirit, especially upon seeing that Xian Huang was blind. She presumptively deemed him worthless, acting with even greater impunity. Elder Qian, witnessing Lu Yao's audacity to retort, immediately darkened in countenance. He stepped forward, exuding the authority of an elder, and sternly declared, by Yao, "Is this place under my authority or yours? Be wise and step aside to await your turn. Should you continue to stir trouble, do not blame me for enforcing the door rules and treating you without courtesy."